Welcome to the eerie mist world, codename Zero. Here you shall embark upon your true life. This is a blessing bestowed by the mist. You will receive an initial survival base. Please freely choose its placement. The earth stands with you. Now draw the Gaia talent that belongs to you. A voice devoid of any emotion echoed within Xuanhe's mind. It was the turn of spring to summer, and he had been walking through his university campus. Before he could even react to those words, he saw the planet before him, identical in appearance to Earth, begin to spin rapidly. That inorganic voice resounded again. You have obtained blessing of the deep sea. Blessing of the deep sea. As you grow, you will become ever more intimately linked with the deep sea until you yourself are a great existence of the deep. Immediately after, everything before his eyes shifted from indistinct blur to sharp clarity. Xuanhe was utterly shocked to discover that without knowing when it had happened, he had left his school and arrived in the wilds, a place lush and verdant, filled everywhere with towering trees. Wait, hold on, what is going on? He murmured in confusion, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Lowering his head, he found that a round sphere and a book had appeared in his hands. Rather than a book, it was more akin to a handbook. His gaze was still somewhat dazed, but as that disembodied voice sounded again from nowhere, he gradually came to understand what had transpired. The eerie mist world, codename Zero, welcomes your arrival. This is not a game. Everyone has only one chance, cherish your lives. In this world, fire is more important than anything. Do not allow it to go out, especially at night. You may freely choose the location to place your initial wooden hut. This is a blessing from the mist, and must be treated with great care. Light and the sun are precious, while night and mist mean only death. The earth stands with you. Humans strive to survive. Listening to these words, Xuanhe opened the codename Zero Eerie Mist World Survival Handbook in his hand. Looking down, he discovered that it gave an extremely detailed introduction on how to survive in this world. It was especially meticulous about the taboos of the night and of the eerie mist world, as well as the methods for choosing where to place a survival base. He then discovered that this mysterious incident had not happened to him alone, but to everyone on Earth. Just as he had suspected, it was indeed a form of transmigration, but the entire population of Earth had transmigrated together. Please select a survival base to unlock the world channel. This single line of text occupied the 7th page of the survival handbook. He looked at the round yellow light sphere in his hand. With a mere thought, he sensed that as soon as he willed it, a house would descend, but before placing it, he recalled the talent he had drawn at the beginning, blessing of the deep sea. Judging from the description of this talent, if it were in a game, it was clearly a latest attribute. Since this was his talent, his initial survival base ought in any case to be related to water. Thus Xuanhe lifted his head, surveyed his surroundings, and cautiously walked outward. This period could be considered a novice protection phase, so within this dense forest he did not encounter any dangerous beasts. Even so, for a modern person, walking through a primordial forest was still unbearably arduous. The grass rose higher than his calves, and various thorns and poisonous spines made the journey almost intolerable. Xuanhe pulled up the hood of his trench coat to shield himself from the scorching sun, licked his dry lips, and began searching for a source of water. He had no particularly deep experience in finding large bodies of water, but back on Earth he had been extremely fond of various sports. With his physical fitness and coordination, climbing trees was naturally no challenge. The trees here were especially colossal, capable of easily bearing the weight of several grown men, so he decided to seek a vantage point from above. His actions might have seemed excessive. After all, he could place his survival base almost anywhere, but Xuanhe had an unshakable sense of foreboding. Therefore, he resolved to carefully search for a location that would complement his talent. In this exceedingly silent primeval forest, a faint rustling sound could be heard. With agile movements, Xuanhe climbed directly up a towering tree more than 10 meters high, then could not help but curse under his breath. He saw in the distance layers upon layers of white mist and black fog shrouding the horizon, exuding an ominous air. No wonder it's called the eerie mist world. It seems this area I'm in is like a safe zone in a game, he muttered. Still, at least I found a water source, he continued, though it's a bit too close to the edge of the safe zone. He frowned unconsciously, but after only a brief hesitation, he decided to head there. That voice in the handbook had already told him this was a survival game. Since it was a matter of survival, it was obvious that staying alive would not be simple, so it was best to treat the beginning with utmost caution. Thus, amid the soft rustle of leaves beneath his steps, after walking for a long time, Xuanhe finally saw a river and a lake in the distance. It was a broad river, and he could not fathom how such a waterway existed within a primeval forest. On both sides stood trees more than 10 meters tall, along with massive mountain ranges that wound along the river's course. His face burned with stifling heat, on the verge of dehydration, his whole body seemingly soaked in sweat. After moving closer and carefully examining the river and the more distant lake, he decided to build his base near the river, since it was living water. The lake lay far, far too near the mist zone. Just as he was about to place the earth-yellow light sphere in his hand, he hesitated. Can this survival base be constructed underwater? He experimented a little, and to his surprise, the feedback from the light sphere indicated that it could. In the end, however, Xuanhe chose not to do so. Instead, he walked toward the mountain beside the river and used his will to activate the light sphere, constructing a survival base half embedded in the water and half within the mountainside. The survival base was fully set into the mountain rock. On its exposed side, thick vines and stones formed a kind of platform, making it easy to walk across. After all, he had chosen this site with great care, taking into account how he would get in and out. As for the lower part submerged in water, he could not see it clearly, but he guessed it was similar to the upper portion embedded in the mountainside where the rock met the river. The entire survival base had only a single door, and that door was made of wood. Xuanhe stepped across the boulders and vines, gazing at the scenery around him with the uncanny sense that he was on Earth, only everything had been enlarged 100-fold. Everything in this world was simply too gigantic. He could not help but wonder what terrifying things would appear once the novice protection phase ended. Once the survival base was completed, he opened the door and stepped inside. At that moment, the world channel finally unlocked for him, and a whole array of functions tied to the survival base were activated. Damn, what is this place? I've been chopping at this tree until my arms are about to fall off, and I still can't bring one down. I'm dying of thirst. Does anyone have water? Food works too. I'm so hungry I'm about to puke. Someone please save me. Who the hell brought me here? I was just about to inherit hundreds of billions. I hate you, I hate all of you. XXX wife, where are you, my wife? Messages like these flashed past one after another. With tens of billions of people speaking in the world channel, the messages scrolled by far too quickly. Xuanhe could not even clearly see what they were sending, only the blur of rapidly cascading text. After glancing for a moment, he helplessly closed the interface, then turned to the next page. On the second day, the forum section will open. On the third day, regional channels and private channels will open. On the fourth day, the novice firewood will be exhausted. On the fifth day, the marketplace and treasure chests will open simultaneously. On the sixth day, the novice protection phase will end. Reading these lines, a contemplative light flickered in Xuanhe's eyes. With such detailed day-by-day countdowns he mused, it seems that surviving safely in this world will not be anything close to easy. As for what he had to do next to build a house, he first needed to chop wood. The interior of the survival base was nothing like what he had imagined. Aside from 2 axes and an iron pickaxe, there was only a single burning brazier. The underwater portion, in essence, was a complete wooden house embedded into the mountainside. Walking inward, the steep depth made it easy to trip the first time, and going in or out required climbing up and down. The brazier within was ragged and battered, holding 3 pieces of firewood. Its flames cast a glow that enveloped the room. According to the handbook, this was novice protection. The wood could burn for 3 days. After 3 days, if there was no firewood, the flames would go out and darkness and terror would arrive. He had to use this period well to accumulate resources. According to the handbook's warnings, the first rule of survival was to keep the fire from going out, the second was to upgrade the survival base properly, and the third was to stay far away from the mist and the darkness. Level 1 Survival Base. Upgrade requirements: wood, stone, water, fire. The primeval forest was utterly silent. Even while staying inside the room, not a single chirp of insects could be heard. Xuanhe did not hurry out with his axe to fell trees, for his strength had yet to recover, and he intended to test what exactly his talent, deep sea blessing, truly was. Staying in the underwater section of the wooden hut, my body feels so much more comfortable. This shouldn't be an illusion, he murmured. He climbed out of the hut and stood on a platform woven from vines and stones, then bent down, scooping a handful of water and splashing it onto his face. An intensely soothing sensation spread inward from the surface of his skin. He exhaled softly. A sudden urge to plunge into the water rose within him, yet he managed to restrain himself. The river ran clear as glass, its depths shifted into a dark blue, yet near the bank fish could still be seen gliding. Xuanhe could not help rubbing his stomach. After several hours of toil, he was utterly exhausted and ravenous. At first he only intended to give it a try, yet to his astonishment, when he casually reached into the water to grab at a fish, the creature was actually caught in a single effortless motion. He stared wide-eyed at the fish in his hand. Is this the deep sea blessing? Without hesitation, he tossed the fish onto a nearby vine and reached back into the water for more. Every touch found its mark. After catching 5 fish, Xuanhe climbed back into the wooden hut, opened the door, and jumped down again, a freshly washed branch in his hand. He skewered the 6 fish he had thrown below onto the branch, and then walked out. The fire in the brazier inside the hut was meant to safeguard his tiny survival base. It was best not to use it for roasting fish. Reaching the riverbank, Xuanhe squinted up at the viciously bright sun, then glanced at an axe and an iron pickaxe lying nearby. A pity there's no glass, otherwise I wouldn't need to resort to fire by friction, he muttered. He had originally planned to start a fire by drilling wood, but remembering the brazier's flame, he hurried back to experiment. However, the firewood in his hands ignited too quickly, forcing him to toss it into the brazier. It simply could not be used to kindle another fire. Alright, it seems there's no shortcut after all. Xuanhe was not particularly disappointed. After all, the fire seed of this world should be quite different from the flames on Earth. Dry branches lay scattered across the ground. He gathered them all and began drilling wood to make fire. Time trickled by, and roughly half an hour passed. From within this stretch of forest came a weary yet jubilant shout. At last, I finally made fire. It sounded difficult, and doing it is indeed just as hard, he panted. In the pit he had dug in the ground, flames were already rising. He kept feeding in dry branches, then placed the skewered fish. After roasting for 20 minutes, the fish looked almost entirely charred. Only then did Xuanhe take them off, wrap them in leaves, and start eating. The very first bite made him feel as though he had finally come back to life. Thank you, Mother Earth. Without this deep-sea talent, he might not have known what to eat for the entire day. He would likely have gone hungry for the first few days. Once his stomach was filled and his strength restored, Xuanhe hefted his axe, intending to cut trees. Everywhere he looked were colossal trunks that would take several people linking arms to encircle. He did not rashly start chopping these giant trees as others might, for he doubted his ability to succeed. The trees of this world were simply too enormous. Even if it were possible, it would not be something he could accomplish in a single day. Thus he began searching around for saplings within the range of his strength, collecting firewood along the way. In a primeval forest, fallen branches were the least of one's worries. As he walked, Xuanhe picked them up one by one, bundling them with vines and carrying them on his back. Thud thunk. The sound of axes biting into wood echoed from not far away. The skin of Xuanhe's hands had already been worn bloody. Though he was in good physical condition, a modern man abruptly thrust into such a world could not hope to adapt easily. A sharp pain radiated from his tiger's mouth, and his entire arm ached terribly. He wiped the sweat from his brow, bared his teeth, and swung with renewed force. With a cracking sound, the several-meter-tall tree collapsed with a crash. Alongside it lay 5 other felled trees. Without such effort, he would not have been this exhausted. The sun slowly inclined toward the west. Looking at the fallen trees scattered across the ground, Xuanhe confirmed that this was certainly not a game. Otherwise, the trees should have turned into neat wooden blocks the moment they hit the ground. This level of labor. He narrowed his eyes at the sky, thinking that few people on Earth could endure such intensity. Just as he lowered his head to chop off the branches from the trunk to make it easier to carry, a cracking sound suddenly came again from Xuanhe. Looked over instinctively and saw the stump splitting open, revealing within a greenish piece of wood about the size of a forearm. Ironwood of some kind. Time waited for no one, and he could not deduce what it was just by standing there. He stuffed the greenish wood into his clothes and began hauling the trees. During the hauling, sharp pain flared in his shoulders, bruises already forming there. After finally carrying the last trunk back near his small base, Xuanhe reached his limit, half squatting as he gasped for breath. After a day of such high-intensity labor, even someone who loved outdoor activities as much as he did could not bear it. Resting briefly, he then took up the axe again, splitting the trunks and stacking the pieces together. Besides the wood, there were also some rocks he had dug out with his iron pickaxe. One of them gleamed with a noticeably unusual luster. Among the 7 or 8 billion people on Earth, my start shouldn't be considered too bad, right? He mused. Gazing at the heap of wood and stone, Xuanhe muttered to himself, then roughly carved a horizontally cut piece of wood into a makeshift bowl. One by one, he carried the wood and rocks into the small base. It was anything but an easy task. Only when the sun dipped toward the horizon did he finally move the entire pile. Carrying the final bundle of firewood on his back, he looked at the faintly familiar primeval forest. It was clearly only dusk, yet for some reason a chill ran through his heart. He quickened his pace and hurried into the small base. Inside, logs of various sizes were stacked up, conveniently forming a temporary staircase of sorts, while stones were piled to one side. The shabby iron basin still burned on, bringing a palpable sense of security to the uneasy Xuanhe. The sun still hung outside with perhaps half an hour before it set, yet he now felt an endless dread of the world beyond, as though stepping out would invite calamity. After much hesitation, he nevertheless climbed out of the small wooden base, filled 2 extremely crude large wooden bowls with water outside, and was about to return when his pupils suddenly contracted. In that instant, he bolted toward the small wooden hut with the fastest speed of his life. Only when he was once more enveloped in the brazier's firelight did the terror clutching at his heart ease slightly. What was that? Something under the water? He had seen a pair of blood-red eyes. The sheer terror of confronting such a powerful life form nearly wiped his mind blank. 3 seconds later, he jerked his gaze toward the iron basin, then crouched down in silence and began feeding in more firewood. 1 stick, 2, 3. He added as many as 8 pieces. Suddenly, the handbook flared with a strange white light. Level 1 survival base. Upgrade conditions: wood, stone, water, fire. Currently owned: Qing, wood 1, Qing, wood 94, usable, broken Qing, wood 210, cannot be used as firewood, kindling, radiant rock 2, rock 13, usable, broken stone 43, novice fireseed, LV1, LV2, abyssal water 2. Survival base upgrade conditions fulfilled. Choose upgrade option. Special survival base upgraded with Qing, wood, radiant rock, abyssal water, and novice fireseed. Survival base upgraded with Qing, wood, rock, water, and novice fireseed. Qing wood, tier 9 material, slightly resistant to the eerie darkness. Usable as kindling for the hearthfire or for constructing a survival base. Qing wood, faintly imbued with extraordinary essence, suitable as hearthfire, kindling, or for base construction. Hui rock, tier 9 material, moderately resistant to the eerie darkness, usable in base construction. Rock suitable for base construction. Yuan water, tier 8 material, capable of repelling a portion of the eerie darkness, usable in base construction. Novice hearthfire level 2, congratulations. You have already transcended your first day, aided by the 3-day novice protection period. Xuanhe stared at the guidance in his survival manual and at the newly appended descriptions, his mouth slightly agape, then exhaled slowly. By the flickering firelight, his expression looked strangely unsettled. Yuan water? Did I just scoop it up at random? He could grasp the rest. He'd labored all day, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, and thus amassed a considerable stockpile. But this Yuan water? So once again my innate talent has intervened. Thank you, Mother Earth. His gratitude was utterly sincere. Then, gazing at the 2 options listed in the manual, his expression turned oddly strained. Is there even any need to hesitate? Naturally, I must construct a special survival base. Just as he sat beside the iron basin hearthfire, the sky outside darkened. utterly and instantaneously. The primordial forest, previously silent beyond measure, erupted into unprecedented clamor. So much so that Xuanhe, who should have been wholly absorbed in upgrading his base, distinctly heard those furtive whispering murmurs and the ominous subaquatic surging beyond the walls. Here silence reigned absolute, so profound that even the faintest sound carried with startling clarity. Boom. A violent impact echoed from outside, followed by gnashing, tearing, and skulking otherworldly horrors. This sudden onslaught shattered Xuanhe's elation over his base's imminent upgrade, twisting his face into grim dismay. So this is what Nightfall in Designation Zero world feels like. What manner of monster emits such sounds? Merely listening stirred within him an overwhelming tide of terror. Yet the moment his gaze fell upon the hearthfire glowing steadily within the iron basin, that soul-deep dread receded significantly. I must remind myself constantly, this is a survival game. Do not be deceived by the deceptive calm of day. Do these things truly appear only at night? He hadn't forgotten he remained under novice protection. At that thought a chill crept up his spine. Yet he quickly steadied himself, banishing all extraneous thoughts, and began the upgrade process. This survival base was bound to him utterly, not only inscribed in the survival manual, but woven directly into his consciousness. Just as the initial placement of the base had been entirely under his personal command, so too was its upgrade. Upon completion, the base would expand dramatically and acquire new features, each demanding careful consideration and deliberate configuration. Now within Xuanhe's mind unfolded a detailed map of his modest wooden hut base, essentially a compact square structure, its interior cramped and densely packed. By contrast, the transformation wrought by the Level 2 survival base, especially the Level 2 special survival base, was profound. First, spatial volume approximately 100 square meters, fully modular and reconfigurable. He chose not to lay it flat, but instead designed it across two levels, one entirely above water, the other entirely submerged. Though his current Tier 9 materials were insufficient for full coverage, the Novice Protection Clause granted him additional resources, automatically supplied by the manual. Thus, with meticulous precision, he crafted a two-tiered survival base reminiscent of an earthly apartment, its right side featuring a horizontal staircase descending downward. The entire base bore a bluish-gray hue, appearing wooden yet possessing the unyielding density of iron. The original hearthfire was now seamlessly embedded within the first floor like a hearth, its rear wall forged entirely from Hui rock. On the left side of the first floor, the hearthfire nestled into the wall, on the right a spring welled forth, gurgling steadily into a modest pool. The materials harvested during today's labor, mined and felled, were stacked neatly on the first floor. Surveying the mental blueprint of his nascent base, Xuanhe finally allowed himself a quiet nod of satisfaction. Initiate upgrade. Within seconds, the Level 2 special survival base was complete, materializing before him forged from Xuanhe wood, Hui rock, and yuan water. Ordinary water would have formed merely a stagnant puddle. Yet now his base housed a living spring and a vibrant flow. In that instant, he understood why that voice had first named it a survival base. Every element existed solely to. Moreover, the second floor extended above water, projecting outward from the mountainside as a timber and stone platform. The entrance itself a hybrid of iron and wood, far more secure than before. Gazing upon his thoroughly transformed survival base, Xuanhe, a man sunburnt and weary, finally permitted a faint smile to cross his face. With the base's completion, the survival manual unlocked numerous, previously inaccessible functions. Among them the workbench. As he flipped open the manual, he placed the workbench against the left wall of the second floor, its integration with the structure flawless and seamless. In moments, a timber workbench, crafted from consumed materials, stood finished. It occupied considerable space, nearly constituting an independent compartment. The ore mined and timber felled today had been depleted by roughly 70 to 80%. This workbench served as an auxiliary station for crafting survival tools, yet unlike conventional games, it offered no magical automation. Every step required human hands guided precisely by the bench's instructions. Level 1 workbench. Producible tools: Level 1 iron pickaxe, Level 1 iron axe, Level 1 iron shovel, Level 1 hoe, Level 1 iron hammer, Level 1 spear, Level 1 common hearth fire, Level 1 spirit fire, ash common furniture, expand common structures, expand common food, expand. He expanded the common food list, its contents dazzling yet 99% grayed out. Only one item was unlocked: roasted fish. As for common structures, his eyes lingered involuntarily on the grayed out Level 1 simple farmland, and in that instant his innate urge to cultivate flared vividly. Pity the Level 1 workbench unlocks so few options. Xuanhe reluctantly withdrew his gaze and began following the manual's instructions to operate the workbench. A few experimental attempts revealed that each tool possessed its own proficiency metric. Roasted fish, for instance, stood at proficiency 1. With sufficient mastery, partial automation became possible, though active human oversight remained essential. Understanding this, he refrained from rushing into tool fabrication. Instead, he surveyed the second floor, now piled high with raw materials, then descended the stairs. Descending the staircase, he experienced an uncanny sensation, as though walking into the water itself, far more comfortable than standing on the second floor. His gaze swept across the first floor, its refinement starkly contrasting with the second floor's rustic simplicity. Indeed, the vast majority of this upgrade's transformations manifested here on the ground level. Foremost was the hearth embedded within the Hui rock wall, its hoof fire crackling fiercely, infusing the surrounding bluish iron surface with delicate luminous crimson filaments. Next, the floor itself, pale azure in hue, resembling neither wood nor stone, but porcelain, yielding softly beneath his feet, like treading on water-laden cotton, profoundly soothing. This startled Xuanhe, who had braced himself for a night spent sleeping on hard wooden planks. Beneath the stairs lay a small storage alcove, currently holding Qin wood reserved for hearth fire kindling. Adjacent to it rose the spring cast from Hui rock, its waters pooling within a small basin rimmed with Qinyin wood. This was Yuan water, subtly permeating the entire base, not undermining its integrity, but rather enhancing it. Xuanhe was caked in grime and utterly spent. Though he'd intended to do more, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he curled up near the hearth fire, sinking swiftly into deep, dreamless sleep. That night, he slept deeply, only waking when the first light of dawn broke. After yesterday's toil, he should have felt exhausted today, but surprisingly he felt invigorated, and the fatigue in his body had vanished, even the wounds on his hands had faded. Undoubtedly this was due to the Level 2 special survival base. Level 9 Abyssal Blue Fire Seed requires 2 pieces of ordinary firewood daily, can ward off weak anomalies, and protects you from disturbances in the dark. Weak otherworldly beings will not bother you, and staying close to the fire seed for extended periods can restore your spirit and stamina, as well as purify your mind and body. If it weren't for this talent, his condition would be 100 times worse than it is now. The mountain and underwater structures are completely enclosed with no windows. Because Xuanhe always felt unsafe, he did not construct windows. Fortunately, this is a special survival base, otherwise he might have suffocated. Alright, it's the second day the forum section has opened. He quickly opened the manual and flipped through it, finally stopping on one of the pages. If one were to only look at this page, it would be indistinguishable from browsing a forum on a mobile phone back on Earth. Sure enough, as the forum opened, tens of thousands of posts flooded in. However, since the forum had several sections, irrelevant posts were automatically categorized, making it visually manageable. The homepage was filled with over 100,000 threads, and he casually clicked on one post to take a look. Day 1 Survival Summary. Almost dead. Seeing the content, Xuanhe couldn't help but laugh, as the original poster detailed his survival journey below. Original poster: I was originally stuck in a miserable job, and my boss sent my proposal back for a rewrite. Suddenly, I found myself in this world, and Earth Mom even gifted me a talent. Mine is specializing in farming, but there's no farmland here. Then there was the placement of the survival base. My mind was completely muddled. I randomly chose a spot to set it up and found an axe, a pickaxe, and a fire pit inside. After checking the manual, I realized that to upgrade my ordinary wooden hut, I needed a large amount of stone and wood, and what else? Fire. I can find stone and wood, but where do I find fire? And then I discovered that the fire is created by adding enough wood to the fire pit, thus meeting the upgrade conditions. This morning when I woke up, my whole body was sore, even more tired than yesterday. Let alone going out to work, it hurt just to walk. Can someone please guide me on what I should do now? After the original poster finished speaking, there were many questions below, and everyone realized that the requirements for upgrading their bases differed, as well as the materials needed, but stone, wood, and fire were essential. Post 21. I suggest resting well and eating more meat. Your body can't handle this anymore. Post 22. So do you all have food? Is there meat? Am I the only one who can only forage for unknown wild vegetables? Post 23. You upgraded your survival base so quickly. How many trees did you chop yesterday to have such stamina? Post 24. With picture, what are you talking about? Look at me. I was thrown to the edge of a cliff, and now I even want to jump off the cliff next to me. I can't go on living like this. Why isn't there a basic supply pack? I'm almost starving. Post 98. Right now is still the newbie protection period. No matter how tired you are, don't stop. Your condition will only worsen. Try to find glowing fruits. After I ate them, all my fatigue vanished, and even my old problems from Earth improved. Everyone, please don't give up. Think of the over 7 billion people suffering, just like you, including your boss. Doesn't that make it a little easier? From here on, the responses in the threads improved significantly. At least they weren't just complaining like before. Xuanhe clicked on a few more posts and found that many posts had pictures. It turned out that after the forum opened, this page of the manual could actually be photographed. What's the difference from a phone? Although he muttered this, he felt much better seeing the posts in the forum. After all, humans are social creatures and need their kind. The forum indeed contained a wealth of valuable information, especially in the highlights section, which was filled with survival guidance from various professionals, allowing Xuanhe to gain quite a bit of knowledge. No wonder they wanted to open the forum on the second day, or it seems they didn't want too many people to die. With this highlights section, many who might not survive could possibly make it. In the forum, there were those crying out in distress, those teaching how to find water sources, those guiding how to find food, and others boasting about their talents or searching for family and companions, a true display of human diversity. Xuanhe scrolled for a while longer before finally getting up and walking up from the first floor. The second floor had a semi-transparent window, allowing him to see the scorching sun rising higher. Another beautiful day. He pushed open the thick door and stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air. He was right by the water's edge, feeling the moisture envelop him. Stepping out of the door led to a broad platform primarily made of stone with a layer of wood on the surface. One section completely met the riverbank, avoiding the inconveniences of the previous day. He casually washed up, then grabbed a few grilled fish made at the workbench and walked towards the riverbank. The pit he left yesterday was still there, so he wouldn't have to dig another one today. However, Xuanhe's expression was not good, for he saw that the pit had some new footprints. This place was only a few steps away from his survival base. Thinking of the inexplicable noises at night and seeing these strange footprints, a chill rose in his heart as he couldn't help but recall the description of the level 9 abyssal blue fire seed. Otherworldly beings. What are they? The danger has not yet fully arrived, but the signs are already beginning to show. Xuanhe pondered for a moment before taking a photo of the area and posting it on the forum. Danger in the darkness and otherworldly beings. Be cautious in this world. During the newbie phase, try to gather enough resources to upgrade your survival base. Strange monsters have appeared near me, leaving traces. This world is not as safe as it seems. His post sparked much discussion, and among the responses there were even others who had encountered monsters, but they mentioned trees, not otherworldly beings. Post 37. You encountered monsters too. I didn't sleep well yesterday, and when the sun rose today I took my axe and went out to chop trees. Who would have guessed that after chopping just one tree the surrounding trees started twitching like crazy? I was so scared I rolled and crawled away, and now I still dare not go chop trees. See picture. More and more people began to share their bizarre encounters while chopping trees. Though not severe, it was certainly eerie, making one's heart race. Originally just a reminder, Xuanhe was somewhat surprised by these comments, hesitantly looking at the giant tree nearby. He scrolled through the forum again, confirming that this matter was indeed true, then calmed down and thought for a moment before returning to his survival base to craft a spear at the workbench. Chopping trees is unavoidable. Moreover, this world already has monsters. Avoiding them is futile, and one can only face them heat-in. The number of online users displayed in the world channel gradually decreased. This has never been a safe world. Xuanhe, armed with a spear and an axe, walked into the forest. Thud thud, the sound of chopping wood echoed. When a tree fell, a crackling sound came from beside him. The nearby giant tree seemed to have come alive, swinging its branches as if to strangle him. However, its movements were slow, and anyone slightly agile could easily evade. Xuanhe rolled out of the way of the giant tree's branches, grasped the spear tightly, and thrust it fiercely into the tree. Crack! The branch was pierced and fell. He repeated this action a few more times before the giant tree returned to its normal state. As for the branches that fell, they were completely different from ordinary green wood. Xuanhe with level 9 material can slightly resist the eerie darkness, can be used as firewood, and can be built into a survival base. He collected these Xuanhe wood and dragged away the recently chopped tree. Only after getting far away from that area did he breathe a sigh of relief. Don't tell me this world, no, this forest, was it only because the power that brought us here temporarily suppressed them that they appeared normal? And as the newbie protection period gradually passes, will all the suppressed eerie monsters reappear? Xuanhe's face darkened, for no one had encountered such bizarre events yesterday. It seems that his suspicions were true. In that moment, Xuanhe wished to return to his own survival hut, as only the sight of his fire seed brought him a simple, I must collect more firewood during this time, otherwise once the novice protection period ends, who knows what will happen. It might not be as easy to obtain firewood then as it is now. Thinking of this, he edited a post about his discoveries and published it on the forum. Then he focused solely on chopping down trees, ignoring the manual. Today's efficiency was significantly higher than yesterday's. Along the way, he encountered 2 awakened tree spirits, but he killed them with his spear, thus collecting a good amount of Xuanhe wood. Most of the morning was spent chopping trees. After felling 10 trees, he dragged his weary body to transport the green wood and Xuanhe wood back to the base, leaving the broken green wood and the collected bundles of ordinary branches on the platform extending from the hut. Looking at these supplies, Xuanhe's tense mood finally eased a little. After catching fish with his bare hands, he enjoyed a meal of grilled fish. He began to dig stones with an iron pickaxe. The spot he chose was indeed good. Although there were no mines, there were plenty of large stones. Among the 7 to 8 billion people on Earth, only a small portion of unfortunate souls were placed in resource-scarce areas. It seemed this world was quite prosperous, lacking basic supplies. The water flowing near the bank was extremely clear, resembling transparent creek water. Xuanhe rolled up his pant legs and walked in to carry stones. Though these were just ordinary stones, he could forge many tools at the workbench, so he did not spare his strength. This time, just as he picked up a piece of water stone glistening in the sunlight, a water snake suddenly darted out and slithered around his ankle. In an instant, his mind went blank, thinking he was going to die. But strangely, the water snake merely circled around him before heading deeper into the river. This deep-sea talent saved me once again. Xuanhe breathed a sigh of relief and resumed transporting stones. According to many people's feedback on the forum, building a survival base in the water was actually a terrible move. There was someone who built near the river and ended up facing numerous monsters at night. It was much more dangerous in the water than another person almost died in the water on the first day. If it weren't for his danger warning talent alerting him to run, he would have long been a corpse. On the first evening, Xuanhe saw the bizarre monsters in the water. If it weren't for his deep-sea blessing talent, he would have been in grave danger. Yet precisely because of this, he was even more convinced that constructing his survival base in the water was indeed the right decision. He absolutely could not waste his talent, otherwise surviving in this terrifying, unknown world filled with crises would be harder than climbing to the sky. It's a pity that right now I don't have time to explore the specifics of my talent since I'm busy gathering resources. After all, the firewood needed for the fire seed is on land. But just being able to touch treasures and fish as well as keeping sea monsters at bay is already quite impressive. Whether it's the abyssal waters or the special stones I've found, both can significantly increase my chances of survival in the foundational phase. However, he also knew that the high drop rates were due to someone boosting all talent bonuses. The manual clearly stated after the novice protection period ends, all talent bonuses will return to normal. Detected that over 1 million people have successfully upgraded to level 2 survival bases. Regional channels and private channels opened ahead of time. The mall and treasure chests opened simultaneously. Fog bless you, the earth is with you. Suddenly, just as Xuanhe was about to swim into the deep water, he heard that inorganic voice once again. It was a global announcement. He hurriedly went ashore and opened the survival manual. Sure enough, this announcement was pinned at the top of the world channel, and the mall and regional channels were officially opened. I thought my progress was already fast, but I didn't expect that by the second day 1 million people had upgraded to level 2 survival bases. I can't underestimate anyone. A friendly reminder: 4 days later the novice protection period ends. Work hard to upgrade your survival base to level 3 during this time. Only by reaching level 3 can you possess the power to survive and choose extraordinary materials for upgrades as much as possible. Fog bless you. The chat messages in the regional channel were obviously much clearer than in the world channel, allowing everyone to see exactly what each person was saying. Wow, everyone is so fast. Am I the only one still at a level 1 survival base? Brothers, please carry me. The mall allows me to list my items for trade. Great. I can exchange for food now. Awesome. But purchasing supplies in the mall requires gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Where am I supposed to find? Is there anyone with spare stones? They'll trade you for other items. Ooh, I urgently need stones. Is there any sea crab here? If you see this message, please reply, son, are you there? Does anyone know what treasure chests are? Are they the kinds from games? Can anyone tell me if this is a game or not? Otherwise, how could treasure chests appear? Is there anyone who can't read? The second pinned message on the forum is the introduction to treasure chests. Go read it yourself. Wow, someone has already opened a treasure chest. What luck. I hate lucky people the most. Where can I see this? I want to check it out. Can anyone please spare me some food? I'm really starving. Xuanhe immediately flipped to the forum interface upon seeing these discussions. Sure enough, everyone was discussing the mall and treasure chests. He clicked on the pinned message and looked closely, discovering that treasure chests were classified into levels 1 to 9, with unclear probabilities. Finding them relied entirely on luck. However, someone had already opened a level 1 treasure chest and received a backpack similar to those grid types in games, along with a box of compressed biscuits and a blanket. Even though Xuanhe was feeling calm, he couldn't help but curse the lucky person. Under the post about opening treasure chests, everyone was already turning green with envy. However, Xuanhe only clicked on the treasure chest post to check the main post, and the pictures then shifted his gaze to the water. He wasn't very confident in his luck. But if he had the deep sea blessing, perhaps his luck underwater could save him. So he directly took off all his clothes and decided to go into the water carrying a spear to avoid danger. Now it was the novice protection period plus his deep sea talent, so there shouldn't be any major issues with going underwater. Moreover, no matter what he had to try, he couldn't just sit idly by. After all, what would happen once the novice protection period ended? This world was extremely strange. As he entered the water, Xuanhe felt a comfort akin to a fish swimming into the sea. Holding his breath, he dove down, carefully swimming towards the center of the river. He surfaced occasionally to breathe, then submerged again, gradually adapting his eyesight to the underwater light. Unbeknownst to him, he was getting closer to the dark blue depths. Suddenly, when he just entered the water, he rapidly swam back, but his body froze when he caught sight of a treasure chest. Deep sea is indeed dangerous. A giant octopus about the size of a 7 to 80-year-old child undulated in the deep water, causing Xuanhe to doubt his eyes. This is marine life, right? This is a river, right? How could there be an octopus? Can it not be so abstract? Xuanhe sat upon a stone by the shore, sweat tracing paths down his cheeks, yet he made no move to wipe it away. He felt his spirit tainted by gazing upon those monsters. Now a searing headache split his skull. Something stirred in his mind, urgent, unignorable, and without hesitation he seized the treasure chest and hurried toward his small base. Descending directly from the second floor to the first, he set the chest down, then leaned over the pool and drank deeply from the level 9 abyssal spring. The shrill buzzing clamor in his skull receded at once, and the blinding pain vanished as if erased by magic. He shook his head and his eyes regained their clarity and brilliance. Though disheveled, he remained strikingly handsome. So this is the anomalous mist world mentioned at the outset. Were those things I saw specters? Xuanhe pondered, then shook his head, doubt flickering in his gaze. Dangerous, yes, but this is still the newcomer protection period. Encountering them now is far preferable to facing them later. Having weathered the initial shock, he was now utterly composed. Glancing again at the chest beside him, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Not a bad haul after all. Let's see what lies within. His hand moved instinctively toward the lid. Yet something gave him pause, and suddenly he clutched the chest and bolted outside. Back on Earth, his luck had been legendary, unfailingly catastrophically bad. Now opening chests by chance demanded more than mere fortune. He needed ritual. He needed mysticism. I'll open it in water. Back and forth twice he went. No grand design, no hesitation. Only placing the chest in the shallow waters, washing his hands, closing his eyes, and beginning the ritual. Golden legend. His voice rang out sharp and clear into the hushed stillness of the primeval forest. A level 1 chest could never yield such a rarity. Yet 5 items spilled forth, far beyond the norm. Xuanhe's face lit up with the unguarded radiant smile of youth. Just as I thought. I opened it in water, and lo, 5 items emerged at maximum yield. 3 is the standard. Though he'd left university during his freshman year for this survival realm, his adaptation had been seamless. Not due to extraordinary resilience, but because the entire world had crossed over together. This global synchrony anchored his acceptance. As for family, parents and siblings, he felt only mild disappointment. His upbringing had been stable, both parents alive, an elder brother, and a second elder sister. Still, survival came first. Xuanhe lifted from the chest a single object, large, heavy, oddly shaped, and frowned in bewilderment. Why did I get an egg? No wonder the forum's top post never specified possible loot. It seems anything can emerge from these chests. I'll examine this egg later. First the rest. He set the egg aside and retrieved the remaining 4 items. Growth Accelerating Fertilizer 3 reduces crop maturation time to 1/10. Serpent Vine Seed Level 8 Lifeform matures into a guardian of the survival base. Foldable Pack Level 9 item contains 4 slots carrying weightless cargo. Thermal Dagger Level 9 artifact capable of slaying minor specters. Elon Egg Embryonic Form of Elon, a Level 6 transcendent lifeform. Requires placement within a windquent field to hatch, and the first living being it sees upon opening its eyes shall become its master. Xuanhe stared eyes wide with disbelief. He flipped the chest over instantly. This cannot possibly be a Level 1 chest. How could it yield a Level 6 transcendent life? Indeed, the engraved numeral on the chest confirmed it Level 2. No wonder it lay near deep water. Of course, it's a Level 2 chest. He recalled the earlier horror, the unbearable psychic assault. Had he been anyone else, even if they'd escaped with the chest, they'd have crumpled under that shattering mental pollution. Securing the chest truly demanded extraordinary fortitude. Instinctively, he reached for his survival handbook, only to find the World Channel had just added another pinned notice. Congratulations to survivor Xuanhe for opening the first Level 2 treasure chest. In an instant, the World Channel flooded with replies. His forum thread, and every post he'd ever made, surged to the top of trending lists. After all, in this survival world, everyone used real names online. Clicking his profile revealed a new honorific suffix, first survivor, to open a Level 2 treasure chest. Is this really necessary? He checked his account, and sure enough, his inbox overflowed. Instantly, he disabled private messages from strangers, then refreshed his own thread. Post 3348, the legend walks among us. Post 4001, I knew someone who spotted awakening anomalies on day 2 wasn't ordinary, but never imagined this level of extraordinariness. Brother, glance my way. Please take me with you. Post 4321, Level 2 chest. Level 2 chest. Level 2 chest. My mouth is watering. What legendary treasures lie within? Brother, make a thread so we may envy you properly. Post 4467, my greatest hatreds in order, luck gods. Then luck gods. Then luck gods. Post 5012, not questioning anything. But how on day 2 did you unlock a Level 2 chest? Did you slay a monster? How? I must try too. Watching the torrent of replies, Xuanhe scrolled briefly, answered a few at random, and then turned his full attention back to, never imagined I'd be the blessed one. His joy was unrestrained, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons radiating pure, youthful exuberance. He carried the chest back ashore, scrubbed his soiled clothes clean, bathed thoroughly, and finally returned to his small base. Stepping into the ground floor, warmth enveloped him like a gentle embrace. His damp clothes he hung upon the external platform to dry beneath the sun. 2 days of relentless sun had darkened his skin, but sharpened his aura, infusing him with a feral, dangerous edge. As for the Level 6 egg, it was clearly beyond his current capacity to hatch. He didn't even know what a windquent field was, so he placed it gently beside the spring head. Next, he drew the thermal dagger and slashed idly through the air, leaving faint shimmering trails of vapor in its wake. Truly a transcendent artifact, peerless in power. At last I possess a means to counter those unknown horrors. He sheathed the dagger and set it aside. On the floor rested a pack resembling an earthly canvas satchel, a foldable pack. Each of its 4 slots held 1 item. In future, he could fell entire trees and store them whole inside the pack, then chop them into manageable segments upon the extended platform adjacent to his base. This would drastically reduce lumbering time and grant him precious hours for other tasks. Can the growth accelerating fertilizer be applied to the serpent vine? Xuanhe studied the seed's description carefully. The seed required planting in soil, not water, and demanded 3 years to mature. Moreover, it required nourishment. Serpent vine was amphibious. Its juvenile form thrived on land. Upon maturity, it could enter water and subsisted on both flora and fauna. A mental map of the surrounding terrain unfolded in his mind. He weighed locations until decisively he chose, I'll plant it along the shoreline, close to my base. Without hesitation, he strode outside and planted the seed upon the extended platform right where it met the bank. The moment it touched earth, the vine surged upward. Within seconds, it stood over a meter tall, swaying sinuously, exuding an eerie, hypnotic grace. This thing feels uncanny. He scratched his hair, brow furrowed in suspicion, then stepped back. Instantly, a whip-like tendril shot forth, plunged into the water, and re-emerged coiled tightly around a freshly caught fish, which it began devouring with quiet ferocity. Not just feeling uncanny, it is uncanny. Xuanhe pursed his lips, then consulted his handbook once more, only then exhaling in relief. Serpent vine, level 8 life form. Juvenile stage. Currently harmless. A pet contract may be forged upon reaching base level 3, granting guardianship of the survival base. Problematic, but not catastrophic. He withdrew his gaze. It seems base level 3 must be prioritized. Even the global channel has pinned a reminder urging us toward it. Surely profound changes await us at level 3. At that thought, his earlier elation dissolved, replaced by quiet urgency. Since crossing over each day had spun him like a top, just when he sensed a moment's respite, he realized rest remained impossibly distant. Special survival base, level 3. Upgrade requirements with stone water fire. The requirements remained unchanged. Clicking expand revealed precise specifications. Xuanhe scanned the details, not for the first time, yet his temples throbbed anew. Level 3 upgrade demands are deliberately arduous. Level 9 wood 30, a level 9 stone 30, a level 9 water 10, level 8 fire 1. A long road lies ahead. My current resources fall woefully short. Perhaps I'll stumble upon level 8 water yet. He murmured inwardly, and resumed chopping trees, mining stone. The sun in the sky grew increasingly scorching. In this environment, it could be considered high-temperature work on Earth, but in this other world there were certainly no subsidies. Even Xuanhe, who had been living near the fire seed for the past 2 days, and had consumed abyss water to strengthen his constitution, could not endure such a fierce sun, feeling a burning pain all over his body, especially on his back, which was surely sunburned. He finally swung his axe and struck. With a crack, the tree fell in response. He packed the tree into his backpack, and then returned, placing the entire tree on the platform. No, I need a level 9 tree to yield more level 9 materials. Now there should be enough firewood. It's time to try cutting down a giant tree. Thinking this, he shouldered the axe and walked towards the primitive forest. It's a pity that this thermal dagger is just a dagger. If it were a spear, or even a sword, it would speed up my acquisition of level 9 wood. With that casual thought, he began chopping down the giant tree. This time, he didn't even manage to cut it all the way through. He only chopped halfway before strange phenomena began to appear. The changes at this moment were more intense than those in the past. If he had to describe it, it felt as if the giant tree had. The swaying branches resembled the hands of the giant tree, and even the trunk was shaking as if it were about to uproot itself and chase after him. This illusion made Xuanhe more ruthless in his actions. In the end, to deal with this tree monster, the spear in his hand was shattered, and only the thermal dagger finally resolved it. Because of this, he ended up with many wounds on his body. Cough, cough. He gritted his teeth against the pain as he stored this. Fortunately, he had the backpack, otherwise he couldn't have carried this tree back today. The lower half of this giant tree was almost entirely level 9 materials. Along with the Xuanhe wood here, he had accumulated 30 blocks of level 9 wood. However, the price he paid for this was equal. First, his arms were covered in bloodstains, there was a wound on his face, and his body was utterly exhausted, so tired that he wished he could just collapse and sleep. Is it really this terrifying for a tree monster during the novice protection period? Does the resurrection of these tree monsters speed up with the number of trees cut down? If this continues once the novice protection period ends, won't this primitive forest turn into a terrifying land where I can't leave the base at all? Impossible. How can I survive like this? Numerous thoughts flashed through Xuanhe's mind as he dragged his painful body back to the entrance of the small base. At this moment, the sun in the sky was no longer as scorching as before. Dusk was approaching. He first returned to the first floor, took a sip of abyss spring, but found it had no effect. However, as he approached the fire seed by the fireplace, his tense body relaxed. At first he found it somewhat strange, but upon looking at the descriptions of these two items again, he finally understood. Yes, the purpose of the abyss spring is mainly purification, not healing. Purification corresponds to pollution, but right now my body has sustained physical damage. Drinking water is of no use. Although staying next to the abyss fire seed can restore my stamina, the wounds on my body won't heal themselves spontaneously. I need to see if there's anything useful in the shop. In the trading market of the shop, there should be people who have obtained healing items among the 7 to 8 billion people. While pondering, Xuanhe opened the survival manual beside him, then flipped to a page and began filtering for searches in the shop's trading market. The items here are truly dazzling. Sure enough, there are other people who have obtained very powerful talents. How did this person acquire so many resources at this stage? He paused at a survivor's product interface, which surprisingly had 7 or 8 different items ranging from ordinary resources to extraordinary items, among which was a new outfit he coveted. The outfit he was currently wearing had indeed been washed countless times and was somewhat tattered. This is too expensive. A set of clothes costs 10 pieces of firewood. Forget it, forget it. Xuanhe decisively gave up, but his eyes lit up at the sight of other items, especially the seeds. Moreover, these ordinary seeds were extremely cheap and could be traded for just some scrap wood. After a moment's hesitation, he exchanged for a few seeds. Then he continued searching for medicinal items and finally found one that fit within his budget. The item publisher was named Xuanhe, and the product was a leaf with healing properties traded for firewood. He compared several listings, but ultimately chose this leaf, directly exchanging for 10 pieces and clearing all that was. Afterward, Xuanhe saw that he could retrieve the leaves from the temporary warehouse in the shop. Yes, he could directly reach into the survival manual's temporary warehouse. What a magical power is this? It's only normal for there to be such incredible power if everyone from Earth can be moved here at the same time. Although surprised, he accepted it well. Mainly the stinging pain in his body was becoming unbearable. This is a banana leaf. Why does it look so much like a banana leaf from Earth? He held the leaf in his hand, his expression peculiar, as he had not expected it to be such a large one. Let's give it a try. He placed the entire banana leaf on the ground and lay flat on it, as his back and arms were the most in. After lying there for a while, a refreshing sensation spread through his body. This feeling was completely different from the abyss spring and fire seed. If he had to describe it, it felt just like applying burn ointment on earth. Is it really medicine? Xuanhe recalled the leaf's description. It was made by someone named Xuanhe. Lying on the ground with his eyes half closed, he was about to fall asleep in this comfortable environment, but he forced himself to stay alert. After all, there was still some time left in the daylight to allow him to mine a bit. Time waits for no one. He couldn't afford to waste it. After lying like this for more than 10 minutes, he gradually felt the stinging pain in his body fade away. Unable to resist, he lifted his arm and looked. The redness and swelling had disappeared, and glancing down at the banana leaf, only a third of it remained. This effect exceeded his expectations. His eyes lit up, and he immediately applied to be friends with Xuanhe, planning to trade directly in the future if needed. This medicine is indeed quite good. That's enough, it's time to continue mining. Xuanhe felt a strong sense of guilt after resting for just a moment. Now that his injuries had improved significantly, he immediately got up, grabbed his pickaxe, and headed out to mine. There was still a long way to go before he had all the materials needed for a level 3 base, and he could not afford to slack off. Meanwhile, he crafted another spear and axe at the workstation on the second floor, as well as some grilled fish. Having eaten grilled fish for 2 consecutive days, he was beginning to feel a bit tired of the taste, but there was nothing else to eat. The food in the trading shop was all extremely expensive. It wasn't worth spending resources here. The platform outside was piled high with trees and several wooden barrels made from the workstation, all filled with water. After some time, he would scoop some water, but unfortunately he had not encountered any level 8 water again. Instead, he managed to scoop out some level 9 water. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of mining echoed. At this moment, Xuanhe had taken off his clothes and was engaged in a nearly primitive form of labor. Under the intense mining, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and his black hair was drenched, but his deep black eyes were filled with focus. Bang! This large rock was finally shattered by him, and 2 bright pieces of luminous rock rolled out. A smile appeared on Xuanhe's face as he continued to mine away. The second day passed quickly. When he saw the sun setting in the west, he had already packed his things and returned to the entrance of. Then he took a bath in the water, washed his clothes, caught a few fish, and finally brought several buckets of water back into the base. I've truly been living like a wild man. He shook his hair, and the stream water cascaded down his body. Entering the small base, he saw that the second floor was already crammed full. Going down, the first floor was also filled with various upgrade materials and firewood. In the short term, there was no shortage of firewood. After tomorrow, the novice welfare firewood will be gone. I wonder how many people will survive then. I still need level 9 ores. Tomorrow, let's see if I can find level 8 water. After all, the most precious items for upgrades are those needed to create a more unique base. Night had completely fallen, and the door to the second floor had long been locked. After resting, Xuanhe came up from downstairs, planning to use the workstation to craft some items. However, the moment he walked up, his footsteps paused and goosebumps rose all over his body. The first floor of the small base has no windows, but the second floor has a window deliberately opened. Such a place certainly lacks electricity, so at night, aside from the fire in the fireplace, there is no other light. When Xuanhe ascended to the second floor, he saw an unknown creature pressing against the window, its inhuman eyes completely glued to the glass. It was not humanoid, but more like a phantom, exuding an eerie and vengeful aura that sent chills down the spine of anyone who beheld it. He stood still, taking a deep breath, sincerely feeling that the second floor should have a source of fire, even if it was just a... Though it was indeed startling at first glance, he had witnessed all sorts of turmoil over the past 2 days. After the initial moments of tension passed, his mood gradually settled. He then calmly gathered some stones, placing a large stone underneath to create a simple stone basin on the second floor. Next, he went down to the first floor to gather firewood. Success! It seemed that once the firewood was ignited, it could later serve as a torch. He held the piece of firewood as he ascended to the second floor. As he stepped onto the second floor, the creature that had been pressing against the window let out a shrill scream and vanished as if snow had met fire. Seeing this, Xuanhe placed the firewood in the stone basin, and the slowly burning flame illuminated the room. Indeed, the source of fire restrains the darkness, he remarked with a cold smile as he gazed at the pitch-black night outside. He then began to use the workbench to craft all the tools needed for the next day, making sure not to waste the daylight. 2 hours later, the night was no longer as calm as before. The sounds tonight were even noisier than those of the previous night, especially the sounds coming from beneath the water. Sitting on the first floor, he could even hear the dripping sounds of unknown creatures crawling out of the water. The whispers and terrifying sounds from the primal forest nearby overlapped, making it hard to think deeply. At this moment, Xuanhe felt as if he were in the midst of a horror film, a belief that was not unfounded. Strictly speaking, the atmosphere tonight was rarely matched by even horror movies. Fortunately, within this small base, there was a blazing source of fire, preventing the monsters lurking in the darkness from breaking through, not even daring to come too close. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the platform outside shook slightly, and the moonlight fell upon the water's surface, allowing him to clearly see the scene outside through the window. However, what he saw was even worse than not seeing at all. It was an octopus, its body glimmering with a ghostly blue hue, its eyes fixated intently in his direction. How did it come here? Could this octopus be telepathic? Xuanhe gazed at the octopus beneath the moonlight, his expression filled with uncertainty. This octopus looked so familiar aside from the one he had seen before. There couldn't be another. Moreover, many other creatures hidden in the water began to emerge, their eerie laughter echoing from the right side, the direction of the primal forest. There were also sounds of dragging, fighting screams, and the terrified cries of people. Upon hearing human voices, he doubted his ears for a moment, then listened carefully for a while. No way. No way, who could be around here? I heard that the call of the giant salamander is similar to a human voice. Oh, perhaps this world has giant salamanders too. Even as he thought this, Xuanhe began to ponder whether this world had locals. In such an environment, it seemed unlikely that intelligent life did not exist. He lingered for a while longer until he had crafted all the tools he needed before descending from the second floor. Upon returning to this safe bedroom, he felt much more relaxed than before, especially with his mind now completely at ease. Beside the fireplace, a few cooked fish lay ready. Thus he leaned against the tree stump by the fireplace, opened a page in the manual, and began browsing the chat channels and forums. Night had come, it was time to relax. Whether it was the World Channel or others, the night was 100 times livelier than the day, and it was at this time that everyone could finally unwind a little. Regional Channel, how's it going today, brothers? Hee, I finally succeeded in upgrading my little cabin, and I discovered that the more firewood I add to the source of fire, the more powerful it becomes. I've already upgraded it to the level required for a level 3 survival base. Upstairs, primitive people. Primitive people too, I don't want to try anymore. Is there anyone who can help me? I just managed to contact a friend, but she died today. Alas, it's a pity, I don't have extra supplies, otherwise I would have given her some. Giving supplies to others at this time. Do you really think you're a big shot? Take care of yourself first, or you'll end up dead too. It seems that someone in our channel opened a level 2 treasure chest. I just saw his name flash by. Do you guys know him? A level 2 treasure chest. Out of the 7 to 8 billion people on Earth, maybe only a few hundred have opened one, right? I wonder what his talent is. How is he so powerful? Don't mention it. My talent is hurting. I see that I can barely herd myself right now. What bad luck. What use is such a talent when it comes to survival? The stones on the market are so expensive right now. I won't be able to gather the stones needed to upgrade tomorrow. Is there anyone wealthy enough to privately message me? I opened a particularly awesome treasure chest, and I can trade supplies with you. What are you talking about? Go post in the forum or trading market. Don't tell me you want to hide your so-called treasure. Wake up, 7 to 8 billion people don't need you to show off. It's just something ordinary. Seeing this, Xuanhe flipped past and went straight to the forum. As soon as he clicked in, he found a highly discussed post featuring a picture of the monster outside the window. I saw the otherworldly ghost you all mentioned. Help. He carefully opened the picture and saw that the creature outside the window was humanoid, its features seemingly frozen, with hollow eyes and an extremely pale, deformed appearance. Moreover, it was not just one creature. A swarm of otherworldly ghosts clung to the window and even to the door, making the entire door appear to be on the verge of collapse. The original poster described that he had already heard the sound of the house shaking, as if the little cabin would be torn apart any second, which terrified him. He hoped everyone would help him. Original poster, help. What should I do now? 3rd floor, don't tell me your current survival base is still only level 1. 5th floor, it really is only level 1, but I can't help it, I've already swapped out food and clothes. What should I do now? 10th floor, I didn't expect to encounter such a talent even in another world. You are simply a genius. People are telling you to prioritize the source of fire and upgrading the survival base, yet you don't listen at all, and even swapped out clothes. What a nerve. 21st floor, I think you deserve to die. Don't worry, everyone has a 3-day newbie protection period. At least until the 4th day you don't have to worry about perishing, but on the 4th day you will definitely perish. 78th floor, haven't you added any firewood to the brazier? Original poster, I understand now. Oh, thank you everyone. They'll go tomorrow. From here on, the entire building tilted toward the otherworldly ghosts. Everyone discussed what the otherworldly ghosts were, how to deal with them, and began to worry about tomorrow and even the 4th day. 999th floor, it seems that the big shot who opened the treasure chest was right. The strange monsters in this world are gradually awakening. I estimate that each day will be worse than the last. Right now we are just transitioning. True survival begins after the newbie period. 1001st floor, hearing what you said makes me scared. Is there a teleportation portal? I want to see. So what should we do now? 1002nd floor, clicks link. That's the one. Lu Dalao, the first big shot to open a level 2 box. He posted a while ago saying that this world will become increasingly dangerous, advising us to chop trees and gather firewood and to upgrade with special materials if possible. Xuanhe noticed this and raised an eyebrow, realizing that this link was to a post he had made. He briefly checked his back. As expected, it was blowing up. Moreover, many people were following it. He casually checked a few private messages, filtering them all out, finding nothing useful. They were all complaints or people looking to ride on someone else's coattails. However, there was plenty of useful information in the discussions following his post. 7798th floor, you're right. The more firewood we accumulate, now the better. After the newbie period, when we try to gather wood during the day, we will surely be attacked by monsters. I've already been injured during the day. 7799th floor has the original poster not shown up yet. I want to ask what he has experienced so far. Is he interested in forming a survival team with me? I sent a private message but haven't received a reply. 8001st floor, so far 3 types of monsters have appeared: otherworldly ghosts, tree spirits, and sea monsters. I'm very worried there are more than just these 3. 8,000 second floor to be precise. They are otherworldly ghosts, duskroot trents, green trents, white trents, giant crocodiles, demon rays, plague mothers, worms, and so forth. Floor 8001, currently 3 types of monsters have appeared: the otherworldly ghosts, tree spirits, and sea monsters. I am very concerned that there may be more than just these 3 in the future. To be precise, they are the otherworldly ghosts, twilight root, tree spirits, green tree spirits, white curd tree spirits, giant crocodiles, demon rays, epidemic mothers, worms, and so on. In the forum, these replies under the post made Xuanhe perk up, and he couldn't help but ask. The original poster replied to floor 8002, Ren Xinghong, how do you know this so accurately? Ren Xinghong, on floor 8005, I have information about the night mist monsters in the treasure chest I opened. If you're willing, we can set up a channel to help each other out. Tomorrow I can upgrade to a level 3 base, and I know that a huge change will occur at that level. This sounded very credible. Xuanhe did not hesitate, and directly followed this person replying with a simple let's go. Not only did he notice this reply, but others browsing the forum also took notice. The post that was about to sync was pushed back up, and more people began to question and inquire, but unfortunately there were no replies, as Ren Xinghong did not intend to respond to others. Ren Xinghong created a private channel which included not just the 2 of them, but 3 others as well. Xuanhe checked the records and found that all of them had been brought in by Ren Xinghong. To make everyone believe me, I will first share information about the otherworldly ghosts. The otherworldly ghosts are a type of level 9 extraordinary life form in this world, extremely common. Some weaker otherworldly ghosts have no rank. They usually walk upright like humans while some crawl. They often have pale features and deformed bodies possessing immense strength. Their rank is determined by the color of their eyes. The bluer the eyes, the higher the rank. Even the weakest otherworldly ghost is stronger than an average human on Earth, typically living in mountainous areas where they are found in most places within our base. Rough all over, immensely strong, appearing in groups, they thrive in darkness. Level 9 otherworldly ghosts also possess a poison known as white toxin. Once their skin is broken and blood is drawn, the poison will gradually sap one's body heat, leading to death. Do not let the otherworldly ghosts get too close to you, otherwise death is inevitable. In this private channel, Ren Xinghong wrote extensively. One person, named Zhang Miao, succinctly replied, evidence. Ren Xinghong, view image, view image, view image. Others immediately clicked on the images to check the Ren Xinghong, then quickly sent another message. Everyone is not ordinary, so I will be straightforward. Big shots, originally exuding an air of sophistication, he had now turned into a comic figure. Not only did he put a question mark, but the other 3 also did the same. Zhang Jingjing, what do you mean? Aren't we discussing dark monsters? Aren't you also a big shot? Ren Xinghong, I need supplies and support. Big shots, I am really about to die. Having seen the images, Xuanhe confirmed that what he said was true. What was lacking now was information. At the very beginning, releasing this precious information indeed showed good faith. Zhang Miao, what do you need? Just say, Song Shiyu personal trade request, no need to click. Xuanhe thought for a moment, and also sent one a personal trade request for something not particularly valuable, just some roasted fish he was tired of. Ren Xinghong, big shots are so straightforward. I will also be direct. My treasure chest is right at my doorstep, which is why but my location is terrible. Oh, I am trapped. Once the beginner period is over, I will undoubtedly die. Now I am asking all big shots for help, and I am willing to share all the information I know with you. Zhang Jingjing, you have good taste in people. Since that's the case, personal trade request, no need to click. Zhang Yao, personal trade request, no need to click. Xuanhe watched as the conversation took an unexpected turn, unable to suppress a strange smile. He stood up, changed his posture, and leaned against the storage room behind the stairs. This person is truly interesting. In a similar special base, a man in his 30s, Zhang Yao, couldn't help but laugh. He sent over a weapon. In the level 2 special base, Zhang Jingjing directly traded 10 firewood sticks. So you are deliberately filtering for someone who can solve your predicament on the forum. You picked me. You have good insight. Song Shiyu was even more direct, sending a potion he had made himself. Ren Xinghong was extremely excited to see these trade notifications. Ren Xinghong, no wonder the big shots I have been browsing the forum for so long are so straightforward. Ren Xinghong, the level 3 base is no longer the kind of base we know. The highest base level is 3. This is the newbie benefit provided by the mist, which will later transform into the bottom tier asset of this world, the land deed. Only by obtaining the land deed can we truly stand firm in this world and survive. Xuanhe land deed. Is it like the land deed on Earth? Ren Xinghong, the names are similar, but not entirely the same. The land deeds in this world are far more precious and possess greater power. Once you sign your name on a land deed, you will gain disposal rights over the entire region. Within the scope of the land deed, you will also be granted at least 1 level of enhanced strength. The higher the level of the land deed, the more your strength will be enhanced. Owning a land deed makes you the master of that region. Zhang Miao, this is not something that can be opened from a level 1 treasure chest. Ren Xinghong, crying, the big shots are indeed big shots. I was chased and surrounded because of this level 2 treasure chest. I had no idea it was a level 2 treasure chest. If I had known the consequences would be so severe, I definitely wouldn't have touched it. Ren Xinghong, Xuanhe, big shot, you also opened a level 2 treasure chest. How come nothing happened? Can you teach me? Xuanhe, talent. A man in a small room couldn't help but feel even more distressed at those 2 words. Zhang Jingjing, is there anything? For example, how exactly is the land deed used? Ren Xinghong nothing else, but I can share a copy of the monster information with you, just asking all big shots to save me. Zhang Miao help you upgrade to a level 3 base to turn it into a land deed, and then survive. Ren Xinghong big shot, you are truly amazing. You guessed my thoughts in one go. Right now I have no way to go out. Even during the day I can only go out for a short time at noon, and cannot go too far. I certainly can't gather the materials for my level 3 base by myself. I hope that before the 6th day, all big shots can help me obtain the land deed considering the information I shared. Sure enough, this is the request. Lu Xuanhe anticipated this when he saw the term, land deed. Song Shiyu, you have already shared all your information, aren't you afraid we will just leave the group and not care? Ren Xinghong big brothers and sisters are all big shots who have shared precious information on the forum, and they look like good people. Surely they wouldn't do that. Zhang Miao, how many resources do you lack? Is it an ordinary base or a special base? There are ways to handle an ordinary base, but for a special base you might as well wait for death. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but laugh at this statement, and then touched the doll she made next to her, starting to type in the group chat. Zhang Jingjing, you never know, I can also provide the materials needed for a special base, but the value of the information you shared is not enough. Song Shiyu, Zhang Jingjing, do you have any level 8 extraordinary materials? Zhang Jingjing, yes, but that won't be exchanged. I only provide level 9 extraordinary materials. Lu Xuanhe raised an eyebrow upon seeing these messages. Sure enough, among the 7 to 8 billion people on Earth, there are plenty of capable individuals. This person sounds like they can spare many level 9 materials. Is it related to their talent, or is their starting point very special? Ren Xinghong special base, Zhang Jingjing big sister, I need help. All big brothers, I need help. Share image, share image, share image, share image. Ren Xinghong, here is some information I have, you can take a look. If it's not valuable enough, I can continue to share more. The furnace of the Yuanshe fire seed on the first floor exuded a warm aroma, while the 6th level egg was placed beside the Yuan Quan. Lu Xuanhe poured the Yuan Quan produced today into a nearby wooden bucket, took a shallow sip, and thought about the chat messages in his private channel, which reminded him of the snake, vine, he had planted outside. No wonder a level 3 base can sign a pet contract. I should get up early tomorrow to gather extraordinary materials. However, Ren Xinghong really knows how to recruit people. Those he pulled in seem quite extraordinary. Indeed, he is the kind of unique lucky player who has a level 2 treasure chest blocking the door. Lu Xuanhe couldn't help but click his tongue. The chat in the private channel had reached a temporary conclusion. The few people who were pulled in did appear to be carefully selected. Ren Xinghong must have observed them for a long time before reaching out, otherwise it would have been easy for them to just leech off the information and run away. Now each of them was a player from the order side. He glanced at the pile of level 9 materials on the ground, thought for a moment, and sent a private message to Zhang Jingjing. How can I exchange level 9 materials? Since we are all in the same group, they'll give you a little discount. I might not be willing to trade with others. I only exchange for the same level of level 9 materials. Any level 9 materials will do. Let's trade. I'll exchange some of your Binghe wood with Qingyin wood. A trade was quickly completed. At that time, the 2 other people in the channel, Song Shiyu had the talent of an alchemist, while Zhang Miao had high combat power. These 2 people were not ordinary, but currently there was nothing they needed to trade, so they just added each other as friends, and said, however, the names of those monsters that Ren Xinghong mentioned in his last message caused a stir in the forum, but that had nothing to do with it. Tomorrow Zhang Jingjing would provide him with half of the level 9 materials he needed, the rest would be handled by others. He hoped he could survive. A night quickly passed. Today Lu Xuanhe woke up very early, even before dawn. He wanted to see what the world looked like just before dawn to prepare for what was to come. Fortunately, I opened a window on the 2nd floor, so I can observe now. The fire seed on the 2nd floor was about to burn out. He looked outside the window where there was a mist. After wiping his hand across it, he discovered a distorted handprint was left outside. Seeing this handprint, he furrowed his brow. It was like this last night. I wonder what will happen tonight. After midnight, it will be the 4th day. By then the novice firewood will also burn out. I wonder how many people will die. Sighing, he felt anxious, especially since he still lacked some stones for his level 9 materials. Fortunately, stones could be mined from the water, and he should be able to gather them quickly today. If I have extra later, I can also trade some level 9 stones with Zhang Jingjing. With this thought, he began to watch the sunrise. The darkness gradually dispersed, and the dawn broke. However, it was precisely this dawn that revealed what was hidden in the darkness. What is that? If it were just a monster from deep water, or one of those Ren Xinghong had mentioned, he would have been mentally prepared. However, at this moment, as the sun reappeared within that glimmer of white light, a figure with disheveled hair emerged. This figure, clad in drenched white clothing, stood in the water. In the blink of an eye, the white-clothed figure with black hair abruptly crossed over several meters, approaching the platform that extended from the small base. Although it hadn't reached him yet, this scene filled Lu Xuanhe with immense dread. Especially when the figure raised its head and looked in his direction, Lu Xuanhe saw a completely blank face. A sharp pain and fear surged simultaneously, causing him to scream. The eerie monster wanted to come closer, but constrained by some rules, it could never approach this small base, even the extended platform, and finally disappeared under the sunlight like a bubble. What is that thing? Bracing himself as the sun rose and the eerie monster vanished, Lu Xuanhe stumbled down to the 1st floor, then gulped down all the yuan quan he had painstakingly accumulated, finally leaning against the furnace to catch his breath, feeling as if he had come back to life. The eerie misty world. Is this the strangeness of the world I see? Lu Xuanhe felt a chill run down his spine, even beginning to worry that such unknown things still existed outside. But after recovering his spirits, he took a pickaxe and headed out. He needed to quickly upgrade to a level 3 base and obtain, the sooner the better. As the novice period was about to end, the true face of this world would be fully revealed. He posted the information he obtained in the private channel and also made a post in the forum to issue a warning. After all, he had also received help in the forum. At this moment, the primitive forest outside still looked the same, but upon closer inspection, one would find that some trees and branches had started to writhe. Noticing this, his already bad mood worsened. Let's mine. He took off his clothes and put them aside. After all, he only had this set of clothes, and washing them would ruin them. Walking in the water, he used the pickaxe to smash and see if he could find level 9 ores. The drop rate underwater was much higher than above water. Xuanhe was completely immersed in mining, forgetting about time. The sun rose higher and higher. If he calculated the time, it was probably nearing 10 o'clock. At this moment, that familiar but mechanical voice once again rang in the ears of all survivors. Congratulations to survivor Xuanhe for successfully upgrading to a level 3 survival base, obtaining the land deed, and receiving a level 3 treasure chest. The last novice protection period is about to end. The mist blessing is about to dissipate. Survivors from Earth, please hurry up. The first 1,000 survivors to upgrade to a level 3 survival base will receive a gift from the mist. The 2 consecutive announcements caused an uproar among everyone. What the hell? I just upgraded to level 2, and someone has already reached level 3. What is a land deed? Is this still human? How can there be such a huge gap between people in another world? I can't accept it. A level 3 treasure chest. Is this the reward for first place? I'm so envious and jealous. Oh no, the novice protection period is about to pass. No, the monsters at night are too terrifying. Oh, I feel like I'm going to die. This is too amazing. Does anyone know who this Xuanhe is? I want to add the big shot as a friend. At this moment, both the world channel and regional channel, as well as the forum, exploded. Xuanhe took a deep breath as he looked at these messages and then began to transport the collected stones. Although he was indeed anxious, there was no time to rush. Half an hour passed, and several more people upgraded to level 3 bases. Among them were several foreign names. Finally gathered the materials needed for the upgrade. Thank you, Earth and the deep sea. A smile appeared on Xuanhe's face. He had unexpectedly struck gold and found level 8 extraordinary material, the radiant stone. He quickly packed the important extraordinary materials into his backpack, then carrying the stones headed back to the base. He didn't rush to upgrade the base right away. Instead, he took a deep breath and dived with the wooden bucket. He planned to scoop some water from the deep water area. Perhaps it would have miraculous effects. From afar, he saw that octopus and other active deep-sea creatures, but his mood was much calmer than before. Suddenly diving into the water, he filled the wooden bucket, packed it into his backpack, and then took out the wooden bucket from the backpack. After repeating this 3 times until the 4 slots in his backpack were full, he swam back to his base. Carrying the folded backpack he had brought out, Xuanhe finally climbed up onto the platform and gasped for breath. Whether I can obtain level 8 extraordinary water depends on this time. I don't have time to try again. I do have a lot of level 9 water, so I traded some to Xuanhe. Before opening the blind box, Xuanhe closed his eyes, made a wish to the deep sea and earth, washed his hands with water, and then took out the wooden bucket from the backpack. Starting to upgrade the base. Mingyuan Xuanhe, a levels even material capable of resisting aberrant darkness of level 7 and below, endowed with self-restorative properties that can purify and mend both mind and body, slowly influence lower life forms, and serve in the construction of transcendent structures. Ordinary beings who consume it might step into the extraordinary, and water-attributed life forms may rise in rank. Huijin stone, a level 8 material, can resist some aberrant darkness and be used to build transcendent constructions. Qingyin wood, a level 9 material, offers slight resistance to aberrant darkness, serves as fuel, and can aid in constructing transcendent buildings. Huiyin, a level 9 material, provides slight resistance to aberrant darkness and can be used for transcendent architecture. Huishui, a level 9 material, similar slight resistance and construction use. 9 to Yuanqing fire seed, consumes 2 ordinary logs per day, can ward off weak aberrations and protect you from disturbance in. Xuanhe could hardly believe his eyes when he read the information, then his disbelief gave way to unbridled joy. He had actually produced a levels even transcendent material. The revelation was almost too marvelous to accept. There was no time to read the other messages in the manual now. The most urgent matter was upgrading the base and securing the land. Only a few dozen people had upgraded to a level 3 base. So far, he hoped to be within the top 100, for it was said that higher ranks in the listings yielded richer resources from the chests. He rushed downstairs, fetched the Qingyin wood, and began stacking it into the hearth. He fed 50 logs in succession, but he drew a sharp breath. The result exceeded his expectations. Undeterred, he added another 50 pieces. At last, after a full 100 logs, the fire ascended to level 8. Seeing the upgrade finally take place, he wiped an imaginary sweat from his brow. It was fortunate he had prepared so much wood, or the remaining fuel would have lasted only a few days. Begin upgrade. This time the process completed far more swiftly than he had imagined. In an instant the enhancement was done. Once the upgrade finished, he reissued the claim on the territory. For this upgrade, he naturally used his best transcendent materials on hand, levels even water, level 8 stone, and level 8 fire. It might very well be his last chance to harvest such gains. Sure enough, by using a single material of 1 rank higher, the upgrade could be achieved alone, the handbook supplied the remaining. A voice announced his success. Congratulations to survivor Xuanhe for upgrading to a level 3 special survival base, for receiving a level 1 land deed and a special level 3 chest. As the sound resounded, his vision blurred with delight, and a weight that had pressed upon him seemed to lift. The land deed manifested within his consciousness, and when he signed his name, it materialized in his hand. What followed was a complete transformation of the survival base. This survival base was less a mere refuge than a true territory. The domain expanded several-fold and now included a 300 square meter courtyard. Xuanhe found himself utterly absorbed by the deed within his mind. Perhaps owing to the peculiar path of his upgrades, his deed bore amphibious characteristics. In other words, the territory could be placed entirely underwater, entirely on land, or half submerged and half on shore. He considered his aptitude and felt it proper to situate the construction underwater, though of course he was not a fish and could not breathe beneath the waves without aid. A moment later, the estate split into 2 portions and was set down with a thunderous transformative rumble. The entire area underwent earth-shaking change. Level 1 land, deed owner Xuanhe. Deed name Xuanhe. Deed buildings main house warehouse Minuan pool. Deed occupants none maximum 2. Deed functions shelter covenant. Xuanhe stood in the small courtyard. It was otherwise empty save for a juvenile snake vine, and the perimeter was ringed by pale stone bricks formed from a mix of huisher and Qingyin wood. He reached out and grasped a tendril of the snake vine, then pressed his hand imprint upon the deed. The contract was complete. In as simple a manner as that he had claimed a pet, his consciousness now sensed the snake vine within the deed, and he could communicate with it. But that could wait for another time. Tonight, he wanted to see what the world looked like after dark. For now, he would move the vine to. With a slight motion of will within the deed, he shifted the juvenile snake vine to the edge of the courtyard, positioning it to guard both him and his territory. Though still juvenile, it nonetheless carried a measure of intimidation. The buildings on the land that leaned against the mountain, once a single structure, had been divided into 2 parts and now formed an overall shape, like the character for factory. The construction occupied 300 square meters and gleamed a pale silvery green. The material looked half stone, half would, yet surpassed tempered steel in resilience, and it bore a special power to repel aberrations and darkness. 200 square meters sat fully on land against the mountain, while 100 square meters rested on the water. Beneath the surface lay another 100 square meters, and it was the submerged portion that mattered most. The landward section served as warehouse and workshop. The 1,200 square meter storage contained a separate workbench room. The remaining space held tools and gathered supplies, though it did not even occupy a fifth of the available area. The rest consisted of his living quarters, and the warehouse and residence were not connected. Xuanhe walked through the storage and pushed open the door to his main base. Inside, it had been completely renewed. The walls shimmered with a faint golden hue as if flames burned from below. The floor felt exceedingly hard and cool. In the 100 square meter room, besides the stairs and windows, there was now a small pool ringed by Ming springs and pale stone that had once been below. But the true transformation lay below the stairs. The entire chamber, including the staircase, had been laid in teal gold bricks, with not a seam to be seen. Behind the hearth, the wall took on a Huijin gold sheen, and within it the fire seethed. The fire itself had altered a pale golden color, profound and darkened at its core. An A-tier common fire seed, a variant of ordinary fire seeds with a trace of special power. Its composition included yuan water, Qingyin wood, Mingyuan shui, and Huijin stone. Though not a true special fire seed, it possessed purifying and restorative effects upon the spirit and could shelter the current territory. The protection strengthened nearer the fire and diminished significantly beyond 400 square meters. Its protection against aberrant life above level 7 was halved, and it was entirely ineffective against level 6 dark entities. Although this room lay underwater, it bore no chill, and instead felt warmly comforting. The spring lay 1 level above, yet this room featured a sunken area. Upon closer inspection, he found a dark blue pool. Mingyuan pool of rank 7. When used, it can resist aberrant darkness of rank 7 and below, restores itself daily, purifies and repairs mind and body, exerts a slow influence on nearby lower life forms, may enable ordinary beings who bathe in it to cross into the extraordinary, can elevate water-attributed life forms in rank. It recovers each day, but loses regenerative ability if consumed excessively at once. Beside the hearth, a map had appeared on the wall, the terrain map of this deeded estate. This was not a mere picture. If anything in the territory changed, the alteration would be reflected on the map in real time. Aside from these things, the place remained largely empty. The only remnants were the wooden stakes, barrels, firewood he had left here before, and an egg. Nothing else extra had appeared. The living conditions were still meager, he thought, and resolved that once the survival crisis eased, he must raise his standard of living. Despite that, he could not help but lie down, evidently comforted by the newfound sense of safety. The ground below felt firmer than before, but Xuanhe did not mind. He felt the nervous tension of many days finally ease from his spirit. In truth, the other areas used the same construction materials as this place. The presence of the fire seed alone had transformed everything. The fire seed's protective power waned beyond 400 square meters, so he would need to light additional fire seeds outside. After the deed took effect, the workbench had automatically upgraded into a workshop capable of manufacturing fire seeds. Never mind resting, he resolved to rise and grind at once. He had not lain down for long before Xuanhe sprang up, bones creaking, determined to work. He placed the land deed beside the fire seed, and carrying the survival manual, emerged from the underground. The snake vine nestled against the pale stone wall, which reached only to his calves. Having finally grasped how the workshop produced fire seeds, he took a shovel and dug a square pit near the outer edge of the courtyard, then fashioned a stone basin from Xuanhe in the workshop. Once he ensured the territory could be fully sheltered, he placed the ordinary 9-year fire seed he had just made with 9-year wood into the pit, and only then did his body and mind finally relax. Xuanhe sat by the midday bonfire and opened the manual to check messages. As expected, the back end had already erupted with notifications. In the small courtyard paved with bluestone bricks, Xuanhe sat beside the stone hearth and opened his handbook. His private channel immediately flooded with hundreds of messages. When he ascended to a level 3 base and obtained a land deed, the first to message him was Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing, Xuanhe, I never expected you would be the first among us to level up. Any news you can share? To avoid pitfalls, I can trade supplies for information. Rin Xingxing, big bro. You truly are, and indeed it was a special base. Sadly, once a land deed appears, its grading becomes exceedingly difficult, though Brother Lu seems to be close to a level 2 land deed. Zhang Yao, how did you know? Rin Xingxing, I saw Brother Lu's chest was a special level 3 chest, and guessed from some forum posts. Song Shiyu, it seems I must hurry my pace as well. Afterwards, Zhang Jingjing and Rin Xingxing chatted idly, while the other two vanished. After replying to some messages, he turned his attention elsewhere. In private chat, Lin Qingya, who had previously sold him healing leaves, had just sent a note. Lin Qingya, I never expected a golden name lord to appear on my list. If you need anything, come to me. My talent is growing trees. These days I have nurtured a medicinal tree and can provide healing leaves. I will cultivate more trees in time. Xuanhe could not quite contain a laugh when he saw that private message. Such talents. Truly the world holds endless marvels. After replying, he skimmed a few other private messages, added several apparently ordinary players, then opened the forum. The forum had erupted. As time passed, several people each minute were reaching level 3 base and obtaining land deeds. Hundreds had already leveled up. The countdown to the end of newbie protection grew shorter, and anxiety, mounted though fretting now did little good. Some had posted images of their land deeds and territories, igniting countless discussions beneath. Envy and admiration mingled with jealousy. After browsing a while, he opened the trade market. Now was the time when prices for wood and stone soared. He hoped to pick up something new. Tisk, if I don't change these clothes soon, even daily washing won't help. I must buy an outfit, or in a few days I'll be wearing bark. With the pressure of survival somewhat eased, he began to consider his situation more practically. A market search confirmed his suspicion. Many daily goods had fallen in unit price, while certain items, especially 9th tier timber, were skyrocketing. Xuanhe had no desire to speculate on wood unless it could be exchanged for other extraordinary items. Rarities would not see their prices drop, so it would be useless. People were not fools. Even if there were, they would not necessarily cross his path. He filtered listings, focusing on goods traded for green, woodwood fragments, rock, and stone fragments. He first bought a set of clothes probably made by a player. They looked crude. Once in hand, they proved rough, but serviceable, so he quickly bought several sets. He also purchased a wooden bed and a survivor-made quilt and blanket. Crude, but better than nothing. Having bought everything within his budget, he purchased seeds to cultivate fields soon. He had eaten fish for 3 days and could not endure it any longer. In the workshop, there was a level 1 simple farmland blueprint he had glanced at earlier. With his current resources, he could open few. And my special level 3 chest. Today, the mist blessing is still active. He'll open the chest in the water. He reached for the level 3 chest in the temporary warehouse. Halfway through pulling it out, his body suddenly stiffened. His gaze, previously fixed on the primordial forest, snapped toward the river. Damn, he muttered after holding his breath. In the dark blue depths, the river swelled and roared. A great octopus, atarmed, was lifted within the blue current, accompanied by other deep-water creatures. Though the distance was great, Xuanhe could clearly sense the octopus gaze fixed upon him, or more precisely upon his hand. He swallowed and slowly shoved the half-extracted level 3 special chest back into storage. What's wrong with that octopus? After newbie protection ends tomorrow, it won't simply rush over, will it? A fierce headache struck him. As he prepared to abandon opening the chest, a sudden thought came. No, leaving it closed now might be more dangerous later. It was still the newbie protection period, and the mist blessing boosted drop rates in water. Who knew what might happen later? He photographed the scene with his handbook and posted it in his private channel and on the forum. Xuanhe, does anyone know what this? Rin Xingxing, holy brother, is there an octopus in your picture? Am I seeing things? Rin Xingxing, the only one left here. The other big brothers and sisters went to level up their bases. Xuanhe glanced through the forum. As expected, the image drew immediate attention. Even among the fast-refreshing threads, many replies began to appear. Second post. Brother, did you start at the seaside? 7th post. Though the river is wide, it's still a river. How can there be an octopus in river water? 10th post. How can such a terrifying creature appear already? A moment of silence for the OP. 21st post. The OP has a golden name and seems powerful, but looks doomed. 33rd post. Just from the picture, I can feel the danger rushing out. I've faced 9th tier monsters before. This is surely more than that. 101. The octopus must have come from the ocean. But octopuses are marine life. Has the octopus in this other world mutated? 211. Just lie down and accept it. That octopus is definitely Lord class. Your place looks like a forest. I can even see woods across the river. An octopus in the forest is not normal. Terrifying. Luckily, it's not near me. Pity someone will die. 322. R.I.P. 411. RIP 532. Condolences. R.I.P. Lu Xuanhe's expression darkened as he read the replies. Yet oddly he felt relief. If it was something he could not handle, then so be it. Since death loomed regardless, he might as well. His resolve steadied. He grabbed the special level 3 chest from the temporary warehouse. The river thundered. The octopus rode the waves staring in his direction. He carried the chest, stepped into the water, and under the surface currents churned, but Lu Xuanhe washed his hands as if nothing had happened. The sun burned with the same ferocity, making him squint. He had long since snapped out of his earlier elation. Only a resolve to risk everything remained. He needed no one to tell him, anyone with eyes, and some wit would know that the octopus was beyond his ability to confront. It was like a boss standing at the gate of a newbie village. This was not a matter of choosing to fight. If the only options were to die today, or to die tomorrow, there was nothing left to deliberate. Still a trace of melancholy lingered. He knew almost nothing about the true nature of this world. Holding that thought, he washed his hands and opened the chest in the water. The instant it opened, a silver radiance flashed so bright he had to narrow his eyes. What is that? When the light subsided, Lu Xuanhe peered into the chest, and his eyes widened. I actually pulled something like this. Broken land deed. A land deed damaged up to 87 can be fused with other deeds to create a special building called Moonwell and expand the deed's area. Silver armored horse, an exceptionally unique and growth-capable life form that is friendly to humans, adorned in a full suit of silver armor, possessing 6 legs, able to travel thousands of miles daily, traverse water and mountains, but requires extremely refined food for nourishment, preferably in a stable. Source water pearl, a uniquely special growth-capable life form that can only be controlled by beings related to the deep sea, can avoid water, generate water, and create water. Every 7 days it produces a drop of source liquid which can enhance the physical constitution and extraordinary attributes of any being that consumes it. Jingsuo spear, a level 8 weapon with immense piercing power, usable only by extraordinary life forms. Aldebaran chicken, said to possess a trace of bloodline from a certain being. Its call can suppress the bizarre, but requires special food for nourishment. Lays 1 egg every 10 days, and among 100 eggs 1 Aldebaran chicken can be hatched. Lu Xuanhe gazed at these 5 items before him, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. This truly deserves to be called a level 3 special treasure chest. The items it yields are simply extravagant. He lamented, unfortunately, it seems that none of these are usable by me at this moment. He then felt a sense of confusion, unable to resist looking up at the octopus. The treasure chest had already been opened and the octopus remained in its original position, while the other deep-sea monsters had submerged into the water, not attacking him as he had imagined. What is going on? Is it because I am still within the novice protection period? What changes might occur afterwards? Just as he hesitated in a daze, it seemed he saw the octopus nodding at him before sinking into the water. The scene before him was truly surprising, yet he wouldn't run over in a frenzy to ask why these monsters were not attacking him. As for the reason, he could only wait to see later. As for the items inside the treasure chest, he first took out the Jingsuo spear, leaving the others untouched, as they were not something he could sustain at the moment. For instance, the chicken and the horse. He had never even seen the names of these foods before, although the information mentioned that similar substitutes could suffice. He still knew nothing about them. So Lu Xuanhe closed the treasure chest, then lifted it with both hands, carrying it back into the main building. The broken land deed had already fused into his land deed, slowly sprouting a well near the main base. However, this growth was very slow. It would take 3 days to fully develop the moon well, which would be the first day after the novice protection period ended. The sky was gradually turning to afternoon, and the day had passed quickly. The reward for upgrading the base to level 3 had long been fulfilled. As time went on, more people were leveling up, and within just half a day, tens of thousands had successfully upgraded. These frequent notifications truly made Lu Xuanhe exclaim, heroes are as numerous as the fish in the river. Moreover, this world truly lacks such basic resources. Though the octopus had not attacked him, it did not mean he could completely dismiss the worries in his heart. During this time, he should prepare as best as he could. In addition, he was still very concerned about the strange humanoid he had seen at sunrise. Once the novice protection period ended, what would happen? No one knew, so he had to ensure his safety as much as possible. During this period, he also tried to gather more resources, whether on land or underwater. When he took a break, he opened the manual to check for any new messages. Ren Xingxing was anxiously pacing in his room. As dusk slowly approached, he found himself alone in the private channel, which made him a bit anxious. Though there were still 2 days left, he felt uneasy. Fortunately, these few people were genuinely reliable. After upgrading their bases, they all promptly traded the extraordinary materials they had promised him, and surprisingly, they managed to gather the materials today. Song Shiyu, I feel like I'm at a loss. Upgrading the fire seed requires 100 level 9 materials, and the information you provided is not enough to offset the materials I bore. Remember that you owe me, Ren Xingxing. Zhang Miao, the feeling after upgrading the base is indeed completely different. My soldier pool talent finally has a place. Zhang Jingjing, I'm exhausted. Ooh, everyone hurry up and prepare. I went out to chop trees today, and these treants are becoming increasingly terrifying. Zhang Jingjing, Lu Xuanhe, I saw the message you sent, so you are done. Zhang Miao, I saw it too. It's a very dangerous thing. If it were here, I wouldn't have any way to deal with it. Song Shiyu, you could try to communicate. The oddities in this world cannot be communicated with, but monsters can. I have already signed a contract with the mountain spirit, which everyone thinks is a monster sea image, so I need not worry at night. If you need anything, I can provide potions, but you'll have to write an IOU. Zhang Jingjing, there's such a talent. I didn't realize everyone was so talented. Xuanhe, I'm fine, still alive. He looked at the chat records above and couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, each one of them was extraordinary. After sending a message, he continued to gather resources. Not just wood and stone, but also food. Although he was already tired of grilled fish, having some was still better than none, as he actually had nothing at the moment. He was very concerned that after the novice period ended, underwater dangers would also abound. After a while, Ren Xingxing sent a message saying he had successfully leveled up and obtained a contract while the monsters surrounding him had been driven away by some force. Ren Xingxing, I can't thank you enough. Thanks to you all, if it weren't for you I surely would have died here. Ren Xingxing, although I don't have a level 3 treasure chest, I do have a level 2 treasure chest as a reward which I just opened, and it yielded quite a few good items. Brothers and sisters, please let me know what you want. Songshi, you know. If you take the items from your treasure chest, you will probably be dead in just 2 days. If anyone else wants it, please message me privately. Oh, I'm not interested. Zhang Jingjing, I want it. Ren Xingxing, let me see. Zhang Yao, send it to me. Xuanhe, no need. Ren Xingxing, I'll just post it here, see image. Song Shiyu was somewhat surprised to see this last message. He hadn't expected that there was another person who didn't need it. He had the mountain spirit as a backing, plus he had some special circumstances, but what about Xuanhe? At this moment his territory was completely within a cave inside, which were scattered stone beings looking significantly better than others' territories, already fully on the right track. After saying he didn't need it, Xuanhe looked at the level 2 treasure chest's contents and withdrew his gaze. He genuinely felt he didn't need it as he already had quite a few good items in hand, and they were indeed unnecessary. Xuanhe gazed at the descending night and the increasingly deep moonlight, taking a deep breath. He had no intention of doing anything else today, he merely wanted to observe what the night truly entailed, preparing himself in advance. Without a doubt, a corner of the bizarre world's night had already unfolded before him. He took one last look at the terrifying night before returning to the main building. The novice firewood had burned out and the forums and chat channels were refreshing wildly, with an increasing number of names grayed out in the world and regional channels. Even though the starting area was rich in resources, it could not withstand those who waited idly for pie to fall from the sky. It had been so many days, yet the fire could still extinguish, indicating that not even a single piece of firewood remained. Such people in this kind of world would not survive a second if they did not die in the first. Time passed in the night. It was already the 4th day since he arrived in this world. Though it had only been 4 days, it felt as if an immeasurable amount of time had passed. By the 4th day, more and more survivors had upgraded to a land deed. As for Xuanhe, after waking up, he placed the 2 pieces of farmland he had created in the workshop into the small courtyard, planting tomato and corn seeds, which he had purchased wholesale from the trading market. He did not know where others obtained their seeds, but the manual confirmed they were indeed genuine seeds, so he planted them, hoping to gather some vegetables later. If he could get rice and wheat, that would be even better. Moreover, his deep sea land deed had also acquired other things, primarily the moon well that had gradually merged, and 2 plots of farmland. These 2 plots were placed beside the warehouse. They were 33 farmland created by exchanging some special soil in the trading market and combining it with the water here. Although this farmland was merely a level 1 simple farmland, it resembled farmland from a game. Each piece of farmland was divided into 9 planting areas with extremely high yields. It only required digging, planting, and watering to grow, and it grew 3 times faster than those planted outside. Unlike in reality, where one had to weed, plow, plant, water, and fertilize while constantly paying attention. He could also dig, plow, and plant in the small courtyard, but the yield was less than 1/5 that of a level 1 simple farmland. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only found soil special enough to create 2 pieces of farmland, which had been exchanged for level 9. Previously, the price of this level 9 soil had been exceedingly high, but it had dropped significantly in the last 2 days, so he acted quickly, without waiting, as it was indeed a scarce resource. Watching the gradually sprouting tomato and corn seedlings, a satisfied smile appeared on Xuanhe's face. It really looks promising now. He looked at the courtyard that was taking shape, clapped his hands, and continued to chop trees, mine dry fish, and store food, occasionally visiting the trading market to see if he could find a bargain and acquire the materials he needed. As a result, he indeed gathered quite a number of good items. A whole day passed while he was busy collecting resources. The night was relatively calm apart from the sounds of darkness. The piled-up resources in the warehouse had increased significantly, filling about 1/3 of it, but they were placed haphazardly, without any intentional organization. Every time Xuanhe saw this, he felt he was indeed too capable of grinding. As for the level 2 treasure chest he opened for the first time, he had used it to store firewood, placing it in the layer beneath the water. By the 5th day, many survivors had upgraded to a level 3 base and obtained their land deeds. Once midnight arrived today, the novice protection period would end. Thus on this day, even the dullest person realized that the real crisis and challenges had come. Today he had hardly any time to spare, not even a moment to reply to chats, as he was wholeheartedly preparing resources. In the last half hour before dusk, he finally paused to rest for a while. The corn and tomatoes were thriving, and it seemed they would soon be ready for harvest. The moon well formed by the merging of the broken land deed was becoming clearer. The courtyard also had 2 wooden racks on which hung dried salted fish. Looking at everything he had prepared, Xuanhe sat on the stone steps of the main building with a black gun, a powerful gun, placed beside him. With the support of the land deed, he had already become an extraordinary being. As long as he stood within his territory, he could use this powerful gun. Then he quietly awaited the end of the novice protection period. Once the clock struck midnight, the novice protection period would At this time the world channel was already flooded with messages. What should I do? I haven't upgraded my base or obtained a land deed. Am I done for? Midnight is approaching. I'm already lying comfortably with my land deed, watching you all perform. Did you see the forum news? It seems besides the aberrant ghost tree spirits, there are also strange monsters. Oh no. What a terrifying world. I want to go home. After the novice firewood burned out, many names on my list grayed out. I wonder what will happen this time. Does anyone have extra level 9 materials? I'm willing to trade myself for them. Did you start dreaming at night to get something for? Is there anyone willing to lend me some level 9 materials? I can pay back 100-fold later. Is there anyone who can trade food? I'll offer double the price for food. Various chaotic messages flooded in. The regional and private channels were also bustling, while the forum was relatively quiet compared to before. The private channel was also buzzing. Zhang Jingjing, is everyone ready? Let's prepare for our first confrontation with this world at midnight. I hope you all survive. Rin Xingxing, everyone please do your best to survive. My talent is not very useful, so I'll be relying on all of you. Zhang Miao, aren't you supposed to be lucky? Rin Xingxing, yes, but sometimes it works well, and sometimes it doesn't. When it doesn't, I get blocked at the door, and no one can stand that. By the way, I grabbed some potions from Xiyu Ge, and their effects are amazing. Song Xiyu, however, had no time to read chat messages at this moment. He was fully focused on making potions, as the prerequisite for signing a contract with the mountain spirit was to provide enough potions. A faint sound of breathing came like a warm breeze brushing past his ear. Dusk had passed, and suddenly the world fell into darkness. In this area, only the small courtyard he was in emitted a faint glow of fire, and it was this faint glow that sheltered. The moonlight quickly rose. The monsters in the darkness had yet to make a sound, but a vague white figure had appeared on the water, the terrifying white figure. As time passed, many whispering monsters gradually crawled out from the dark shadows cast by the moonlight. In the depths of the primordial forest, footsteps and sounds of tearing began to resonate, as pale aberrant beings emerged in groups from the mountains. The tree spirits revealed their true forms under the moonlight, with horrifying mouths resembling human lips appearing on the trees. The branches and leaves flew about, capturing everything that passed and stuffing it into their bodies. Scarlet eyes grew from the soil. The real world finally presented itself before the earthlings. Xuanhe, who thought he was prepared to face the world at night, felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet, all the way to the crown of his head upon witnessing this scene. For tonight was far more terrifying than before, as if with the end of the novice protection period, all the monsters had suddenly been unleashed, no longer the mere petty skirmishes of the past. What kind of world is this? If the novice period has passed, and there is no upgraded base, can merely relying on a single room truly protect oneself? At this moment, he was immensely grateful for having worked hard to upgrade his base into a territory with a small courtyard using the best materials he could find. Otherwise, even with a fire source and ample firewood, how could one survive in this chaotic world of rampaging monsters? And for how long could one possibly last? As night deepened, the bizarre creatures in the darkness grew increasingly rampant, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the scene before him, Xuanhe let out a deep breath, then took out the 2 remaining items from the level 3 special treasure. Originally intending to wait a bit longer, he now realized that such thoughts were futile. Regardless of whether there was food to sustain these 2 creatures, he would release them, hoping they might be of help after midnight. The night here was exceedingly eerie and terrifying. A silver-armored horse and a small mysterious chicken, he summoned these 2 creatures. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a small silver colt and a tiny mysterious chicken before him. The source water pearl had long been on him. The moon well was still slowly merging with the land deed, gradually growing forth. Xuanhe stared at the small silver-armored horse and the tiny mysterious chicken for a moment in silence. They were indeed so young, but he soon realized that perhaps things were not as dire as he had thought. For compared to the overwhelming threat of the snake vine in the night, the small mysterious chicken showed no fear of the darkness. Instead, it strode proudly to the edge of the courtyard and suddenly pecked downwards. The twisted shadow worms buried in the soil were unexpectedly pecked out and swallowed whole. As for the small silver-armored horse, it stomped its hooves, let out a spirited neigh, nudged his thigh, and then charged out of the courtyard like a silver shadow. The silver shadow trampled on the ground, causing the shadow monsters that had grown from the earth to wail and retreat back underground. After several rounds, the area outside the courtyard was much cleaner, especially near the courtyard, where the small silver-armored horse had cleared everything. Xuanhe was left dumbfounded. It can be this way. He truly hadn't expected that these 2 special beings, despite being juveniles, would be so powerful. Indeed, they were worthy of being from a level 3 special treasure chest. Perhaps it's not that they are too strong, but that we humans are too weak. Releasing them now was just right. If they had been released a couple of days earlier, without food to nurture them, they would likely have been very weak. Although the crisis had not been eliminated, he was no longer as anxious as before. The closer it got to midnight, the noisier the world became, filled with sounds coming from who knows where. The trees in the primordial forest had completely transformed the entire forest, coming alive with sounds of chewing and roaring emanating from within. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees clawed and danced, twisting grotesquely, as if there were not only tree spirits on the ground, but also tree monsters in the shadows. The increasingly piercing sounds rang in Xuanhe's ears, creating a feeling of extreme discomfort. As he observed the scene before him, he couldn't help but think, what will we face once the novice period is over? At that moment, he saw the young mysterious chicken looking warily towards the river. In that direction, there was a white figure. Xuanhe controlled the inexplicable fear rising within him akin to the dread humans feel when faced with a formidable enemy, and turned his gaze towards the white shadow. After consuming more of the abyssal spring, his psyche was no longer as fragile as before, no longer polluted by him. However, upon seeing this white figure, he still felt a wave of nauseating fear, but he fought to suppress that desire and picked up the Jinsa gun at hand, gathering all his focus. At this moment, the frequency of the forum refreshes had significantly decreased, yet every chat channel was frantically scrolling, as if pouring out the last remnants of fear. The night passed swiftly. Finally, the last moment arrived. 1 minute countdown. 10 seconds. The novice protection period has ended. The protection from the fog has ended. Earth stands with you all. Next are some suggestions for those who have survived. Upgrading the base to a land deed is the bare minimum for survival. A level 2 survival base can survive no more than 3 days in this world's night, but as long as the fire source has not extinguished, there remains a glimmer of hope. If you cannot survive, please choose to rely on the powerful beings within the local life forms or head towards other places that possess land deeds. The region within Code Zero world is home to countless powerful existences. Perhaps you can gain their protection. All treasure chests have been distributed across the world. You can still open treasure chests to obtain supplies. The personal panel has opened. This is the last gift the fog sends you. Boom. When the countdown ended, the familiar inorganic voice and the sound of monsters crashing in the darkness echoed simultaneously. In that instant, the number of people dying exceeded all those who had perished before, with cries of anguish and terror resonating from different parts of the world. At the same time, countless bases were breached and many people died right at the stroke of midnight. Zhang Jingjing, clutching her doll, had long lost the confidence she once had, retreating step by step while fearfully gazing at the horde of strange ghosts before her. The 2 other dolls beside her huddled together, trembling in fear. Zhang Miao stood in the small courtyard surrounded by the war puppets he had crafted, staring resolutely at the white worms crawling out from underground. Ren Xingxing held potions in her hands, breathing rapidly as she focused on the dark night monsters. Other bases with land deeds had also been breached at small corners, not only because the surrounding monsters were too terrifying, but also due to the dilapidated land deeds of ordinary upgraded bases. Outside Lu Xuanhe's territory, a vast number of monsters also appeared. The moonlight seemed to weave silk across the river and forest. He casually glanced at his panel before looking towards the outside of his territory. Name: Lu Xuanhe, race human, level 9, mortal territory level 1, land deep sea, expand, occupation none, inspiration 10, luck 6, charm 8, attributes. Click to expand. Note: standard humans have 5 points. Items: Jinso gun, thermal dagger. The green tree spirit had actually pulled out its roots and was swinging its branches towards this direction, while the strange ghosts merely glanced at it from a distance and avoided this place. The snake vine had grown to 2 meters high, its tendrils resembling pythons as they bit and crawled towards the approaching worm. As for the small mysterious chicken, it was no longer as confident as when it first emerged. Instead, it cowered beside Lu Xuanhe. The small silver-armored horse, however, still bristled with energy, eager to charge out and fight, but fortunately was held back in time. Lu Xuanhe first glanced at the darkness, then immediately ran to the fire source in the small courtyard, adding firewood to the stone pit, as the firewood there burned far too rapidly. In the river, waves rolled violently as an octopus appeared. The river surged, and as the pressure dissipated, the monsters lurking in the deep water all emerged, the moonlight casting threads that entwined around them, with the water-walking octopus standing out particularly. Under the moonlight, however, a hint of human-like confusion flickered in the octopus eyes, as if something had occurred that left it utterly perplexed. Yet it did not halt its steps, swimming towards the direction of Lu Xuanhe. At this moment, Lu Xuanhe had no mind to worry about the relatively calm river surface compared to the land, as the monster before him was already enough to drive him to desperation. Fortunately, I prepared enough firewood. I now understand what the protection of the mist truly means. Not only does it restrict the monsters around, but a single piece of firewood allows me to pass through a night unscathed. Truly the greatest bug. I originally thought the firewood could last quite a while, but it seems it will last at most 2 or 3 days, 3 or 4 days. He was uncertain as the speed at which the fire burned the firewood was accelerating. As he reached a point where he could hardly endure, he quickly raised his powerful spear while pulling over the terrified little silver-armored horse beside him. Add more fire. Whether it understood or not was unclear. He was willing to give it a try, as he could not let it continue burning like this. He needed to quickly drive away the monsters outside. The only monsters surrounding his small courtyard were of 2 kinds, one being tree spirits and the other being worms. The wraiths automatically avoided this place, evidently due to the power of the 8th level fire. The tree spirits feared fire, while the worms were left to the silver-armored horse to clear the territory around, but he could not charge out too far. Lu Xuanhe held a piece of firewood ignited from the fire source, and with a loud bang, he threw it outside. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Flames ignited from the tree spirits. But there was no rush. He had made preparations in advance. He also took out another torch lit from the 8th level fire and held it in one hand, while gripping his powerful spear in the other, standing at the edge of the small courtyard, watching the almost frenzied tree spirits swing their limbs violently. One could not expect an ordinary person to possess much peculiar knowledge such as marksmanship. Yet he discovered that the powerful spear in his hand was indeed formidable. With a casual swing, he severed a branch of the tree spirit, while the torch of the 8th level fire drove the tree spirits away, and the silver shadow darted like the wind, kicking down the worms that popped out of the ground. Relying on the small courtyard and the spear and fire in his hand, Xuanhe managed to gain some ability to fight back. However, even though he was unable to break through his territory, the tree spirits charged at him like madmen, showing no signs of stopping. Seeing the tree spirits dancing wildly under the moonlight, he could not hold back his confusion. What deep-seated grudge do they have that they keep charging at me? Could it be because I chopped down too many trees that they vent their anger on me now that they've lost their novice protection? Though many thoughts flashed through his mind, the movements of his hands did not cease. As for the little chicken behind him, it surprisingly showed some understanding, staring intently at the stone pit, immediately adding firewood whenever the flames showed any signs of dying down. He thought this battle would last a long time, but unexpectedly after a while the once manic tree spirits began to retreat, as if they had seen a cat. As Xuanhe breathed a sigh of relief, he felt something was not quite right. The tree spirits seemed to be retreating not of their own accord, and the little silver-armored horse had returned to the territory, trembling like the chicken, looking terrified. Looking at the scene before him, a guess flashed through his mind as he slowly turned around holding the torch and spear. Upon turning, he immediately saw the octopus above the water. This octopus was entirely a deep blue color with strange patterns on its body, and its eyes were black and white, extremely striking. At this moment, as it looked at Xuanhe, who had turned around and was moving closer to the courtyard, it was only a short distance left to the low blue stone wall. During this time, the fire had shown no signs of change. He looked at the scene before him in shock. Then he heard an ethereal voice. "Master, hello, may I take a moment of your time?" In that instant, Xuanhe felt a bit dazed. Did he just hear the octopus speak? But this daze lasted only a second. After all, this was another world, and anything could happen. Seeing that the master before him did not object, the octopus seemed to feel it had received permission and continued. "Master, I have noticed your existence since you were born here. After witnessing your mundane actions, you completed the upgrade from an ordinary region to a land deed in just 6 days. You truly are a great deep sea being. I would like to ask, when do you plan to return to the deep sea? Could you take me with you?" Xuanhe's expression was somewhat blank. Am I going to kill Tang's son? Wait, this doesn't seem right. I am not a being of this place. I accidentally fell into this river when I was young and grew up here. However, I constantly yearn for our deep sea, and master, as a great being of the deep sea, should feel the same. Although I cannot comprehend why you wish to upgrade a land deed above ground, nor do I understand why you live like a mundane being, and I certainly do not understand why you raised a torch against the weak tree spirits. Upon hearing this, Xuanhe silently lowered his hand and stuffed the torch into the mouth of the trembling little. At this point, he was no longer worried. He was simply curious. "Did you know from the very beginning that I had come here?" He looked at the octopus, which was within arm's reach, and asked a question that perhaps did not need to be asked. "As expected. Your appearance is so striking that even if I did not actively observe, I would still see you. Moreover, as you descended, the nearby beings were suppressed to the level of mundane beings. Indeed, you are a great being of the deep sea. Even as a juvenile, you are still so powerful. When do you plan to return to the deep sea?" Xuanhe's expression froze for a moment, roughly understanding that the octopus referred to the power that brought all earthlings here, which was the protection of the mist. He opened his mouth, adjusted his expression, and said, "Actually, I am just a mortal. In this day and age, it's not easy to be a con artist, and deceiving an octopus that looks so powerful is even more unfeasible. After all, this is a world with extraordinary powers. It would be better to tell the truth." Upon hearing his words, the octopus did not seem taken aback. It merely nodded its tentacles and extended one soft tentacle onto the blue stone wall. "Because of you, who has always been on land, deep sea beings only possess blessings in the deep sea. As time passes in the deep sea, you will grow stronger. These days I have been observing your actions. Indeed, you believe yourself to be merely a mortal. Perhaps you were thrown here right after birth. Truly pitiful." As it spoke, a hint of affection appeared in the octopus' eyes. "Wait, affection? This is very wrong. Do you wish to advance toward the future of the great master? It seems you already have a basic form, but this juvenile master, you can only possess the greatest strength in the deep sea. Thus your current path may be somewhat misaligned." The octopus elegantly floated under the moonlight and then moved. No, it floated into Xuanhe's territory. The night cast its glow upon the small courtyard, with moonlight falling down, adding a unique brilliance to the slowly emerging moonwell. The octopus bore a special power, creating a flow of water that lifted its body as it floated into the courtyard. In that moment, Xuanhe felt a sharp ringing in his ears, the sound of the land contract. It was not that the creature before him was a monster, but rather that the current strength of the contract could not possibly deter this octopus. "My lord, even if your preferences are quite unique, I must kindly remind you that for beings of the deep sea, they are always stronger in the depths than in the water. Your current upgraded land contract should be placed within this Lansong River. Moreover, the distant lake is more suitable for us than rivers." After saying this, the octopus left the courtyard and returned. At this moment, Xuanhe's sharp headache subsided slightly. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his head and said to the octopus, "Do not casually enter my territory. Next time it could harm me. I cannot breathe underwater, and the lake near the mist area is much safer than here." Hearing this, the octopus' black eye seemed a bit bewildered, but as if recalling something, it retreated a little Apologies, I just remembered that I am already a second-tier extraordinary being and will affect the contract. However, my lord, you can choose to sign a contract with me. Your territory should have this effect, and once signed, I can become your... It bowed its head slightly to Xuanhe, and that familiar inorganic voice rang out again. Blue spirit octopus, name Octopus, race, deep sea blue octopus, clan level 38, second-tier extraordinary, nearing a level 7 life form, is applying to sign a resident contract to become a member of your territory. Do you agree? Xuanhe, despite his headache, finally realized that the octopus had specifically come to seek him out to join him. If that was the case, it should have said so earlier. He initially thought it was an enemy, which had made his head throb unbearably. Agreed. Upon agreement, a mysterious change occurred in the octopus. The pain in his head vanished, and the octopus likeness appeared in the contract. Indeed, the contract was successfully signed. Missed prompt, congratulations, you have completed a contract with an impossible being at an impossible stage. The deterrent ability of your small courtyard will be greatly enhanced. Even at night, all level 9 monsters will not dare to attack your territory. Level 1 contract holder Xuanhe contract named Deep Sea Contract Buildings Main House Warehouse Abyss Pool 2 Level 1 Basic Farmlands Moon Pool Under Construction Contract Residence Octopus Expand Contract Function Protection Contract. The octopus clearly sensed this change, and seeing that it had finally achieved its goal, the young octopus finally felt relieved. After all, it had been observing this deep sea being since arriving here, finally confirming that this was indeed the future great being of the deep sea. Thus, after the invisible pressure disappeared, it hurried over to pledge allegiance to this lord. It hoped that one day this lord could take it away from here and back to the deep sea, otherwise its physical ailments would only increase. Thus it bowed to Xuanhe in submission and said, I cannot long remain away from deep waters. If you need me, please summon me. Of course, if you plan to build an underwater territory, that would be even better. After saying this, the octopus hurriedly returned. At that moment, Xuanhe did not notice this. He merely gazed at the octopus panel in disbelief. Just like the recent missed prompt, he was actually conversing casually with a near level 7 monster. He finally felt relieved, as this octopus was not his enemy and had now become a resident of his small courtyard, even though there was nowhere for it to actually reside. Who knows if this is a blessing or a curse? Xuanhe put away the contract and sighed as he looked at the messy courtyard. The outskirts near the primitive forest were in terrible condition. The already crude blue stone walls had been breached. That group of tree spirits had truly gone mad. Fortunately, the octopus had come out, otherwise the losses today would have been severe. Firstly, the firewood accumulated from the hard work of chopping trees would be greatly diminished. Now, although he had thrown in a dozen pieces of firewood, it was still within an acceptable range. Next, he would need to repair the courtyard. In fact, other buildings could be constructed in the courtyard, such as high walls, but the required resources were too many, especially minerals. Without finding a vein, it would be impossible to build other structures. Xuanhe thought of this and felt a bit troubled. After all, without the protection of the mist, survival in this world was becoming increasingly difficult. He sighed. Although he hadn't opened the manual to take a look yet, he could guess with his feet that if he was having such a tough time, others must be faring no better. After this, who knew how many would still be alive? Even if they were alive now, survival would be hard going forward. With this thought in mind, Xuanhe turned and saw that the little meow star chicken, upon sensing no danger, was attempting to peck at the seedlings in the farmland. What are you doing? Xuanhe hurried over, grabbed the little meow star chicken, and tossed it aside. Holding the chicken, he said, This is not food for you. Don't let me catch you stealing my vegetables again. The little silver-armored horse nearby looked very pleased, circling around him incessantly. Today, were you outside? Or still outside? He initially intended to take the two of them to the master bedroom to rest, but upon seeing them covered in dirt, he quickly abandoned that thought. Just sleep in the courtyard. You can help me guard. If there's any problem, come call me promptly. You two should know how to call me. After saying this, he pushed open the door and walked down the stairs. Before sleeping, he casually browsed a bit of the forum and chat channels, then fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. After all, using the mighty spear against tree spirits also required strength, and a lot of it. When the first rays of morning sun rose, Xuanhe opened his eyes. It wasn't that his body woke up so punctually, but because there was a chicken outside that kept crowing. Oh, my arms are so sore. He got up from the wooden bed, casually moved his arms, and felt a heavy sluggishness, undoubtedly a side effect of using the mighty spear. After all, his true strength did not support the use of such an 8th level weapon. After getting out of bed, he walked to the sunken area in the room and scooped some water from the abyss pool with a nearby bowl to rejuvenate himself. After making a round, he said seriously to himself, I need a washroom and toilet now. There was actually a temporary toilet outside the courtyard which he had built on the first day. But now he wanted to improve his quality of life. When will this primitive life come to an end? Xuanhe walked out of the main building and began another day of toil. As Xuanhe stepped outside, he heard the little star chicken still calling. Unable to resist, he walked over and patted the small creature, saying, Aren't you supposed to be a hen that lays eggs? Why are you crowing? The little star chicken was a pale yellow color and was about half the size of a normal rooster at birth. Its eyes were also a faint yellow, and it quickly turned and jumped away when it saw him coming. Meanwhile, the little silver-armored horse approached him, obediently nudging his calf with its nose, then stared at him with its big, watery eyes not blinking. Seemingly worried that he wouldn't understand, it opened its mouth wide, swished its tail, and glanced at the farmland. Xuanhe rubbed the little silver-armored horse's head and pondered for a moment, Can you quench your hunger by drinking water? After all, he had never even heard of the things they were supposed to eat, let alone feed them. However, he planned to post an announcement on the forum to collect ulan grass and bean seeds for the silver-armored horse and burnt grass for the little star chicken in the long term. The Fog Survivors was a massive trading platform. Perhaps it could help him acquire what he needed. But for now, he couldn't let the horse and chicken go hungry. He thought for a moment and walked into the main building, bringing out 2 wooden. Inside the bowls was a bit of clear water. In addition, he brought over 2 dried fish, placing one on the ground, saying, "Here, eat this." The little silver-armored horse and little star chicken both took a step back in disdain, then licked the clear water, but didn't touch the fish at all. "Just make do with it. I can only eat grilled fish." Xuanhe looked at the farmland where he had added growth acceleration fertilizer, hoping the tomatoes and corn would grow quickly to improve their meals. He glanced at the collapsed bluestone wall at the edge and began to repair it bit by bit, not taking much time at all. Then he played with the snake vine for a while, sitting on a tall tree stump watching the once peaceful Lanchang River, especially frowning at the spiky fish lurking beneath the water, which looked particularly troublesome. These fish had suddenly appeared overnight, likely influenced by the power of the fog. Now, without the fog's suppression and protection, even the once calm Lanchang River became more dangerous. Fortunately, I signed a contract with an octopus that is about to evolve into a level 7 life form. After finishing the morning meal, which consisted of grilled fish, Xuanhe carried the crafted level 9 axe and, accompanied by the little silver-armored horse and little star chicken, headed into the primeval forest. The primeval forest was no longer as harmless as it had been before. The level of danger had risen, and as soon as he appeared, the treants began to wildly swing their branches. However, compared to the night, the power of the treants had decreased somewhat. As for the level 8 spear, he wanted to use it, but unfortunately he couldn't. However, it wouldn't be long. With the special water from the abyssal pool, he was about to break through to level 10 and become an extraordinary life form. Though, right now he felt no sense of nearing extraordinary life at all. Xuanhe thought as he shouldered a giant tree that was over 10 meters tall and required 3 or 4 people to encircle. His backpack was already filled with 4 similar giant green trees. This was the 5th one, thus needing to bear it. It seemed that the treants realized this upright being had cut down too many trees and was indeed hard to deal with. Since they couldn't attack the little courtyard at night, they discussed among themselves and began dropping greenwood leaves and even seeds in large quantities. When Xuanhe returned with the axe and saw this scene, he was a bit bewildered. What happened here? Looking from the little courtyard, the area that was once filled with green trees was now completely empty. Even the stumps had been dug up, making it a good place for habitation. This was the result of Xuanhe's diligent tree cutting to accumulate materials over the past few days, but now he looked at the treants in front of him with confusion. He observed the green treants waving their branches incessantly, a strange glint flashing in their black eyes. "Are you telling me to leave?" Actually, it was more like telling him to scram. He grasped the meaning of the green treants and immediately began to collect the fallen greenwood, green leaves, and green seeds. It seems that the benefits of the contract signed with that octopus in the early morning are not as simple as they appear. At least these treants are not giving up on revenge just because I've cut down too many trees, but because I now have an extraordinary level 2 life form nearing level 7 as a resident of my little courtyard. Thinking of this, Xuanhe sighed in relief. It's a pity that this octopus is an aquatic creature. I actually have plenty of wood now. What I lack are ores. But to obtain ores, I must enter the primeval forest to search for veins, which is akin to courting death. I can only wait. He looked at the completely aberrant green treants in front of him and decided to leave without pressing further. The little silver-armored horse and little star chicken were particularly excited, bouncing around everywhere. Especially the little star chicken, which strutted into the green treants without being attacked. I can't be bothered with it anymore. This chicken looked so proud, but in reality, it was a cowardly creature that was sensitive to danger due to being a special life form. During the day, wraiths wouldn't appear, and worms were its food. Plus, the green treants were behaving quite obediently due to the octopus, so it was better to wander around. Perhaps it would bring him some surprises. Moreover, the chicken didn't dare to stray too far. The little silver-armored horse enjoyed jumping out of the little courtyard, but the little star chicken only knew how to call out. With this thought in mind, Xuanhe called out to the little star chicken a few times, reminding it before heading back. He didn't intend to rest when he returned. It's a pity I'm not skilled in crafting tools. Although I have a workshop, I need to keep making tools to improve. Continuously buying them would be costly. As he thought about this on his way back, he couldn't help but frown, but then relaxed. Because if he had spent his time crafting tools to exchange for materials earlier, his base would have probably been washed away by now. People have their strengths and weaknesses. He shouldn't waste time here. Xuanhe glanced at the last remnants of the moon pool that was about to fully take shape, but didn't pay much attention to it, instead taking off his clothes and preparing to go into the water. I need to go down and have a chat with Brother Octopus. But octopuses seem to have no gender. Never mind. Strange thoughts suddenly popped into his head, and he plunged into the water. Though the water was far more dangerous than before, he dove directly into the Lanchang River because he summoned the octopus. With the protection of a nearly level 7 extraordinary life form, he felt quite safe. Gurgle gurgle. As soon as he entered the water, he began to blow bubbles. He had indeed considered whether to drop the land deed underwater, but since he still needed to breathe, he ultimately gave up this tempting idea. As for now, he was here to discuss with the octopus how to build a base underwater, since he knew that the reason he could survive was largely due to the blessing of the deep sea talent. Naturally, he needed to make good use of his talent. The grotesque and fierce-looking fish under the water seemed to ignore him entirely, allowing him to swim through without obstruction. The Lanchang River is remarkably broad, making it hard to imagine such a wide river existing within a primitive forest. As he swam from the shallow waters toward the center, countless aquatic life stirred beneath the surface. But at least it was still within an acceptable range. However, when the river water gradually darkened, shifting from a clear light color to blue, then to deep blue, and even to a bluish-black hue, everything began to feel extraordinary. This was the second time Xuanhe had come here. The first time he took away a level 2 treasure chest, and during the subsequent visit for water, he did not submerge, but rather gathered it from the surface. Yet now he was heading toward the deep waters. Whoosh! He burst forth from beneath the water, surfacing to take a deep breath before plunging back in. As he dove deeper, the deep water area gradually unfolded before him. It was an extremely high cliff, estimated to be about 3 to 4 stories tall. Seeing the numbers provided no insight. Only by truly descending could he feel the heavy pressure of such scale. The deeper he sank, the darker it became, and the creatures in the water grew increasingly larger. At this moment, Xuanhe felt an incredibly marvelous sensation, as if he could stir the waters around him, feeling at ease, as if he had grown up in the water, far more comfortable than on land. Though he had long known that the water provided him with enhancements, the benefits of deep water and shallow water were entirely different. In this moment, he fully believed the octopus words that he would perform better in the sea, albeit with a hint of regret. It's a pity that there can't be a sea in a primitive forest. I wonder which direction the ocean lies in this world. As he sank deeper, he broke through the last barrier to the extraordinary. At that moment, it felt as if he had just drunk the sweetest water in the desert, a feeling of comfort enveloping him. Moreover, the immense pressure from holding his breath while diving was halved. It was becoming increasingly easy to dive. Name: Xuanhe. Race: human. Level 10, first stage of extraordinary. Territory: level 1, deep sea contract expanded. Profession: deep sea unique. Skills: deep sea blessing expanded, water control expanded, Xuanhe expanded. Inspiration: 13. Luck: 8, 30 luck bonus in deep sea, 10 in ordinary water. Charm: 10. Attributes: click to expand. Note: standard human is 5 points. Items: Xuanhe spear, thermal dagger, source water pearl. And my profession: I just got this job. Oh, I didn't do anything, did I? Is it because my talent automatically activated it? He unfolded his skills, and upon seeing the detailed information, his pupils constricted sharply. Deep sea blessing: a blessing that occurs once every 30 days in the deep sea, which can be bestowed upon deep sea life. After the blessing, it has a chance to become your vassal, significantly increasing its trust and respect for you. The stronger the creature, the more blessings required to become a vassal. It cannot be used on non-deep sea life. Water control: you have gained the ability to control water. Xuanhe, staying in the water will continuously restore your strength. The other skills are nothing special, but this first deep sea blessing, could it be my own talent? Now it has transformed into a skill, and I can use this skill to transform. Vassals. It must be vassals. What kind of heaven-defying skill is this? The bond between vassals and their masters is indistinguishable. The other two basic skills are also extraordinarily unique. Upon seeing this, Xuanhe instinctively gasped. Fortunately, having already become extraordinary, it did not have too much of an impact on him. In addition, he also possessed a source water pearl. This time he came to the deep water area. He had not forgotten to bring this. However, now that he had become extraordinary, he could finally use the source water pearl. Coincidentally, he was also nearing the bottom of the water. He contained his shock from the changes brought by his upgrade, and then utilized the source water pearl. When using the source water pearl, he could feel a force within his body akin to the spiritual energy, magical power, or fighting spirit described in novels flowing into the source water pearl. Then the source water pearl slowly formed a transparent protective shield around him, according to his thoughts, allowing him to avoid the water and not need to surface for fresh air soon. Why hasn't the octopus shown up yet? While walking on the bottom of the water, those extraordinarily peculiar and ugly fish monsters did not attack him. Instead, they swam away. Xuanhe felt puzzled, but since he had already signed a contract, combined with the fact that the other party had not concealed anything, he could see where the octopus was at that moment. It was not far away. He was quite pleased with the changes in his body and hoped to find the octopus to ask for more information. After swimming around the bottom for a while, he finally spotted where the octopus was. But at this moment, he looked at the deep fissure and hesitated greatly. Is this a river or an ocean? Why is it layered? At this point, he was uncertain whether he should descend. Due to having upgraded to extraordinary, he had developed a greater intuition for danger, and right now his intuition warned him not to go down. A below was 100 times more terrifying than above. He chose to trust his intuition, then retreated using the contract to call the octopus. At this point, he realized that the octopus must have encountered some trouble. But could a nearly level 7 extraordinary second-tier creature cause any trouble here? Xuanhe expressed skepticism. However, after hearing the octopus response, he decided to wait. After about 10 minutes of waiting underwater, the octopus finally arrived. The octopus was unharmed, looking just like its original form, appearing less likely to have been attacked. What was going on? Initially, he had not sensed the octopus terror when he was still ordinary, but now that he had become extraordinary, he realized how powerful the octopus aura was, almost unbalancing him with its presence. Such a strong and terrifying life form, no wonder the monsters fled at the onset of night. The octopus floated over, its black eyes reflecting some sadness, but upon seeing Xuanhe, it slightly bowed its head to show respect. My lord, you have arrived. Is there something you wish to command? Xuanhe had initially wanted to ask other questions, but seeing the octopus' current appearance, he couldn't help but become concerned. After all, this was a powerful ally he had contracted. What's wrong with you? The octopus sighed upon hearing this, its 8 limbs spreading out, looking utterly distressed. My lord, your preferences are rare. You like to walk on land, but as a deep-sea creature staying in this narrow river makes me feel very uncomfortable. Every time these shallow waters flow over my body, I feel a ticklish sensation that makes me uncomfortable all over. It's a pity that this place is too far from the deep sea. My lord, when do you plan to go back? Though your territory is currently just a small courtyard, once it can be designated as a manor, perhaps it could be moved together with the contract. If the contract has already been upgraded to a city, moving might become quite difficult. Another thing I didn't know. Xuanhe couldn't help but complain about the fog that sent all the people from Earth to this world without clarifying anything, leaving him to explore bit by bit. Are you talking about the ways to upgrade the contract? The bluish octopus shook its head. I don't understand how to upgrade the contract, but I know there are several types of contracts. For instance, some contracts include entire cities while others are just villages like yours, which is merely a basic small courtyard. After saying this, it seemed to notice the changes in Xuanhe's body. My lord, have you stepped into the extraordinary? It showed no surprise, finding it only natural. Then it seemed to remember something touching its body, and a shell the size of a baby appeared out of thin air, which it handed over. Congratulations, my lord, this is a gift I collected for you. Xuanhe, this octopus truly is a top-notch resident. He reached out to take the gift and planned to continue asking some questions about this world and the contract. When Xuanhe saw the gift handed over by the octopus, he couldn't help but marvel at how his deep-sea talent truly provided him with immense support. However, the pressing matter at hand was to elevate the land deed level, improve living quality, and avoid bizarre monster attack. Everything else could be put aside, but he truly did not want to eat grilled fish any longer. After days of consuming it, he felt he was about to transform into a grilled fish himself. Next was to repair the small courtyard, and to understand what that mist he had caught a glimpse of was. Thinking this, he suddenly realized that he still had little time to rest, and he had to keep grinding away. My lord, this is a river clam, which can produce small level 9 pearls. Pearls are a universally applicable material. You can use them to enhance the quality of anything you wish to create or use them as currency for trade. Hearing the octopus words, he pulled back his drifting thoughts and inquired, what do you know about the land deed? And about this primitive forest? The octopus shook its head, retracting its azure tentacles. I grew up in the Lansong River and have never ventured out. The land deed is merely a vague memory of some inheritance, and I am unaware of what this forest is. Once I become stronger and my memories of the inheritance deepen, I will surely figure it out, my lord. Xuanhe nodded, recalling the misty scene he first encountered upon arriving in this world, and couldn't help but continue asking, do you know about the mist? The octopus nodded this time. Of course, every being in this world knows about the mist. In the mist, creatures that belong to the night become stronger, and our powers are suppressed. Our vision cannot see beyond a certain distance, and within the mist exists another world teeming with countless creatures that do not belong to this realm. However, my lord need not worry, the mist does not appear frequently. If it does, you only need to head to the deep water zone. Though the world and monsters within the mist are powerful, they do not dare to encroach upon the deep water zone of the Lansong River. Xuanhe's mind momentarily stalled at this revelation, then his voice seemed to come from afar. Are you saying that the mist moves? Will it appear in my territory? Hearing this, the octopus pondered for a moment before responding in a peculiar tone. My lord, the mist is like the moon rising and the sun setting. It is a natural occurrence, so it can indeed appear in your territory. However, your current domain cannot protect itself from the mist, so do you intend to give up your rare obsession? He knew that the octopus was referring to his unusual choice to build his territory on land. But was this he was not a fish. If he could breathe underwater, he would surely have constructed his base beneath the waves. So does this world's mist appear like wind and rain at any moment. You are not mistaken, and the area by the lake is the entrance to the mist. If you are curious about the world within the mist, upon hearing the octopus words, Xuanhe couldn't help but wonder what kind of world this was. Why was it so difficult to survive in this realm? How did the natives cope with this endless stream of dangers? Although he now understood the terrifying difficulties of this world to a greater extent, he only sighed briefly before returning to normal. Just as the octopus had said, the deep sea blessed him. After inquiring about some information and receiving replies, he nodded. Just before leaving, he thought of his innate skill and looked at the octopus. I gained a special ability after my promotion to the extraordinary. I can bestow the blessing of the deep sea upon you. Do you need it? After saying this, he suddenly felt 2 bright rays of light erupt before him, as if 2 powerful lamps had been switched on, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the brilliance. It turned out that the octopus' eyes had suddenly brightened. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you for your blessing. The octopus nearly lunged toward him. Xuanhe had never expected such a reaction, but went on to describe the changes that would occur. To his surprise, the octopus became even more excited after hearing it. But since that was the case, let it be bestowed. The azure octopus floated over, lowering itself a bit and presenting its head. It seemed a bit too obedient. From this action, the octopus appeared to be no older than 3 years, not much different from the chickens and horses he kept in his small courtyard. He closed his eyes, and a deep blue appeared beneath his hand. After a few seconds, the blessing of the deep sea was conferred. At first glance there seemed to be no significant change, but he noticed that the octopus eyes had comfortably narrowed, and it even rubbed against his hand. At this moment it truly resembled a pet. If the gaze it had previously held was tinged with some strangeness, now there was a hint of longing in the octopus eyes. As if realizing that its current actions were too intimate, the octopus quickly retracted its head. It felt that its body had not experienced such comfort in a long time. The minor ailments that had gradually surfaced since arriving at the Lansong River seemed to have vanished. All right, the blessing has been conferred upon you. Thank you, my lord. Xuanhe nodded slightly, feeling that the power within his body could no longer support the source water pearl in maintaining the barrier, and bade farewell to the octopus. However, as he floated up from the deep water zone, he cast a glance at the place where the octopus had emerged, a deep underwater chasm, wondering what powerful life forms might dwell below. As for the extent of the deep water zone, it was vast. He took a careful look, memorizing the scenery beneath. Suddenly, he saw a bright light along the cliffs of the deep water zone. He had not noticed it upon arrival. What place is that? As he swam toward the underwater cliff, he ascended, while retracting the source water pearl, for his body had little energy left. This place was somewhat distant from his territory, closer to the area of the Qing tree spirits. Is this? Upon arriving here, Xuanhe discovered some scattered objects resembling silver ore. He had seen similar ores on the forum, but they were not as numerous, and were usually individual pieces. Now, although they appeared very similar, he still picked up a few pieces, intending to confirm them once he returned to his territory. Perhaps he could have them appraised in the human trading market. Inside the primitive forest, which was still some distance from the deep-sea courtyard. This area was no longer the territory of the Qing tree spirits, but rather a different kind of tree was growing, though not nearly as massive as the Qing tree spirits, about the size of trees in the Amazon rainforest on Earth. Meanwhile, the little starry hen was pecking at insects and nibbling on leaves, having unknowingly wandered far away. It was still morning, and some who had barely survived the previous night were traversing the forest, hoping to find a relatively safe place before the dreadful nightfall. Even in the depths of the primeval forest, the tranquility was overwhelming, with vast expanses of green obscuring everything. Stella and her group had dwindled from nearly 100 people in the village to just 19 as they navigated through the mist and entered the primeval forest. She did not wish to recall the numerous terrible experiences they had endured, as they were simply too painful and tormenting. Now, with the sun rising and the night passing, a new day had begun. They had to find a safe place quickly, or else they would no longer be able to endure the next night. With this thought, she couldn't help but glance back at the woman walking at the center. The reason they had managed to hold on until now was not for some other reason, but because, wow, a weak crying sound emerged from the middle of the group. The woman was emaciated, her hair a tangled mess resembling dry grass, her eyes sunken and protruding, giving her a somewhat frightening appearance. Her clothes exuded a stench of blood and mud, as it seemed she hadn't washed them in ages. Yet at this moment her expression was somewhat gentle. Even though her mind was somewhat unclear, her eyes still radiated warmth. She cradled something wrapped in tattered leaves and bloodstained rags. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a child. Moreover, it was a child who had just been born not long ago, now hiccuping and crying, but due to lack of food and strength, could only emit faint sobbing sounds. This newborn was extremely weak, with a face approaching a purplish hue, and its breathing was rapid. It appeared to be in a dire. After all, after such prolonged exhaustion, the mother was already on the brink of physical collapse. The fact that she had managed to give birth to this newborn was a tremendous stroke of luck. However, precisely because of this, the child was also incredibly frail and weak, and it was unclear how it had survived. Both the child and the mother, as well as the entire group of 19, were completely unable to bear any longer. Some had their thighs and calves completely swollen and bruised. Their eyes were so swollen they could barely open them, and their fingers were extremely thin, reduced to mere bones with barely enough skin to cover them. The appearance of these people was tragically pitiful. They could no longer be considered human, and their continued existence relied solely on an unknown immense will to live. As they trudged through the muddy ground, the sound of their footsteps created a rustling noise. Stella walked at the front, wearily measuring the ground with her staff to determine the direction. She was a level 11 novice mage. However, at that moment, she suddenly heard some unusual movement not far away and immediately became alert, a hint of red appearing in her eyes. But what could they possibly do in their current state? Whatever they encountered, they could only accept it without any capacity to resist. If they were to die like this, perhaps it would be a natural conclusion. Although she felt immense sorrow in her heart, Stella steeled herself to face the impending danger. There was still a child who had just been born a day ago in the group, so they had to try. As she thought of this, she also considered that perhaps they would all perish this time. Perhaps this was for the best. In this world, ordinary people had no chance of survival at all. Even if they struggled to live like weeds and insects, they could still be easily killed by any danger. Ooh. At that moment, the call of a little star chick resonated from the bushes ahead. The little star chick was fluffy all over, resembling a small, not so large toy. A chicken and a person stared wide-eyed at each other for a while. Then, as if the little star chick realized something, it suddenly let out a sharp cry and flapped its small wings, flying back in the opposite direction. It was only at this moment that it realized it had strayed a bit far from the safety of the small courtyard. The little star chick, which had been joyfully wandering outside, was now panicked, flapping its wings, but barely able to take off. Still, it scrambled forward in a direction in a frenzy. That direction was where the Qing tree spirit resided, which was also the territory of Xuanhe. Stella, momentarily stunned, suddenly shouted, then lifted her swollen leg to chase after the chicken. Everyone hurry up. There might be a lord nearby. The mention of a lord meant there could be a safe place. The previously emaciated villagers, looking like walking corpses, instantly lifted their heads upon hearing lord and turned to look at the little star chick. Then an infinite will to survive erupted from their eyes, which resembled those of a dried-up well. Driven by this intense will to live, they lifted their purplish, somewhat decaying legs and chased after the chicken in the forest. During the chase, Stella noticed that in the distance in this direction were actually the Qing tree spirits. Oh heavens, what a terrifying existence this was. They were rushing headlong towards death, but she said nothing, gritting her teeth and continuing to charge forward. Now that they were on the brink of death, it didn't matter where they died. Their only chance was that chicken, which was clearly a domesticated. It was better to head towards hope and death than to progress towards death itself. However, as they dashed into the territory of the Qing tree spirit, Stella, who had expected an attack, found that nothing happened. The little star chick looked back and saw this group of people following closely behind, and a flicker of panic arose in its heart, causing it to call out even louder. At this moment, Xuanhe was still gazing at his moon well. After the damage contract fully integrated, the area of the small courtyard expanded by another 100 square meters, and a new building emerged, the moon well. The moon well was naturally carved from a type of very ancient silvery white or adorned with some patterns. The wellhead was above ground, with the water inside shimmering with a ghostly silver light, and moonlight-like spirit particles floated on the water's surface, imparting a faint chill upon approaching. Even during the daytime, if one approached and took a look, they could see what seemed to be the reflection of a full moon inside the moon well. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize it was merely an optical illusion of the moon phase. Xuanhe, holding the manual, replied to a message, then checked the information about the moon well, which surprised him. Moon well, usually hidden deep within ancient forests or surrounded by mountains, often resonates naturally with the moon phase full moon effect enhanced. Those who drink the well water may temporarily enhance their mental strength and restore magical power. Luminous plants, such as moonflower silver fern, will grow around the well. During a full moon, the overall glow peaks, attracting special races of spirits. The moon well can attract spirits. I wonder what the spirits in this world look like. The information about the contract was updated again, and he looked toward the private channel. This recent blow seemed to have dampened the spirits of these few people, as they were now lamenting in the group, appearing to have Zhang Jingjing, I can't hold on anymore. Over half of the dolls I painstakingly created died last night, and all the tree spirits have revived. I don't know what to do. Even if the contract has been upgraded, I can't endure it. Ren Xingxing, the otherworldly ghosts are terrifying. It's hard to imagine how the people in this world survive. Zhang Miao, do you have any cocoon iron? I can trade at a high price. Zhang Jingjing, big brother, you are truly steady. Zhang Miao, where are you? I want to seek refuge with you. It seems okay for now, but I feel I can only endure the first wave. Zhang Miao, I'm not sure about the location yet, but if you want to come, you are welcome. My battle puppets are improving and are gaining strength through combat. Songshi, you actually am fine. Xuanhe, how are you? He was now able to reply to the group chat that had been rapidly filling up below. No one actually thought he was dead. Not to mention the post he had made on the forum in the morning, his name hadn't faded, he just hadn't appeared for a long time, leaving them very puzzled. At this moment, he was standing next to the moon while pondering and snapping a picture of it. Xuanhe, viewing the picture, fortunately, I am constructing my territory. Zhang Yao, big brother, what is this thing? Zhang Jingjing, what kind of well is this? It looks so special. The private channel exploded due to the picture he sent. After taking a glance, Xuanhe didn't look again and intended to study the moon well before him. He also opened the forum to see if anyone had replied to the post he made in the morning, which was about collecting small silver armored horses and little star chicks. To his surprise, there actually were replies. Just as he was preparing to private message these few people, he suddenly heard several urgent chicken calls. Ooh. A familiar crowing of a rooster came from afar, and Xuanhe slightly raised his head to take a few glances. The primitive forest where the Qing tree spirits resided unexpectedly became unusually noisy. What was initially just a casual glance turned out to reveal more than he expected. What is that? Is that a person? Surprised, he couldn't help but lift his hand to rub his eyes. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he stared at those ragged individuals who looked like wild men. After a brief moment of shock, he saw the little minor star chicken hurriedly fly towards the open space in front of the small courtyard, causing him to frown. He decided to wait before checking the moon well, and opted to address the issue at hand first. Citra was chasing that chicken through the forest with the villagers. Along the way, no matter the thorns, or the ground spikes, or the snakes and scorpions that grew in the forest, they pressed on, without concern, charging straight ahead. Although their bodies were already in pain to the point of numbness, relying solely on instinct and willpower, they continued forward despite several villagers collapsing along the way. Finally, as they burst out of the Qing tree spirit forest, they felt the gentle air and saw an open space. In that moment, all the villagers' fatigue vanished. Only Citra at the forefront finally let go of her burden and unexpectedly knelt down, her vision darkening and her eyes losing focus, appearing 10 times weaker than a second ago. At this moment, Xuanhe had already stepped out. He originally intended to see what had happened, but was surprised that this person had knelt down early. The minor star chicken had already run into the small courtyard, seemingly frightened out of its wits. Citra, seemingly having noticed his arrival, inexplicably found the strength to knock her head down hard, saying, Lord, please. Upon hearing this, Xuanhe raised an eyebrow and a mechanical voice echoed in his ear, The refugees request to become part of your territory. Do you agree? Agreed. He nodded to the person before him. Finally, this was Citra's last thought before she prepared to faint. Seeing that she was about to lose consciousness, Xuanhe took out a potion and fed it to her. It was better not to faint before everything was clarified. This potion was a product manufactured by Xuanhe, inexpensive and effective, thus popular in the trading market. Yesterday, Xuanhe had given each person in the group a bit just right to use here. After consuming the potion, a warm current flowed through Citra's body. The bleeding from her wounds stopped, and she regained consciousness. She looked at the precious potion she had just consumed with shame, supporting herself with her staff, yet still kneeling on the ground. Noble Lord, we are villagers from the Stone Territory. Due to the arrival of the fog, we left the Stone Territory to survive, wandering into this vast forest, and eventually followed your pet here. She continued to recount everything that had happened to them, fearing that this lord would drive them away. No matter the cost, they must stay. Listening to Citra's words, Xuanhe's mind flickered with previous thoughts. Indeed, there are indigenous people in this world, and not a few of them. After hearing the general news, he had no intention of wasting more time listening to how these people expressed their loyalty, so he interrupted her, saying, "All right, I understand. You all rest outside for now." "Thank you, Lord." Citra sighed in relief and stood up, yet still maintained an extremely humble posture. Then summoning her courage, she asked, "Lord, we have a newborn among us. May I request the potion you just provided?" Citra vowed that she would work hard to repay the debt in the future. Xuanhe did not expect there to be a baby among this group. He frowned, signaling to the 13 people behind him, "Where is the baby?" Citra immediately sensed something was wrong and turned around, her face turning pale, her mouth trembling, momentarily forgetting how to speak. "Lord, my lord." Seeing her in such a state, Xuanhe sensed something was off as well. He waved his hand towards the small courtyard, and a silver figure dashed out, rushing towards the Qing tree spirits. The Qing tree spirit glared at Xuanhe with some tension as he approached, but sighed in relief upon realizing he wasn't there to chop down trees. There really is a child. After passing 4 or 5 trees, he saw the mother and child lying on the ground, their lives hanging. The Qing tree spirit, who had raised a branch ready to strike, suddenly withdrew its hand, as the aura from the deep water was extraordinarily striking. Xuanhe hurried over and took out 2 bottles of potions, first feeding one to the mother, who was barely clinging to life. He hesitated for a moment when it came to the baby, unsure of the effects the potion would have on such a small child. Without further hesitation, he picked up the infant and headed towards the small courtyard. While the potion might have an effect, the deep water surely would not. "You all check if there are any other people in the forest. If there are, bring them over," he said, tossing a few potions to Citra. After feeding the baby the deep water, the infant, who was on the brink of death, was directly saved. Seeing this, he finally let out a breath of relief. After all, he was from Earth and could not bear to watch a baby die right before his eyes. That would be too cruel. After doing all this, he emerged holding the baby, frowning at the villagers who were sitting on the ground and gasping for breath, then handed the baby to the mother, who looked like a monstrous ghost. It seems that for the indigenous people, surviving in such a terrible environment is not a simple matter. While he was thinking this, the villagers, upon seeing him approach, became increasingly anxious, some even kneeling down on the ground. Only the woman beside the wooden staff came over, knelt, and asked, "Is there anything you need us to do, Lord?" Xuanhe couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Oh, what kind of state were these people in, yet they still wanted to work? He shook his head, saying, "You all should rest well for now. There are indeed tasks to be done, but they're not urgent at the moment." There were indeed matters to attend to. The mountain beneath the water had been confirmed to be a true vein. Originally, he was pondering how to mine it, but now these villagers were the best miners. As for how to ensure safety in the water, that needed careful consideration. Regardless, this vein must be excavated to provide sufficient ores and metallurgical materials for his territory. Many items in the workshop could not be produced due to the lack of essential ores, and the prices of these ores in the trading market were excessively high, making purchases impractical. After hearing Xuanhe's words, Citra and the villagers first looked puzzled, then relaxed. "All right, Lord, I will gather some grass for the other villagers to eat, and then we can build some houses in this open space. What do you think?" Xuanhe nodded, but suddenly thought of something, so he took a few dried fish from the rack in the small courtyard and tossed them to Citra, saying, "You can also have some fish." He then ignored the astonished looks behind him and walked straight to the vicinity of the moon, while sitting on a tree stump while opening the survival manual. "Zhang Jingjing, Xuanhe, why have you suddenly stopped appearing? Should I come to you, big brother? I just asked a professional, and it turns out this is the legendary special building, the moon well, which can upgrade with the territory and has countless uses. Where did you get it from, big brother?" "Zhang Yao, that's a bit exaggerated. I thought this brother would die, especially with all the dangerous things around him, but I didn't. No wonder he's the fastest to level up in our group. Truly impressive." There are more updates, and Xuanhe quickly skimmed through and selectively replied to some before opening the forum. However, this time, when he opened the forum, he noticed some unusual things. Although his back-end messages had always been numerous, now it was a bit too exaggerated. Did something happen? Upon entering the main section, he indeed discovered something different. The pictures of the moon well he posted had gone viral in the forum, and the hottest post mentioned that the moon well would attract elves, which ignited public opinion. Seeing this, he felt somewhat displeased. However, after clicking into this post, that slight displeasure dissipated. Because the person who posted had the talent of a master builder, he immediately identified what kind of building it was, and this person even privately messaged him a guide on how to use the moon well. In light of this guide, he accepted this person's friend request. Then he privately messaged those who mentioned having Wulong grass bean seeds and ash grass, but received no replies, not feeling anxious, as everyone was busy. Although they had passed the initial stage, more challenges awaited these Earthlings. After browsing the forum for a while, he noticed that other places were also gradually seeing refugees. It seemed that in this world the existence of land deeds automatically attracted people. However, that was because some Earthlings started closer to the settlements while he was simply lucky. After going through today's news, he decided to start preparing for tonight's defenses. It shouldn't have been so troublesome, but having received this batch of refugees, he naturally had to handle it well to avoid them dying as soon as they arrived. The sun shone on the Lanchong River, making the turbulent waters glisten. There were plenty of wild plants nearby that he hadn't. At this moment, the villagers outside were digging for wild vegetables, and their condition seemed to have improved significantly. Moreover, their survival skills were fully developed, and within a short time, they had already dug pits and made fires. Some had even started preparing more tools for survival. However, since they didn't have pots, they basically cooked food directly on stones. But this was already quite good. Xuanhe stood in the yard watching them with slight curiosity. Had he not seen these villagers eating the grass that was everywhere, he wouldn't have known that it was edible. Out of curiosity, he asked, and to his surprise, the answer was that any grass could be eaten. This meant that even things that shouldn't be eaten must also be edible. Watching them eat wild vegetables seemed to be a kind of This made Xuanhe unavoidably curious about what the outside world was like. However, for now, it was better to develop well. It would be best to develop an underwater base. After all, his deep sea talent was better underwater, and in the future, he would build a true territory in the deep sea. It was now afternoon with the sun high in the sky. These villagers were extremely happy, their rough, swollen faces filled with smiles, especially when they had fish to eat. Although fish meat was quite fishy, it was still meat. Life was good now. Finally, there was a lord willing to take them in. At this moment, Xuanhe was also having lunch, but it was this roasted fish. After eating for a while, he felt nauseous and couldn't take it anymore. So he simply went to the sunken area to get some water to fill his stomach. Because the quality of life was too poor, he looked at the 19 villagers he had rescued with a bit more expectation and couldn't help but ask, "What can you all do?" Upon hearing this, the 19 people immediately put down their food, stood up, and their originally shy demeanor became even. Sister Stella knew that ordinary people would be speechless when meeting a great figure like a lord just like now. Although she was a bit nervous, she had to step forward. So she was the first to answer, her tone extremely respectful. "My lord, I am a mage. There are 11 farmers, 3 hunters, 1 very skilled weaver, a blacksmith, a chef, and a carpenter." Xuanhe was somewhat surprised by this response, as it was a bit beyond his expectations. After all, no matter the time, people with skills were extremely rare. But seeing the looks of these people, he understood that probably only those with some abilities survived this escape. This was also, indeed, it's not easy for those who can escape to a place like mine, even among the refugees. Thinking this, he nodded and contemplated. "Your name is Stella, right? Please tell me in detail what they can do." He had only come to ask after seeing she had finished eating. Stella, however, had no other thoughts and simply stated everything. Afterward, the farmers, having finished eating, volunteered to cultivate the land. Initially, Xuanhe planned to refuse, but seeing the determination in their eyes, he agreed. They were not afraid of hard work. Rather, they feared having nothing to do. Thus, after resting for just 1 or 2 hours, everyone began to find tasks they could do. Even the mother, holding her child, placed the child in the shade and went to pick plants that could be woven. She seemed quite experienced in this regard. Although she feared the green tree spirits and dared not go into the primitive forest, she had searched all the open areas. She was a remarkably resilient mother. Stella smiled as she watched the villagers get moving, then wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at Xuanhe's shoes, and said, "My lord, could you grant me a bit of precious ash from the firewood? There are tree spirits everywhere. The trees cannot be used. We need to go outside to chop wood to build houses. I saw a good forest while passing by, and the ash can protect us while in the forest." This was the first time Xuanhe learned this, and was quite surprised. He nodded and had someone fetch it. There was plenty in the stone pit of the courtyard. After Stella ran inside and came out again, she lowered her head and quietly asked, "My lord, can I take a bit more precious ash? If scattered on this land, it will prevent worms from appearing, allowing us to cultivate land, plant wheat, and more crops." Hearing this, he was taken aback. "The ash has this kind of power?" "Yes, my lord. The ash can provide fertile nutrients for crops. If sprinkled on the ground periodically, those white worms will not dare to appear." Stella was not surprised that the lord did not know about this, as it was normal for him to know nothing. Xuanhe immediately understood. He thought for a moment and looked at the 2 level 1 simple farmlands in the courtyard. As the courtyard expanded, he had placed these 2 farmlands closer to the outside, then withdrew his gaze and said, "Among you, who is the best at farming? You can start now. The ash in the courtyard can be used. Do you have seeds?" "Yes, my lord. After all, we want to survive too." Xuanhe asked about the types of seeds, and upon hearing the types, because his quality of life was finally about to improve. Thus the farmers began to get busy. As for tools, there were plenty available. Not to mention, he could make them himself. Even if he couldn't, he could buy them from the Earthling trading. At this point, he realized that perhaps the Earthling's greatest advantage was this trading market that spanned unknown spaces. Then he opened the forum and wrote a post about the ash to help more people survive. The more Earthlings who survived, and the better they lived, the greater the help to him. As soon as the post was published, it quickly gained traction. He was still unaware that his name had already become famous among Earth. This was not only due to the name being in a special golden font and the titles following it, but also because every time he appeared, he brought surprises. This time was no different as it stirred up a storm in the forum and various chat channels. After posting, he put away the survival. Then he looked at the level 11 novice mage Stella and asked where wild beasts might exist nearby. Wild beasts could naturally improve his diet and materials. However, he was indeed curious as to why there were no medium-sized beasts in the vicinity. Xuanhe heard from Stella that in areas with tree spirits, other forest beasts are rarely present. Moreover, this area is avoided by beasts with a keen sense of danger, making it no simple task to find wild beasts within a short distance. To truly locate a herd of beasts, one might need to travel for 2 hours. Upon hearing this, he decisively gave up. With a round trip of 4 hours, he wouldn't make it in time, even if he set off now. Because the tools were handy and these people's stamina seemed to be endless and skilled, the land was quickly cultivated. They cultivated a large piece of land according to the current area's layout, turning the soil and spreading ash, then planting seeds, and finally fetching a bucket of water from the nearby river to water them little by little. Some seeds require special growing environments, so they even propped up frames in the soil with ordinary branches. Meanwhile, those who left with ash to chop down trees quickly returned, each carrying a log longer than themselves. After placing down the wood, everyone swiftly began constructing 2 houses, one for the mage infant and mother, and the other for the others. The speed at which these people built houses was surprisingly faster than the speed of cultivating the land, prompting Xuanhe to open and check their profiles. He then fell silent upon seeing the attribute bars of these commoners maxed out at level 10. If it weren't for taking various miraculous waters in the past few days to enhance his body, his physical quality might not even match that of this group of refugees. Yet these individuals were the lowest-ranking serfs in this world, with only Stella being a free person. Honestly, it was so he went to provoke other people. Private channel and forum Xuanhe. Although it's hard to believe, most people's physical qualities are likely not as good as those of the most ordinary slaves in this world. Just look at these refugees' profiles. Their personal attributes are maxed out. See image. He had yet to check the messages in the forum backend, but he also posted the same message in the world and regional channels. What the heck? What am I seeing? A golden figure, a famous golden figure. I can't be excited because I saw the image. I painstakingly cultivated fruits to enhance my strength to survive, and you tell me I'm worse off than the most pathetic natives crying. On the bright side, we have a lot of room for improvement. I also took in some refugees here if their strength is truly exaggerated and I can't compete at all. I feel like I need to work harder, or I fear a serf uprising. Don't be afraid, my land deed has already been taken by a native. This statement caused an uproar, prompting even the originally observing Xuanhe to join the discussion. Xuanhe, what do you mean? How was your land deed taken? They held a knife to my throat, made me erase my name, and wrote theirs instead. Now I'm a slave too. If it weren't for the survival manual being bound only to me and no one else could see anything, I wouldn't even be able to keep this thing. What the hell? How could it be this terrifying? How can we play like this? On one hand, we have to guard against dark monsters, and on the other, we have to be wary of native ambushes. Not to mention that golden named Lu Gu spoke of a natural mist. Who can survive this? Is this for real? Don't scare me. I was hoping to recruit some natives to help me. Really? When he said it, I realized that land deeds can be taken, can be annexed, and can forcibly erase your name. So where should we keep the land deed? It can't be placed in the temporary storage of the trading market. I'm crying. Why is it so hard to survive? I saw the golden figure appear. Is there any way, great figure? Xuanhe. Actually, Xuanhe was also extremely shocked when he saw these messages. And he didn't know what to say, ultimately typing out one line: Xuanhe, become stronger and become an extraordinary being. After that, he didn't check these messages again, not even the private channel mentions. The information he received this time caught him completely off guard, leaving his emotions in turmoil. Originally, he was preparing a new plan for the future development of the territory and his personal growth. He could no longer advance at such a slow pace. He had to speed up. The faster he grew, the better he could protect himself in this perilous world. Huff! He stepped out the door, looking at his small courtyard, especially his main building, feeling increasingly unsafe. Perhaps the construction of the underwater base should start sooner. Then he noticed his manual suddenly vibrating and opened it to find someone using a special item to contact him. This item was obtained when opening a treasure chest, and it was someone he was familiar with, Xuanhe, the one who planted trees from whom he had previously bought healing leaves. He thought this person had some urgent matter, so he clicked on the private message, only to find that the new message was neither a request nor a plea for help, but rather new information. Xuanhe, Lu Gu, I just learned a piece of the latest news. As long as indigenous refugees are accepted as villagers, they will automatically be included in the land deed, and it will be impossible to commit regicide, let alone seize the land deed. Although he was unaware of this information, it didn't come as a surprise. However, the next message surprised him. Xuanhe, also we can sign land deeds, not the kind where one is the master, but the kind where a slave can enslave another survivor, and natives and survivors can also enslave each other. Xuanhe, the previous survivor who claimed to be a slave, was not just self-deprecating. He had truly become a slave. Upon reading this, Xuanhe's pupils constricted. Xuanhe, Lu Gu, if there are refugees near you, make sure to sign a contract to classify them as serfs. If the number exceeds what the land deed can accommodate, you must expel them, or you may encounter bad situations. Xuanhe, I am not saying all this for any particular reason, I feel like I can't survive much longer. If I come to seek refuge with Lu Gu in the future, I hope to get an opportunity. I don't want to be a slave crying emoji, and of course I don't wish for anything else, just to be an ordinary free person. Lu Xuanhe read all the messages with a complicated mood, especially the last part. Although this might just be a backup plan he devised for himself, the fact that he used a special item to alert him at the first moment of receiving this information indicated that it seems the current situation is indeed very urgent. He murmured to himself, looking at his main building. He then replied to Lin Xingya, "Is the situation on your side this bad? If needed, you can come find me, but I'm not sure if you can make it here, as I don't know how far apart we are in terms of time." At this moment, Lin Xingya, looking disheveled, stood beneath the treehouse and smiled bitterly upon seeing this reply. From the words, he could tell that this golden ID remained calm, even asking if his situation was bad. Lin Xingya, "It's terrible, not just for me. Oh, everyone's situation is dire. But Luga, you should be doing well. I feel that the territory slightly closer to the natives will likely lose the land deed within the next few days. Lin Xingya, although distance is indeed an issue, I still want to survive. Among the people I know, you're the strongest, Lu Go. I've been trying to find any map-related items in the trading market lately. Thank you, Lu Go." After saying that there was no further conversation, Lu Xuanhe looked at the chat logs and couldn't help but shake his head, frowning as he turned around only to unexpectedly find a completely new place. The two small houses for the refugees had already been built. Meanwhile, the sound of banging could be heard from the carpenter's area where he was making furniture. The first thing made was a crib. Seeing the Lord stepping out of his lord's manor, Stella immediately came forward to report. The sunlight was no longer as piercing as before, yet prolonged exposure in this environment could still cause heat burns. After finishing her tasks, Site La washed her face. Her spirits seemed much improved, yet she remained extremely reserved and deferential before Lu Xuanhe. "Lord, we have scattered Xuanhe all around your territory in a ring. With that, even at night this place will be decidedly safe. Moreover, the land has been cultivated. Regarding the vein you mentioned, we are devising ways to extract it, since underwater is not entirely safe, and Xuanhe's power beneath the water is far less than on land, so there may be some. Do not worry about that." Lu Xuanhe suddenly beckoned to Lan Kang, and beneath the sunlight a deep blue octopus rose to the surface. With that octopus present, only that particular underwater mine bore any trace. The other aquatic monsters dared not. Having said this, Site La bowed her head, even lower, utterly convinced and exceedingly respectful. "I will obey your orders, my lord." He nodded, and after seeing the carpenter finish the crib, he walked over and asked, "What will you make next?" Startled, the carpenter shivered, but answered haltingly, "My lord, I will craft furniture next, especially wooden buckets. The simple ones break easily and are inconvenient for irrigating the fields. Then levers for wooden pulley systems to make hauling logs back easier. Carrying them is too slow and wastes time. We also need to build a wooden bridge to reach the underwater mine." He heard nothing but urgent needs. Originally, Lu Xuanhe had wanted the carpenter to make a full set of furniture to improve his comforts, but that now seemed impractical. Seeing the anxious carpenter, whose whole demeanor shouted for work, Lu Xuanhe nonetheless voiced the demands he had intended. "I for them being occupied was far better than idleness. I need a complete set of furniture, but all made from 9th grade timber and finely finished. First finish the tasks at hand, then make a bespoke set for me." As expected, upon hearing this, the carpenter showed no reluctance. In fact, he seemed invigorated, lifting his head several inches and exclaiming with excited voice, "At once, my lord." Thus Lu Xuanhe inspected each person in turn and assigned them tasks. Though unobservable in any game-like interface, he truly felt an invisible current of popular favor rising with each assignment, as if an unseen populace approved. These people needed the Lord to give them work, not Ctla's words. Finally, he glanced at the baby placed in the shade, its cheeks ruddy, then looked at Site La standing to one side. "You are a mage." He had been curious about the title mage when he first heard it, though his observations suggested this was not the mage he had imagined. Site La had been pleased, then blushed at his question. She lowered her head and stammered, "My lord, I can only guide paths." She was deeply ashamed. Lu Xuanhe's expression grew strange. "Guide paths? Be specific." "Yes, my lord. I excel at remembering and finding routes. Any path I have walked, whether trodden by people or beasts, I can find and commit to memory." It sounded trivial at first, but on closer thought it offered subtle usefulness. For example, if there were enemies, her skill could be used to track them. "Do you remember in your mind how those roads run?" "I remember, my lord. In my mind are maps of every road I have traversed." Pleased with that answer, for he indeed needed local maps, he decided immediately, "Very well. I need a map. Draw all the routes from the maps in your mind. When you have nothing to do, walk and chart the surrounding area as well, but avoid dangerous places. I do not want corpses within my territory." Site La was surprised by this verdict, but nodded at once, my lord." With that, jobs were assigned to the 19 refugees. Of course, the baby was not counted among them. Lu Xuanhe had been reluctant to give any work to that resilient mother, but in the end he gave orders. For them nothing to do. Dusk came swiftly. Golden sunset lay across the water. A few birds flew by, only to be quickly taken by monsters hidden beneath the surface. A sliver of the river's nocturnal horror was revealed. Yet the refugees were not as fearful or frantic as Lu Xuanhe had expected. They went about their tasks as usual. According to them, at night Xuanhe alone was sufficient to fend off most dangers. Still, Lu Xuanhe lit a central bonfire made of kindling where they stayed to ward off the perils of the dark. As night approached, the fire's warmth brought boundless comfort. When the mother held the child, and the flames painted her face, tenderness softened the swollen, ugly features. From day to night the temperature varied by dozens of degrees. On Earth, such a swing might well kill by freezing. Fortunately, they had woven thick quilts from forest plants during the day and laid them over the wooden plank beds in the huts, so tonight would not be unbearable. Before sleep, Site-La felt the scene like a dream. Perhaps they had never seen a chicken or any lord, only endless darkness, cold hunger, and death. The night passed quickly. As the refugees had said, Xuanhe effectively protected the territory, and many other survivors lived on because of that knowledge. The survivors from Earth gradually stabilized with time. Dawn broke. The sun rose again, and a new day began. The farmers were up early. They had cleared a small plot to grow food for the little silver-armored horse and the small mousing chick. Those seeds and finished goods had all been obtained by Xuanhe through the market. Without that trade, those two little creatures would have had only water these past days. The seeds were sown, though normally they would take long to sprout. A growth accelerant fertilizer had hastened their pace. Because their cycle is short, they could be harvested in a day and replanted. One former herdsman was preparing their feed from purchased produce. The wooden bridge was being built with caution progress. At first, the refugees had been very worried, but when they discovered no monstrous fish tore at them underwater, they relaxed. That octopus had been stationed by Xuanhe's command to leave its presence in that area and drive away all fish, making the underwater area quite safe. Mining proceeded in orderly fashion. As for the ordinary level 11 mage, she had begun drawing maps and ventured into the primeval forest to explore the surrounding territory. A morning passed amid the clang of construction. It was then that Xuanhe found himself with some leisure. Although there were only 19 villagers now, they managed most tasks so well that he only needed to inspect. This experience was worlds apart from before. With time to breathe, he spent most of his hours underwater. Beneath the water, he felt not only bodily comfort, but also a slow, steady increase in his extraordinary power. The water proved far safer to him than the land. Unfortunately, the river held no precious treasures, only occasionally lost tools of little value. Near noon, Site-La brought unexpected news. She had walked the perimeter of the territory and used the items provided by the Lord to draft a map, but there was one thing she believed the Lord should be told about at once. Are you saying that you saw a herd of wild buffalo? Stella honestly nodded in response to the inquiry from the Lord. Wait, we are in a primordial forest, right? Even if there is truly a herd of wild buffalo, shouldn't they live in a different area? Xuanhe seemed to recall something, quickly retracting his words. He indicated that he understood. After all, he had specifically asked Stella to help him look for traces of wild beasts, and now receiving accurate news was indeed a good thing. Moreover, the herd of wild buffalo was not far from his small courtyard. It would only take about an hour to reach. Stella blinked her purple eyes, unsure if she should voice what she had seen. However, thinking of the images she had witnessed, she decided to speak up, leaving everything else to the Lord. My lord, I saw traces of a human presence near the herd of wild buffalo, and there were quite a few of them. Because the dung of wild buffalo is often a crucial land resource, I began to observe the surrounding environment when I saw them. As a result, I discovered that most of the dung had been taken away, and there were footprints all over the ground. There should still be a small wild area nearby. I just don't know if they have discovered us. This news surprised Xuanhe, especially after inquiring about the herd of wild buffalo. He realized that the dung of these buffalo was comparable to a special organic fertilizer from his previous life on Earth, and large amounts of dung could even create fertile black soil. It was the type of black soil that was highly productive and required minimal care. After all, his growth acceleration fertilizer was limited to 3 uses and was a one-time item. However, with wild buffalo dung, the yield of whatever he planted in the future would greatly increase. This would provide significant help both now and in the future, as food could not be conjured out of thin air. Not to mention, there was even a small wild area. A wild area is essentially a camp where refugees gather without any fire source, becoming extremely dangerous at night with a consistently high mortality rate, yet it is a common existence in this world. With this in mind, especially recalling the sight of those mining underwater, he felt the need for more manpower. The more people he had, the larger and safer his territory would become. In recent days, with the emergence of land deeds and the interaction between Earthlings and natives, various pieces of information had all appeared on the forum. Among the most concerning information was how to upgrade the land deed. The evaluation criteria for land deeds were not mechanical nor as simple as the previous base. It only required upgrading the fire source and preparing sufficient materials. Instead, it was more complex, assessed from multiple dimensions. After all, this was not a game. First and foremost, people were needed. Different territories required meeting different population standards and more extraordinary powers, as well as stronger fire sources. For a land deed to upgrade from a small courtyard to a town or city, the fire source could not even be the ordinary type they currently had. Moreover, the strength of the Lord himself must be sufficiently powerful to upgrade the grade of the land deed. In short, everything had to change, and everything had to become stronger. A level 1 land deed is a small courtyard. Strictly speaking, their land deed is a type of incomplete deed, as the true level 1 land deed in this world is actually a small manor. The entire set is extremely complex, especially with various necessary buildings, leaving viewers bewildered. Ordinary people, even Earthlings with land deeds, might not meet all these standards. As a result, many lords have already lost their spirit and are considering selling themselves for a better price. The reason for obtaining this information was due to a survivor, a player who contributed his land deed to a native territory and became a freeman of that city, gathering enough information. The only constant in all this information was the importance of the fire source. According to this Earthling in the city, he was in the fire source, almost took the form of a red bird hovering at the forefront of the street, sheltering the people of the city. When Xuanhe heard this news, the already heavy pressure on him became even greater. He could not relax for a moment. However, it was said that even such a powerful city could not protect every corner, and the weak were always the first to be abandoned or to die from various accidents. Various inexplicable occurrences have already arisen on the forum. He did not want any of those things to happen to him. He could only become stronger. There is still some time until noon. Let's take a break first, then take me to the place you mentioned to have a look. Yes, my lord. The underwater mine has already begun to extract some resources which are being transported here. Since the mine is underwater, they occasionally need to surface for air to continue mining, and being underwater for extended periods is also very detrimental to health. Not to mention these are farmers who are not skilled at diving or swimming. Thus this task is actually quite difficult. Most of the ore is tidal silver scale crystal, a special mineral that only grows underwater, tainted with a touch of magic, used for constructing most items, though it has low resistance to fire and can easily fracture when exposed to sunlight for long periods. The overall appearance is a silver-white base with layered thin flaky or tightly arranged on the surface like fish scales with rippling light along the edges. Currently, these farmers are not actually mining. They are merely picking up scattered tidal silver scale crystals beside the mine. The speed of collection is already quite good, but unfortunately it is still just a drop in the bucket for the materials needed to construct an underwater base. However, what he currently lacks the most is iron, or otherwise most things within the territory can only be purchased in the trading market and cannot be self-sufficient. He held a piece of tidal silver scale crystal in his hand, nodding to the anxious farmers as a sign of satisfaction. As for the lunch, it was fish soup cooked in a specially customized, oversized iron pot. In addition to the large iron pot, there was also a small iron pot, which was Xuanhe's exclusive dining ware. These people's cooking skills were not particularly good, but because they had lived in this primitive environment for a long time, their culinary skills were far better than his. The boiled wild vegetables and fish soup were barely edible. As he ate, Xuanhe felt a wave of depression. He truly missed the white fluffy rice and various dishes. He longed for stir-fried green peppers with pork, braised eggplant, twice-cooked pork, scrambled eggs, with tomatoes, potato stew, with braised pork, winter melon, and rib soup, cola chicken wings, sweet and sour ribs, spicy potato strips, tomato, braised beef brisket, roasted lamb chops, roasted pork chops, roasted steak, and beef oil hot pot. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a wave of sadness. The difficulties from the outside world could not defeat him, but eating this bland food without any oil or salt was truly making him want to jump into the Lanchang River. It was too painful. Thus, after drinking a bit of the heavily fishy soup, he couldn't help but turn to the farmers beside him and asked, "Do you know what plants can be pressed for oil? Or where can I find salt and staple foods?" Previously, he had asked what types of seeds these people brought, only to find they were all sorts of miscellaneous functional plants rather than food-producing plants. For instance, one of the seeds grew into vines and leaves that could be woven into soft fabrics. Xuanhe sipped the fish soup and wild vegetable soup from the wooden bowl while looking at the confused expressions of these people, feeling a sense of helplessness. Thus, he couldn't help but post a high reward on the forum for wheat and rice seeds. Unfortunately, other earthlings were in even worse situations than him, and the previous tomato and corn seeds had been obtained from treasure chests. Now with the rise in danger, treasure chests were not as plentiful and the seeds had decreased significantly. Even so, his post still triggered a wave of people crying out below, all asking him to find seeds and food, and to list some in the trading market. They too had been suffering greatly and were begging for help. Upon seeing the replies, Xuanhe fell into rare silence for a moment, then muttered to himself, "It seems I can only rely on myself." He then looked at Stella, who had already finished eating, and signaled, "Let's go now." Stella nodded vigorously, then reluctantly licked the fish soup from the wooden bowl, as if she had tasted a delicacy, making it hard for him to look at. Thanks to the specialized food provided, the little silver-armored horse and the little Subaru had begun to grow slowly. However, this particular food was still insufficient, and it seemed they had barely eaten enough. Even if the new Ulan grass bean seeds and ash grass sprouted tomorrow, it probably wouldn't be enough for these two. More land would need to be cultivated. On this outing, Xuanhe took the Jingsu gun and the little silver-armored horse, and together with Stella they headed towards the herd of wild buffalo in the suspected wild area. The Lanchang River boasts an exceptionally long riverbank bordered by mountains and boundless forests. However, this stretch of riverbank, which should have been teeming with trees, has been cleared and thin wisps of smoke rise into the air. The territory of Xuanhe and its surrounding area resembles a rectangular prism with a cross-section layer left near the upstream direction where the Qing tree spirit resides. The upper part is scattered with thick ash, and one must walk several hundred meters to reach the primeval forest where the Qing tree spirit is located. However, if one advances from the courtyard and the outer territory towards the primeval forest, the Qing tree spirits do not appear in droves like they do on the other side. Most of the leaves and vines they require are foraged around this vicinity. Yet to chop down trees here is out of the question. One must venture to the more distant common forest. In just a day or two, a clearing has emerged in that ordinary forest. At this moment, whispers of human voices could be heard from within the forest. Some drifters dressed in bark and animal skins resembling wild men seem to be following something, their hands brushing against the stumps of trees that have been felled, mumbling to each other in unintelligible chatter. After less than an hour of travel, Xuanhe and Satila have reached the herd of wild buffalo. This place appears extremely open compared to others, yet on the grass one can see visible footprints, chaotic and clearly of beastly origin. Following the footprints, they come across a herd of nearly 20 wild buffalo with droppings scattered across the ground. Upon seeing the droppings, Sightloss' eyes lit up as if she wanted to gather them up immediately to bring back to enrich their. After all, the land they had just cultivated was exceedingly desolate. These wild buffalo are actually extraordinary life forms, level 11 buffalo monsters. No wonder their droppings can be used as fertilizer. Xuanhe looked at the herd of wild buffalo, initially planning to see if he could tame them, but upon witnessing the scene, he gave up. Even if he could tame them, this was not the right time. As for the wild buffalo droppings that could wait until they found the gathering spot, they would certainly come here to collect fertilizer in the future. He instructed Satila to continue leading the way. Satila, holding her wooden staff, cautiously sought out the path taken by others, ultimately guiding him towards the northwest. Heading in this direction, Xuanhe noticed an increase in traces of beasts and other small animals. This area resembled a primeval forest more than others. Suddenly, a green snake lunged from the trees, aiming for. His speed was even greater, wielding not the inconveniently large spear, but an iron sword purchased from the trading market. The iron sword swiftly severed the green snake, which was as thick as a human arm, in half, and he stepped on the snake's head. However, this action did not resolve anything. Instead, hissing sounds began to emanate from all directions. A glance upward revealed snakes coiling above in the treetops. This sight made him furrow his brow. Satila hurriedly scattered ash and apologized. "I apologize, my lord. I forgot that extraordinary beings like you entering this forest would alert other beasts. By scattering this ash now, the attraction will significantly diminish. As long as they aren't large beasts, they shouldn't intentionally attack you." Satila appeared quite flustered, her purple eyes reflecting regret. Xuanhe, however, had no time to care about that, as a silver shadow suddenly darted past him. A pair of blood-red eyes circled behind a giant tree, revealing a massive python coldly gazing at them. The small silver-armored horse rushed over, its body still young, yet exuding a formidable presence, striking a pose as if ready to battle. The giant python shifted its gaze to the horse, then coiled lazily around another giant tree, closing its eyes. Snap! Xuanhe captured this moment and uploaded it to the forum, asking what it was before continuing onward. "Third floor, Brother Lu, that's a Qing bamboo python. Although it looks enormous, it's just an ordinary python, not nearly as formidable as the Qing tree spirit, and it's extremely timid. A little show of strength will scare it off, posing no threat, just a larger size." 7th floor, wait. I'm really curious about that silver little horse. It's so handsome. Brother Lu, don't tell me you've already started raising horses in just a few days, right? 15th floor, it should be. Didn't Brother Lu ask for seeds of several special plants? I later consulted a specialist who told me those are specifically for feeding horses, and only special horses can eat them. Ordinary horses can't handle them easily, leading to nutritional excess. 29th floor, where is this, Brother Lu? It looks quite lively. I even see a cute little rabbit in the pictures. Noticing the discussion veering off topic, Xuanhe closed the survival manual and continued forward. After walking for about 10 to 20 minutes, Satila suddenly halted and pointed to the ground, saying, "My lord, the traces stop right here. That group must be nearby. No wonder there are open fields here. There doesn't seem to be much danger, only the nightfall to worry about. However, to the northeast, there are vast stretches of Qing tree spirits. Ordinary people simply can't survive there." She took a few steps forward, parting the leaves to reveal a cave. In that moment, she couldn't help but gasp. "My goodness, my lord, this isn't just an ordinary open field. There are actually half-beasts inside." Xuanhe frowned at this, incredulously asking, "What on earth?" "They're hybrid half-beasts," Satila said, disdainfully brushing aside the obstructive foliage. "These creatures are akin to beasts. Half-beasts collect whatever droppings they can find. Do they actually farm?" She appeared quite astonished. Seeing this, Xuanhe stepped forward to look into the cave, only to lock eyes with a pair. They were indeed half-beasts and half-snake at that. Damn, he couldn't help but curse. Although he had seen many related games back on Earth, the sight of real snake people made him instinctively take a step back. These creatures were somewhat unsettling, especially in the dark cave, where a cluster of snake people lay huddled inside. A glance would frighten an ordinary person out of their wits. Even Xuanhe, who considered his mental resilience strong, found it hard to control his reaction. "Are these half-snake beings?" Satila seemed somewhat disdainful, but nodded. "They are of no use, my lord, and possess low intelligence akin to beasts. Among 100 you won't find a single one that is normal. Half-beasts are always at the very bottom. Didn't they take the buffalo droppings? Where is the cultivated land?" Satila quickly circled around to take a look, and finally shook her head. "There is no land. Who knows what these half-beasts want with the buffalo droppings?" Xuanhe felt otherwise. He truly had no idea what the situation was with half-beasts in this world. But he had eyes. Once the initial shock wore off, he scrutinized the cave and found it remarkably clean, as if it were tight. However, he had only observed the surface. What lay deeper inside was unknown. Even out of curiosity, he had no intention of venturing into a cave full of snake people. Was simply too unsettling. Since they had seen the snake people had certainly seen them. Thus, those few snake people who were seen at first quickly crawled back, making rustling sounds from within. Xuanhe hesitated. He had already inquired with other survivors about any news regarding half-beasts, but aside from a freedman who had voluntarily relinquished his land deed, no one had any information. At that moment, he saw a human crawling out from the damp cave. More accurately, it was a crawl. The cave was overall very dark and somewhat damp. It would likely deteriorate the health of anyone who stayed there for an extended period. In this cave, filled with snake people, a figure emerged clad in bark. Moreover, this person did not appear to be merely a drifter, rather they resembled a civilization like that of Xuanhe, as one could sense the essence of culture even through their bark attire. I never expected to encounter a lord in this primitive forest. My apologies for the unceremonious welcome. However, everything here is in disarray as it has only just begun, so I cannot offer any proper hospitality. Oh, I hope this new lord will understand. Xuanhe looked curiously at the tall middle-aged woman before him, yet Xuanhe spoke up first. Who are you? Why do you live among the half-beasts? Aren't you afraid they might eat you? The middle-aged woman shook her head ready to respond, but suddenly heard a noise and turned to look southeast. 6 individuals and 6 snake people appeared before Xuanhe. He admitted that even in the bright light, these snake people seemed a bit too realistic. Such creatures indeed seemed more suited to a paper illustration. The little silver-armored horse grew rapidly, though it sounded strange it had indeed started to grow swiftly after consuming special food. It was already half a person's height and would soon be rideable. At this moment the little horse was poised, gazing at the returning wildlings, its silver sheen transforming into a silver armor-like covering as if ready to charge at any unforeseen circumstance. It was unclear how such a fierce personality had developed. The middle-aged woman quickly stepped forward to stand in front of them, saying, "This is a noble lord, you must not act presumptuously. In the true world, people like you wouldn't even qualify to stand before a noble lord." Xuanhe felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, but knowing these people meant no harm, he placed the spear he had intended to draw into a temporary storage. "What is this place?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, he eventually inquired. The middle-aged woman invited them into the cave, intending to explain further. Xuanhe was very reluctant to go, but seeing the lord nod, she reluctantly bent down and entered the cave. The cave widened as they ventured deeper, especially at the end where it suddenly opened up. They finally understood what the wild buffalo dung was used for. These snake people and humans were cultivating mushrooms in the cave, and some of them were large luminous mushrooms. The ground was lined with neat rows of planting boxes, most of which contained mushrooms, while others held vine-like plants, all arranged in a remarkably tidy and clean manner. In the center, a bonfire was burning. There were no embers, but the fuel for the bonfire seemed to be high-grade wood that could serve as firewood, looking quite impressive. It seemed that the snake people knew they were not favored as they hid in the shadows, occasionally making rustling sounds that sent chills down one's spine. The middle-aged woman's name was Aimee, a botanist who had ventured into this vast forest long ago for research. She had then encountered the snake people and gradually began living with them, also meeting other drifters along the way, eventually deciding to coexist. Life had been quite difficult, but since discovering the herd of wild buffalo, incidents of starvation had become increasingly rare. Although nights remained terrifying, at least they could survive during the day. This group of snake people numbered nearly 100. Upon hearing this figure, Xuanhe found it hard to believe. How could such a small area sustain 100 snake people? It seemed a bit exaggerated. However, he did not press for more details, understanding this was a personal matter for them. After explaining their situation, Aimee looked earnestly at Xuanhe and said, "It is rare to see a lord like you in the forest. It truly astonishes me. May I ask if I can join your territory?" Wait, is there something off about this? He initially thought this was a tale of humans rescuing half-beasts, but it seemed he had misunderstood. Seeing Xuanhe silent, Aimee hurriedly added, "These snake people only occasionally consult me about certain matters, so I ended up living with them. After all, there are no other human settlements in this primitive forest. I do not actually like these snake people. A being with such uncivilized beasts often brings me distress. Please, noble lord, take me in. I can cultivate different plants and food for you." Now that the matter is clear, Xuanhe understood that what Xuanhe said was absolutely correct. Half-beasts were inherently at the bottom of the social hierarchy, just like this one before him. So what will happen to these snake people? Upon hearing his question, both Xuanhe and Aimee were taken aback. Xuanhe clearly wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Aimee, however, bluntly replied, "Half-beasts are merely half-beasts. There is no need to concern yourself with them." Xuanhe pondered for a moment. "Snakes, I remember, are amphibians, meaning they can exist in both water and on land." Aimee quickly nodded. "Yes, noble lord, you are correct. Can they mine underwater?" Upon hearing the mention of mining, Aimee seemed ready to explain, but after hearing underwater, she hesitated for a moment and nodded. "They might be able to, but I'm not sure if these half-beasts can survive underwater." Then a thought struck her and she brightened up, saying, "Noble lord, I can communicate with the snake people's leader here and have them migrate underwater. Half-beasts have incredibly strong life force and can survive even underwater. If they cannot mine, I can teach them." Seeing this, Xuanhe finally nodded in satisfaction. "Then congratulations on joining my territory. However, my territory is just getting started, so you must be prepared mentally." Aimee was completely unfazed as she appeared extremely excited with a hint of flush on her pale face. "Even the most inexperienced lord possesses a flame and land rights. I finally won't have to live in this cave with a bunch of half-beasts. For me, that is the greatest gift. Noble lord, you should leave here first. I will have these snake people carry out the planting boxes." She had invited Xuanhe in primarily to show him these planting boxes. Without any leverage, how could she join his territory? You must understand, when she saw a new lord appear before her, she nearly lost control and screamed out of sheer excitement. After enduring such a long time, she could finally escape this wretched primitive life. Xuanhe left the cave. The afternoon had already passed for quite some time. It was now time to head back. This is an ordinary forest teeming with wild animals. Xuanhe is not in a hurry to return. Instead, he has hunted a few rabbits and wild chickens. Looking at the wild chickens and rabbits in his hands, he sighed, feeling that he could finally have a change in his diet. Although it lacks salt and oil and the taste of the roasted meat is certainly not as good as on Earth, at least it's not fish, which is already a great improvement. As for the quality of food later on, he can only slowly seek out more ingredients. If only there were some spices or salt. He walks ahead with a silver colt while the group behind him must move slowly. After all, the snake people have never ventured this far, and they are concerned about the potential negative impacts upon reaching their territory, so everything must be prepared in advance. His early departure is also because he needs to return and give the villagers a heads up. Otherwise, if they suddenly see half-beasts appearing, they would surely be startled. The sunlight gradually warmed up, no longer as scorching as before, and he could even see the fine fuzz on his face. His demeanor has become increasingly unique. Although his face remains handsome, his complexion has darkened significantly. Having been abruptly pulled from Earth to here in such a short time, he feels he has undergone a tremendous transformation. Indeed, it is through tribulations that one is refined. The ancients do not deceive me. However, I wish that these trials could be a bit more moderate. Xuanhe now gazes toward the direction of the mist, the danger of the fog hanging over him like a sharp sword, uncertain when it might strike. Moreover, the terrifying white shadow he once saw, which flickered in and out, remains an unresolved issue. After signing the contract with the octopus that night, the white shadow has vanished. Yet he has never truly believed that it would never appear again. It was merely that the octopus held a significant deterrent power. However, the octopus power is its own, and he must quickly enhance his own strength, otherwise it will be difficult to survive in this perilous world. Recently, he has been drinking water from the abyss pool at home, and occasionally from the moon, while even going for a soak underwater. Although he can feel the increase in his strength and magical energy, the progress is too slow. I hope the other Earthlings can work a bit harder to uncover the extraordinary information in this world. Perhaps then I can learn how to enhance my own power, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the Survivor Forum remains lively. After walking for a long time in the primitive forest, he finally sees his small courtyard. The small star chicken is pecking at the food in its bowl, occasionally letting out a call towards the sky, its voice echoing. At this moment, the iron pot is already over the fire, and some people are mining in the water, occasionally sinking and surfacing. Most others are tidying up things in the territory, accompanied by the sounds of children crying and laughing, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Seeing Xuanhe's arrival, the villagers relaxed significantly. They were somewhat worried when the Lord was absent from the territory. Such a beautiful life is hard-earned, and no one wants it to be disrupted. When hearing that half-beasts and snake people were coming, not a single person expressed concern, only acknowledging that they were aware. They then took the wild chickens and rabbits from his hands and began preparing for dinner. In fact, the Lord never needs to explain his actions to anyone, and the only thing the subjects can do is accept. Half an hour after Xuanhe arrived at the small courtyard, Emilia finally made it. Seeing the familiar sight of civilization, tears could not help but flow from her eyes, and she knelt down to kiss the ground. She had endured too much suffering over the years. After completing these gestures, she quickly stood up, instantly transforming her identity, considering herself a member of the Deep Sea territory. She hurriedly approached Xuanhe and said, "My lord, I discovered that our territory lacks something very important." Does she really need to say that? Currently, we are clearly lacking everything. But Xuanhe merely nodded. Therefore, Emilia continued, "What I mean is a warehouse for storing food. I just checked, and the current food supply is far too meager. When winter comes, the villagers might not survive. Now is just the summer approaching autumn. We need to build a granary to store food, or it will be too late. Generally, food can easily become toxic if stored too long, so it needs special conditions. However, your territory is next to this wide river, and with your blessing from the water contract with the octopus, we can build the granary underwater. This way we can better store more food." Listening to her words, Xuanhe was somewhat surprised. This does not sound like something a botanist would say, but rather what a territory steward should say. However, considering that this botanist had managed 100 snake people for who knows how long, perhaps her arrival could quickly fill some gaps in the territory. "I already have a plan for this, but I need a large amount of, or to construct a base underwater. You can think about how to arrange these snake people for the jobs they can do." Emilia, seeing this, reigned in some of her excitement and respectfully praised, "Indeed, my lord, you have already considered everything." "I understand, Emilia. You must ensure the snake people can maximize their potential. However, my lord, over the years I have lived in caves, so the plants I studied are suited for growing in dark environments. If we clear land above ground, those mushrooms and fungi will be useless. I think we can excavate a cave underground to grow these foods. Therefore, I want the snake people to dig these caves close to us underwater so that water won't seep in, making it easier to store food." Xuanhe felt quite pleased upon hearing these words. He had just signed a contract with this botanist, and now he realized that the agreement was indeed a good one. This person's role is not only as he initially perceived, she is becoming increasingly valuable. "Where do you think we should?" Emilia replied, "My lord, the area beneath your territory is certainly off limits, so I suggest digging a cave underwater near where the villagers are. When excavating, do not continue horizontally towards the forest, rather dig vertically, and then continue downwards, separated by a layer." Xuanhe imagined this scene and found it indeed to be a good idea. The caves for storing food could conveniently serve as the foundation for the underwater base. Thus he nodded in approval at Emilia. "I will leave this matter in your hands." Emilia, filled with enthusiasm, immediately stood up straight. "Yes, I will not disappoint your lordship's appointment." At that moment, the snake people who had been following behind also arrived. They placed the planting boxes in an open area and then jumped into the water. The sun in the sky was far from as bright as it had been before, but there was still quite a while until dusk. When these serpent people appeared, even the villagers who were somewhat mentally prepared were startled, for the serpent people looked exceedingly with snake tails for lower bodies and human forms for upper bodies, including scales growing on their faces and eyes and tongues resembling those of snakes. They were utterly half-beast. However, most of the serpent people were even shorter than the villagers. Some were so thin that their tails could barely support their bodies, while others were completely coiled up, appearing very timid. The 6 individuals in charge and the 6 serpent people placed down the planting boxes, and then the leading serpent person led these half-beasts to jump into the Lansong River one by one. Fortunately, this area near the territory had already been cleared by the octopus, making it quite safe. After entering the water, the serpent people shrank a little for a moment, but quickly stretched their bodies, seemingly adapting very quickly. The snake vines had grown as tall as trees, but Xuanhe had kept the snake vines on the outermost part. Now that the quality of life had improved, he did not want to go out and see that the potted plant in the courtyard was a terrifying snake vine, so he planned to plant some normal, visually appealing and strong plants that could protect the home. Xuanhe nodded at the scene before him, and then spoke to the nearby Citra. Nightfall is approaching. These serpent people cannot stay underwater. Let's have them build a makeshift dwelling on the shore. Amira, who hurried over, felt anxious upon hearing this. She quickened her pace and then stopped in front of Xuanhe, first bowing before speaking. My lord, there is no need for that. These half-beasts can survive far better than we can in the dark, and building houses for them on land is a waste of resources. Her words quickly faltered as she caught sight of her lord's gaze. Thus she took a step back. Yes, I will obey your command, my lord. Then she hurriedly urged the 6 wild men to start, and the villagers also assisted. Since these individuals were immensely strong, ordinary people, and the houses for the serpent people did not need to be elaborate, this simple construction was completed swiftly. Once the house was built, a circle of ash was scattered around it. As for the serpent people underwater, they had already begun mining with loud sounds. They still needed to breathe, but they were much more adept underwater, requiring far fewer breaths, thus making this mining venture. Xuanhe was astonished upon seeing this and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, they start working right away. Ooh, I truly am quite the capitalist. Considering the serpent people's food issue, he ordered a rather expensive large iron pot at the trading market. Dinner began as the sun set. Amira looked at this beautiful scene, especially the mother beside her weaving a blanket while soothing the baby in the cradle, her eyes brimming with tenderness. It had been a long time since she had seen such a sight. The most recent memory was from when she was in her teens. This territory was wonderful, the Lord was great, and everything was perfect, so she must protect this place to ensure it remains peaceful forever. With this mindset, Amira ate quickly. She didn't have many demands regarding food. As for Xuanhe, he ate alone in the small courtyard. He sat on a tree stump. In front of him was a stone table, which held roasted chicken and rabbit on a wooden platter with water from the abyssal pool in a wooden cup nearby. The little pony lay lazily at his feet. As for the little minuet chicken, it was mingling with the villagers, occasionally pecking at the food in its bowl and nibbling on some wild vegetables. Finally, it feels a bit like being a lord. He snapped a picture of the scene before him, edited a post, and shared it on the forum, then sent it to a private channel group. After all, sharing one's gourmet food on the forum was a tradition among these earthlings. Since he could finally share something, he naturally had to join this tradition. Rin Xingxing. How can you make me, who is now gnawing on grass, feel this way? Woo, I beg for food. Zhang Jingjing, it's so dangerous outside. Xuanhe, have you gone hunting yet? There are all kinds of monsters everywhere here. What's going on? Why does it feel like we are not in the same world? Why does it look so comfortable where you are, and how is there roasted chicken? I'm crying hard. Zhang Miao, I thought my situation was already quite good checking the picture, but I'm just casually roasting some worms to eat. I didn't expect that there are always greater heights. Zhang Jingjing, Zhang Miao, please stop talking. Every day I log into the forum, it's all about how people are eating worms, and it's making me nauseous. This is all your fault. Zhang Miao, no way, it was that free person who said worms could be eaten that made everyone understand this. Thankfully, many have survived because they learned this. Stop being picky, you're not old Lu. Let's eat fried worms together. Zhang Jingjing, do you think I haven't eaten? Checking the picture, I've eaten more than all of you, but I'm sick from overeating, crying. Rin Xingxing, why hasn't Shiryu appeared for a long time? Didn't he sign a contract with the powerful natives? He shouldn't be in. Zhang Miao, he won't get into trouble. He's probably just working at a different ball, but this new environment is worse than the last. Song Shiyu, I'm here checking the picture, let me show you what I look like now. I'm nearly exhausted, making various potions every day with hardly any time to rest, even at night. I'm going crazy, who will save me? I'm willing to work for you for free for a lifetime. Zhang Jingjing, that's impossible. You're already working for free, just endure it. At least it's safer than our situation of barely making ends meet. I also want to find a stronghold to rely on. Xuanhe, has anything unusual happened in the territory recently? Rin Xingxing, no Lu Go, it's been the same lately. I feel like I can't keep my land deed safe. Isn't there anywhere nearby for me to seek refuge? Song Shiyu, you spineless fellow. The world is dangerous to this extent, and we finally have something to secure our survival, yet you're still thinking of giving it away. Are you tired of living? Zhang Miao, just hold on. I privately chatted with some people who joined the native cities, and the situation is dire. They treat us as disposable tools, kicking us out once they obtain the land deed. A friend of mine can't even afford to eat now and has to carry sandbags. It's much worse than when we had the deed. Rin Xingxing, what do you mean? Zhang Miao, no matter what, people need to eat, right? We don't have the currency of this world, and we're unfamiliar with it. We basically have no skills. Even if we trade the land deed for freedom, what's the use? At least we won't starve to death on the streets. Zhang Miao, besides trading the land deed for freedom, is simply a terrible move. I heard that our land deed could buy a small town, yet we end up exchanging it for just a status. Isn't that bullying us because we are weak? So don't think about relying on others. You might end up depending on them too much. Zhang Jingjing Zhang Miao, I want to rely on you, big brother. Lu Xuange, and you too, Lu Go. Especially you, Lu Go, where are you? I want to seek refuge with you. Lu Xuange, don't think about that matter. We don't know how long it will take. It's better to gather more information related to the extraordinary and become stronger. Once we are strong, even if we sell the land deed, we can get a good price. After typing this reply, he glanced at the forum, and sure enough, there were a series of envious and drooling replies along with a few unfriendly comments, but he chose to ignore them. It happened to be dinner time, and the vast majority of posts on the forum were about worms or wild vegetable soup. Few were as extravagant as his making him stand out in the crowd. He cut the meat before him with a knife and sent piece after piece into his mouth. Although the taste was not great, it was better than roasted fish. This was the best dinner he had since arriving in this world. He hoped that the quality of life would continue to improve. He wished to find seeds for wheat and rice. Even if they were not identical, something similar would suffice. As dusk descended, the serpent people had climbed out of the water and into the house, but not all of them entered the wooden house. Most still stayed outside. Although they did not possess high intelligence, they appeared to be in a much better state than before. Night fell. Lu Xuange walked into his warehouse. The warehouse was piled high with various materials, the most conspicuous being silver white ore. Tonight he planned to try manufacturing the basic components for an underwater base. His personal warehouse was already piled high with various materials, leaving almost no space to step on. Both wood and ores were stacked like mountains, especially the ores, which far outnumbered the wood. The workshop had been occasionally opened these past few days, but the creations were mostly simple and easy to handle. To make something more complex and refined would require long hours of immersion, a luxury he did not have, so he had to give up on that. There was no way to delegate the tasks to others, as this was a personal workshop, so he could only wait until he had free time to revisit it. Today he came here to address the issues of the underwater base. The foundation stone was certainly forged from sheen scale crystal, but to see exactly what it looked like, he needed to forge it first. This workshop resembled Earth in its highly fluid industrial process. He placed several pieces of sheen scale crystal into the workshop and began to operate. Whether it was forging iron or smelting, everything was done here, resulting in a square brick. The results were somewhat disappointing. Sheen scale brick, a building material that is extremely stable underwater, though it shatters under excessive sunlight. It possesses a slight magical quality, and when a large number of these bricks are combined, their magic circulates, making the surface harder and more solid, impervious to life forms below level 20 ordinary level 9 beings. This was not made using any special techniques. It was simply forged according to the workshop's rigid process, but it should suffice. He thought of something and opened the forum to find the architect master initiating a private chat. Lu Xuanhe, do you have any knowledge about sheen scale crystal? Han Yu, boss. Han Yu was at home pondering how to assemble the item in her hands when she received a private message. Upon seeing the golden name of the boss, she immediately replied. She then searched for information about this, and began to respond. Han Yu, this is an ore that only grows in rivers and lakes. Underwater, it is considered a very good level 9 or suitable for basic manufacturing, and it possesses some extraordinary magical qualities. The stones will automatically converge to form a large area of magical stone mine, but it is of little use on land, hence its low rating. However, I have not worked with this type of ore, so this is merely some introductory information about it. Lu Xuanhe, I understand, thank you. Han Yu, it's my honor to be asked by you, brother Lu. Upon reading this reply, Lu Xuanhe smiled and continued to use the workshop to forge sheen scale bricks. Tap, tap, tap. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud, thud. Sounds intermittently echoed from the small yard's warehouse. The villagers and the serpent people showed no curiosity at all, instead they peacefully slept in such an environment. Only Lu Xuanhe was tirelessly working on the foundation of the underwater base. Currently, there was no specific timer. Unlike before, there was no inorganic sound counting down, so he had to rely on his own sense of time. Fortunately, the temperature dropping at night did provide a sense of time. After working hard for 2 or 3 hours, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, tidied up the sheen scale bricks on the ground, and upon exiting the warehouse, he realized something very important. My territory also needs a proper water supply. Although the river is very close, I can't approach it at night, which is somewhat inconvenient. He immediately started to open the survival manual to look for something akin to a well. Seeing the wells constructed by other survivors, he frowned slightly and said, I will ask those villagers tomorrow morning, as well as Imira. The terrain is different, so the well's construction site naturally cannot be the same. He then walked into the main building, went down to the first floor, casually laid down, and fell asleep. Ash was scattered around the territory, wrapping a large area of the perimeter. At this moment, it was emitting a faint scent, and over time the once thick pile of ash had become much thinner. A new day had arrived. Today he was awakened by the crowing of the rooster once again. Lu Xuanhe had already been quite tired the previous night, and upon hearing the rooster crowing early in the morning, he felt like stewing that very rooster. However, after lying down for a bit, he immediately got up to continue working. There were still many things to do, and he should not waste mining, farming, constructing the underwater base, building the well, excavating caves, improving strength, stockpiling food, and preparing winter supplies. Each task made him feel a headache, let alone having so many tasks piled up together. After brushing his teeth with a simple toothbrush and paste, he washed his face while using the water from the abyssal pool as his daily drinking water. He then walked out of the main building. He then discovered that everyone had already started working for a while. Each person was bustling with activity, and the grass clothing they wore was about to fall off. Oh right, there's also clothing and housing. We need fabric and cotton, and perhaps I need to raise silkworms. The only good thing is that all the species that exist on Earth seem to be here as well. Someone actually found chili in the wild, otherwise how could I have eaten roasted chicken? He cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts. After eating breakfast consisting of wild vegetable soup and fish soup, he went into the water. Almost 100 serpent people had already entered the water early. Most of them were mining nearby while the rest were digging caves underwater. Xuanhe observed underwater and found that these serpent people were very skilled at excavating caves. Even when given tools, their speed was surprisingly slower than when they worked without any. At that moment, a long and deep hole had been excavated near where the villagers lived, but a considerable amount of water had accumulated inside, and air was also an issue. However, the water could be resolved for now. He swam to the entrance of the cave, and all the serpent people had already retreated upon seeing his movements. Thus, Xuanhe stood at the edge of the cave with the source water pearl for a moment, and the water that had sunk down was collected by. It's a pity that using the source water pearl consumes too much magic power, otherwise I might not need to create a well for continuous water supply. But that was impossible. This method of construction won't do, it's too unstable. He shook his head as he looked at the cave before him. Things were indeed not as simple as imagined. This kind of cave excavation was prone to collapse. It seems I can lay down the sheen scale brick now. With this thought, he surfaced and instructed the villagers to put down their tasks and bring out all the sheen scale bricks. After working hard through the night on the foundation today, he should be able to fill the underwater warehouse. Then he continued to work hard. The foundation of the underwater base also needed to be laid quickly as he feared there would be issues with the underwater warehouse. With his guidance, the underwater warehouse finally did not resemble the imminent collapse it had before. A rectangular door was excavated on the underwater stone wall, with water flowing down the stone wall, creating an artificial miniature water curtain cave. Then there was a mostly circular passage leading underground, which was currently extending horizontally underwater. After a while, this miniature water curtain cave had been paved with sheen scale bricks shimmering with a silvery light. These magical wall bricks would automatically adjust and converge, so even though the skills of the serpent people were poor, they had managed to lay them adequately. Once the upper layer was finished, they continued to lay the lower layer, gradually emitting a lustrous silvery glow. The serpent people looked at these smooth sheen scale bricks with a hint of fear. They believed they should not be in such a place and felt they had sullied this area of silver bricks. Especially when the silver walls reflected the original forms of the serpent people, they were horrified, thinking they had seen monsters. They became so frightened that they dared not continue. This left Xuanhe, who heard this news, somewhat speechless. However, he quickly thought of a solution. After paving the most unstable cave entrance, he decided to pause there for now. The serpent people would dig out the entire underground warehouse and then pave the underwater base. As for the underwater warehouse, the villagers could lay the bricks since it was no longer considered underwater. Although the air was not as fresh as on land, it was still breathable. Things progressed in this orderly manner. The serpent people were indeed working hard and were very suitable for digging and underwater operations, so today's construction activities progressed surprisingly well. The sun in the sky has become increasingly scorching. It is said that this year's climate is significantly better than in previous years, making it hard to imagine just how extreme the heat was before. No wonder the people in this world possess such exceptional physical qualities. If it weren't for their robust health, many would likely perish shortly after birth. Such physical prowess comparable to that of superhuman athletes on Earth is merely the lowest tier among the serfs here, and one might not even qualify for that status. As Xuanhe thought about this, he couldn't help but ponder what the true nature of this world is like, how powerful and dangerous it truly must be. Thus, before coming into contact with the true civilization of this world, he must enhance his own strength and influence as much as possible. He will certainly encounter it in the future. Due to the intense heat of the sun, the water in the Lansong River has become warm, even somewhat scalding, causing the serpent people to gradually feel uncomfortable. This warm water is indeed unsuitable for these reptiles that prefer cooler environments. Yet not a single serpent complained or hesitated. Instead, they continued to work diligently, without a hint of slack. As for Xuanhe, he was almost submerged in his work, his mind filled with thoughts of the Xuanhe bricks, completely losing track of time. When he finally finished processing all the ores, he let out a sigh of relief and stretched, ready to take a break, only to have piles of ores sent to him amid his increasingly stiff expression. At that moment, even he found it hard to stand and had to lean against the wall. After taking a deep breath, he began working on the Xuanhe bricks once more. Time is life, he couldn't afford to pause. As time passed, bit by bit, the efficiency of the serpent people in digging was truly remarkable. The underwater warehouse had been successfully excavated. It was a square-shaped space measuring 10,106 meters, capable of storing a great deal of supplies. However, due to its depth and the fact that the Xuanhe bricks are not particularly strong materials, support columns were necessary. The columns were too large for either the serpent people or the villagers to move in. In the end, Xuanhe used a folding backpack to bring them in and place the support columns where they were supposed to be. The Xuanhe pillars then automatically connected with the entire space, forming a very orderly underground area. He had not anticipated that Xuanhe Lin crystals would possess such an effective auto-converging effect. Otherwise, it might have taken a long time to complete the underwater warehouse and base if they could even finish it at all. Although the underwater warehouse had been completed, it was only achieved through the relentless efforts of everyone to gather the materials for this small-scale construction. As such, the planned underwater base, which was meant to be laid atop the underwater warehouse using Xuanhe Lin bricks, has only been partially constructed with only 1/10 done, leaving a long way to go before the project is complete. Especially considering one particular issue: how to ensure the air supply within the underwater base, since not everyone. Every time Xuanhe thought of this, he felt a headache coming on it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built half the base underwater and half above. He could only focus on building the foundation of the underwater base for now, with other issues to be resolved later. After a morning of hard labor, it was finally noon, and he could take a break to eat. Although there were still a large number of ores left to be processed into Xuanhe Lin bricks, he simply couldn't endure the repetitive labor any longer. At that moment, he empathized with Song Shiyu's suffering and walked outside to rest on a wooden stump while opening the private channel of the survival manual. Xuanhe: Song Shiyu, I understand your pain. How many potions do you still have to make every day? Zhang Jingjing Lu Gu, why did you suddenly appear? By the way, many people have gone to join the indigenous forces. I've been approached by someone nearby. How could you help me figure out what I should do about this situation? Song Shiyu: Xuanhe, I want to die. After signing a contract with the mountain spirit, I thought it would mark the beginning of a blissful life. I never expected it to treat me like a laborer. Initially, I could only produce a few potions each day, but after taking on the role of an apothecary, I can make 30 to 50 bottles daily. Yet they have filled my entire schedule, and I must make at least 40 potions before I can rest. Song Shiyu, if it weren't for the trading market where I secretly sell some to exchange for supplies, I would genuinely consider suicide and starting over. This is far more exhausting than life on Earth. Right now, my greatest frustration is my excellent health. I can't die easily. Song Shiyu: Zhang Jingjing, the reason I advised you not to join the locals is exactly this. I'm really exhausted. I don't think you'll fare any better than I have. I can't compete with these locals, and am planning to find a moment to escape. But with the strange monsters at night, I don't know where to run. From just the text, everyone could feel Song Shiyu's pain. Even the typically more extroverted individuals fell silent. Zhang Miao, I don't think you should be so desperate. Their need for your potions should mean you'll gain strength, right? Gradually build up your power, and then escape. Xuanhe, perhaps I was being a bit presumptuous. While I'm also quite tired, I haven't been forced into such a situation. Song Shiyu, there is a form of meditation, but I can't teach it to you. I've been bound by a restriction. I only recently figured this out. Not to mention, if you have a way, you must rescue me. I can become your slave. Rin Xingxing, there's really no need for that. Song Shiyu, it is necessary. I'm currently a slave, but without choice, at least now I can choose whose slave I want to be. Zhang Miao, meditation. That should be a rather rudimentary method of cultivation. I heard about it from my friend who sold themselves. Unfortunately, the specific path to extraordinary advancement is not open to the public, and I haven't been able to find out much yet. But my friend's friend has already infiltrated a local city to see if they can gather some information. Xuanhe intended to voice his complaints, but upon logging in, he found everyone else's woes were greater than his own, so he silently closed his mouth. Once he emerged from the main building, the iron pot had already been heated up. Today's meal was mushroom chicken soup. The villagers could only eat vegetable soup and fish soup, yet they were all very happy, even the serpent people. The chicken in the soup was from the leftover bird from yesterday, which he had used entirely to make mushroom chicken soup. Although there were still no seasonings, the deliciousness of the mushrooms countered the raw taste of the unprepared chicken, making it far more enjoyable than the previous meals. Of course, this was also thanks to the skill of the chef villager. Thus, Xuanhe made it a point to praise the chef. This meal was, however, this only heightened his anticipation for his own rice and wheat. Outside this territory, a small village has already formed with 26 villagers capable of handling the vast majority of tasks. Among them, 6 wild men have slowly learned how to cultivate the land and have opened up even more farmland. Moreover, the green tree spirits in the north of the small courtyard had all uprooted and fled during the night, seemingly heading east, where a forest of green tree spirits lay. As a result, the villagers found it easier to venture out in search of wild vegetables, vines, and timber. The areas cleared from logging had increased, making it feasible to reclaim farmland or build homes. Today, those 6 wild men went to the place where the wild buffalo herd was located, bringing back dung to bury in the newly cultivated farmland. Almost visibly, the sheen of the new farmland has improved greatly. The food for the small silver-armored horse and the small moushing chicken is growing robustly, their appetites are increasing, and they are growing larger as well. Now, it generally takes 3 or 4 farmers to specially tend to the food crops for them. Xuanhe, having observed all of this, stood beside the Lansang River, gazing into the water. It was precisely noon, and standing by the shore to look down, one could see the shimmering waves with white mist rising in the distance, leaving one to wonder just how high the temperature had risen. The Xuanhe scale bricks had been completely laid on the first underground level, creating a beautiful expanse of silver. Indeed, the Xuanhe scale bricks should not be exposed to the sun, but they fared much better when shielded by water, especially since the large quantity of Xuanhe scale bricks together significantly increased their resistance to sunlight. After all, the previous, or was almost growing above water without any adverse effects. After a brief meal on shore, the serpent people resumed their labor with a grunt, evoking a deep sense of admiration. These serpent people truly made excellent beasts of burden. Their diligence was remarkable. Although he had experienced much since arriving in this world, it had not been long since he left Earth, and he still retained some of the brilliance of a civilized society in his heart. In that moment, he felt he had been too harsh on the serpent people. After some thought, he decided to reward them with an extra meal that night. As for the frequency of their labor, it seemed unlikely to decrease, especially since the serpent people themselves were unwilling to lessen their efforts. The underwater warehouse had been constructed, but the cave for planting mushrooms and other lightless plants was not intended to be excavated further underwater, as previously suggested by Ymira. With the growth of the villagers and the expansion of territory, there were increasingly more open spaces on land. His territory was specifically chosen for its favorable location by the mountains and water. The warehouse in the small courtyard was backed by the mountains extending downstream. Consequently, the plan was to dig a cave for food on land and cultivate it, finally allowing for renewable food sources. Though there were many tasks at hand and no technique for duplication, he spent the entire day working in the workshop to produce sheen-scale bricks, postponing other matters. Fortunately, the efforts of the day were not in vain. The underwater base quickly established its foundation and even began constructing houses. Meanwhile, the villagers returned from the forest with additional news. They had discovered an extraordinarily special plant, parts of which even emitted light. Concerned about potentially touching something, the villagers hurried back to report this to Xuanhe. With 2 to 3 hours remaining until dusk, according to the villagers, it was entirely possible to make a round trip. However, he had more important matters to attend to at that moment, so he could only set aside the special plant, ceasing the production of sheen-scale bricks, and entered the main building to access the forum. The back-end notifications had exploded, even more exaggerated than the last time. Every friend on his list had sent him private messages, with his private channel already exceeding 99, not to mention the regional and world channels, and the forum was refreshing at a speed second, only to the day the newbie protection period ended. There was no need for anyone to remind him, as all pinned messages were about these notifications. Fog announcement: congratulations to survivor Xuanhe for successfully upgrading to a level 2 land deed, transforming the territory courtyard into a village, and receiving a level 4 treasure chest. Fog announcement: congratulations to survivor Xuanhe for truly engaging with the civilization of the codename Zero world as a Lord of Earth, unlocking the survivor leaderboard and achievement board, and receiving a special treasure chest. Xuanhe felt a unique sensation rise within him as he looked at these 2 pinned notifications. Who exactly is this Xuanhe? Not only was he curious, but everyone else was as well. This leading style unlocking was simply too exaggerated. He first opened the survivor leaderboard to glance at his own ranking. Rank 55, territory Deep Sea territory, Xuanhe. Not bad. After the survivor ranking was unlocked, the IDs of the top 10,000 survivors had an impressive suffix, making his increasingly prominent name a topic of considerable discussion among those who recognized him. In addition to these 2 major announcements, the Fog Mall also opened up cultivation methods for the extraordinary, albeit requiring special currency for purchase. This currency was the basic currency of the codename Zero world, and only a small number of survivors could acquire it. Who exactly is this Xuanhe? This is too unscientific. He unlocked 2 achievements at once. Unbelievable. How come I am still struggling in the wilderness while he is already logged in as a lord? We actually have a top 100 big shot in our area. Wow, rank 55, Xuanhe. My eyes are about to be dazzled. I really find it strange we don't even fully understand the land deed yet. How did he find a way to upgrade scientifically? You must realize that the gap between humans is even greater than that between humans and dogs. Always observe how impressive others are instead of lamenting your own shortcomings. The civilization of the codename Zero world. To be honest, I am somewhat afraid of them. After browsing the forum for a while, Xuanhe turned to his private channel, where there were a few additional messages. Far away in a small village thousands of miles away stood a pale-faced man who looked at the pinned announcement on the forum with a hint of excitement on his face, saying, "Great, I finally succeeded." Indeed, he was a reincarnator. However, in his previous life when he arrived in the codename Zero world, he only lived for less than 6 months before he died. Despite living only 6 months, he possessed countless advantages compared to others, especially regarding various information about this world. It was essential to note that Earthlings were still desperately exploring, having paid an unknown price, without attaining clarity, while he already knew. At this moment, he looked at the rankings, marking out several lords, particularly highlighting Xuanhe's Deep Sea territory, staring at the name with a complex expression for a long while before finally letting out a sigh. Even after my reincarnation, you are still so formidable. In his previous life, the Deep Sea territory had already become a colossal entity in his eyes, and in the eyes of many Earthlings. He had died on his way to seek refuge with the Deep Sea Lord. Xuanhe was growing too quickly. The imminent dangers of the future brought him not death, but further opportunities, and thinking of this made Xuanhe grit his teeth. He still had over 5 months of foresight, and had to quickly gather everything he could during this time. Considering the powerful Earth Lords and the crises of the codename Zero world, a hint of panic appeared on his face. In reality, he certainly would not be a match for those lords. He only hoped not to be left too far behind. The current rewards were already sufficient for him to keep up with the second tier. Zhang Miao, I sold myself. A friend of a friend has infiltrated and obtained the latest extraordinary information. You guys take a look first. Zhang Miao, remember, this information must not be leaked. Let's not think that the natives are foolish. My friend told me that his friend heard news that the people of Zero world have long known about our arrival. But due to special reasons, they merely observed. Zhang Miao, does everyone understand what this means? Zhang Miao, does everyone understand what this means? Zhang Miao, it means that everything we have at our disposal is being watched by these people, and they toy with us like a cat playing with a mouse. Song Shiyu. I understand. I was too arrogant at first, thinking I could leverage the power of these locals, but it backfired spectacularly, and now I'm just working like a beast. Zhang Jingjing, why would you be willing to share such important information with us? Zhang Miao, does your friend have any requests? I don't have much here either. Although the doll I crafted is quite special and possesses unique abilities, I'm not sure if he will like. Zhang Miao, actually my friend is a woman, but that isn't important. She doesn't want much, just to join the group. Ren Xingxing, I've read the materials, and I have no objections. Zhang Jingjing, I have no right to voice an opinion. Lu Xuange asked Brother Lu. Song Shiyu, I'm just a beast of burden with no rights. Can we consult others about this voting matter? Zhang Miao, Lu Xuange, Brother Lu, it's up to you. Even if you refuse, it's fine. Zhang Miao, the reason she is willing to give me this information is for me to pass it to Brother Lu. They said to form a good connection, people like us are just add-ons. Song Shiyu, I said, how could someone like me receive warmth? It turns out it wasn't meant for me. Zhang Jingjing, it's normal. Although we were barely considered the top 10% at first part of the first tier of Earth survivors, we fell behind quickly. My friends are the same. I should say that 99. 9 of the people I know are constantly falling behind, and the only one who hasn't is Brother Lu, and his ranking has even improved since before, if I remember correctly. Zhang Miao, you're not mistaken, it's true. At first, according to the broadcast, my ranking was actually within the top few thousand, but now I can't even make it into the top 10,000. Song Shiyu, don't flatter yourself. You didn't even make it into the top 100,000. I searched for your name. Ren Xingxing, actually being in the top million among billions of people is already quite impressive. Sion, like me, Lu Xuange, I'm here. I've looked through those materials, they're impressive. You managed to get this information in such a short time. Sure, let her join the group. Zhang Miao, my friend's friend, is a professional in this field. Okay, I added Chunmu. Song Shiyu, that name is quite unique. Chunmu, I'm here. I first pay my respects to the big shot Lu Xuange, and I bow to you, big shot. I just got some information on how the land contract can be upgraded, and I'm sending it to you now. Please grant me a friend slot. Lu Xuange, sitting in the main building and seeing these messages, fell silent for a moment. He now completely confirmed that this person truly had ulterior motives. But this information is indeed important, so he did not refuse. Lu Xuange, add me. Zhang Miao, I knew it. You really have ulterior motives for sending me this information. Chunmu, do you really think I'm doing charity? Even if I am, my friend isn't. This information was something she worked incredibly hard to obtain, and it nearly cost her everything. You wouldn't understand. Go refine your battle puppets. There's plenty of danger ahead. Zhang Jingjing, how did you get this information? You even managed to obtain the materials on territory upgrades. Unbelievable. Chunmu, there are many capable people in this world, it's just that you aren't among them. Chunmu, however, you're lucky to be in the same group as this big brother. Lu Xuange looked through these materials and realized something. The reason his ranking is so high is not because his territory is built better than others. After all, the top-ranked Xuanhe already has a village. The people ranked below him have also constructed various buildings in their territories, slowly advancing their progress. His ranking is purely due to the octopus he piled up. A level 38 creature about to reach level 7. If it weren't for his deep sea talent, it would be impossible at this stage to sign a contract with anyone. It seems my territory construction is still too slow. He sighed. First, he opened the extraordinary information file. Codename Zero World possesses limitless extraordinary powers, and thus there is no singular path to the extraordinary. Among them, the meditation method and gene lock are the two most famous. There is also a widely known sequence cultivation method, but this requires divine aspirations which ordinary people are even less qualified to attempt. Thus it turns out that the meditation method is the most applicable, and it can adapt to the most professions. The end of the document is an appendix with a standard meditation method. According to Song Shiyu, although this meditation method is considered ordinary, it is much better than many in his mind. Then he opened the territory contract usage guide, which detailed all the various conditions for upgrading the territory contract. However, upon opening it, he discovered that this information was not as necessary as he had imagined because the contracts in everyone's hands are different, and thus the conditions for upgrading are also varied. The most useful part of this document is the manufacturing methods for various buildings, which should be the universal version within Codename Zero World. But this is a real world, not a game. Even with blueprints, successfully constructing everything is not a simple task. After reviewing these materials, he reopened the private channel and sent a message. Lu Xuange, Chunmu, very useful, thank you. Chunmu, you flatter me. Actually, these are just ordinary materials. It's just that we Earthlings have just arrived here and temporarily lack the qualifications and money to purchase them. You'll soon realize that these things are just commonplace on the continent. Zhang Yao, you change your attitude so quickly. Lu Xuange, what matters is that it's useful now. The rest of the conversation between these few people continued, and he instead closed the manual. He began meditating without pause. The meditation method should ideally focus on things that are commonplace around him. He thought for a moment and decided to meditate on the deep sea as his talent is related to it. The first meditation was unsuccessful. The second, third, and up to the 9th. By the 10th time, he finally realized where he immediately walked out and jumped into the Lansong River. The river flowed over his body. Although he could not breathe underwater, his entire state completely opened up. And this time during meditation. As expected, he succeeded in one go. After succeeding in meditation, he did not stop, but continued to meditate. Finally, just as he was about to take in water, he suddenly broke the surface and took a breath. This efficiency is too low. He then took out the source water pearl. Unfortunately, after isolating the water flow with the source water pearl, his meditation speed dropped several times. So he could only place the source water pearl beside him, continually switching breaths as he meditated. After being interrupted midway, he had a sudden inspiration and went to the deep water area to meditate, only to find that his meditation speed was actually increasing. The sunlight slanted into the water, faintly revealing a white shadow. As the water grew deeper, the scorching sun had less effect on the water temperature. In the deep water zone, the temperature had turned from warm to icy cold, becoming unbearably frigid as one descended. Xuanhe could feel the fish swimming around him in the water, brushing closely against his skin as the gentle current caressed his body, making him feel as if he had merged with the water. But this was still not enough. He continued to meditate as if he had completely transformed into water. Then in the next moment, the real world jolted him awake. Coughing, he hurriedly used the source water pearl to separate himself from the current, almost drowning in this world. That would have truly been a premature demise. After calming down a bit, he sensed something was amiss from the light in the water. Looking up, he was astonished to realize that an entire afternoon had passed without him noticing. The sun was gradually setting and dusk had arrived. Fortunately, he had woken up just in time. He immediately stood up and headed toward his territory. During this process, he felt his body brimming with magical power, especially when he held it in his hands. A faint blue glow emanated the very light of overflowing magical energy. Even just the basic meditation method brought him immense benefits, especially in the deep water, where his cultivation speed was multiplied many times. He wondered how it would be in the deep sea. Upon seeing the Lord's arrival, everyone let out a sigh of relief, particularly the villagers who laid aside their worries. As for the serpent people, they were generally not very intelligent and did not ponder such matters. Amira hurried over to Xuanhe, speaking urgently, "My lord, you have finally returned." Xuanhe nodded, glancing at the underwater base, while listening to Amira report on today's work. As expected, these serpent people were indeed working very hard, having laid all the tied silver scale bricks he made in the underwater area. The underwater base had already begun constructing houses. However, since he had been busy and did not continue making tied silver scale bricks, Amira had instructed the serpent people to go ashore and excavate nearby caves. However, this cave was also intended to be dug deeper, as it was simpler that way. At this moment, the entrance had already been excavated. This efficiency is quite good. The serpent people were currently eating, enjoying the extra rations he had specifically ordered. Xuanhe originally planned to continue his meditation in the underwater first floor of the main building, but noticing the increasingly dark sky, the distant green tree spirit, and the monsters emerging from the darkness, as well as the white shadow that might reappear, he made a decision. Amira after dinner asked everyone not to rush to sleep. I have something to tell them." Amira, a middle-aged woman, was momentarily stunned, but quickly agreed. As for him, he took his solitary dinner into the courtyard. During this time, he checked the chat channel and forum, but saw no new messages, and closed it. Dusk had completely passed, and the moon was slowly appearing. The moonlight illuminated the water, revealing a fleeting. The burning firewood crackled and hissed, consuming a piece of wood in the span of just 1 minute. Fortunately, Xuanhe had always been attentive to the fire. If he wasn't present, he would have the little silver armored horse or the little Xing chicken checking on it from time to time, and if they found a piece of wood burned out, they would immediately add another. This time, the little silver armored horse came to the underwater first floor of the main building. It saw the rapidly burning firewood, and a flash of human-like fear crossed its eyes as it began to bite the wood and place it into the fireplace one by one. Thanks to this double protection, nothing unexpected happened today. The territory remained safe. Now Xuanhe stood before all the inhabitants of his territory, announcing, "I have a meditation method, and everyone in the territory must practice this method, including the serpent people." He was very straightforward and decisive, which was indeed how it should be. Unlike others who intended to keep the meditation method hidden, he was well aware that the safety of his territory was merely an illusion, and most of the security relied on that octopus, not anything else. In this situation, not just he needed to become stronger, but everyone in the territory did as well. Moreover, these people were essentially villagers who had signed a villager contract and had no right to rebel. Given this context, Xuanhe planned for everyone to cultivate the meditation method to collectively enhance the strength of the territory. However, he was puzzled that after he spoke, everyone fell silent, and some even looked bewildered. It was evident that they had never heard of the meditation method and had no idea what it was. In the end, it was Citra who exclaimed, kneeling down, "My lord, are you really willing to teach us the meditation method? This is an incredibly precious knowledge. However, but my lord, these villagers were previously just serfs, and some are even worse than serfs, being wild men and half-beasts. They can't read, and they definitely cannot understand the meditation method." So Amira, after deep thought, finally recalled information about the meditation method from a corner of her mind, but she did not speak, instead looking at Xuanhe, opening her mouth, then closing it again. Xuanhe was not surprised by what Citra said. "Yes, so you and Amira need to learn the meditation method, and then teach it to them, so that each of them can learn it." Upon hearing this, Amira could no longer hold back, and spoke, "My lord, if you possess the meditation method." She paused as if organizing her thoughts. "I heard during my escape that there is a special place outside this forest, but only those who have heard of the meditation method can enter." She recounted her experiences in detail. Xuanhe found it strange. He suddenly realized that despite the high physical quality of ordinary people in this world, who possessed various extraordinary powers, it seemed that the lowest class knew almost nothing about these matters. This was rather contrary to common sense. However, he merely kept this matter in mind, then wrote out the meditation method for the villagers before instructing them to practice for 2 hours every night. After completing everything, he left. There were still many things to do tonight. The moonlight shimmered, carrying a special power, illuminating the riverbank, revealing the monsters breeding in the water and the rising mist. Xuanhe had no intention of slowing down the construction speed of the underwater base. He even planned to build wells and mills on land, as well as caves for growing lightless food, completely establishing a self-sustaining cycle for the entire territory. In addition to improving his strength, the construction of the territory must also proceed in tandem. Preoccupied with these matters, he failed to notice the anomalies outside, spending half of the night in the workshop. However, it was only when he finally grew weary and returned to the main building after crafting all the ores in atop silver scale bricks that he sensed something was amiss. My fire seed. The ash piled up in the fireplace was already 3 times more than usual. Since the ash was taken out daily for the villagers to spread around the territory to guard against nighttime dangers, he knew there shouldn't be this much ash in the fireplace. He counted the firewood in the room again, and unsurprisingly found that much more had been consumed than usual. In this world, fire seeds are of utmost importance. This is something emphasized by everyone everywhere, and he certainly wouldn't neglect the fire seed for other matters. On the contrary, he had been searching for information about fire seeds, but unfortunately so far he had found nothing useful. As it stood, he had the shallowest understanding of fire seeds among everyone in the territory. Thus, in recent days, he could only gather more firewood and could not attend to anything else. The main building was already filled with firewood both on the first and second floors. The villagers had to meet a daily quota for collecting firewood. Preparedness was his life motto. However, now the concerns he had worried about had materialized. This meant that in the coming time the fire seed might not fully protect the territory, necessitating a swift search for or creation of a special fire seed. This was not a matter of excessive worry. When the land deed was upgraded, it emphasized that his fire seed was merely a common one, and subsequent information further clarified that this fire seed was simply a beginner's benefit from the mist. Since its base color was that of a novice product, no matter how it evolved or upgraded later, it would still be just ordinary. The nights in the world of Codename Zero were extremely terrifying, as any living being attracted various monsters and anomalies. Moreover, due to the land deed, the territory was essentially fixed in one location. As time passed, this area would only continue to attract monsters and anomalies. This was not mere speculation. Other survivors' territories had experienced the same, which was why so many people had abandoned their own territorial constructions to instead align with the locals of this world. Yet it remained unclear what kind of monster had approached the territory, ignoring the presence of the octopus, causing such high. It was undoubtedly a terrifying monster. In that moment, he thought of the White Shadow. If other monsters in this world were gradually revealing themselves before him, even if not in front of him, they were certainly appearing before the survivors on the forum. After all, with billions of people, any kind of monster could emerge. Yet this strange white shadow seemed to have vanished. The only reason for such a situation was that all the survivors who had seen this white shadow were dead. Thanks to his deep-sea talent, he had contracted a level 38 octopus, thus becoming the only exception. On the forum, posts related to this white shadow occasionally floated to the top, with everyone speculating about what it could be. As for the abnormality concerning the fire seed, it was merely a conjecture and might not be true, but Xuanhe felt increasingly anxious. If there are any escaped serfs nearby or half-beasts, it would expedite the construction of the territory. Right now, we are severely lacking in labor. Food was temporarily not an issue, as due to his talent and proximity to water, even if there were no other food sources, there would always be fish. Due to the unexpected situation with the fire seed, Xuanhe opened the manual to inquire some people about the fire seed and the white shadow, and after a long time, he posted again on the forum. Unfortunately, he did not receive any effective information. Everyone was exploring step by step, and those who made discoveries were not necessarily willing to share. However, he did not become too discouraged. He planned to further compress his resting time and continue to work hard at cultivation and construction. After all, if he rested too much now, he might not even have the strength to resist in the future and could be directly devoured by the anomalies and monsters. The tragic fates of Earthlings who died varied greatly, yet the only commonality was their immense suffering. Among them was even a person who encountered a special anomaly in the darkness, still enduring hellish torment, yet due to the uniqueness of the manual, he could still post. Each time he saw the unfortunate selfies of this poster, even those who wanted to give up would try to make an effort once again. In the world of Codename Zero, there were far more terrifying things than death. Thinking of this, he was just about to lie down and sleep, but immediately got up to meditate and cultivate. The night passed quick. After a long session of meditation, he felt a sharp pain in his head. When he finally broke free from it in the morning, the mental fatigue was too great, and he knew he could not continue, so he closed his eyes and slept for a short hour. An hour later, he immediately woke up and got up. Time to grind hard. Last night was not only painful for him, but the villagers also felt great distress as they had to learn things they completely did not understand, things that seemed like celestial scripts. Fortunately, the absolute obedience to the Lord forced the villagers and even the half-beasts to push themselves to learn the meditation method. Even Emilia and Stella were no exception. because these two also felt they could not learn the meditation method. As Xuanhe emerged, he saw the snake people diligently working underwater, feeling quite satisfied. Then he looked at the cave nearby, which had already taken on a basic shape. It didn't need to be particularly detailed or organized, nor did it require bricks. All that was needed was to excavate the cave and place the planting boxes inside, making this task quite fast. At this point, all the planting boxes had been placed inside, and Emilia was taking care of these lightless plants. The plants that had been wilting under the sun were instantly revitalized upon returning to the shadowed cave environment. The mushrooms, being spore plants, grew rapidly due to the improvements made by the botanist Emilia, and they could serve as a staple food. Previously, the snake people had survived solely on this food. Xuanhe also glanced at the corn and tomatoes growing in his level 1 simple farmland, which looked like they would fully ripen in just 2 or 3 days. He could finally eat vegetables, not just wild greens. Moreover, they were high-quality vegetables from Earth. The other cultivated farmlands also grew rapidly, nurtured by the dung of the buffalo herd. Among them, the fastest growing was a plant that could be used to sew clothes and weave baskets. The mother with children was quite skilled and had woven many good items, enhancing the liveliness of the entire territory. However, there was still one matter today, which was about the glowing plants mentioned by the villagers yesterday. Xuanhe, riding on the little silver-armored horse that had grown to his shoulder height, walked towards that place with Emilia. He was unsure whether the glowing plants described by the villagers would bring him joy or fright. Today's temperature is slightly lower than yesterday, yet the air has become increasingly dry and hot. Even the sounds of insects in the forest have grown louder, creating an uncomfortable feeling. Being in such an environment for an extended period can unconsciously make a person feel irritable and anxious. However, if one stays in the depths of the sea territory or within the area of scattered ashes, such irritability rarely occurs. This was very evident when Xuanhe left the territory this morning. He was unclear about the situation. After all, this world has many strange aspects. Just glancing at the rapidly growing silver-armored horse beside him, he thought that it wouldn't be long before he could ride this silver. Even though there are no grasslands here, the silver-armored horse is not an ordinary steed. It can traverse water and climb mountains, thus it cannot be said to be ill-suited for this forested terrain. This time he came out for the glowing plant, which according to the farmer's description should be something quite special. The report was made because it is a habit of the farmers. Reporting glowing items has always been common knowledge among serfs, and the local lord seems to value such items highly. He was just curious about what this glowing item actually looked like. He was also interested in what the farmers cared about in the territory they once belonged to. This time, in addition to him, there were 2 farmers, 2 snake people, and Emilia. The 4 of them came for the wild buffalo dung, while Emilia was naturally there because she is a proper botanist. The glowing plant was not far from his territory, but the entire direction had shifted. The sounds within the dense forest were extremely noisy, making one feel unsettled. The hissing of snakes and the creeping vines on the ground, along with the countless insects, were unbearable. Xuanhe's internal magical power was insufficient to cover his entire body, making him feel more irritable while walking through the mountains and forests. Yet the silver shadow beside him would occasionally dart out, clearing away the chaotic things around. This silver-armored horse is indeed a remarkable life form. Even before reaching adulthood, it possesses strength far beyond that of a 9th-level life form, and it arises from its own body rather than anything else. The others had already scattered as the heavy footprints left on the ground served as markers, thus there was no need for anyone. Beside him, apart from the fully grown little horse, only the botanist Emilia remained. They had arrived at the location of what the farmer said was not a lie at all. This is indeed a glowing plant, and its buds glowed like a pale blue light, making it incredibly conspicuous even in daylight. It was beautiful, but he still did not understand why the people of Codename Zero valued it so highly. However, upon seeing this plant, Emilia's eyes widened with a strange expression, and she immediately blocked Xuanhe's path, saying, "My lord, something is not right. I recognize this plant. It is the thyme sandflower, typically light blue and very attractive to bees and butterflies, with some being pink. It is generally used for ornamental purposes and is just an ordinary flower species, having no other uses, let alone suddenly glowing. This sudden glow of the thyme sandflower must indicate a significant problem." Xuanhe looked at the bud of the thyme sandflower, which had begun to slowly writhe, filled with an eerie sense, as if another life existed within the bud. He frowned slightly and took a step back, his alertness heightened, fearing to encounter some monster that should not be approached. But even though going out could lead to danger, one cannot simply stay indoors. Squeak, squeak, it sounded like a crisp bird call. The bud of the thyme sandflower gradually began to bloom. At the same time, a strange sound echoed, accompanied by a sudden to the right front. The silver shadow moved as swiftly as he did. Suddenly, a black beast covered in patterns surged out from the grass, resembling a tiger or leopard, and was now fixated on their group. It looked at the 2 humans and 1 horse before it, a hint of mockery flickering in its eyes. Then the wind swirled beneath its feet, and it abruptly charged forward, directly pouncing at Xuanhe. A red spear, the Jingshu spear, appeared in Xuanhe's hand out of thin air, and at the same time his magical power enveloped the spear as he leaped onto the back of the little silver horse. At that moment, within the dense forest, he resembled a cavalry charging into battle, his powerful presence forcing the black-patterned beast to halt. But while it wished to stop, others were unwilling to do so. The Jingshu spear is an 8th-level weapon possessing immense piercing power. Coupled with Xuanhe's enhanced strength from his meditation method, this thrust directly pierced the beast's front paw, creating a bloody gash. However, this also ignited the beast's ferocity. Yet under the coordination of Xuanhe and the little silver horse, this unknown beast had no further capacity to resist. After a fierce battle, a corpse lay on the ground. Xuanhe gasped for breath and immediately retrieved the prepared water from the moon well from his backpack and drank it down. After this, his magical power was restored, and he felt much better. As for Emilia, she appeared pale. Upon realizing that she had been a burden, her complexion became even whiter. Initially, she thought that following Xuanhe's command to meditate for 2 hours a day was sufficient, but now it seemed she must meditate even more and urge others in the territory, especially that group of half-beasts, to work harder in meditation. Also, it's a human lord. The human lord defeated this winged beast. Though the strange voice was very faint, Xuanhe, as an extraordinary life form, naturally heard it. He had been too focused on the battle to pay attention to this peculiar thing earlier. Now he could search for it, but it was unnecessary since it was so close at hand. The faint voice spoke again. Incredible, how do you have water from the moon well? Hearing this, he was suddenly startled. This voice knows about the moon well. Then he saw the bud of the time sand flower fully bloom, releasing a refreshing fragrance that alleviated the heat in his heart. From within the bud emerged a small creature only the size of a human palm with wings. It truly is water from the moon. While this is hard to believe. Dear human lord, may I ask if there are any elves with you? Xuanhe looked curiously at the creature and shook his head. The small creature expressed its regret, saying, that's truly too bad. Let me introduce myself. Oh, I am a flower sprite, a time sand flower sprite. I got separated from my tribe and somehow ended up here. Everything here is far too dangerous, especially at night. It's terrifying. I could only hide inside the time sand flower, hoping to find an elf to protect me back home, but unexpectedly. Flower sprite. Another species he had never seen before, yet Earth once had similar creations. Codename Zero indeed is vibrant and diverse. But judging by the dialogue, it should be a normal flower sprite. After the moon well was completed, he had hardly engaged with it, as he had too many obligations. As for the fact that the moon well attracts elves, he had always been looking forward to it. Although there were no elves of flower sprite, his territory lacks villagers. Thus Xuanhe first collected the beast carcass from the ground, then looked at the flower sprite, and invited, though there are no elves, you can wait for their arrival in my territory, as there is a moon well. He thought he would have to persuade it a bit more, but unexpectedly upon hearing this, the flower sprite flew directly onto his shoulder, saying, that's wonderful, human lord. I know about you, your territory always burns with embers, and the power of fire protects the entire territory, so I won't have to worry about being eaten by the monsters in the night. Xuanhe listened to the flower sprite's chattering and smiled without speaking. Then he headed toward the direction of his territory. The primeval forest is far too dangerous. Oh, just stepping outside can lead to incidents, especially since he encounters trouble every time he goes out. It is better not to linger. Emilia seemed somewhat silent, quietly following behind them. The journey back was quick, as they had already become familiar. They soon saw the sign of the deep sea territory. It smelled of embers. The domain of the deep sea lay right before him. Although ordinary people might find it difficult to perceive the difference between the domain and the outside world, their bodies could always sense it. However, for the extraordinary, everything was clearly visible to the naked eye. For instance, Xuanhe could see the direction where the sparks within the domain rose, enveloping it in an invisible barrier of fire. The sparks sheltered everything within the domain, with wisps of ash subtly outlining the faint aura of the flames. Before the flower spirit arrived at the domain, he had already formed a contract with her to avoid any mishaps. Everyone in the domain was still laboring hard. Each person had more work to do than they could handle, with no one able to rest. You actually cultivated farmland. While these 2 plots of farmland are quite special, as they contain food I've never seen before. Let me help them a bit. The flower spirit began to exclaim in surprise upon arriving in the domain, eventually hovering over the level 1 simple farmland of the small courtyard, quickly dropping something resembling twinkling starlight. Then Xuanhe watched in amazement as the corn and tomatoes in the farmland rapidly matured, their fruits plump and heavy, almost overflowing, hanging from the branches and lifting his spirits. He had initially thought they would just grow as time passed, but he never expected that this flower spirit would possess the power to hasten the ripening of food. It felt somewhat wasteful after all the tomatoes and corn would mature in a few days. Yet the indigenous people of the Zero World were indeed not special in any way. The quality of the farmers was exceptional. Even picking up a flower spirit could lead to hastened ripening. Truly, it was a case of talented people and fertile lands. However, he had yet to truly see the civilization of this world. Can you hasten the ripening of food? I am a flower spirit, of course I can. The sand flower you see is hastened by me, otherwise how could such flowers thrive in the primeval forest? After finishing her sentence, she flitted between the 2 plots of farmland, hesitated for a moment, then plucked a bright red tomato and began to nibble on it. The flower spirit looked quite adorable as she took small bites. But that was not important. He initially wanted to ask the flower spirit something else, but his eyes were completely glued to the corn and tomatoes, unable to move. So he picked a corn ear, and without even washing it, took a bite. In that instant, tears filled his eyes. It was the flavor of ripe food from earth. So delicious. A delicacy of the mortal realm. I finally get to eat my corn. The wild vegetables of the Zero World are all tasteless. I thought I had become accustomed to this harsh living environment, but now it seems I have almost forgotten the taste of the plants cultivated on earth. He felt deeply moved. After all, the seeds from earth were carefully selected over decades and centuries. They were far superior to any wild vegetable. Even if similar plants existed in this world, they might not be tastier than those cultivated by humans from Earth. After finishing a corn ear, he could not help but reminisce about Earth, his friends and family. He was already quite famous among the survivors, yet he had no familiar news and did not know how everyone was doing. After a while, he inquired about the conditions for the flower spirit to hasten ripening and received the answer that it just needed to be in a good mood and have mana. When he continued to ask, the flower spirit grew impatient, hugging the tomato and flying to the side of the moon while looking quite satisfied. The conditions for hastening ripening seemed a bit too idealistic. But as long as she could hasten ripening, it was fine. After all, she was already within his domain and could try more in the future. Meanwhile, the farmers and snake people showed no interest in what was happening here, especially the snake people, who did not even dare to look at the small courtyard. They knew nothing, but the fear engraved in their genes towards the Lord could not be forgotten. However, human Lord, although you have many special buildings here, the entire domain is still too crude. The flower spirit stood atop the moon while seemingly on the verge of falling, yet she was completely unconcerned. Instead, she looked at Xuanhe, tilting her head as she spoke. Indeed, it is too crude. I am working hard on that. Hard work won't help. I can smell the increasing scent of danger, yet there is not a hint of death on you. Forget it, let the spirits come with the moon, while they will surely arrive. Originally, Xuanhe had been excited about the corn and tomatoes, but upon hearing this, he looked at the flower spirit He thought for a moment, picked a few ears of corn and tomatoes, washed them with water, and placed them on a wooden plate. Sitting on a tree stump, he munched on the corn, while asking the flower spirit above the moon, well, what danger? Is it the danger of the night? Yes, although your sparks have some special materials, they are far from enough to protect one. She placed the half-eaten tomato down and gestured with her delicate hands to form a large circle. The domain has never used such sparks. Such things should have been eliminated long ago. She then looked at Xuanhe with a serious expression. Human Lord, you should prepare new sparks. Without sparks, no life can survive in the darkness. Her words made sense, yet the tomato juice at the corner of her mouth made it seem somewhat amusing. But Xuanhe did not pay attention to these small details. He inquired, but you and my villagers, and even the half-beasts can survive in the darkness. I possess the power of light. This is a grand blessing from the great spirits. As for what you mentioned, that must be because you brought them to the domain before they died, otherwise they would surely perish. The half-beasts might survive, perhaps one could live while 20 or 30 would die. I don't know him, just a small flower spirit, but they would surely die, and quickly. Do you know where the sparks would be? The flower spirit appeared quite shocked upon hearing this. She immediately flew over, clutching the tomato, and stared at Xuanhe for several moments as if she had seen a peculiar creature. But aren't you the Lord who possesses the land deed? Only you can find the sparks. Aside from the Lord, it seems. She struggled to continue her sentence. However, Xuanhe's pupils trembled. Are you saying that the Lord can search for sparks? The flower spirit nodded vigorously. For a moment, a hint of confusion appeared in Xuanhe's eyes, but he quickly sorted out what the flower spirit had said. It was precisely because he had clarified that he felt quite puzzled. Where was he supposed to search for sparks? He did not know how. He could not help but return to the main building and take out the land deed. The land deed had been changing along with the growth of the domain. Level 1 land deed owner Xuanhe, land deed named Deep Sea Sparks. Level 8 ordinary sparks. Expand land deed buildings, main house, small courtyard, warehouse, abyss pool. 2 level 1 simple farmlands, moon pool. 10 farmhouses, half included planting caves, half included 12 farmlands, half included underwater warehouse, not included underwater base, not included land deed members. Octopus expand, flower spirit expand. Villagers human 26, half beast 96. Land deed function protection. Contract. He clicked to expand the sparks, only to see a description that was entirely different from before. Level 8 sparks, a variant of ordinary sparks lacking self-restoration ability. Powerful and strange creatures or monsters can harm it. Currently, sparks are burning at 76, critical value 50. The description has changed from yesterday, which means that powerful strange monsters appeared near my domain last night. He frowned, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart, and began to ponder. But how does the Lord search for sparks? Why do I not sense anything at all? After thinking for a moment, he decided to ask the octopus that had been lurking in the deep water area. Hopefully it could answer his doubts. At the same time, he opened the survival manual, inquired about people he knew, and posted a message in the forum. In matters like this, collective brainstorming is the most effective. If he kept hiding, he might end up losing both himself and the moment Xuanhe shared this news across different channels, the previously quiet forum erupted with activity. Especially as he simultaneously posted related threads on the forum. At that moment, everyone in the Zero Code world who saw this message began to ponder what it could mean. What? Can we actually find the fire seed? How come I know nothing about this? Can the Lord find the fire seed? Where did this news come from? Why am I so skeptical? Oh, it turns out this message was posted by one of the top 100 big shots, so can we really find the fire seed? How can people be so unreasonable upstairs? Have they lost their senses in their desperation? I looked through the land contract repeatedly, but found no method to find the fire seed. Do you need me to look? If it were that simple, why would this big shot even release this news? But I'm puzzled too. It would be great if someone could find it. My fire seed here won't last much longer, and the nights are getting scary. Well, let's try more. With so many of us, we should be able to figure something out. Thus, a large group began to experiment. Meanwhile, Xuanhe swam into the deep water area, searching for the octopus. The location of the octopus was beneath a crack in the deep water area, dark and murky, making it impossible to see. After waiting for a while, the deep blue octopus emerged from the crack. "Lord, is there something you wish to command?" Compared to the other humans on land, this octopus spoke with an elegance and poise that was truly a local specialty of the Zero Code world. "I would like to ask if you know of any methods for a lord to find the fire seed. Have you heard of anything in your inherited memories?" He elaborated on the matter in detail. The octopus' 8 tentacles paused in the water, its large head seemingly in thought. After a moment, it shook its head, saying, "I haven't heard of anything like that. The Lord's knowledge should be specialized. My tribe's inheritance may not collect such information. I apologize for dis—" It appeared dejected, as if saddened by its inability to assist Xuanhe. "I see, then I will ask others." He did not doubt this answer, having prepared himself for such a possibility before coming here. This octopus indeed had little knowledge regarding the Lord's matters. "It seems we can only wait for other Earth survivors to see if they can find it. After all, I've given a direction. With billions of people, surely they can figure something out." Although he received no answer from the octopus, he was not very anxious. 3 heads are better than 1 eye after all. There are. Thus, with the thought that he had come this far, he began to meditate again in the deep water area, seizing every moment to enhance his. As the sun slowly approached its zenith, he leaped from the water, azure magical energy swirling around his body, surprisingly, allowing him to walk on the water without sinking. A silver shadow rushed over like the wind. Upon seeing it, he reached out to touch the little silver armored horse, which had grown taller than him, and then he mounted it. The silver armored horse needed no tack, as it was naturally clad in silver armor and was still growing. The little silver armored horse felt no danger walking on the water, trotting contentedly and creating gentle ripples beneath its hooves, yet it never sank. The blue octopus watched the scene above with a yawn, a glimmer of envy flashing in its large eyes. It wished to play around too, but this was just a river too uncomfortable for it, as a deep-sea creature forced to remain in the deep. Even before the Lord had blessed it, merely staying in the deep water area made its skin uncomfortable. It truly hoped to return to the embrace of the deep sea soon. Holding on to this thought, half of the blue octopus body floated into the crack in the deep water area, but noticing that the Lord had not left, it continued to watch here. The Lansong River was not a safe place. It was safe only because this octopus, harmless to Xuanhe, was here. At that moment, Xuanhe, riding the little silver armored horse, took out the survival manual, initially only intending to check for any new messages. However, to his surprise, within the brief time he had been cultivating, this group of Earthlings had actually come up with ideas to get. Private channel Zhang Jingjing Xuanhe brother, Lu, quickly look at this post, click the forum. Xuanhe, truly a top-tier player. In such a short time, a method to find the fire seed has been discovered. Xuanhe brother Lu, you're amazing. My friend, while gathering information, found that the locals were puzzled about where this news came from. Rinxingxing I. Never thought that the method for the Lord to find the fire seed would be like this. Damn, that's so ideal. Zhang Miao Xuanhe, thank you, fist emoji. Clicking on that post, it was from an ID named Tao Yi, who claimed to have found the method for the Lord to find the fire seed, which is simply the Lord to find the fire seed. In just a few seconds, this thread owner was bombarded with thousands of responses, completely overwhelmed by the backlash. Then came the most important news. Post 38179 by Tao Yi. I'm serious. It's you. What do you think? Do you believe it? No, the moment I saw this sentence, I felt the fire seed. What the hell, why are you all cursing at me? Tao Yi, I'm serious. Didn't Brother Lu already put the method for the Lord to find the fire seed right in front of you? What are you all even looking for? The thread owner was cursed again. In the end, everyone realized it was true. How does the Lord find the fire seed? As long as the Lord knows he can find the fire seed, that's enough. Seeing this answer, Xuanhe was dumbfounded. He never expected it to be such a bizarre conclusion. But it seems. It's true. At this moment, he had already ridden back to his territory on the little silver armored horse, feeling the trace of the fire seed, without even needing to close his eyes. Fire seeds exist in the primordial forest, in the mountains, in the sky, and in the water. Among these, the fire seeds in the sky are the most prominent and recognizable, also exuding a stark sense of danger, yet remaining out of reach. That fleeting sensation quickly vanished, leaving the insecure to doubt whether the fire seed in the sky, not the sun, was merely their illusion. Afterwards, he could only sense the distant fire seeds in the mountains. The distance was too great to consider. The primordial forest was also not an option. In reality, after sensing the presence of fire seeds in the water, he was left with only one choice: to retrieve the fire seed from beneath the water. Various channels and forums were still lamenting. Why is my lord so difficult to deal with? It turns out we don't even know the most basic things. I'm crying. Actually, I wanted to say, didn't our survival manual remind us of this? But we overlooked it as mere narration. Could it be that billions of people are this foolish? At this moment, it becomes clear that Xuanhe is genuinely a good person. Others may have known, but this person revealed it to us, even using a riddle-like method to help everyone understand the truth. That makes sense, so I'll remember this kindness. Next time this big brother wants to buy something from me, I'll give a 20 discount instead. Xuanhe exhaled while observing these discussions, and nodded. Yes, that's exactly what he was thinking. Now he should go seek the fire seed in the Lansong River. But how could fire exist in water? How can the spark be in the water? Xuanhe found it quite strange. However, upon learning about the spark, he felt a surge of joy and immediately returned to the deep water area after arranging matters concerning his territory. Octopus, who had originally descended halfway, was bewilderedly floating back up, for it detected a familiar scent. Why has the Lord come again? Though puzzled by the Lord's return, the octopus felt no other emotions. Having stayed in the deep water for too long was exceedingly dull. If it weren't for the discomfort of leaving the depths, it would have liked to play with the Lord for a while longer. Octopus, Xuanhe pronounced this somewhat tongue-twisting name, then slowly descended and stood at the edge of the crack in the deep water zone. Do you know where this leads to? The octopus shook its head, then nodded, its eyes filled with confusion, waving its tentacle. Then the Lord suddenly grasped the tentacle, a bright smile blossoming on his face, radiating warmth and joy. Then take me down to have a look. Xuanhe felt the magical energy within his body through the source water pearl, roughly calculating how long it could sustain him before putting it away. He decided to rely on his own abilities, first planning to use the source water pearl when he needed to breathe. All right, my lord. But you are still in your juvenile stage, too small, and there may be hostile beings below you. The octopus was not curious about the reason. It simply swam beside Xuanhe and slowly made its way down through. The deep water zone was already dark, but deeper down beneath the crack, it was even more dim, so dark that one could hardly see what lay ahead. Were it not for the octopus leading the way, an ordinary person, well, an ordinary person would likely perish just by entering the water, let alone coming to such a deep area. Beneath the deep water, it was initially a dark expanse, but after swimming for a few minutes, tiny glimmers of light appeared before him. Underwater plants. Looking up, he saw a thick rock wall. This was yet another layer of the deep water zone. If the shallow water zone was the first layer, and the deep water zone the second, then the place Xuanhe had arrived, that was the third layer. The scene in the third layer was not as cramped as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was becoming increasingly spacious. Yet he felt no relaxation. Instead, his body was on high alert. Standing there without anyone's reminder, he could sense the omnipresent danger, as if his skin were being pricked by needles. At this moment, it felt akin to the ancient humans of Earth at the dawn of evolution, facing the innate terror of the natural world. The flora and fauna of the third layer were more abundant and larger than those in the second. As he observed, he noticed something amiss. Why are there jellyfish aside from octopuses? Even in the zero-code world, should these two life forms really exist in a river? He was perplexed, but had no better explanation. Rather, it was more accurate to say that the zero-code world simply allowed for everything to exist. My lord, are you coming down to go somewhere specific? The voice of the blue octopus sounded more tender, akin to that of a young child. Upon hearing this, Xuanhe pointed in a direction. After the octopus inquired about the specific distance, it let out a sigh. The deeper the water, the more powerful the life forms present. Some were beyond its capability to contend with. Fortunately, the place the Lord pointed to was not where such beings resided. My lord, the place you wish to go might be that abandoned mushroom forest, but it is rather special and contains a type of mutated life form filled with electric energy, which could be quite dangerous for you at this stage. Xuanhe nodded. Then, after a few seconds, he asked, what about for you? Is it dangerous for you? The blue octopus pondered for a moment while raising a tentacle. I often go hunting in the mushroom forest where a large shellfish exists. If I accompany the Lord, those troublesome abandoned life forms won't dare approach you. Hearing this, he finally felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, he would have had to search for the spark in the primal forest. Whether he could succeed was secondary, but in his perception, the spark here might be even more powerful. Even with the belief that the Lord can find the spark, the aura of the spark underwater remained intermittent, occasionally disappearing, as if he was simply not qualified to capture it at that moment. If that were the case, it would just prove he had come to the right place. The deep sea truly was always blessing him. It was unclear how many meters deep he had descended, but he roughly estimated it to be around 200 to 300 meters. If it were on Earth, this terrifying height difference would have meant he was already dead beyond compare. Yet now, even without using the source water pearl, he could still feel that his body was somehow sustaining itself as the magical energy within him transformed into a force supporting and protecting his body, allowing him to hold his breath for so long. Such was the allure of the extraordinary species. The mushroom forest seemed to extend further down, and at this point he was starting to struggle to hold on. He had originally planned to use the source water pearl, but when the blue octopus placed 2 tentacles on him, the immense pressure dissipated significantly. At the same time, an ethereal voice resonated behind him. My lord, your human body is too fragile. I can only protect your body in this manner. He nodded. After another 10 minutes, nearly 40 to 50 minutes had passed since entering the water, and they finally arrived at the location of the spark. As the distance decreased, the aura of the spark grew increasingly rich, and the spark that would occasionally disappear could now almost consistently be perceived in his consciousness. Due to the smooth progress, he momentarily forgot the surroundings. Until a 3-person-long eel swam in front of him, its electric eyes fixed upon him. He snapped back from his joy, feeling a sudden sense of being preyed upon. This creature wants to eat him. Even with the octopus close at hand, this underwater beast still desired to consume him. The octopus cast a wary glance at the swimming eel before turning to Xuanhe and saying, My lord, we have arrived at the place you indicated. The location of the spark he had pointed to was right here. Yet Xuanhe did not feel at ease. Instead, his brow furrowed. He realized that the spark was actually further down. It was not within the mushroom forest, but rather deeper down past it. This news disrupted his original plans. At this moment, Xuanhe's mood was far from good, as the location of the fire seed exceeded his imagination. Originally, this bizarre underwater mushroom forest was already perilous, but he never expected it could go even deeper. After hearing the words of the Lord, the octopus hesitated for a moment, but still obediently led him to the left side of the bizarre mushroom forest, from which a pitch-black crack could be seen. The mushroom forest here was unlike what he had imagined. It was not underwater mushrooms, but a twisted creation resembling iron exuding a chillingly eerie sensation. Just a glance would cause immense pain to the eyes, and it could even lead to contamination and mutation. Moreover, deformed fish, glowing with electric light, swam among them. Without needing to test it, Xuanhe knew that once he left the protection of the blue octopus, even the large sea monster he had just encountered could easily kill him, let alone everything else in front of him. This was simply not a place he could venture into at this moment. If this were a game, it would be akin to a newcomer being directly teleported near a boss, a guaranteed death. My lord, do you wish to go down? The blue octopus glanced at the crack, and then at the lord, appearing as if it were looking at a disobedient child, sighing humanely. My lord, if it is down there, I cannot accompany you. Various eggs and young ones reside below, and if I go down, it would disturb those already twisted and contaminated creatures in the mushroom forest. However, if it is you going down, it will not disturb them, and you cannot harm those eggs and young ones therefore. You might be able to. Xuanhe was taken aback by these words. He did not expect that he would have to descend alone. Should he simply give up and return? After all, returning at this moment would change nothing. Yet he infused the source water bead with his magical power, creating a faint, invisible shield around him, allowing him to avoid the underwater pressure and establishing a temporary safe environment. If there were no other dangers, this state could last even half an hour. No matter the reason, I cannot just stop here. He murmured to himself. In this world, stopping meant death. Seeing the lord leave its protective range, the blue octopus nodded and guarded the spot where he descended, then said, My lord, although your very existence means you will not be affected by small matters, please be cautious regarding your currently weakened state. Pollution. The last few words of caution from the blue octopus rang in his ears. His expression turned serious, and he prepared to draw something with his right hand. At this moment, although he felt nervous and worried, more than that was an urgent desire to obtain the fire seed. Aware that this was not a safe place, he planned to go and return quickly. Thus, he swam directly towards the direction of the fire seed in a straight line. The narrow crack gradually widened. Even shrouded by the source water bead, he sensed that the external water current had become much warmer, as if he were soaked. Without a doubt, this had to be the power of the fire seed. He immediately quickened his speed, and after descending for 3 to 4 minutes, finally glimpsed a point of light. The fire seed burned at the bottom of the Lanchong River, emitting a faint blue glow, swaying like flower petals, radiating an extraordinary beauty. Just seeing this fire seed filled him with a sense of safety from within, allowing him to almost forget where he was. In a daze, as he forgot to inject magical power, the strength of the source water bead weakened, snapping him back to reality. No. In that instant, Xuanhe felt a chill run down his spine, as if all the coldness of the world surged forth. That was not the power of the fire seed. Though his body was enveloped by the source water bead, he felt no sense of safety, and his limbs stiffened. This was not the stiffness he desired, but rather the sensation of countless gazes fixated upon him, rendering him immobile. The item he had almost drawn out with his right hand finally surfaced. It was water from the abyssal pool. This water could not be taken out for long. Generally, it would lose its effectiveness after 3 hours. Driven by his obsessive desire to become stronger, Xuanhe mixed and consumed water from the abyssal pool, the abyss, and even carried some moon well water with him for daily consumption, never allowing even a drop of the special abyss water that dripped out every 7 days to go to waste. Good things are meant to be used, not saved for later use. Because if he survived, there would definitely be better things in the future, but not using them now might mean there would be no future. This was Xuanhe's life philosophy. But he had never been so clear that his decision was right, and that the things he had prepared were now proving invaluable. At this moment, he seemed to return to that morning, witnessing the faceless, bizarre, white shadow swiftly moving above the river, his mind nearly collapsing in fear. No, it was even more terrifying than that moment. Even so, he gritted his teeth and retrieved the abyssal water from his temporary storage, moving his hand inch by inch. This sensation was excruciating. Due to excessive force, cracks appeared in his palms and face, causing a drop of blood. Drip. Splash. As the blood fell, countless sounds echoed in his ears. Fortunately, because of the source water bead, this drop of blood did not fall into the water, but landed within the protective shield. Also, because of this sudden splash, the shackles on his body vanished significantly. The abyssal water stored in the large wooden barrel poured out, with only a small amount entering his mouth. Despite this, it was enough to restore his already contaminated spirit, even his bloodshot eyes returning to normal. He hesitated not at all, not even turning back, but instead grabbed the fire seed before him, intending to surge upwards. However, he found he could not lift it. Damn it. At that moment, even with his efforts to remain calm, he could not contain his emotions. But now was not the time to vent his feelings. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, in a reflexive action, he smashed the land deed he had on him onto the fire seed. Then the fire seed vanished. Huff. In that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately swam upwards. However, the forces pulling him from both sides were overwhelming, resembling countless terrifying white shadows. He scattered the abyssal water as if it were free, and it truly alleviated the heavy pressure of the pollution. When he finally saw the blue octopus, he sighed in relief, but could not help but glance back. There he saw dense placentas growing on the walls above which countless eyes were formed, all filled with malice as they stared at him, producing eerie murmurs, and an uncanny force emerged from those eyes, dragging him downward. He almost lost all control and fell downwards. Fortunately, 2 tentacles of the octopus caught him in time and then quickly whisked him away. Xuanhe trembled as he poured all the abyssal water over himself from head to toe, then closed his eyes and took out another barrel from the temporary storage to continue pouring down. Next was the abyss water, followed by the moon well water, all of it poured over him. In a daze, he did not even realize when he reached the surface, the sun shining down upon him. A silver shadow came galloping from the territory, bending its legs to carry Xuanhe onto its back, then dashed into the main building like a whirlwind. No one in the territory could see what had happened, but an unprecedented chaos erupted in the deep water area of the Lanchang River. Wild waves surged. A scene of chaos. Meanwhile, the little silver-armored horse had already carried Xuanhe down from the first floor to the place where the fire seed hearth and the abyssal pool were located. Xuanhe was still pouring water on himself, and only when he neared the fire seed did his consciousness finally clear. Once the little silver-armored horse set him down in the abyssal pool, he finally opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, and his skin even showed signs of black mud, but everything was purified in the abyssal pool, and he sank completely into the water. Huff! The waters of the Mingyuan pool submerged Xuanhe entirely. At an almost visible rate, the pool level receded, and the searing, twisting pain surging through his body gradually subsided. The bloodshot veins in his eyes faded swiftly as he opened them. A mist resembling steam coalesced above the pool's surface, only to vanish moments later, while a faint sizzling sound emanated from the submerged layer beneath. That sizzling was no ordinary combustion, no crackling firewood in a hearth, but rather an ethereal burning emanating from the very air above the Mingyuan pool. Xuanhe exhaled a thick, turbid breath. Bubbles rose and churned as unseen black sludge dissolved, scoured away as if consumed by invisible flame. At last, the corruption inflicted upon him in that uncanny underwater realm had been purified. A wave of relief washed over him, followed immediately by chilling dread. I truly underestimated this world. Merely glancing back, a single fleeting glance, was enough to inflict such contamination. Had I glimpsed that eerie white shadow not within the base that morning, but elsewhere, would I still be alive? This of course required no answer. No. He would not have survived, not even with the protection granted to newcomers. He sighed deeply. Though his body's corruption had been cleansed, he did not rise. Instead, he remained motionless, lying still within the Mingyuan pool. Only after a long silence did he finally stand. The unique fire seed hidden beneath the water had now been secured. All that remained was to integrate it. Yet before he could dwell on that thought, unfamiliar sounds stirred within the submerged chamber, distant, thunderous tremors already reverberating through the depths. Instantly recalling the recent disturbance in the deep water zone, alarm seized him, and without hesitation he rushed out. There at the heart of the Lanchang River, a monstrous 10-meter wave surged upward, its crest wreathed in countless swirling cobalt blue vortices, an omen of profound peril. Villagers and serpent folk alike trembled violently on the banks, paralyzed by terror, until spotting him emerged, their expressions softened just slightly with fragile hope. But Xuanhe paid them no mind. His gaze remained locked upon the river, now churning like a wrathful deity. Is this upheaval caused by my taking the fire seed? Then Octopus. At that thought, he drew forth the land deed. The deed could sense Octopus's current state. A brief, subtle attunement revealed no anomaly. Only then did it. The colossal waves convulsing through the Lanchang River arose swiftly and vanished just as fast. 10 minutes later, a patch of crimson stained the central deepwater zone, and a pungent metallic stench of blood carried far across the air. Then, rising slowly from the depths, emerged a pale blue octopus, gliding steadily toward the deepwater territory. Its swift approach sent fresh shivers through villagers and serpent folk alike, even though they knew it was their own guardian. Yet Xuanhe stepped forward, approaching the water's edge. The blue octopus halted before him, extended several tentacles in a gentle flourish, then bowed, half-bowed, with elegant reverence. Its voice rang clear and hollow. My lord, rest assured, every entity that pursued you has been utterly eradicated. Indeed, he murmured, glancing at the octopus's shimmering, newly updated interface panel, closer, brighter, more vivid than before, and spoke with genuine awe. Octopus, had you not intervened, I might not have lived to see this day. My lord. Its enormous eyes widened, filled not with pride, but with bafflement, as if he'd uttered something utterly inconceivable. It paused, tentacles suspended mid-gesture, then replied. Your predilections are extraordinarily rare. Even in the abyssal deeps, only one being shares your particular inclination. Now I understand why you chose to erect a land deed upon dry land. It all makes sense. Wait, what exactly had it imagined? Staring at the creature before him, Xuanhe felt a profound dissonance, not merely between man and beast, but between two entirely irreconcilable planes of existence. Still, my lord, while I may neutralize threats emerging from the Lanchang River, should you wish to sustain your uncommon proclivity, you must act with greater urgency. This fragile realm cannot withstand even a single incursion from the mist's anomalies. My lord. It offered another delicate fluid bow, then just before departing added softly. You seem to hold a profoundly unusual understanding of your own nature. Perhaps clarity will come, once you behold the deep sea itself. And with that, the blue octopus dissolved into the Lanchang River, vanishing at speeds beyond mortal perception. Back in the deep water zone, it lingered in quiet wonder. Is impersonating a mortal truly so enthralling? Xuanhe watched the ripple where Octopus had vanished. then sighed deeply and sincerely. I suspect it is you who misunderstand me. Though I bear the deep sea's blessing, and though my fortune waxes there, my meditation quickens, my resonance deepens. I am at this moment nothing more than an ordinary human being. The octopus must have mistaken him for some unfathomable entity, some primordial or transcendent force. But he dismissed the notion swiftly. Oh, such speculations belonged to realms impossibly distant. What mattered now, immediate, tangible, vital, was my fire seed. He first calmed the villagers and serpent folk, urging them to rest, only to find mere minutes later their resilient ox-like constitutions propelling them back into labor. They dared not enter the water today, however, and labored instead upon dry land. Xuanhe returned to the main hall and unsealed the land deed. A soft cerulean fire seed drifted slowly upward from the deed's surface. Even before full integration, an extraordinary sense of safety enveloped him, radiating outward, imbuing the entire territory with palpable serenity and warmth. Missed notification: you have acquired an impossibility, an entity unattainable at your current stage. Even in Codename Zero world, such anomalies occur almost never. A unique achievement has therefore been unlocked and illuminated. Azure Sky Purifying Flame, an exceptionally rare fire seed defying conventional classification. By nature, it resides exclusively in the deep sea, always accompanied by enigmatic embryonic entities that employ it to resist the encroachment of the mist. It is virtually unobtainable by any mortal. 1. Possesses unparalleled exorcistic, protective, purifying, and restorative power, capable of safeguarding an entire territory even during full mist descent. 2. Requires no fuel, sustains itself with near-infinite, self-perpetuating flame. 3. Demands specific ascension materials and conditions to mature into its complete form. 4. Within its protected domain, no anomalous corruption or intrusion can take root. 5. Due to its intrinsic nature, even seasoned lords who acquire it remain incapable of wielding it. Azure Sky Purifying Flame, juvenile form. Weakest tier, current assessed rank level 50, tier 7 flame ascension requirements detailed upon expansion. Grants universal territorial prot. Xuanhe gazed at the description of the flame seed before him, finally gaining a slight understanding of what the flame seed in the Zero Code world truly signifies. It was something almost entirely different from Earth, more akin to a conceptual designation rather than mere fire. As for the Qingkong Pure Fire juvenile form, it is level 50, a 7th tier flame. This is simply an unfathomable. The mist's prompt was correct. Had it not been an exceedingly rare stroke of luck, he would never have obtained such a flame seed, as even approaching it would lead to instant death. As for how he obtained it, perhaps it was because it was in the deep sea. In the Zero Code world, the weakest is level 9 and the strongest is level 0. From 9 to 0 there exist increasingly powerful entities. This is the grading system in the Zero Code world. Levels 1 to 100 are the grading levels used to draw all humans from Earth into this mist. There's no need to elaborate on treasure chests. The treasure chests of the mist naturally abide by the rules of the mist, which means a standard determination of 1 to 9, with larger numbers indicating more precious chests, among which there may even exist special treasure chests. However, comparatively speaking, the mist levels may provide a more accurate assessment of a being's true strength. For levels above 10, levels 10 to 19, they are considered extraordinary beings, also level 9 lives. But levels 20 to 40 are all level 8 lives. For instance, the current octopus is level 13, although still an extraordinary level 8 life. It is worlds apart from a level 20 extraordinary life. Regarding the terminology for these extraordinary lives within the Zero Code, this is beyond what he can currently comprehend. Even so, within the limited information Xuanhe had, the Qingkong Pure Fire remained an incredible entity, not to mention, it was just a juvenile form. This thing, he said, looking at the light blue flame, feeling a bit hesitant. After carefully reading the description of the Qingkong Pure Fire, he was even more puzzled. Is it typically found in the deep sea? But the Lanchong River is merely a river. Indeed, I mentioned that it was strange to see octopuses and jellyfish appearing in the river. These are clearly marine creatures. Although puzzled about this, he currently had no inclination to solve this mystery. Instead, he looked at the Qingkong Pure Fire juvenile form before him and the land deed in his hand, frowning slightly. How should I use this thing? After pondering for a moment, he opened the survival manual, intending to see if there was any other information inside. The first thing he looked at was the forum. The post he made titled "Lords Can Seek Flame Seeds" had already accumulated millions of replies, scrolling down with no end in sight. He flipped through it earnestly, but found no relevant information, and inquiries to others yielded no responses. Originally puzzled, upon careful reflection, he suddenly realized, indeed, how much time has passed. If I hadn't contracted a high-level extraordinary life, how could I have obtained the flame seed so quickly? Even so, I have been tainted. It seems I can only try it myself. He reviewed the entire process of upgrading his territory and obtaining the land deed, sitting on a stump in the main building for a long time, before finally restoring the Qingkong Pure Fire juvenile form in the land deed and walking into the adjacent warehouse to open the workshop. Half an hour later, he emerged from the workshop holding a light-emitting flower-like blue wooden object that resembled a candlestick, seemingly a hybrid of the two. This object was made from the rare level 8 wood available in his warehouse, and there was just enough space left on it. Xuanhe brought this item into the main building, placed it on the ground, took out the Qingkong Pure Fire juvenile form from the land deed, and placed it inside. Crack! The wooden platform made a sound of splintering, but fortunately, it was only slightly damaged. The Qinkong pure fire juvenile form was placed inside. He saw the building slowly growing from the land deed, and then with a loud bang the entire wooden platform shattered. The building that was on the verge of taking shape was thus wasted. Despite this, he was not disheartened. Rather, he was quite pleased. To integrate this flame seed into the land deed, a building must be prepared for it. The reason he attempted this was that as he constructed his territory, new buildings would slowly grow within the land deed. This seemed to be a special ritual of determination. Thus, he wanted to build a structure for the Qinkong pure fire juvenile form to see if it could be integrated into the land deed. He didn't know if it would work, nor did he understand the reason, but trying it indeed proved feasible. But the materials in my hand are insufficient to craft a vessel for it. Even level 8 extraordinary wood wouldn't suffice. Xuanhe truly couldn't think of any other materials. At that moment, he recalled something he did daily. Water. A murmuring voice of a young boy echoed. Can I try to build a special structure with water to contain the flame seed? Not knowing if it would work, but driven by the thought of he spoke and acted. After the beginner protection period ended, he did not forget his deep sea blessing talent. Thus, he diligently fished in the Lanchong River every day. You could say that previously nearly all the food for the territory was caught by him alone. Now things were much better with a greater variety of food available. As for fishing, although the drop rate wasn't as absurdly high as during the beginner protection period, he never gave up a single day. However, after 3 consecutive days of only finding ordinary level 9 water along with various tasks in the territory and his cultivation, he later only fished for water without appraising it. Yet within the main building there indeed piled a heap of extraordinary water materials. Perhaps among them, he could find a special water flow to carry the Qinkong pure fire juvenile form. Using water to contain fire is quite strange. But this is the zero code world. So he restored the flame seed in the land deed and walked to the right side of the main building where many barrels of similar sizes were lined up. He began to examine them one by one. The initial failures did not discourage him. Instead, they made him feel that he had somewhat overlooked this special stroke of luck. Even if these special water flows were not sufficient to carry the Qinkong pure fire juvenile form, they were indeed quite beneficial to the current territory. Among them, the well he had been longing for might be able to be constructed. Categorizing the different water flows. Half an hour passed. Xuanhe's eyes lit up. Found it. Star Stream, level 7 water flow. Its form is a stream of floating stardust light points with gravitational direction opposite to that of conventional water flowing upwards. Long-term exposure can slightly awaken the wisdom of water seeds, but it has limited effect. Waterborne life forms consuming it can greatly enhance their intelligence. Unless destroyed in an instant, they possess the power of self-repair and self-growth. This level 7 water flow is not as powerful as the abyss water, but it possesses many special functions. However, it is just right for containing the Qinkong pure fire juvenile form. He placed the other items away and walked into the workshop with these. 2 hours later, changes occurred simultaneously in the land deed and the survival manual. It worked. The entire base was forged solidly from 2 types of level 8 extraordinary materials resembling a green tree. At the top flowed a stream of shimmering starlight moving upwards. The water flowed gracefully, completely lifting the uppermost part within which lay the light blue flame seed, the Qinkong pure fire juvenile body. Green, starlight, blue. These 3 colors blended together to create an extremely dreamlike sensation. Meanwhile, the land deed in Xuanhe's hands underwent a tremendous transformation. A familiar, inorganic voice echoed. Level 1 land deed, Deep Sea has met the conditions for village. Would you like to upgrade? Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately chose to upgrade. Level 2 land deed owner Xuanhe land deed named Deep Sea Flame Seed Qinkong pure fire juvenile body land deed buildings flame tree main house small courtyard warehouse Lord's mansion abyssal pool 2 level 1 simple farmlands moon pool 10 farmhouses planting cave 12 farmlands underwater warehouse underwater base land deed members octopus unfold flower sprite unfold villagers 26 humans 96 half beasts land deed functions shelter contract restoration purification level 2 land deed upgrade incomplete. Please promptly confirm the boundaries of the Deep Sea Village land deed and the locations of new buildings. Red warning. The sudden changes dazzled the eyes. He could not afford to consider anything else as the most crucial land deed required his planning. The red warning had already, as before, each evolution and upgrade of the land deed would bring about vastly different changes with the buildings and layout being redefined and set by the land deed owner. The transformation from a small courtyard to a village was entirely different. First, the scope. Upon comparing to before, he questioned his own eyes after seeing the specific numbers. What is this number? Forget it, let's first sort out the layout and terrain. He steadied his mind, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and resolutely declared, my territory can no longer resemble what it was at the beginning. For me, the deep sea is where my talent lies, especially as being underwater accelerates my meditation. Apart from upgrading the territory, I must also strengthen my own power. Thinking of this, he decided not to hesitate any longer. He directly designated half of the deep sea village territory underwater, incorporating the tide silver scale crystal mine within. It almost approached the deep water zone. As for the land, visually, it appeared much larger. The green tree spirits, despite it being daytime, uprooted themselves and fled deep into the primal forest, while a few that couldn't escape were rooted in place, unable to move. Vast expanses of open land and forest were all enclosed. and from the ground arose walls about the height of an adult man, while simultaneously the warehouse area and the materials stacked outside were being consumed at a frantic pace. It wasn't just the materials piled up in the warehouse courtyard that were being consumed, even the materials stored in the main building were depleting at an ever-increasing rate. An irregular wall thus encircled the entire village, including underwater. In addition, aside from the main building and warehouse, there were now 2 more structures. The warehouse had tripled in size and was placed horizontally near the mountains. The other 2 buildings were empty structures. He placed one upright beside the warehouse and the other close to the mountains to serve various purposes in the village. Most importantly, the toilet and well were finally constructed. The toilet was built using a special level 9 water flow. The well was constructed in the same manner. The original location of the main building was in the center of Deep Sea Village, consisting of 3 floors, 2 of which were completely submerged in water. The original underground base was moved closer to the deep water zone. Even the underwater warehouse could be relocated. Thus, the underwater warehouse was also moved to the opposite side. On land, there was a place similar to the Lord's mansion, which he positioned by the water's edge next to the moon well, with the warehouse to the left rear, the new building no. 1 to the right, and the new building no. 2 to the left. These 2 buildings had not yet been planned for use, so he whimsically named them. After dizzying arrangements and planning, the entire level 2 deep sea territory was finally completed. Xuanhe had no idea how much time had passed. After finishing all this, he felt a splitting headache as if his mind was about to explode. Had it not been for his previous meditation training to enhance his mental strength, he might not have been able to complete the adjustments of the land deed in one go. Boom. The villagers and serpent people stared in astonishment at the changes in the territory, immediately kneeling down and closing their eyes, murmuring incomprehensible words. Although the land deed of the Zero World was not insignificant, how could the serfs have the opportunity to witness such nearly extraordinary power? After his land deed upgrade was completed, the first manifestation was not even his small deep sea village, but the achievement leaderboard and survivor leaderboard shrouded in mist. On the achievers leaderboard, he quickly ascended to the top spot, his golden name dazzling the eyes of everyone. As for the survivor leaderboard, his deep sea territory also surged to first place in an instant, but began to drop 3 seconds later, finally settling at rank 25. During this time, countless exclamations arose from all places where survivors existed in the Zero World, and it was uncertain how many astonishing voices emerged. Among them, Xuanhe was in disbelief. He clutched his head, eyes wide, as he stared at the leaderboard, looking like he had gone mad, saying, "No, it can't be like this. This is not how I remember it." The uproar in forums and various channels was beyond mention. Xuanhe felt as if he was about to shatter completely. It was a literal physical shattering. His head throbbed, painfully wishing he could cleave it in 2 with an axe. Knowing this situation was very bad, he staggered into the water, heading towards the deep water zone. He needed to meditate. If he didn't meditate, soon his head would split open. Thus, he didn't even take a glance at the freshly upgraded territory before heading towards the deep water zone. As for the territory, Amelia, being a botanist and someone who had lived with half-beast serpent people for a long time, had no understanding of the extraordinary world, mostly relying on hearsay. But this did not hinder her from knowing what to do at this moment. "All right, my lord has prepared everything. You all get up and continue. Those mining continue to mine, those farming continue to farm, and did the dung from the buffalo herd arrive? Our food supply is too low. Dry all the mushrooms picked today and store them in the underwater warehouse." Thus those who were supposed to mine mined, and those who farmed, only slightly disrupting their routine. In fact, the serfs were like this. They originally lacked the capacity for thought. After an afternoon of meditation, as dusk fell, Xuanhe in the deep water finally felt his mind returning to normal. His complexion, although still somewhat pale, looked much better compared to before, where he appeared lifeless, as if he would die at any moment. Emerging from the deep water zone, Xuanhe was taken aback. The territory before him was completely revitalized. Upon opening his personal panel, he discovered that even his panel had undergone changes. P.S. In fact, the initial setting was never that of a reincarnator. Name: Xuanhe. Race: human. Level 18, extraordinary first stage. Territory contract bonus 500. Territory level 2, territory deep sea. Occupation: deep sea unique. Skills: deep sea blessing, water controlled Xuanhe. Inspiration 20. Luck 8, 30 bonus in deep sea, 10 bonus in ordinary water. Charm 11. Attributes: click to expand. Note: standard human is 5 points. Items: Xuanhe spear, thermal dagger, source water pearl. He glanced at his status panel. Despite diligently cultivating every day, it took him several days to level up just once. However, after the territory's tier upgrade, he was on the verge of reaching level 20, indicating a significant transformation brought by this quantitative change. No wonder the people from the Zero World covet the territory contracts of Earthlings so much. This contract is in. However, at this stage, there are 9th level monsters roaming everywhere, 8th level monsters running amok, and 7th level anomalies visible all around. He still has a long way to go. It is certainly not the time to let his guard down. Let me check how my newly upgraded deep sea village is doing. Xuanhe refocused his thoughts and looked at the dramatically changed territory before him. First, the territory has expanded significantly. Secondly, although some new buildings have been added, most areas are still quite empty. He turned his gaze to the right, where there used to be a cluster of Qingshu spirits near the primitive forest. However, now a significant change has occurred. The Qingshu spirits have retreated to several hundred meters away from the half-man high stone wall, and surprisingly, there are some Qingshu spirits that have already been enclosed near the edge of the stone wall, with their numbers not being small, though just a quick count reveals dozens of them. Upon opening the territory contract, it was indeed evident that many changes had taken place. Level 2 Territory Owner Xuanhe. Territory named Deep Sea. Fire Seed Qingsky Pure Fire Juvenile. Territory Buildings. Special Buildings Fire Seed Tree Deep Sea Courtyard Self-Named Lord's Manor. Some buildings have been stripped, containing an 8th level Fire Seed Fireplace, Abyss Pool, Moonlight Pool, Qingshu Spirit Cluster Underwater Base, 2, Level 1 Simple Farmlands Snake Vine Green Wall. Common Buildings Deep Sea Village Office Self-Named Chicken Coop Stable Cellar Warehouse Granary, Well Pool Public Toilet Farmhouses 10, Planting Caverns Farmlands 12, Underwater Warehouse. Territory Members Octopus Flower Spirit. Villagers 26, Humans 96, Half-Beasts. Territory Functions Protection Contract Recovery Purification. If everything else was within expectations, then the Qingshu Spirit Cluster and Snake Vine Green Wall were unexpected surprises. Thus, he checked further and found that after the territory's upgrade to Level 2, these life forms that had not ventured outside were automatically classified as part of his territory. Although he initially considered the Qingshu spirits to be quite fearsome when he first arrived in this world, he now understood that they were merely a form of the lowest level extraordinary life. Therefore, unable to resist the contract of the territory and lacking the requisite intelligence to be classified as villagers along with their large numbers, they were directly transformed into a building. The snake vine green wall seemed to have mutated during this time because he often watered the snake vines with non-river water, granting them the ability to grow and proliferate rapidly. Furthermore, during the territory level-up process, they were too close to the city walls and lacked any intelligence, leading to their direct use as materials by the territory. Currently, most of the village walls have transformed into snake vine green walls, and over time, due to the proliferation ability granted by the snake vine mutation, the other village walls have been assimilated. Thus, the village walls surrounding Deep Sea Village, including those underwater, now possess self-propagation and offensive capabilities covered in deep green vines resembling snake bodies. If they encounter intruders, the vines will quickly form snake heads to attack. Observing these changes closely, a hint of astonishment emerged in Xuanhe's heart, and then he sighed. I can finally say I have some ability for self-defense now. The entire Deep Sea Village is protected by the Qingsky Pure Fire Juvenile. This fire seed tree is currently in his deep sea courtyard, casting a soft blue glow that adds a touch of color to the courtyard. Although the villagers understand nothing surviving in such a bizarre and terrifying world inevitably grants them a basic sensitivity to danger. Thus, even though their minds were unclear about what was happening, their bodies relaxed completely. Especially the snake people mining underwater, they were no longer as tense as before. Instead, their tails had become soft. As a result, their mining speed has improved. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Xuanhe looked at the originally designated underwater base, which now resembled an underwater square, and sighed. It seemed that this place was of little use now. But never mind, it can stay. He stepped on the water and slowly landed on the shore. The flower spirit, which had been hiding in a tomato due to the fierce battle erupting in the Lanchong River, appeared as soon as the territory level up completed. It was currently overjoyed, flitting around and occasionally stopping to sway its body, holding a corn that was much larger than its body, leaving Xuanhe at a loss for words. Well, hello. I've met Lord. As soon as he stepped onto the land, the flower spirit floated over its tone, much more enthusiastic than before. Noble Lord, I've never experienced such a comfortable environment before. It seems you have found an incredibly powerful and rare fire seed. It wiped the corn kernels off its face and tilted its head, asking, may I, the beautiful flower spirit, live here permanently? I can help, Noble Lord, with ripening every day. This is our innate talent as plant spirits. Listening to this, Xuanhe raised an eyebrow. The change in the flower spirit's attitude was quite noticeable, yet not at all. Did you not say that you can only accelerate plant growth when you're in a good mood? The flower spirit flew around him, its voice crisp and cheerful. Yes. Every second I hear him in a great mood. Xuanhe hesitated, but eventually nodded. All right then. The daylight hours have passed, and night is about to fall. He was about to go ashore to observe the changes in other places when he suddenly turned around, frowning at the suddenly deep blue Lanchong River, but quickly relaxed. It was the octopus. Why is it here? He could only wait to eat his first meal of the day later and check on the territory's changes. Xuanhe turned back and walked underwater. Seeing this, the flower spirit flapped its wings and returned to the moonlight pool, thoroughly satisfied with the dreamlike scene of moonlit plants such as the moonflower and silver fern. What are you? Xuanhe hadn't had a chance to say anything in the water before he saw the blue octopus dropping everything it had grabbed with all its tentacles onto the underwater base, paved with tidal silver scales. Are you moving in? No wonder he asked. The 500 square meter underwater base was nearly filled with the... To his surprise, the octopus actually nodded. Lord, I can feel the warmth and protection here, free from bizarre pollution, and since it's underwater, there's a house here. It must have been... Its large eyes seemed to sparkle with some light, and its 8 tentacles flailed about wildly, no longer resembling its previous anxious state when it reached shallow waters, appearing very happy. Xuanhe pondered for a moment, looking at the square paved with tidal silver scales, and nodded. You're right, it was indeed specially prepared for you. Lord, you are indeed so kind. It reached out a tentacle to rub against Xuanhe's arm, clearly overjoyed. Apart from the time he bestowed the deep sea blessing, it had never been this ecstatic before. But didn't you say you can't stay in shallow waters for long? The octopus nodded its head and then shook it. But this place is not shallow water, it is a sanctuary. That works too. Xuanhe accepted this reasoning. He couldn't help but turn back to glance at the deep sea courtyard nearby. There the first floor radiated a soft pale blue flame glow. The Qing Sky Pure Fire Juvenile truly lived up to its reputation, directly causing a tremendous transformation in his territory. Xuanhe inquired further about some matters with the octopus, confirming its current feelings and whether there were any issues before returning to the land. At this moment the sky had completely darkened. Even so, the villagers felt an unprecedented sense of security within their territory, and their fear of the darkness had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, they continued their past habits, spreading ash around the city walls. However, in unseen places this ash was absorbed by the snake vine green wall. As for the groups of green tree spirits within the territory, they remained as quiet as ever, as if they were just ordinary trees. So much had happened today that it was almost overwhelming. However, the food the chef was supposed to prepare for him was not neglected in his absence. Upon his arrival, the chef brought over the food that had been kept warm. Xuanhe toured the entire Lord's Manor, which was essentially an empty lair. Aside from an 8th-level ordinary fireseed fireplace, there was only a 3D model of Deep Sea Village in the center, which was also interactive. To be precise, his Deep Sea courtyard had split the original Lord's Manor into 2 places. However, upon observing, he found that his courtyard did not require 3 layers. He would later adjust the land deed to add a layer for the Lord's Manor for territorial work. Directly in front of the Lord's Manor was the moon well, which was emitting a faint silver glow, attracting moonlight and creating resonance. Xuanhe placed a stone table in the left front of the Lord's Manor and moved over some wooden stumps. Beside it were the Deep Sea Village office and 2 warehouses against the edge of the snake vine green wall, one for materials and 1 granary, with the granary's edge close to the mushroom-growing caves. He placed the tomato stew with rabbit meat and boiled corn on the stone table. Snap! He took a picture of the arranged plates and shared it in the group to make his friends envious, but there was no need to post it on the forum. As time passed slowly, although the villagers meditated diligently, there was not much progress. Meanwhile, Sitala made rapid progress in meditation, often spending the entire night without sleep, dedicating that time to meditation. Nothing unusual occurred tonight, but the mist over the distant lake thickened significantly. Meanwhile, a strange white shadow approached the outskirts of Deep Sea Village while many were asleep. However, this time, it could not even approach the shallow waters nearby, only able to linger at the edge of the deep waters close to the shallow area where the complete snake vine green wall stood. The faceless strange white shadow would burn itself severely upon trying to approach the territory, even emitting a Xuanhe had decisively sought fire seeds and immediately upgraded the land deed, which was indeed the best choice, as ordinary fire seeds could not withstand such prolonged and eerie pollution. If it were to be delayed another day or 2, perhaps something terrifying would happen, and there would be no need to think deeply about it. He had never experienced a night in the world of Codename Zero without fire seeds, not knowing how terrifying that world truly. The night passed just like that. However, it was not the little star rooster in his new home that woke him up this morning, but rather the cries of the blue octopus. It must have just begun to dawn, but strangely the moon had vanished without a trace. Xuanhe emerged from his 2-story deep sea courtyard and followed the blue octopus gaze to the sky, where he saw a colossal red bird that obscured the sun. What is this? He immediately emerged from the water. The red giant bird seemed to sense the unusualness below and, intending to fly away, suddenly turned back, followed by a gentle but long gust of wind. The red giant bird landed just outside Deep Sea Village. Because of its descent, everyone could see that the giant bird had a tree house on its back. Better late than never, he thought. I followed the moonlight to find the moon well, but didn't know why I hadn't found it. Upon seeing the red sunny bird of a distant merchant flying down, I knew I had come to the right place. A voice seemed to come from afar, growing clearer as it approached. At this moment, Xuanhe had arrived near the snake vine green wall, which like a snake vine naturally unfolded the city wall, leaving a large gate for 5 or 6 people to enter and exit. He first glanced at the red giant bird, then followed the sound. It was an elf. Almost at first glance, he recognized that the man dressed in a neat outfit was an elf, not only because of his extraordinarily beautiful appearance, but also due to his pointed ears, the long bow on his back, and the shout of the flower elf. My lord, it's an elf. While he admitted that the shout of the flower elf played a decisive role, Xuanhe stood within the territory, not stepping out, only gazing curiously at the 2. 3 people who had suddenly a figure in a long robe emerged from the tree house of the red giant bird, the red sunny bird. Are you the lord here? You actually possess a moon well. How did you acquire such a thing? Have the elf race all perished? The elf man with the bow leaned against the snake vine wall, speaking to Xuanhe without a hint of concern. The person who walked out of the red sunny bird was dressed entirely in red, the robe silkier than silk, covering his whole body, with hair reaching down to his ankles, also a head full of very smooth red hair. I never expected that within the strange language forest there would exist such a rare territory. Have I missed out on many business opportunities? Allow me to introduce myself, this esteemed lord. I am a traveling merchant. You may call me Zhou, and this is my red sunny bird. My lord, would you like to take a look at the goods I have? Perhaps there are items you urgently need right now. Suddenly hearing such a very earth-like trade from the primitive society, Xuanhe felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He was still wearing clothes from the survival manual traded with other survivors in the market, and despite several days of exposure to the sun, rain, and wind, he still looked handsome and tall, with an additional air of grace and composure, making him hard to ignore. Hearing Zhou's words, he did not hesitate, and directly made an inviting gesture. Why not come in? Respectfully, I followed. Before Zhou could say anything, the elf man walked inside. He casually looked around, utterly indifferent to everything else, not even glancing at them. But when he saw the moon, well, a smile appeared on his lips as he greeted the flower elf and walked straight ahead. Until he saw the octopus emerging halfway from the water, his expression suddenly turned serious and his pace slowed. Zhou was the same. They almost simultaneously saw the azure octopus, their expressions becoming significantly more serious, losing the previous composure. In front of the Lord's manor, several people stood beside the moon well. Zhou began to speak. My lord, do you know? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the elf man, who looked at Xuanhe with a playful expression. Do you realize that the mist is about to descend here? Do you know the mist is about to descend upon this place? The elf interrupted the merchant Zhou, his silver short hair strikingly sharp and unelf-like as he fixed his gaze upon Xuanhe. Upon hearing these words, Xuanhe's pupils contracted, but his expression swiftly settled into calm, betraying none of the alarm others had anticipated. After all, ever since learning the mist was a natural phenomenon akin to wind, rain, or lightning, he had harbored this quiet dread. So when the remark came, he even countered with a question. Then what? The question caught everyone off guard. Yet it was precisely the question. What then? Knowing changed nothing. There was nowhere to flee and no direction offered sanctuary. The elf's face registered genuine astonishment at Xuanhe's composure, while Zhou's sole visible features, his crimson eyebrows and eyes, twitched faintly. Bewildered, the elf rose abruptly, stared intently at Xuanhe for a long moment, then paced before the moon well before pausing, as if struck by sudden revelation, and murmured to himself, So you already know of the mist. Then you must also know of the great transformation soon to unfold in the Qiyu forest. His gaze, now alight with profound surprise, lingered on Xuanhe, his tone shifting subtly into one of quiet admiration. I never imagined that a mere mortal who has only just stepped into the transcendent realm would possess such courage in the face of such an epical upheaval. Wait, Xuanhe had gleaned fragments about the mist from octopus, but this great transformation, he knew nothing. In truth, he had heard the name Qiyu forest for the very first time that day. Unburdened by anxieties about his own future, Xuanhe prepared to press further, only to be cut off once again by the bow-wielding elf clad in supple battle attire, thin in that case. His eyes drifted toward the cerulean octopus floating in the water, and as if a veil had lifted, he whispered, Ah. His demeanor shifted instantly, no longer casual or flippant, but grave and deliberate. If even a blossom elf has chosen to bind herself to you in covenant, then I too may remain a few days longer, to observe. Very well, you may begin your trade. He settled in with effortless ease, as though he belonged to this deep-sea village, and fetched a wooden stump to sit beside the level 1 rudimentary farmland, seemingly captivated by the corn and tomatoes. He paid little heed to the moon well, so revered among elves. But, what exactly did you understand? Could he not speak plainly without squandering precious time? Even Xuanhe's unusually agile mind could not fathom what had transpired. Why suddenly had the elf resolved? No matter. That could wait. Since he intended to remain, there would be ample opportunity later to inquire. More immediately, Xuanhe found himself deeply intrigued by the wandering merchant, and by the colossal crimson sunbird. And so the two began conversing beside the moon well. As Zhou spoke, his crimson eyes and lashes tilted in a slight respectful nod, and from thin air, he produced a slender booklet, its pages few. Esteemed lord, these are my wares, 33 distinct items. Please peruse them at your leisure, and select those you. Payment may be made in Zero World's universal currency, or in transcendent materials. Even the water of this moon well holds extraordinary value. Rest assured you need not worry about liquidity. Before he could finish, however, he froze entirely, his voice choking mid-sentence. From the water rose the deep blue octopus. Yet more conspicuous than its own form were the immense bivalve creatures suspended from each of its 8 tentacles. Clearly these were rare, transcendent bivalves, collected over time by the octopus, each capable of producing transcendent pearls and not merely ordinary ones. Octopus placed the bivalves upon the ground, then exhaled a gentle aura that caused their shells to open wide, revealing pearls that shimmered with dazzling radiant luster. Some pearls were large, others small, but all were perfectly spherical, gleaming with an inner vitality so compelling that even mortals felt an instinctive urge to consume them. Their rarity was unmistakable at first glance. At that moment, a strange yet mellifluous voice resonated. The deep sea teems with miracles. Though the Lord prefers life upon land, beings born of the abyss have never lacked wealth. Wandering merchant, choose your treasure, and offer in return what is due. Octopus's voice remained ethereal, elegant, and serene. With those words, the balance of power shifted instantaneously, like a player issuing a quest to an NPC in some. What had begun as Xuanhe's purchase had transformed into an obligation for the wandering merchant. He must now sell goods to earn these transcendent pearls. Neither Zhou nor the elf had foreseen it, and neither had Xuanhe. His mouth parted, then closed again. Staring at Octopus, his expression was pure astonishment, his inner turmoil too complex for words. Perhaps indeed this blue octopus, already at level 40, was worthy of its reputation. Today's sun shone with gentler warmth than yesterday's. Zhou had originally been drawn here by the scent of a primordial spark. Upon the crimson sun bird's descent, however, he discovered only a humble village, too modest, too fragile to warrant the effort of a seasoned wandering merchant. Yet he did not depart. Upholding the unwavering creed of his kind, that no journey ends empty-handed, he entered nonetheless determined to conduct trade. He could never have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable newly ascended village concealed such a staggering marvel. These transcendent pearls, though perhaps not of the highest tier, possessed near universal applicability, making them perpetually scarce and prohibitively expensive, especially on land. After all, how could any material usable across every domain fail to be priceless? And yet, here they were, bathed in sunlight. His silken crimson robe glowed with subtle opulence. Zhou glanced first at Octopus, then held Xuanhe's gaze for a long searching moment, before offering a slight formal bow. His posture had changed. I underestimated your lordship. To express both apology and respect, I offer you a complete set of meditation. Though widely copied, this set remains uniquely potent, and its exceptional cost-to-benefit ratio secures its enduring value. Then from beneath his crimson sleeve he extended a hand, upon which appeared a thick weighty tome. This is my entire inventory, 1109 distinct items. Choose freely, your lordship. A faint knowing smile touched his lips as his crimson lashes veiled his eyes, then lifted again, his tone imbued with quiet anticipation and serenity. I trust your lordship possesses the means to acquire most of these wares. Thereafter Zhou moved to stand beside Octopus, gazing down at the bivalves scattered upon the earth, his crimson eyes wide with awe, as he engaged the cerulean octopus in earnest conversation. Xuanhe remained where he stood for a moment, lost in thought, then sat and began leafing through Zhou's catalog of wares. He gave no weight to the merchant's abrupt shift in demeanor, or to the staggering disparity between 33 and 1009 items. His domain was indeed still in its infancy, yet Octopus was singularly extraordinary. The moonwell gleamed with a glass-like luster under the sunlight. Xuanhe glanced at the cargo list and frowned. Among the items, many were annotated with exceptionally peculiar adjectives, while others bore little indication, merely a name, as if it were assumed that everyone should understand. This posed a bit of a challenge. However, upon reflection, it was not hard to comprehend. After all, he had not been in the zero-code world for long, and his understanding of it was incomplete, while these items belonged to the extraordinary category of the zero-code world. Perhaps he should seek the opinions of others, especially Octopus, since it was its money. Yet now Xuanhe looked at Zhou and Octopus in the distance, and decided to wait a moment before approaching them. Thus holding the hefty cargo list, he pondered, and then walked over to the observing elf, handing the list to him. I am not skilled with these items. Since you have decided to stay, why not help me choose some suitable goods? He attempted to inquire. It was precisely because he understood nothing that he intended to refer to others' opinions. He did not plan to conceal this fact, for such matters could not be hidden. The elf, however, did not seem surprised by this request, as if he had encountered many such lords before. He carefully plucked a corn cob, and shaking it in his hand, said, Shall I take a reward in advance? Xuanhe nodded. As for why he was willing to trust this elf, it was not only because choosing local goods was akin to opening a blind box for someone as uninformed as him, but also because he planned to ask the blue octopus and Zhou for their recommendations. By referencing the opinions of 3 individuals, it would surely be better than blindly selecting on his own. This matter was resolved swiftly, since it did not require his direct involvement. The villagers meanwhile kept their distance, diligently working, not even glancing this way. The snake people directly piled the excavated ores into hills on the shore, instead of delivering them to the warehouse at intervals, as they had before, since the warehouse was right behind the Lord's manor. The territory was barely at a standstill, with work to be done everywhere. They had no time to be idle. Nevertheless, the villagers derived a sense of joy from their labor, a feeling of safety they had never experienced before. The selection of goods was quickly completed, as the options were provided by others, leaving Xuanhe to simply choose what he wanted. After organizing the purchased goods, the sun had slowly reached its zenith. Noon arrived, as Zhou, who should have left an hour ago, was still here, sitting on a wooden stump and conversing with the other 2. The area in front of the Lord's manor remained lively. Indeed, I have heard news about the arrival of the mist from a very distant grand wizard, and in the future the nights will become increasingly long. Moreover, this mist is not ordinary, so I did not expect a territory to exist here. No wonder I could not find the moon well after searching for so long. It turns out I went the wrong way. The elf said this and picked up a corn cob to nibble on. He seemed to have a fondness for corn. As for Zhou, he was simply sipping the water from the moonwell, not touching anything else. Strangely, the elf, who should have loved the moonwell, had not taken a single sip of its water. Zhou's red robe trailed on the ground, and he nodded. I have also heard the news of the mist's arrival. Indeed, the nights have become longer. This is unfortunate for all life in the Whispering Forest, as this forest seemingly lacks the ability to withstand the mist and has never possessed self-awareness. I sensed a powerful territory while passing through the Whispering Forest on my way to the distant plains, as my red sunbird unexpectedly fell down, but to my surprise, it was merely a village. Upon finishing, he looked at Xuanhe with astonishment in his tone. You possess an incredibly powerful spark, which, even if it appears somewhat weak, now holds the strength to resist the mist. No wonder your territory is built here. If you have any treasures or goods for trade in the future, please be sure to contact me. In truth, he had no other options. Xuanhe pondered and did not know how to respond. He then shifted the topic away from himself and began to inquire about other matters. I have heard some news that many lords with land deeds have appeared in this world, and they were not originally from here. He was quite curious about some information from the Survivor Forum, and encountering a local who seemed knowledgeable, he thought it best to ask and gather more news. The distant merchant did not speak upon hearing the question. However, the elf upon hearing it appeared puzzled, unable to suppress his frown, but quickly relaxed. You are curious about this mist, aren't you? I am curious too, but I only know so much. The news from the distant Grand Wizard has reached here, and is indeed too far away. Aside from that, I know nothing. As for what you said, not being from this world and possessing land deeds, that might be quite common. Although land deeds are special, I have seen such occurrences many times. Just because one possesses a land deed does not necessarily mean they can truly utilize it. However, it is quite normal for someone as weak as you to have the pursuit of deep sea beings. Never encountering the mist is understandable. If you had, you would know that the zero code world has always had existences not of this world. Existences. He spread his arms, his tone elongated, and a hint of yearning appeared in his expression, endless. After saying this, he shrugged. At that moment, Xuanhe was genuinely shocked. This news was far more surprising than anything he had heard before. In the zero code world, there existed endless beings that were not of this world. This statement was truly bizarre. The arrival of Earthlings would likely have become commonplace for those in the zero world. No wonder he had previously heard other survivors in the forum mention that the natives were not surprised by their appearance at all, even seeming to understand it quite well. At this moment, he felt a strong urge to open the survival manual, but restrained himself. The elf twirled the corn cob in his hand and continued, once you truly encounter the mist, you'll understand. That is truly another world. Perhaps more than one world. But you came for that world, did you not? Xuanhe shook his head at this. He had never intended to pose as a wise man, and after all, he did not know what he did not know. I do not even know what kind of world the mist is. I might die in the mist. How could I have come specifically for the mist world? The distant merchant Zhou said. Then, my lord, you must be cautious. The aura of the mist is already close at hand. The nights will grow long, and a great change is imminent. If you did not come specifically for the mist, it is best to leave quickly. Not necessarily. Do you really not know what the mist is? How could deep sea beings exist within the territory? The elf looked at Xuanhe with a face full of skepticism, completely disbelieving his words. Yet seeing the other party deny it once more, he could only nod. Well, then the whispering forest is about to transform into another existence. You should leave quickly. Xuanhe, hearing the distant merchant and the elf speak, as if it were common knowledge about the zero world, hesitated for a moment before asking another kind of existence. What does that mean? What does it mean? The traveling merchant Zhou, who should have left early, chose to stay, and this action carried a hint of ulterior motive. These two people seemed to have sensed something within him that he had yet to realize. At first, Xuanhe did not notice this, but as the conversation progressed, the feeling became increasingly intense. Another type of existence is that the vast sea transforms into mulberry fields, towering mountains become deep abysses, or perhaps change into another form of existence. Who knows? I am merely an elf. Although I have witnessed the mist many times, I have only watched from a distance and know no more than you do. The elf shrugged. They continued their conversation. Finally, every arrival of the mist brings immense change, especially this particular mist, which is even more unique. My lord, if you plan to stay here for a while longer, could you please leave me a way to contact you? Otherwise, next time, even my red sunny bird may not be able to find you. Zhou seemed prepared to leave, but before departing, he left behind these words. Xuanhe hesitated and shook his head upon hearing this. I don't have any special contact information. Zhou stood up slightly. That is truly unfortunate. After saying this, he took his leave. He had obtained the information he needed and no longer felt the need to stay. Xuanhe, however, was still pondering their earlier conversation, sensing that beneath the surface words lay a different meaning. The traveling merchant from the zero world thus departed. The elf watched the merchant leave, then turned to the developing territory and suddenly spoke. This new human lord, your territory possesses a special power, and this forest will soon undergo tremendous changes. Perhaps in the coming time, your territory will encounter more unexpected events or surprises than before. His attitude had changed drastically from before, noticeably less frivolous, and he appeared much more composed. The elf looked at Xuanhe, stood up, and nodded to him. I will be sleeping here from now on. He pointed towards the level 1 simple farmland, where the plump corn gave off a sweet aroma. If you need me to do anything, feel free to let me know. Perhaps I can provide some insignificant assistance. Xuanhe looked at the elf and accepted his request to become a villager, but he felt quite strange about this elf. But now, he looked at the abundant resources piled up in the Lord's mansion and decided to utilize these traded goods in the territory before considering the state of his villagers. After all, a contract had already been signed. Without taking the time to examine the elf's panel, he walked into the Lord's mansion. Since it was the octopus pearl, he first allowed the octopus to choose the items it needed. The blue octopus did not refuse, gladly accepted, and chose some extremely precious and unique extraordinary items. Thus, it spent the vast majority of its currency during this transaction with the traveling merchant. But this was to be expected. Even so, the Lord's mansion was still filled with many supplies and materials usable for first and foremost to make Deep Sea Village appear as a cohesive whole. Xuanhe began using the land deed and chose to place the purchased buildings in appropriate locations while moving the green tree spirits apart, ensuring they were all adjacent to the snake vine green walls for territory protection. Secondly, regarding the surface, he purchased a large amount of building materials this time, and other overall constructions could be arranged using the land deed. However, laying tiles on the surface required individuals to place them one by one, so after the villagers and snake people received the orders, they temporarily set aside their current tasks and began laying tiles for the Lord's mansion. As for the snake people, they entered the water to lay tiles for the deep sea courtyard. With each building placed into the territory, whether underwater or on land, the entire appearance of Deep Sea Village was completely transformed. Even the village houses took on a new look. Meanwhile, the farmlands were clustered together with different plants interconnected, forming a continuous area, next to which was a clear well with brand new buckets. This was the planting area within the territory. In addition to these farmlands, other plants would also be sown, including some extraordinary seeds that could be cultivated. Since there was a dedicated planting area, a livestock area was naturally included along with a corresponding blacksmith shop, mill, and watchtower. After placing all the buildings in the land deed, he put the seeds and young animals he bought from the traveling merchant into their respective areas. In the future, even if issues arose in the outside world, the territory could still produce a certain amount of food, preventing everyone from starving. The tiles had been laid extending from the Lord's mansion outward, and the stone path was also completed, no longer resembling the chaotic state of muddy pits that characterized the primitive human feeling before. Now everything here was orderly, resembling a qualified civilized village. Without the traveling merchant, it would have taken a month at least to assemble everything barely. The construction of the territory was just beginning, and what he obtained most importantly from the traveling merchant was not merely ordinary buildings, but extraordinary related items. First was a special meditation method granted to him along with a cultivation method he specifically purchased for the village. This method did not rely on the extremely spiritual secret arts of meditation, but rather on physical training and the constant repetition of corresponding actions, making it accessible to anyone. Its lower limit was very low, while the upper limit was unknown. Generally, most people could only cultivate up to levels 20 or 30 before being unable to progress further. This cultivation method was referred to as martial law and had already been distributed. Other extraordinary items were categorized and moved into Xuanhe's workshop. The current workshop was already very spacious, a separate 200 square meter house filled with various extraordinary materials. He placed the building blueprints obtained from the traveling merchant on the table, gradually searching for materials to prepare for constructing real extraordinary buildings in the territory, such as the abyssal pool and moonwell, which were extraordinary buildings of a certain tier rather than just a pile of extraordinary materials like the underwater base. It is worth mentioning that the vast majority of finished extraordinary buildings cannot be traded. Only land deeds or broken land deeds can be exchanged, like the broken land deed for the moonwell he previously obtained. However, the costs are extremely high and Zhou did not possess any, so only building blueprints could be traded. The information he previously obtained from Xuanhe comprised only ordinary building blueprints, entirely different from the extraordinary buildings available from the traveling merchant. As for knowledge related to the Zero World, he also purchased a comprehensive guide. Fortunately, due to the special power that brought them Earthlings here, he possessed the relevant language and writing. Otherwise, turning to the first page would likely reveal many incomprehensible symbols, rendering him illiterate in this new world. Thinking of the survival manual, Xuanhe suddenly remembered something. It seemed he had climbed onto the achievement list. Thus, he opened the survival manual. The background messages were as numerous as ever, and he was almost getting used to this. Indeed, there are rewards. By unlocking a special achievement, he received a level 4 treasure chest as a reward, and after upgrading the land deed to level 2, he also earned a level 4 treasure chest, both of which were now stored in the temporary warehouse. Currently, aside from the land deed upgrade, only special achievements would grant rewards. Ordinary items, even if encountered by a survivor for the first time, would not yield any rewards. It is best to open treasure chests underwater after all for the luck bonus. Therefore, he planned to first see what everyone was saying. Survival Handbook. Private channel. Xuanhe, why hasn't Brother Lu shown up yet? Is he still dealing with territory issues? I really didn't expect this. I just wanted to cling to a powerful figure, but I didn't realize how substantial this figure would be. My other friends are so envious of me. Zhang Jingjing, did all the top 100 organizations really invest in your group? What kind of organization is this? So impressive. Can they invest in me too? My talent is quite good. Song Shiyu top 100 in investment. The ranking list changes daily with new names rising and falling every day. Since the leaderboard, open names have been continuously changing. I kept a record from the first day, and now I see that 30% of those names have been knocked off. Can your investment really pay off? Xuanhe, how would I know? I'm just an ordinary person, but it should be fine, right? Most of the information we send out is just news and not much in terms of tangible resources. However, I recently received a new piece of information. They'll tell you all when Brother Lu arrives. I couldn't have imagined it myself. Ren Xingxing, is this something a small waste like me can enjoy for free? Xuanhe, Ren Xingxing, hello, no. But because Brother Lu is here, my permissions have been maximized, I've been receiving the latest quality information, and many people have already made contact with the local natives, and it's been quite effective. Zhang Miao, Xuanhe, are they from the Zero World? How are they? Xuanhe, it feels quite strange. This world has a peculiar kind of pollution that reportedly causes mutations. I'm not very clear on the details. Everyone is vague about it, as if they can't speak about it. Song Shiyu, meme infection. I just found out that the monster I signed a contract with is merely someone else's lower-level subordinate. Zhang Jingjing, so what about Brother Lu? His achievement has gone viral, dazzling everyone's eyes. What exactly is this achievement blue sky purifying fire? Is it the spark that everyone is guessing about? Xuanhe scrolled down the chat interface, moving faster as he went. After nearly finishing all the records, he opened the achievement leaderboard, and as expected saw himself currently ranked first. Achievement leaderboard first. Xuanhe impossible feat blue sky, purifying fire. After seeing this, he scrolled through the forum and found that everyone was speculating about what blue sky, purifying fire was. Most guessed it was a spark, but no one knew the specifics about this spark. So he returned to the private channel. Xuanhe, today, I finally managed to wrap up most things. I also encountered a traveling merchant, so I finally have time to check the messages. Zhang Jingjing big shot big shot. I can't believe him in the same group as such a legendary big shot. Rin Xingxing thanks to Rin Xingxing keep your distance. Xuanhe brother Lu, I've compiled the important messages and posts from the forum over the last few days and sent them to you. Song Shiyu I want it too Rin Xingxing. Rin Xingxing the items in my shop on the trading market are listed, you can go buy them Song. Chunmu Xuanhe brother Lu finally arrived. I can speak openly now without worrying about saying something I shouldn't. Xuanhe, I'm rated so highly in your organization. By the way, what kind of organization is this? Chunmu first tier rating. There are no more than 50 people rated the same as you, and that's 50 out of billions. As for the organization, you know how it is, it's a group that can't be written about. After the forum opened, everyone contacted each other to start organizing, and even now I still don't know if it has any utility. Chunmu, by the way, brother Lu, I saw the message you posted on the first day the forum opened. Since then there hasn't been any news. Your family might not be in trouble. This is information my organization just found out in the past 2 days. Some people who descended from Earth to the Zero World have special reasons and should have special talents allowing them to skip over our stage and go directly to the natives. I've heard it's a sacrificial talent. Chunmu, however, correspondingly for us, what talent? Also the trading market and the forum, including the survival handbook, all those advantages are completely gone. Such people are rare, but not too few. If there was absolutely no news on the first day the forum opened, it would likely be like this, but to be honest, it would be better to be like us. Xuanhe, I understand, thank you for this information. He looked at the message Chunmu sent over, then glanced at his first post. In fact, he had a bad premonition, he just hoped that his family was okay. Chunmu, also about the traveling merchants you mentioned, my organization has corresponding news. They are simply unscrupulous merchants. Even capitalists can't compare to their absurdity. Let me share a document with you, view document. Chunmu Xuanhe view document. This is the latest special meditation method plus some other information. Brother Lu, you can see if there's anything you need. Zhang Miao, the difference in attitude from you guys is really something. I don't want to say much more about it. Haha, in 3 days the east and west rivers will shift. Sooner or later I will also break into the top 10,000 of the leaderboard. Zhang Jingjing Xuanhe, by the way, brother Lu, do you know that the number 1 on the leaderboard has changed? It seems to be an English name, but it can't hold steady. The top 10 are constantly changing. The previous number 1, Xuanhe, has already dropped to the 30s or 40s. Zhang Jingjing, what the heck? How come the number 1 is you, Xuanhe? Big shot, big brother, what earth-shattering event have you? Xuanhe was originally checking the document. After finishing, he returned to the private channel interface and was stunned by the latest news. Off. In the workspace, he appeared quite bewildered, but he quickly clicked on the leaderboard and discovered that he was indeed first. Thinking back and forth, he couldn't understand how such a big change could happen suddenly. Could it be something traded from the travel? But from Chunmu's perspective, many people had already traded with the traveling merchants. Even if it wasn't him. That's not impossible. After all, Octopus generosity was indeed extravagant. But it shouldn't be. The extraordinary building hasn't even been successfully constructed, and the extraordinary items I bought haven't been used yet. He opened the land deed in confusion, not knowing what he remembered, and selected a person from the villagers to open the damn. At that moment, he doubted his own eyes. Half-elf. Name Elson Nightstar. Race half-breed of elf and human half-elf clan. Level 60. Affiliated force Deep Sea Xuanhe. Isn't this level a bit too exaggerated? An extraordinary elf of this caliber staying in his territory as a villager. In fact, during their interactions, Xuanhe could sense the danger emanating from the elf, but only to a degree. If he sensed something very strong or not at all, he would definitely regard this elf as a formidable enemy. He hadn't expected that he indeed should regard it as such. It turned out he was too naive and had seen too little. Zhang Yao. Though I don't want to admit defeat, fine, I will still strive for it. Chunmu first place. This is first place. Oh my god. And the ranking hasn't changed for so long. How terrifying. I really want to know how the big shots territory has developed. It's truly outrageous. Xuanhe looked at these messages and also felt it was outrageous. Xuanhe looked at the ranking list and indeed found the situation somewhat absurd. When the survivor ranking first appeared, he was ranked 55th, primarily relying on the blue octopus to pull in a significant portion of his score. In terms of actual territory development, he was not at much of an advantage compared to those with professional skills. As time passed, the people on this ranking list fluctuated up and down, rarely stabilizing. Even the last person who opened the list, Xuanhe, had been pushed down to the 20s or 30s. Although his territory had indeed made great progress during this time, heroes in this world are as numerous as fish crossing a river. At this moment, the ability to top the list largely depended on the sudden influx of sprites. So why would such extraordinary sprites choose to stay? Compared to the answer to this question, the so-called number 1 was not too important. After all, Xuanhe always knew that his territory development was still far from the top. Mists, other great changes, or the moon well. As he pondered these thoughts and looked at the discussions in the private channel, he replied, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. Oh, I just leveled up my land contract to level 2. Many people on the ranking have already upgraded. As for my current first place, it's due to a special reason, but my territory development isn't that impressive. Xuanhe, whatever the reason, being first is still being first, bro. My organization has already set up a group chat. Oh, do you want to join? In there they should share some special information or engage in trading and mutual assistance." Xuanhe, actually this group usually requires an assessment, but since you are already first, theoretically impossible becomes possible. We can give you a green light directly. There are quite a few big shots from the top 100 in the ranking there. Xuanhe, just send me the group chat invite privately. After sending the message, he shared the ordinary martial method cultivation method he had traded from a distant merchant on the forum. This low-level ordinary technique holds little value. It's better to let more people survive. After all, the more people who survive, the more valuable this forum and trading mall become. He always believed that the value of the trading mall was not reflected in the early stages, but rather in the mid to late stages. After completing these tasks, he closed the manual and began to create extraordinary buildings. Unfortunately, he indeed lacked talent in this area. Everyone has their strengths, so he didn't waste much time on this, directly posting a product in the trading mall and recruiting building casting masters. In a moment, many people rushed out. He selected a few individuals with special talents and good reputations from among them and outsourced several extraordinary buildings through the trading mall, one of whom was a familiar face from before. This time he outsourced because it was an extraordinary building. Otherwise, doing it himself would take far more time and material. However, for items like the silver-tied brick, manufacturing them himself in the workshop could greatly reduce costs, as resources were not plentiful enough to be squandered. Thus, maximizing the use of existing resources within certain limits was essential. By outsourcing part of the construction projects for the territory, Xuanhe freed up his hands to do other things. There were still 2 level 4 chests lying in the temporary shop of the trading warehouse. Thinking of this, he slowly He glanced again at a line in his panel. Luck 8, 30 luck increase in deep sea, 10 in normal water. Let's continue opening chests in the water. Although there was no deep sea here, he could go to deep water to open chests. Perhaps he could gain more luck. Holding this thought, he jumped into the Lansong River. The octopus was sitting on a base paved with silver-tied bricks, counting the items it had just purchased. When it saw the Lord descend, it elegantly stood up and waved a tentacle in greeting before continuing to sit down and count its treasures and pearls. The expanded territory was not far from the deep water zone, and Xuanhe did not plan to go farther, so as soon as he reached the deep water zone, he took out the level 4 treasure chest. The treasure chest floated in front of him as Xuanhe silently washed his hands, then washed his face before opening the first level 4 treasure chest. Damaged land contract, a contract that has been damaged up to 85. It can be fused with other complete contracts to generate the special building flower bed, and the damaged special building ancient tree cannot be used, and it will expand the contract range to a certain extent. Level 3 simple farmland 4 can cultivate extraordinary seeds, accelerating the growth of extraordinary plants below level 30. Black dog pup, a very special life form rumored to have intricate ties to the world within the mists, possessing the ability to survive in the mists. It must be fed extraordinary materials limited to ores to grow, and is extremely loyal to its owner, possessing special talents as an adult. In the pup stage, it is an 8th level 20 level extraordinary life form. Small mine, a self-regenerating mine created by a wizard, producing 50 pieces of 9th level extraordinary or mysterious iron each day. Warm armor, 8th level armor, an extraordinary weapon forged by dwarves, offering a certain degree of protection, but the last being that wore it while walking in the night has a grass height of over 10 meters. This time he opened 5 items. Xuanhe looked through them one by one, and he was quite satisfied. All were items he currently lacked, and their importance was difficult to rank at the moment. However, this time opening the chest was not particularly lucky, as these were all items that could appear in level 4 chests. Unlike the first time, he opened a level 2 chest, and surprisingly got a 6th level life egg, demonstrating unbelievable luck. But it was precisely because he was too lucky that until now he didn't even know how to hatch it. There was still 1 level 4 treasure. He thought for a moment, swam to the other side, and washed his hands and face again, hoping for a bit of luck. As long as it wasn't too unlucky, that would be fine. A flash of white light passed. The second level 4 treasure chest was opened, just like that. Void Warehouse, a storage warehouse created by wizards, expanded storage capacity through spatial magic, automatically classifying resources with the height of an ordinary warehouse, but only 1,000 square meters. Night Pen, a structure created by wizards to tame night monsters, but due to its specificity, it does not work on non-night monsters, and has an adverse effect on the bizarre. Level 3 Simple Farmland 4 can cultivate extraordinary seeds, accelerating the growth of extraordinary plants below level 30. Moonwell, damaged, a special building usually formed by natural moonlight in a special environment. This is a nascent moon well that has been shattered. It can be fused into other moon wells to enhance the grade and capacity of the moon wells. Seeing the results of this chest opening, Xuanhe sighed and couldn't help but lament underwater. I knew I shouldn't open 2 treasure chests at the same time. Waiting a while to open one would prevent such bad luck. With this luck boost, my situation is still this dire. I can't even imagine what I would have opened on land. Forget it. After all, when he was on Earth, he was also quite unlucky. Now he could be considered to have the advantage of deep sea talents, slightly turning his fortune around. This time the treasure chest opening was not entirely satisfactory, but neither was it disappointing. It could only be described as average. Xuanhe gathered these items and returned to his territory. Nothing happened along the way, however he felt that the deep water zone today was particularly cold compared to before. In the corners he could not see even during the day, a very obvious eerie white shadow had already emerged. The 2 treasure chests he had opened before were not discarded, instead he used them to hold other items, and this time was no exception. However, what was important now was to place the buildings he had opened and the broken land deeds into the territory especially. Although the daily output of 50 pieces of 9th grade extraordinary ore was not a lot nearby, there were no other mines except for the underwater sheen scales, and this mine had already been half excavated. He was worried about what to do next, but now he had finally alleviated the anxiety that was so near. Thus he took out his land deed and integrated the opened broken land deed into it. As for the 2 special buildings, their functions could only be examined after they were thoroughly integrated. The small mine was also placed near the serpent vine green wall, while the warm armor naturally existed in the temporary warehouse. Carrying a folded backpack was somewhat too conspicuous, but it was very convenient to take things out from the temporary warehouse. The reason the temporary warehouse was called temporary was that it had a time limit. After a period, items had to be taken out before they could be put back in. The magical void warehouse that could automatically sort resources was also very useful at this moment. After all, every time various resources had to be organized by him personally, having this item made things much easier, especially since the occupied area was not very large, only about 100 square meters, but it felt like 1,000 square meters inside. All other items were also placed in the territory, especially the 8 level 3 simple farmland in the planting area, which made the previously idle elf's eyes light up. After obtaining the Lord's consent, she surprisingly took out seeds from herself and planted them in one of the level 3 The other ordinary farmlands were not particularly useful, yet the villagers went daily to collect the wild buffalo dung, thus the ordinary farmlands gradually transformed into black soil. Although the planting time did not shorten much, the yield increased significantly. The only regret was that until now, even at the trading market and with traveling merchants, he had not obtained rice seeds. Xuanhe still did not know how long it would take until he could eat rice. The broken moon well merged with his territory's complete moon well and began to undergo a transformation. As for the night, Pinna was placed outside the territory. Because it could only tame nocturnal monsters, and due to the presence of the fire seed within the territory, there would be no monsters at night. He just did not know what new things would emerge by the time morning came after a night passed. After arranging nearly all the items opened from the level 4 treasure chest, Xuanhe planned to begin his meditation. He obtained a special meditation method from a traveling merchant, which could enhance his spirituality and mental strength more rapidly than the previously common meditation methods. Moreover, he was not far from breaking through to level 20 from 9th grade life to 8th grade life. In his mind, he had a feeling that this breakthrough might bring significant changes. Time passed leisurely. The number of buildings in the territory increased, but the manpower became increasingly insufficient. Every time Amira saw this situation, she couldn't help but feel regret. Now standing under the sun and looking outside with disappointment, many thoughts flashed through her mind. It's a pity there won't be any slave traders passing by here, otherwise if the Lord could buy a few more slaves it would definitely help us build the territory better. Although there are no slave traders, there are many half-beasts in the forest. Should I give it a try? She hesitated greatly, but seeing so few people working only fueled her anger, feeling a deep pain, believing it was a serious waste of the territory's resources. Especially after placing the 8 level 3 simple farmlands and the opening of the black soil, just planting the crops in the lightless cave had already consumed 90% of the villagers' time, and it was not yet fully completed. This delayed the construction of the territory significantly. She felt anxious, believing she had greatly held back progress, even though she was just a botanist. However, asking her to find half-beasts seemed to gravely impact her personal image. After all, being too closely involved with such inferior life forms as half-beasts was somewhat. Forget it, it is an honor for them to work for the Lord's territory. We cannot waste the territory's resources any longer. Amira made up her mind to sacrifice her personal image. Just then Xuanhe, having returned from his breakthrough in cultivation to the Lord's mansion, heard her request and nodded, allowing her to proceed. Thus Amira left the territory with a serpent man, a villager, and a large basin of ash in a wooden tub, heading towards the primeval forest. The self-opening serpent vine green wall was flanked by the Qing tree elves, who were all behaving exceptionally well. Xuanhe stood in front of the Lord's mansion, feeling a sense of security as the power in his body had multiplied several times. However, upon seeing the elf standing beside the farmland, the faint joy he felt diminished considerably. I am still too, he muttered to himself. The natives of the Zero world were indeed too powerful. However, after leveling up, he felt like a fish back in water underwater. Of course, even so, it was not a time to be complacent. Since he had nearly wrapped up the tasks at hand, he needed to pay attention to the elf and his villagers. The blue octopus joined the territory due to its deep sea talents, which had a traceable reason. But what was the purpose of this high-level elf that suddenly joined his territory? Thus, he headed towards the direction of the elf. The elf was currently planting his seeds, but appeared somewhat troubled. He sensed Xuanhe's arrival, but only frowned at the seeds on the ground. It was not until Xuanhe approached that he stood up side and looked at the Lord with black eyes, asking, "Lord, is there something you need?" Xuanhe shook his head. He had already understood from the elf's expression that this elf knew he was aware of his level. "I am just curious why an elf like you would stay in my small territory that has just begun." But I signed a contract, didn't I? An elf of my level cannot defy the constraints of the land deed. You need not worry, my lord. I merely wish to wait here for an opportunity to arise. The mist. Although it was a question, it was actually a statement. The elf nodded and a hint of sincerity appeared on his exquisite face. Yes, the mist. I followed the moon while here and learned of the mist's arrival, thus I decided to stay. My lord, since you have subordinates of the deep sea variety, you should know why I have come. I wish to search for the elven tribe. I want to find the tribe of the elves. Upon hearing Xuanhe's question, the elf fell silent for a moment and finally said, perhaps there are some, but I have never seen them. Maybe they are too far from here, and this time the mist is exceptionally special. Perhaps it will contain what I seek. Xuanhe roughly understood. He looked at the half-elf's increasingly troubled expression and felt that perhaps he should not press further, but knowing the reason was enough. So when will the mist descend? Elson turned his gaze to another direction, that of the lake and the mist. His tone carried some of the frivolity from when they first met. Perhaps it could come at any moment. Upon hearing this answer, a sense of unease flashed in Xuanhe's heart, and he quickly asked, at any moment. A year ago, a powerful wizard had already issued a warning about this place, so the strong beings wanting to leave the strange language forest had mostly departed. Within this year, the mist could descend at any time, and now it was already the 9th month of the year. The half-elf smiled at Xuanhe, her pointed ears quivering slightly, and her tone became much lighter as she squatted down. If my lord has nothing else, please do not disturb me while I farm. This is excellent land that can grow extraordinary plants. After hearing this, Xuanhe stood still, replaying the words of the local humans he had encountered in the last 2 days. Considering the initial protection period and safe starting point, he couldn't help but look at the sky and sigh deeply as if he could hear that inorganic voice. Is this the initial safe point you gave me? Thinking too much is futile. First I should resolve the matter at hand. I originally thought I had some time to prepare, but it seems I have overthought it. This is how the Zero world is. One never knows which will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected event. He directed his gaze towards the direction of the primordial forest. If before his request for Amelia to find the beast men was merely supportive, now it had changed to hoping she would bring back as much labor as possible. Now, after receiving news that the powerful beings in the strange language forest had significantly decreased, he also planned to venture deeper into the forest. Previously, he had been worried about encountering unbeatable monsters within the forest and dying before he had developed, especially since the starting point was filled with monsters. Just in time, he looked towards the direction of the stables. The silver-armored horse was growing rapidly, especially with the special food being abundantly supplied. After all these days, although in terms of age and mentality, it still cannot be considered an adult, its physique already gives a mature feeling. Even standing next to it, he felt this horse was overly tall and strong. This horse stood a full 3 meters high. Ordinary people standing below, it would feel a sense of dread, not to mention that it was clad in silver armor, resembling a fearless warrior charging into battle. The silver-armored horse came running over, swishing its silver tail. It was entirely snow-white, with only its 6 hooves covered in pure black, glinting with silver sparkles, making it seem incredibly majestic. Aside from not being able to fly, it could traverse water and mountains with ease. However, upon seeing Xuanhe reach out to pet it, rubbed its large head against him, still carrying a hint of childishness, and then bent slightly, waiting for him to mount. He actually did not need the silver-armored horse to lower its body, but he did not refuse the gesture. Once his magical energy surged, he felt weightless as he floated up and finally landed on the horse. There were no reins or saddles, but this extraordinary breed of horse did not require such things. Riding it, he surprisingly felt a sense of telepathy with its owner. His hand was already half gripping the jean Xuanhe, but in the end he left it in the temporary storage, ready to take it out when if he were to solely rely on his own strength, quickly exploring the entire perimeter of his territory would be an exceedingly difficult task. However, riding the silver-armored horse felt as swift as the wind gliding through the mountains. The monsters still present in the strange language forest could barely catch a glimpse of a silver shadow. The mountains were difficult to traverse, but the silver-armored horse moved over mountains and trees as easily as a person drinking water. Because it could communicate with its rider's thoughts, it wasted no time essentially circling around the deep sea territory. After a round, no useful information was found, but at least it could be confirmed that there were no threatening monsters in the short distance. He thought about the large lake within the forest and the mist that followed. With a thought, the silver-armored horse followed the mountain range, its hooves flying. One must say that galloping on horseback is truly a marvelous feeling. Xuanhe felt a long-lost joy of freedom. However, as the silver-armored horse surged higher and higher, racing towards the peak of the mountain, he gradually began to survey the ground below. From here, looking down, he could even see his territory as well as the continuous flow of the Lansong River. However, when approaching the Lansong River, he initially did not notice anything unusual. It was only upon gaining a higher vantage point that he realized something seemed off about the river. This is too wide. He frowned as he looked down, sensing that the course of the river seemed somewhat problematic. To put it bluntly, it was not natural enough. Moreover, why is that section of the Lansong River so much wider? The place he was looking at was precisely where the large lake was closest to the Lansong River. I remember that when I first arrived, the scene I saw wasn't like this at all. He recalled and realized that parts that should have been separated were slowly merging. It was indeed a section of the Lansong River merging with the large lake that had been partially swallowed by the mist. It seems the elf was right, the mist is indeed approaching quickly. But are the other survivors experiencing this too? I remember everyone's starting point was relatively safe. He pondered for a moment, feeling that it was likely just his misfortune. But unwilling to give up, he opened the survival manual to ask others. In the end, the response confirmed his suspicion of misfortune. The vast majority of people only heard about the mist rather than being almost next to it like he was. This is truly the Zero world. The rustling of leaves sounded, and the wind blew. Originally intending to observe the mist, he had already gathered the information he needed and prepared to leave. But just then he suddenly focused his attention on the opposite forest. It was too far away, and he was initially uncertain. However, upon careful observation coupled with those people running between the mountains, they appeared extremely conspicuous. People. Escaped serfs. After confirming again, they were indeed humans. However, they were on the opposite bank of the river. Go. The silver-armored horse neighed, then quickly descended the mountain. After coming down, it traversed through the woods towards the lawn. Crossing mountains and fording rivers was the ultimate showcase of this horse's capabilities. Xuanhe was still worried that some fish monster might suddenly emerge from the Lansong River, and he had already drawn the Jin Suaqiang, but he did not expect the river to be exceptionally calm under the sunlight with nothing happening. They crossed the water, and that group of people was rushing out from the mountains. Judging by their speed, they were likely not ordinary people. However, just as they neared the Lansong River, a crucian carp towering 2 adults high leapt out of the water with its mouth wide open, directly biting off half of one person's arm. With a splatter, blood gushed everywhere. The reason it only bit off half was that Xuanhe had pulled him back. The river shimmered under the sunlight, which though still scorching had cooled significantly compared to before. Xuanhe This person ran too fast, and in his haste he charged forward too quickly, causing him to lose half an arm to a bite. Fortunately, he was still alive. In such a life-and-death crisis, the bearded man appeared dazed, having lost the strength to think, sitting on the ground in a stupor, gasping heavily. Was he truly indifferent to such pain? Xuanhe pondered, but fortunately, due to the existence of the survivors' trading market, ordinary medicinal herbs used by mortals were plentiful and very inexpensive. The reason the humanoid cattle and horses in the territory could work intensively every day was not only due to the robust physique of mortals, but also these cheap medicinal herbs. Thus he tossed down something that resembled a banana leaf and watched as the bearded man took the leaf and pressed it against his wound before turning away and heading into the mountain forest. The forest here was much sparser, far from the primordial forest of his homeland, and the tree spirits were nearly extinct, which seemed rather strange. When the fleeing individuals saw a warrior on horseback wielding a spear suddenly appear, they froze for a moment before collapsing to the ground, instantly losing all their strength. Xuanhe had also caught sight of what was pursuing these fugitives, a leopard with a scorpion's tail approximately twice the size of an ordinary leopard. Its mouth was smeared with chunks of flesh and blood, undoubtedly having devoured more than one person. Such a monster was a terrifying beast that mortals could hardly contend with, but for him it required only a single thrust of his spear. Crack! The scorpion leopard's body fell directly to the ground. The panicking escapees were now sitting limply on the ground, some even so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Who are you? Xuanhe looked down from his horse, still clad in the newly minted armor. My lord, we are the refugees gathered from the mountains and forests. The first to speak was an elderly man with graying hair, trembling as he knelt beneath the horse, respectfully saying. Upon hearing this, Xuanhe glanced at his own attire with a puzzled expression, affirming that he looked more like a warrior at the moment, yet these refugees seemed to accurately identify him as the lord. My lord, there are over 200 of us in the wilderness. We request to become your slaves and join your territory, the elderly man continued. How did you know I am the lord? My lord, the aura of the fire seed emanating from you is simply too strong. Oh, he raised an eyebrow. It seems you are not an ordinary person. I am merely a humble scholar from Xuanhe town, but the territory of the previous lord has been breached, and even the land deed has vanished. We escaped and became refugees without the protection of the fire seed. Now being able to see you, my lord, in this forest is a blessing, granting us the opportunity to become your slaves. The elderly man deeply bowed his head, prostrating and kissing the ground. Though he had experienced similar situations before, to be honest, he found it quite unsettling. Fortunately, he did not need to adapt. After having the carcass of the exotic beast removed, he said, just in time, my territory is short on manpower. You take the remaining people and walk upstream along the Lansong River. You will see my territory across the riverbank. There will be a bridge, and you can cross directly over it. After saying this, he took another look at the remaining people and did not intervene further. Someone would naturally come to manage it. He rode his silver-armored horse towards his territory. Upon crossing the Lansong River and returning to his territory, he instructed the villagers to first put down their belongings and build a water bridge in the river to allow the refugees from the other side to cross. As for danger, with the blue octopus and his territory present, this stretch of river posed little risk. After rescuing a batch of refugees from the mist, Xuanhe felt no calmness in his heart. Instead, he grew increasingly anxious. After delegating tasks, he asked the blue octopus to keep an eye on the batch of refugees about to cross and urged the construction of extraordinary buildings in the manual. He felt himself becoming more and more anxious. However, when he saw the thriving corn and tomatoes in his territory along with the carrot seeds he had recently purchased from the trading market and just planted, his mood calmed considerably. Then under the sun, in the shadow of the wooden house, he saw the baby lying in a rocking chair peacefully asleep, which completely settled his heart. No matter what, prepare everything I can for what lies ahead in the mist. I went around in circles and didn't find a single treasure chest. While this is a survival game, not a treasure hunting survival, except for a few lucky individuals, most people only found treasure chests during the novice protection period, even if they were Bringing his scattered thoughts back together, Xuanhe prepared to continue meditating and cultivating. Before the mist descends, every bit of strength gained is meaningful, especially since he had exchanged for many meditation resources from the wandering merchants. Given a bit more time, he would surely become stronger. Deep water area. The quiet meditation had begun. Meanwhile, in the territory, there was a villager named Xuanhe. She was a mage, and the only one among these villagers with talent for meditation. Today she felt that she had finally broken through. Aside from finding the path, she had acquired another ability. Originally, Xuanhe was very excited, but as she saw more and more refugees arriving, she couldn't help but grow more silent. Because she realized that she was indeed still too weak. Even among this batch of refugees, there were many individuals. As the sun set and dusk approached, Amira finally caught sight of the deep sea territory. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, quickening her pace, unwilling to stop, even as her body had become completely in the depths of the dense forest. Darkness had descended. The horrors, there were something she never wanted to experience again in her lifetime. Fortunately, through her efforts, and with the help of halfworks, she had found enough labor. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on her pale face. Then, waving at the snakevine green wall, she said, "I'm back. My lord, I found many places where halfworks live, and I brought them all to you." She looked at the additional people in the territory with slight curiosity. Upon hearing that they were brought back by the Lord, she felt no surprise, but rather thought it was to be expected. At this moment, Xuanhe was resolving his dinner in the Lord's manner. He looked up at Amira and nodded. The snakevine grew. Then everyone momentarily froze. Even Xuanhe put down the roasted corn in his hand, staring at the halfwork before. Isn't this a bit too much? There are indeed too many half-beasts. These half-beasts are covered in mud and blood with messy hair obscuring their features. Some are tall while others are short, of various races, and looking around there appears to be at least 400 or 500 of them. Where did so many half-beasts come from? Originally, I thought my newly expanded territory was large enough, but now it seems since the territory has been renovated, the ground is no longer muddy, but paved with bricks. These half-beasts are uncomfortable as they enter, giving off an air of a wild beast intruding into a civilized domain. Xuanhe stood up, looking at these half-beasts with a headache. The previous influx of refugees has not yet been managed, and now another batch of half-beasts has arrived. Fortunately, as the Lord, he does not need to handle these matters personally. He instructed the old man with gray hair and Amelia to go to the Deep Sea Village office together and gradually arrange for these people. As for how to arrange them, that will depend on them. First, they need to sign contracts. However, he is somewhat worried that the number might be too large. Initially, there were just over 100 villagers, then over 150 refugees, and now more than 600 half-beasts. Can a single village accommodate so many villagers? His concerns are quite valid. The truth is, it cannot. The maximum capacity is only 500 villagers, which is the limit allowed by the current land deed. However, if a portion of them is designated as slaves, then there would be no issue at all. After all, slaves do not require human rights, food, or housing. Xuanhe hesitated for a moment at first, but then decided to activate the slave segment. As for how to distinguish between villagers and slaves, that is quite simple. Currently, the territory is in a state of disarray and requires extensive construction. Those with professional skills can naturally become villagers, while others should start as slaves. The Deep Sea office is right next to the Lord's residence. He announced this matter directly, and no one voiced any objections. Everyone felt it was very reasonable, and even praised his kindness and generosity. Especially the old man with gray hair, who once again knelt on the ground to kiss the earth, followed by a wave of others kneeling as well. "Thank you, Lord, for your kindness." Thus things progressed in an orderly manner. The territory quickly went from being empty to crowded, with the only commonality being the profound silence, so quiet that it hardly felt like a place bustling with life. The broken land deed obtained from the treasure chest has already integrated into the territory, but for it to fully merge, it will take another 7 days. During these 7 days, the territory will gradually expand as the broken land deed merges, but the exact amount depends on the final results. The little silver-armored horse did not return to the stable, but ran around playing in the territory, not only on land, but also on water, yet no one dared to stop it. Instead, they all made way. As for the little star chicken, it was happily chasing after other animal cubs. The chicken coop is located within the livestock area, which, unlike the stable, has begun to raise other animal cubs, all obtained from traveling merchants and the trading market. Such non-supernatural buildings and ordinary animals are in limited supply from the traveling merchants, and he has practically, although it is merely an ordinary livestock area in the Zero world, ordinary typically means the highest tier of ordinariness. Thus it actually looks quite good with some sheep, wild chickens, wild ducks, and rabbits, 3 times the size of those on Earth. Though they may not all look exactly the same, let's just call them that. Among them, mature sheep can be sheared for wool, which can then be used to sew clothes and other necessities. Nights in the Zero world are extremely cold enough to freeze an ordinary person to death. Although the territory is much improved, the nights are still extremely cold, relying on exceptional physical resilience to endure. If one cannot endure, they die. If it weren't for Xuanhe purchasing a large quantity of cheap medicine from the trading market every day, the territory would have likely already seen deaths. A large portion of this comes from the healing tree supplied by Xuanhe, and he is solely responsible for its output. Even with that, it is still not enough, he must continue to procure more. In the process of developing the territory, the trading market for survivors has indeed played a significant role. This is also why he hopes to see more and more people survive. In fact, it is not just cheap medicines, some basic living supplies are also needed, as even a carpenter cannot produce tools for 100 people in just a few days. The reason there hasn't been a shortage of these items is that they have all been purchased from the trading market. Otherwise, the start of this territory could have been 100 times more miserable. This time, Xuanhe naturally intends to conduct transactions in the trading market. First, those half-beasts are not even wearing leaves, let alone cloth. He does not plan to be so extravagant as to provide them with precious fabrics. Instead, he opted for low-end products similar to those made from hemp and farmlands. The territory does indeed grow the corresponding seeds which grow quickly and yield abundantly, but the number of arrivals is simply too large. Each person will receive a set of clothing and be assigned to a large communal bed. This is the treatment for this batch of people. Such treatment makes countless individuals feel grateful, even the dim-witted half-beasts. After all, no matter how low their intelligence, they can still feel whether their bodies are comfortable or uncomfortable. Seeing that these newcomers finally looked somewhat normal, and after all the slave contracts were signed, he breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his brow, and continued with his tasks. The old man with gray hair is a scribe, a special profession dedicated to recording strange occurrences generally found only in territories above the town level. Thus he understands written language. Xuanhe handed him paper and pens similar to those on Earth, asking him to sift through and send over the information of 50 people at a time. Now he is reviewing the first batch of information. Indeed, among this group of refugees, those who are still alive possess special abilities. Even if they were previously serfs, they are better at farming than others. The quality of this batch of manpower, especially the refugees, is quite good. He picked a few names with his pen, planning to promote them to villagers once the list is finalized. However, this time, he does not intend to fill all the slots for villagers. In fact, he only allocated 50 slots. These half-beasts have truly impressed me. The previous half-snake people were clearly fond of shade, yet they worked diligently under the sun in the water every day without a hint of complaint, even feeling they weren't working hard enough, which left a deep impression on Xuanhe. This time, however, the half-beasts are even more exaggerated. The half-beasts brought back by Emilia consist of 3 types: half-horse, half-cat, and half-tiger. Among them, the half-tiger is particularly special. Inside the Lord's Manor, Xuanhe was handling matters of the territory at the workbench crafted by the carpenter. The strength of this half-tiger person is unexpectedly formidable. Since a contract has already been signed, he can view everyone's panels. After checking, he discovered that among the half-beasts, the tiger people possess remarkably high strength attributes, surpassing the realm of ordinary mortals and reaching the extraordinary. The half-cat person, on the other hand, is extremely agile. Moreover, the leader of the half-tigers seems to possess a notable intelligence. Compared to the other half-beasts with an IQ of only 6 or 7, it has an IQ of about 15 or 16 and is capable of articulating very coherent statements. This is already quite rare. That's the one. Let's promote it to a villager as well. The territory needs people to work, and the half-tigers require a good commander. The more resources accumulated in these days, the better to cope with the mist crisis. Since there are no dangers nearby, let's send the half-tigers out to collect all the resources around. He was also quite envious of the green tree spirits, as there were already dozens of them in the territory, indicating that they could become part of the territory. But to avoid me, they have run so far away. Is it really appropriate for me to go and rob them? As this thought flashed through his mind, he recalled the vanished forest on the opposite shore and the mist that would descend at any moment, and he immediately made up his mind. If I do not bring those green tree spirits into the territory now, when the mist arrives, one will die faster than the other, and they might even transform into strange monsters attacking my territory. Alright, the day has mostly passed. Let's go and talk to the green tree spirits tomorrow. He thought to himself, putting aside the nearly completed personnel roster. Before he could rest for long, another book was delivered, and he began his busy life as a lord once again. After handling all the matters, he looked outside and realized that it had already turned dark with the moon hanging high in the middle. In the blink of an eye, a considerable amount of time had passed. It seems a waste to spend this time on trivial matters. Xuanhe was somewhat dissatisfied with his work efficiency. He stepped outside and saw the large dormitory that had been constructed during the night with materials taken from the ordinary warehouse. As for the extraordinary materials in the void warehouse, without the Lord's permission, no one dared to even glance at them. They would simply transport the materials in and then leave. The half-beasts seemed to be very satisfied with their current environment, especially the leading half-tiger, who stood nearly 3 meters tall, grinning widely as it stared at the farmland. Upon seeing this, Xuanhe suddenly noticed the half-elf beside the level 3 simple farmland, and an idea occurred to him. It seemed that perhaps it might not be impossible. Recently, he needed to hasten the consumption of extraordinary resources and meditate to enhance his strength, so perhaps he could leave the affairs of the territory to this half-elf. After all, he had mentioned before that any work could be entrusted to it. Thus, Xuanhe approached the half-elf, who was focused on farming even at night, and expressed his thoughts. The elf seemed to twitch at the corner of its eye, appearing eager to refuse, but after glancing at the level 3 simple farmland, it sighed, and ultimately agreed to the request. It weakly responded, "As you command, my lord." The flower spirit also remained in the planting area, mostly staying there. Due to its small size, it often hid among the flowers or beside the fruits, making it difficult to spot. Not to mention the ordinary villagers, even Xuanhe, could only see where it was when he specifically checked the land contracts. Fortunately perhaps because staying here indeed made its mood quite good, every morning villagers could see several patches of crops in the farmland suddenly mature and ready for harvest. Unfortunately, this rapid maturation had poor effects on extraordinary crops, only about 1/10 as effective as on ordinary crops. Xuanhe planted all the extraordinary plant seeds he had acquired in the level 3 simple farmland, while the level 1 simple farmland was sown with the tomatoes, corn, carrots, and a special plant called the bread tree that he had purchased from a traveling merchant. The nights passed swiftly due to the safety of the territory. Just before dawn, when the sky was still dark, but the roosters had, the slaves and villagers in the territory had already risen. The task of watering the snake vine green wall with water from the moon well had been assigned to others. The first batch of serfs to arrive at this territory felt as if they were in a dream, doubting whether they had died, and entered a wondrous world that existed only in imagination. The centaur slaves began using the moon well water to irrigate the snake vine green wall around the territory, and would also feed it some extraordinary minerals, so the snake vine green wall was slowly but steadily growing. If it continued to grow like this, perhaps it could surpass even the tallest half-integer, making it impossible to see inside from the outside, thus enhancing safety. These centaurs were fascinated by everything within the territory. Although their minds were equivalent to those of 5- or 6-year-old children, they were very obedient and dared not look around out of curiosity, only focusing on their work. As for the half-cat people, they began handling the miscellaneous affairs within the territory, while also leaving to search for more seeds and special plants in the forest. Some half-tigers stayed behind to mine and build, while others cleared all the resources around the territory to bring back. These half-beasts are actually not weak, my lord. Do you know why they can only live in the dark wilderness? The elf had taken over the territory's affairs, and as soon as dawn broke, began assigning tasks. By the time the sun fully appeared, Xuanhe had just arrived late from the water. At the same time, he heard the elf's words. Xuanhe was unsure, but hesitating a moment as he looked at the elf, who seemed to suffer from work, said, "Because they lack sufficient intelligence." The elf nodded, and then shook its head, dew glistening on its silver short hair. "Because, my lord, you have yet to witness your territory appears thriving now, but in reality it is because all the powerful life forms sensed danger in advance and left. So, my lord, do you truly not intend to leave? This morning, just as dawn broke, I already saw several anomalies approaching the territory. Logically, under the extremely unique fire seed you possess, and within the territory where I and the deep sea seed reside, it should not attract so many anomalies. The occurrence of this situation signifies that the mist is very near. My lord, you must have never witnessed true nighttime. Perhaps today you can try staying here and watch with me what the night of the zero world is truly like. At that time you may change your mind and wish to leave." Xuanhe nodded at this suggestion. This elf seemed to have a sincere, so why did it suddenly offer such a suggestion and persistently dissuade him from leaving? When this question arose, the elf shrugged and replied, "Perhaps it's because I am also a hybrid." Then it began to squat down, continuing to observe the seeds in the level 3 simple farmland while addressing the matters mentioned by Xuanhe and Amelia one by one. After staying on land for a while, Xuanhe returned underwater. He consumed the extraordinary resources obtained from the traveling merchant and meditated in the deep water area, working diligently to enhance his strength. The number of people in the territory is increasing, yet there is not a trace of chaos. This is not due to excellent management, but rather because both the refugees and the half-beasts are remarkably well behaved. Not to mention the current situation, even if they were to be beaten and scolded, treating these individuals as slaves, they would still remain exceptionally obedient. Having delegated all matters within the territory to others, especially with the assistance of an elf, Xuanhe can practice without any reservations. Throughout the day, he was hardly seen by anyone, and he had entrusted the issue with the Qing tree spirits to the elf. Thus, as time swiftly passed, dusk arrived. He concluded today's meditation practice as he gradually felt the fading. The results were quite remarkable, especially after consuming various extraordinary resources obtained from distant merchants. The speed of his cultivation could be described as rapid progress. It's almost evening. He retreated from the deep water area, and as he returned to the underwater territory, his eyes seemed to momentarily lose focus, as if he had seen a faint mist rising above the river surface. During the day, the sun was usually fierce and the nights were extremely cold. However, amidst this contrast between day and night, he noticed something unusual. The temperature at night continued to drop. If he had not felt this way in previous nights, then tonight the chill was exceedingly apparent. He arrived on land and discovered that there were additional things within the territory. It seems there is indeed no issue in entrusting the matter of the Qing tree spirits to the elf. They managed to bring back so many in a single day. Xuanhe gazed at the area outside the territory, densely packed with Qing tree spirits, but they could only remain outside, as they had not received permission from the Lord. "My lord, you're here. The issue with the Qing tree spirits has been resolved, and this is the maximum number I could bring back for you." The elf squatted beside the level 3 simple farmland, tending to seeds, sensing the presence behind without turning around. "Just a reminder, my lord, a sufficient number of Qing tree spirits can produce extraordinary items like Qing wood, and it is not necessary to cut them all down. However, initially the yield of Qing wood may not be substantial until the Qing tree spirits fully integrate with the territory and form special structures. Only then might it be possible. If you require a sufficient quantity of extraordinary Qing wood now, it would be better to chop them all down." Xuanhe nodded. I initially had no intention of cutting them down. Since they possess such potential, they should remain within the territory. Thus, he designated a specific area within the territory, and all the Qing tree spirits outside were crowded, and yet they showed no signs of resistance, each uprooting their roots and voluntarily huddling together. Due to the Lord's coercive requirement, the villagers and half-beasts began to practice physical training methods. Meanwhile, Xuanhe sat in front of the Lord's mansion, watching the sky, gradually darkening. Tonight there would be no sleep. The elf did not expect that her mere suggestion would lead this human lord to truly consider trying. However, it was regrettable that after this night perhaps this human lord would have to leave in a panic. Putting aside everything else, this territory was relatively comfortable. No one spoke, only the rustling of turning pages and the sounds of soil being turned could be heard. The flower elf had long since fallen asleep somewhere in the planting area, perhaps next to the moon well, while the other villagers and slaves remained in their designated places. Xuanhe, have we still not found any information related to the mist? Ren Xingxing, no, although someone mentioned it in the forum, it seems that person's name has already been obscured, he is deceased. Chunmu, we are probing for information about the mist from the natives, but they are reluctant to say much. The cost of obtaining information seems too low. Currently, even our organization cannot provide a greater price. Luga, do you want to explore something else? Zhang Miao, a merchant from afar, arrived in my friend's territory, but unfortunately the information related to the mist does not meet the trading standards because books are very expensive and my friend cannot afford a sufficient price. Song Shiyu, it seems your friend's territory's distant merchant is quite special. I rarely see information being traded from distant merchants in the forum. Zhang Jingjing Xuanhe, I created a special doll today using the materials you gave me. It has a unique function to detect danger, personal trade, request responding differently to various threats. Chunmu, I asked our organization about such items, but they cannot provide much assistance. The main reason is that the time in the Zero world has been too short, so we have not developed much yet. Ren Xingxing, actually, not only Lu Guest territory has encountered tricky situations apart from the natives around the initial area, most places have encountered challenges. On the survivor leaderboard, one of the top 100 individuals posted yesterday, claiming to have encountered a terrifying dark invasion. To this day, the territory remains in darkness, and there is no idea how to endure this time. Ren Xingxing, some have been attacked by monsters, losing everything and becoming wild men. However, because they are quite distant from where the natives are, they are currently surviving in the wilderness. Ren Xingxing, additionally, some like Song Shiyu were captured by lower-tier subordinates of such monsters to be used as livestock. It is said that many humans have been kept in captivity. Song Shiyu, your ability to gather and filter information is quite impressive, but could you refrain from using me? Ren Xingxing, how else could I precisely find you among so many people in the forum? I must have some talent. Xuanhe, I think I understand now. Tonight, I will observe what the night world is like and document it, providing everyone. After he finished speaking, he went to post on the forum. As for subsequent records, he did not plan to make detailed written notes. If he encountered any special situations, he would simply take photos and upload images. The long night has just begun. Those practicing martial arts or meditation have already fallen asleep under the protection of the territory's flames. Currently within the vast territory, only Xuanhe and the elf remain awake. The moonlight above the moon, while gradually merges into the well water like threads. The elf paused her task, sat beside the farmland, and then looked at Xuanhe in front of the Lord's mansion, saying, "My lord, are you truly ready?" Xuanhe nodded. Then let us begin. He followed the elf's gaze towards the direction of the primal forest. Let's take a look over there at the world you are familiar with. They walked over together. Xuanhe had already experienced a taste of darkness during his novice protection period. However, from the expression of this level 60 elf, it seemed that the night was not as simple as he had once perceived. The serpent vine green wall. The elf walked over and tapped the dark green wall, saying, "Hey, give us 2 vines so we can sit up and take a look outside the wall." After saying this, the elf turned to Xuanhe. Actually, I believe that within the Lord's territory, aside from the extraordinary fire seed underwater and the deep sea creatures that emerged from nowhere, this serpent vine green wall is the most special. If it can continue to grow, it may become something exceptional. To his surprise, the serpent vine green wall seemed to understand human speech, extending 2 sturdy vines from its body. It was easy enough for a person and an elf to ascend, let alone a half-beast. Look, the elf's voice reached Xuanhe's ears as soon as he climbed up. However, at that moment, he no longer cared about what the elf was saying, for he had seen what lay beyond the wall. The ground was writhing, and in the moonlight there were enormous white worms, each as large as an adult, crawling like a swarm of ants outside the serpent vine green wall, continually gnawing at it, the sound of crunching echoing intermittently. Upon closer inspection, the bodies of these white worms were also writhing, occasionally sprouting facial features resembling human features, gazing longingly and resentfully at the territory. Xuanhe felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, his instincts skyrocketing in that moment. Fortunately, his extraordinary level had risen significantly, allowing him to purify the pollution autonomously without needing other medications. This is just the beginning, the elf's voice rang out once more. The changes within the primordial forest, however, were spine-chilling. He had just ridden around the territory on a silver-armored horse, confirming that there were no dangers. Yet the world before him was utterly different. First, there were groups of pale wraiths wandering through the forest, some drawing closer to the territory, their cold bodies using hands and feet to climb, only to be dispersed by the fire seed or pierced by the serpent vine green wall. These wraiths emerged incessantly, as if they were crawling out of the earth. Rustling sounds came from the primordial forest where giant spiders the size of elephants roamed hunting the monsters in the darkness, especially those living beings. In the moonlight, even ordinary trees were exhibiting some form of mutation. Within the shadows of the trees, something was constantly writhing. Whenever something passed by, it would be twisted and crushed by a strange force, ultimately disappearing in a state resembling a meat pie. Boom. In the depths of the forest, there were incomprehensible roars, cries, and sounds of tearing. These noises grew closer, coming within reach. For the night, this is just the beginning, the elf said, looking at Xuanhe with a serious expression. As they watched the chaos unfold, about half an hour later, the forest seemed to change its appearance once again. It became eerily quiet, a silence that sent shivers down the spine. Beneath the eerie stillness, all the monsters, then within the moonlit primordial forest, a faint wind began to blow, growing stronger, until a massive hand covered in black fur emerged. This hand was enormous, yet deformed and twisted, dripping with ooze. With a single sweep, it made half of the monsters in the forest vanish. However, it seemed oblivious to the presence of the territory, passing right by. In the moonlight, the white-furred hand was covered in blood red and white eyes, striking fear and terror into anyone who dared to look. Xuanhe frowned, taking out the abyss water he had prepared and gulping it down. This helped alleviate the swelling in his head significantly. Meanwhile, the earth had transformed completely. Whether it was the white worms, the wraiths, or the tree spirits and human-faced spiders, they all sprouted thick black, fur densely covered in blood red and white eyes. For an ordinary person, not only would they be unable to approach, but even a glance would lead to mental collapse and death. Even the elves, who had seen too much, could not become accustomed to what was occurring before their eyes. My lord, you see, such a night is impossible for ordinary people to survive. Even extraordinary beings cannot endure it. Hence, both the refugees and the half-beasts are grateful to you for allowing them to remain here. Yet this darkness and danger is merely the beginning. Look at the place where the Lansong River lies. The mist has already begun to rise. The elf descended from the serpent vine. Xuanhe was somewhat silent, and the screenshots he had posted on the forum sparked massive discussions. Everyone still awake on the forum was refreshing the page in real time, eager to see the latest updates. Part of the Lansong River was within the land deed protected by the fire seed, so walking on the water's surface felt entirely. However, as they were about to leave the protective range of the land deed, even a mere mortal standing there could see the faint mist rising in the distance and the strange white shadow that had suddenly appeared from somewhere. As the elf had said, the bizarre occurrences outside the territory were incredibly unusual. Just gazing at everything before him made Xuanhe feel nauseous. It was a natural reaction belonging solely to living beings. For the things before him simply should not exist in this world. In addition to the strange white shadow, he also saw a small figure dragging a long bag of flesh and tumors, as well as a bizarre creature shrouded in mist with 6 arms. These oddities were eerily silent, not making a sound, yet they appeared abruptly standing beside the territory, as if waiting for a moment before charging. The barrier of the fire seed prevented a tangible sense of the eerie presence. Although it was merely a short distance, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. This time the reaction was not as intense as before, yet it was far more terrifying. These oddities were completely different from the nightmarish monsters on the other side, of fact evident even from the elf's expression. For within his eyes there was an infinite fear and dread, even trembling. This is the true danger you must face. After the mist descends, the oddities will become increasingly numerous and terrifying. For now, there remains a boundary between the mist and here. Even arriving here, your extraordinary fire seed can keep them at bay. But when the mist descends, what changes will occur is beyond your capacity to resist. His tone was incredibly serious. I do not know your origins, but you do not understand what mist and night are. That is true danger and horror and unspeakable despair. Human lord, if you must choose, then depart tomorrow. Xuanhe remained silent for a moment, shaking his head. If this world is like this, then it makes no difference where I go. So let me see what these things truly are. Beneath the deep moonlight, the elf seemed ready to say something more. But when he heard a certain sound approaching and saw the mist rising, the world transformed from silence to clamor. He felt a twinge of fear as he looked at the lord gazing beyond the territory, saying, "It seems you cannot leave now. Perhaps I spoke too late." Xuanhe paid no heed to the elf's words. He was fixated on the rising mist and the elusive shapes within it. The mist had descended unexpectedly on this night. Though the protection of the fire seed shielded him from pollution, the discomfort he felt only intensified. It was the same in the primordial forest. He wouldn't be tainted, but it felt as if he had seen something repulsive, prompting him to consume the abyssal water to regain his composure. Now this discomfort was not just a personal feeling, it was felt throughout the territory. There was no thunderous roar, yet a pale blue ethereal glow, which should have only existed in small courtyards, rose along the outer wall of the territory. The sound of the fire seed burning resembled water flowing under flames, infusing the entire territory with another hue. Perhaps this was the true form of the Qingkong Clean Fire's juvenile body, which had silently protected them from the encroachment of the night, but now as the mist descended, it finally fought against the pervasive pollution with the power of the fire seed. "This is just the beginning, my lord." The Halfel's expression was also one of shock. This was his first time confronting the mist so directly. The strange language forest was an expansive primordial forest home to countless terrifying beings or powerful races. By the time Xuanhe arrived, this primordial forest was already nearing its end, with even the most abundant monsters reduced to mere green tree spirits. At this moment they looked across the Lansong River to the opposite bank, a place he had visited not long ago, now engulfed by rolling gray mist with patches of forest completely vanished, and the earth dismembered, as if another world had fallen upon it. Boom. The tremendous noise awakened everyone within the territory. Slaves and wanderers dared not venture outside, but only the scribe sensed something amiss. He opened the door and was met with the sight of the mist surging towards him like a colossal wave. He instantly knelt, closed his eyes, and pressed his face to the ground, muttering to himself, seemingly in prayer or welcoming the judgment of fate. In the distance, the large lake connected to the Lansong River had been completely devoured, obscured by a blanket of mist, rendering the events unclear. This pervasive gray mist laden with an eerie color had reached the opposite bank of the Lansong River merely quick, too fast. Xuanhe's breath quickened, yet his mind was a blank. Only the survival manual continuously recorded the scenes before him. He stared at the mist before him, realizing that the measures he had prepared were utterly useless, much like humanity's helplessness against natural disasters. In that moment, he recognized his naivety. The previous ease had given him a false sense of security, making him forget that they had come to this world to survive. The mist hesitated momentarily upon reaching the Lansong River. The half-elf's breathing, which had previously stopped, resumed with a tremor in his voice. I never expected such a magnificent power. It's truly hard to believe that anyone or any territory could survive from such a terrifying place. At that moment, the blue octopus appeared beside Xuanhe as the gray mist emerged. Its eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness, yet there was also a hint of joy. It turned its body facing Xuanhe, and its ethereal and graceful voice rang out, "My lord, are you ready?" Xuanhe felt as if his heart was being gripped by something. The octopus voice seemed to come from a distant place. "I can already feel the call of the deep sea. The deep sea is about to descend." Oh, wait. The events unfolding and the sounds emerging were so bizarre that despite his quick reaction, he was momentarily stunned, taking a few seconds to comprehend. "Are you saying that the arrival of the mist will bring the deep sea?" The octopus seemed to hesitate. It waved its tentacle and gestured before saying, "I don't know, perhaps it will, perhaps it won't. But I can already feel the call of the deep sea, my lord. Your feelings should be even stronger than mine." Xuanhe felt that aside from a feeling of nausea, he had no other sensations. He heard no call of the deep sea, only the voice of the octopus. As he watched the mist descend, all the plans in his mind were overturned as they were utterly ineffective. The only solace was having obtained the Qingkong clean fire in advance, which might offer a glimmer of hope. And now if what the octopus said was true, perhaps he... There was no time to think at this moment. His thoughts were futile. Waiting was all he could do. The mist halted before the Lansong River, seemingly stopped by a powerful force, its rapid expansion coming to an abrupt. Yet this river, which he should be very familiar with, had completely changed its appearance. The waves surged fiercely, and the entire river surface began to rise at an unfathomable speed. Given that his territory was established right by the riverbank, it would take mere seconds for this massive volume of water to cast. If that were the case, Xuanhe would be fine. After all, his meditation and training had enhanced his level, allowing him to move in water like a fish, breathing freely, especially benefiting from deeper waters. Conversely, those villagers would likely perish under this torrent of water. But there was no time. There was simply no time to react, and even if there were, he couldn't save so many people in an instant. The arrival of the mist was truly unforeseen. Yet now he finally understood what the wandering merchants and the elf referred to as a great change. This great change was not merely the arrival of the mist, but also the profound transformation of the strange language forest. Damn! His body, prepared to retreat, halted as he witnessed an unbelievable sight. The strange language forest was actually growing. In an objective sense, it was indeed growing. As the vast river cascaded down from the Lansong River, the strange language forest simultaneously rose higher, and the rate of its ascent far exceeded that of the falling river. In just a few seconds, a vast cliff over 10 meters high rose from the ground and continued to grow. Boom. The obstructed mist transformed entirely into gray fog, but it did not continue to surge towards the Lansong River. A certain anticipated change was beginning. Xuanhe was carried into the air by the elf and landed back on solid ground when the cliff was only about 10 meters high. My! He extended his hand, feeling his territory beneath the water growing increasingly distant. Yet within the strange language forest, a gigantic and indistinct giant emerged. The giant lifted the strange language forest upwards, growing taller and taller. Meanwhile, the deep sea territory extended outward as it was partially submerged in water and partially on land. The rushing water collided with the cliff formed at an incredible speed, and the gray mist completely expanded in an instant. Glug glug, the gray mist heralded the deep sea. A gurgling sound heralded the gray mist that brought forth the deep sea, and the cataclysm within the Qiyu forest had only just begun. That colossal being, was it a giant? In any case, it was a vast, sky-dimming presence that seemed to lift everything. The gray mist shrouded everything ahead, yet it did not cross into this patch of new life. Beyond the unending cliffs stretched boundless plains. An ancient presence stirred in the spray of the deep sea. He saw what he had felt long ago at the first moment of seeking a spark in the heavens. So there really was a deed in the sky of fire seed. It belonged to another powerful lord, but it soon sank and vanished. Lansong River was no longer a river. The descending mist had truly brought another world, or perhaps many. Only gray fog and pervasive strangeness remained. In short, one world, or several overlapping worlds, was being drowned by the rising deep sea. Xuanhe stood at the edge of his terrestrial territory and looked downward. Hundreds of meters below the cliff the sea raged. The once limitless world before him had become an oceanic realm. All that existed or did not was submerged, and the gray mist cloaked this deep sea. The elf could only sigh in admiration at the spectacle, his face full of shock and wonder. I never expected to witness such a presence. Lord of the territory, you have been extraordinarily fortunate. You were but one step from being swallowed by the mist, standing so perilously close. I had not supposed it to be merely the Xuanhe forest's metamorphosis. I did not foresee a near-divine being ascending by means of all that lies before us. Fortunately, it has departed, otherwise we would all have become its followers. The survival manual had erupted, and the whole forum was flooded with discussions of the messages he had sent. But Xuanhe was not much better off. He found his land deed nearly torn in two, held together only by hair-thin. A territory already frail had grown even weaker. Thankfully, there remained a fire seed on the land, an 8th rank common fire seed. Otherwise, he would have faced a night of utter darkness. Even so, all of this left him bewildered. He heard the elf's words, forced his scattered mind back, and asked, "So the mist has already descended. When will it dissipate? And what is that territory inside the Xuanhe forest, and the one I sensed? What are they?" The elf shook his head, his silver hair soaked through. "I do not know. I am merely an ordinary elf. Oh, perhaps you should be asked. You who possess a deep sea subordinate. You really do not know what the arrival of this mist will bring. If you do not know, then why do you have a deep sea spawn among your subordinates? As for the near-divine existence of the Zero world, I dare not ravage the matter with speculation. But see what I once spoke of, the vast sea turning to mulberry fields, may already be becoming reality. And such changes have only just begun. This violently altered Xuanhe forest will give birth to beings beyond imagination. My Lord Knight cannot be opposed, and the uncanny cannot be slain. I can only wish you all the luck ahead." His expression became calm as he offered this final blessing. Xuanhe heard this and knew the elf intended to leave. "You are leaving?" "Yes. This mist is exceptionally strange. Oh, perhaps I will find the world I seek." Xuanhe within the deep sea. "Elf, I do not know, but one must try. Perhaps to cross the deep sea, or to..." Xuanhe considered and asked, "Are you in a hurry?" "Elf, perhaps. But now may be my only chance. When the mist first falls, it is at its weakest. At this moment, I can still contend with the uncanny and the beings within it. Later that may not be possible. Then perhaps you need not be so hasty. If it concerns the deep sea, I may have other means." Recalling how the elf had once hauled him from the water, he looked at the gray-shrouded deep sea, exhaled, seized the elf, and leapt from the cliff. "Since we both wish to see the world the mist brings, let us see it together now." Xuanhe's action stunned the elf. He had not expected such a death-defying human to exist. Though you command a deep-sea subordinate, you are still only a somewhat stronger human. Never mind the beings within the mist. He, an ordinary elf, likely could not handle them. Yet the man simply leapt. The elf had intended to refuse, but after a moment's thought he relented. Previously, Xuanhe had felt no summons from the deep sea. When the deep sea truly descended, however, he felt a powerful pull, like a man thirsty for centuries glimpsing an oasis in the desert, compelling him back to the deep. The elf was powerful, so taking him down offered a hope of rescue should things go wrong. He acted decisively. With a splash, he plunged into the deep sea. Mist, notice as the first Earth Lord to touch the mist, you possess extraordinary courage in venturing into it. Such courage will grant you greater rewards, guiding you toward true greatness. Mist announcement. Congratulations to survivor Xuanhe for being the first to contact the Mist world. He has understood what true survival means and received 2 special chests. The inorganic voice sounded again, but Xuanhe could no longer pay it much heed. His only thought in that instant was, why was my starting point not near the deep sea? While on land and by the river, he could not truly perceive what the deep sea blessing was. Only by entering the deep sea could its nature be understood. For example, his personal panel accelerated upward at a terrifying rate, and the land deed beneath the deep sea surged likewise. They improved at an unfathomable and horrifying speed beyond ordinary human comprehension. But the deed's change manifested only in its deep sea portion. The terrestrial deed remained unchanged. Name Xuanhe. Race human. Level 2440. Transcendent tier 3 deep sea deed bonus 1000. Territory level 2 deed. Deep sea under deep sea blessing. Profession deep sea unique. Skills deep sea blessing Xuanhe water control Xuanhe. Inspiration 50. Luck 10 deep sea luck bonus 50 ordinary water 10. Charisma 20. Attributes see details note standard human is 5 points. Items Jinsu spear thermal dagger origin water pearl. As soon as he hit the water, his level shot upward at a terrifying pace, leaping from the low 20s to level 40. This was not merely a drug-like or pay-to-win boost, but a bug level escalation. Level 40 was his rank within the deep sea, level 24 was his rank on land. And that was only the beginning. He could feel himself growing stronger every moment in the deep sea, even without meditation. Other changes were the initial effects of touching the deep sea, such as increased luck, charisma, and inspiration, though he did not yet know their uses. The contrast made him realize how hard his life had been before. The deep sea portion of his territory had also gained the deep sea blessing fire seed bonus 300, deed tier bonus 300, building bonus 300. As Xuanhe plunged into the depths of the sea, he was astonished by the changes happening within him. He knew that his deep-sea blessing talent was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be so remarkable. Initially concerned about the territory beneath the deep sea, he found that with this tripling enhancement, all his worries dissipated by 70% in an instant. The remaining concerns were no longer necessary. The fog had just begun to descend, and indeed, as the half-elf Elson had said, there was no excessively outrageous danger. However, the strange presence that initially seemed distant was now alarmingly close, even in the depths of the sea. This strangeness could evoke the deepest fears within a person's heart, and it possessed unique offensive capabilities such as teleportation. Before Xuanhe, a mere 3 meters away, was the bizarre white shadow he had once seen. Yet without the protection of the fire seed, and surrounded by fog, the strangeness was unhindered. Almost as soon as he perceived it, the bizarre white shadow intended to give him a close encounter. The half-elf's reaction speed was swift. Yet faster than him was Xuanhe's instinctive response. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself like a primitive human facing a natural predator, but the surging seawater responded to his movement, forming an insurmountable wall of water that drained the space around the bizarre white shadow, creating an almost vacuum-like area. Elson was astonished by this scene, momentarily dazed. However, once he regained his senses, he thought of quickly leading the Lord away from this gray fog in the deep sea back to the safety of the land, where the fire seed's protection would significantly reduce the threat of strangeness. However, he was halted by a gentle yet powerful force. A massive blue octopus over 10 meters in size slowly emerged from the seabed. It was an octopus. Its deep blue hue almost glimmered in the water, and its aura was far stronger than before. Deep-sea beings were indeed some of the most terrifying life forms in the Zero world, comparable only to the royalty. Though the previous octopus had appeared so powerful, it was merely a deep-sea creature trapped in shallow waters, unable to unleash even a fraction of its strength, its body forced to become weaker and frilier. In comparison, it was akin to a high-dimensional dragon on Earth, appearing only as a cloud devoid of any supernatural qualities. "My lord, you have finally returned to the deep sea." The ethereal and graceful voice of the octopus rang out. Then it swiftly coiled one of its tentacles to draw the half-elf Elson into the depths below. As for Xuanhe, the water naturally flowed around him, carrying him back to his territory. The deep sea had confined the strangeness until the deep sea lord's departure. The bizarre white shadow attempted to teleport again, but found nothing to latch onto. As it sank deeper into the sea, the sound of the wind echoed from the seabed. Xuanhe felt his territory drawing nearer. He saw a patch of light in a pale blue hue. No matter what had just occurred at this moment, he finally set aside his tense feelings. Not only was the deep-sea territory unharmed, but it seemed to be even better. He descended into his territory. The half-elf Elson also descended into it, but the sensation was even more pronounced for him. He realized that the heavy pressure he had felt was considerably diminished. In this deep sea, apart from the unnecessary need for breath, everything was surprisingly similar to life on land. Furthermore, as a villager, he could even feel the enhancement of his territory. Especially for such a small village territory, it was astonishing that it could bolster someone like him who had long stepped onto the path of the extraordinary. He had never felt this way while staying in this village before. After noticing these unusual differences, the half-elf, initially planning to leave, began to entertain another thought. He quietly stood outside the small courtyard, waiting silently, while the now significantly larger blue octopus lay leisurely on the floor, paved with silver tide scales. Xuanhe arrived at his deep-sea courtyard, quickly checking everything within the yard. Everything was fine, especially the extremely rare materials and some cultivation supplies he had exchanged from distant merchants. In contrast, the fire seed tree, the building, the abyss pool, and even the silver tidescale base outside had all become more exquisite and powerful. The enhancement of the deep sea blessing had already manifested the moment it descended into the deep sea. He sat beside the fire seed tree, gazing at the pale blue Xuanhe juvenile form that emitted a barely perceptible green hue, and instinctively lay back. Then came a long exhale. The danger had finally been truly lifted. Is this the deep sea blessing? He felt as if he had returned home, particularly with the ever-growing strength within him, a strength that he could sense naturally, which gave him a profound sense of security. It was indeed the right choice to transform my territory into an underwater domain. However, with this my land deed. He placed his nearly torn land deed before him and stared at it for a while, unsure of what impact this would have. And the changes in the strange language forest. These transformations are comparable to moving mountains and filling sea. He hadn't even checked how the land had changed, only hastily catching sight of vast plains. With the fog descending, could the 8th-level ordinary fire seeds on the land withstand the encroachment of the night? Yes, it is still night. As he pondered how to manage his territory and what to do next, he suddenly recalled that inorganic voice and the rewards he had received after entering the fog. Thus, beneath the pale blue fire seed tree Xuanhe juvenile form, he opened his survival manual. The last entry in the survival manual recorded the changes from sea to land, and after that he had completely forgotten about it. Yet despite this, all survivors from Earth would remain sleepless tonight. Floor 99, I never knew the night could be so terrifying. Thankfully we have fire seeds, otherwise wouldn't we be left with nothing but bones in the darkness. Floor 237, is the night in every location this terrifying? It's making me want to go outside and take a look. Floor 238. Did the one upstairs get possessed by the dark monsters? Floor 344, that friend on 237 has already turned gray. I'm actually curious, isn't it good to be alive? How did such a person survive all sorts of crises? Floor 555, what on earth is this? Is this the bizarre white shadow that the poster mentioned earlier? I'm freaking out, I have goosebumps all over you, I feel like my eyes are tainted. Floor 789, I've heard the natives speak of such things, and like the night, they seem to be a specialty of the zero world. Moreover, after the fog descends, the strangeness will increase until everything is destroyed. It is said that such things cannot be killed. Floor 790, is this how specialties are used? May I ask? Floor 800, it's not that they can't be killed, they are endless. They can be killed, but killing them serves no purpose. How did Xuanhe attract such things? The more fire seeds in an area, the fewer strangeness there are. Could it be that he is the only fire seed nearby? Floor 838, so what exactly are fire seeds? Why can they both resist the darkness and disperse strangeness? Floor 1000, what the heck, what did the poster just post? That must be the fog descending. Floor 2984, oh my god, could this be the survival of the bizarre fog world mentioned earlier? Please let me go, I can't survive. Floor 5711, I can't hold on much longer, I'm too scared to keep watching. How is the poster still alive? Floor 6666, this is insane, no wonder you are at the top of the leaderboard now. Floor 11209, my heavens, what terrifying existence is this? What kind of world is this? How did the poster manage to survive? There were all sorts of discussions, some of which were quite meaningful, but Xuanhe had no time to read them. He just quickly scrolled through the forum and took out his special treasure chest. As for the other group chats and related posts, he merely reported that he was safe. Beyond that, he had no mood for anything else, not even for opening the treasure chest. The experiences of this night had weighed heavily upon him. Now that this pressure had lifted back in the embrace of the deep sea, all he wanted was to get some sleep. Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Thus, while the half-elf Erson quietly waited in the small courtyard, Xuanhe fell into a deep sleep under the warm and gentle light of the fire seed, embraced by the soft caress of the deep sea. After a night of extreme tension, his spirit finally found some solace. However, he did not sleep for long. Approximately 3 to 4 hours later, he was startled awake. He dreamt of shattered land, deeds, the destruction of his territory, and found himself aimlessly drifting in the boundless. He exhaled, opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and complained, ever since I arrived in this zero world, I haven't had a single good night's sleep. Though he said this, he knew that many matters awaited him, and he had to quickly get up to deal with them. First was the increasingly pure abyssal water, nearly reaching the level of a 6-star abyssal pool. The blessings of the deep sea were astonishing. Thus, as was customary, the first thing he did upon waking was to absorb the abyssal water, quietly enhancing his. After taking a large gulp, he felt much more awake. He also filled several large barrels with abyssal water to store in his temporary warehouse for future needs. He glanced at the special treasure chest beside him, casually rubbed his hands as if washing them, and prepared to open the chest. However, just as he was about to do so, that familiar inorganic voice sounded once again. Detecting that the treasure chest was being opened in a special location, the special treasure chest is about to transform into a deep sea treasure chest. Do you wish to proceed? There is no need to hesitate. Without a doubt, Xuanhe decisively opened the treasure chest. Shattered landmark in the mist, a broken landmark left by a shattered world, perhaps holding special opportunities, possibly the legacy of a world or a turning point in life, but one must venture into the deep sea of gray mist. No one can guarantee their safe return, so please proceed with caution. Special broken land deed. This is a unique territory, once constructed underwater, now submerged by the deep sea. The former lord was an extraordinarily powerful being who had opened the lord's expedition to the outside world. Even so, faced with the arrival of mist, it remained utterly vulnerable. Please note, while accepting the other party's inheritance, you may draw the attention of entities that should not have noticed you, yet no lord would willingly abandon any of the items within the land deed. Aquarium. This is an exceptionally unique structure. The last owner perished in the boundless deep sea. Please note, it can help you hatch any marine life that you can territorial level hatch, recognizing you as its master. You may choose to release it back into the deep sea, but if you are not a deep sea species, the countdown to life begins on the first day of use. Orca, an ancient life form that may not exist in the zero world. It can bring you messages from afar, but how to communicate is up to the lord. Underwater planting field blueprint. Even underwater food is necessary, and such food is usually not provided by marine life. Therefore, you have received a blueprint for an underwater planting field created by a grand wizard. It should succeed in planting almost anywhere above 30,000 leagues under the sea, even land plants. After opening the treasure chest this time, he was stunned for a long while, repeatedly reading through the contents. He fell silent for a moment, saying, indeed, it is a special treasure chest. The items opened are quite peculiar, especially the first two. But they are all items needed in the deep sea, so that's not bad. He glanced once more at the second special broken land deed. After hesitating for merely 3 seconds, he merged it into his own land deed. As for what changes it would bring, that would have to wait and see. He skipped over various other details and only focused on the last sentence, yet no lord would willingly abandon any of the items within the land deed. Isn't that right? He is the lord, and he certainly wouldn't be willing to give anything up. Xuanhe went out again and released. The aquarium occupies a considerable area. If it were not for the territory gradually expanding due to the previously obtained broken land deed and the fact that there were practically no inhabitants in the underwater territory, it might not have fit. Next was the orca. When the black and white orca emerged, it was only the size of an adult, but it looked extremely cute and was very friendly towards humans. As for the underwater planting field blueprint, he still needed to create it in his workshop on land and check if he had the necessary material. Seeing the approaching black and white orca, he signed a contract with it without hesitation. It became the second small member of this split land deed in the deep sea territory. Although he could not understand orca language, the blue octopus could. Thus Xuanhe rolled around with the orca beside the fire seed tree, and a layer of light blue flames ignited on its body as it waved its fins and swam out of the territory. He did not know what it was going to do, but it should be something good. It's a pity that the black dog cub I opened earlier has not successfully hatched yet, though I still don't know what the requirements for hatching are, and that level 6 life form. Until now I still don't know where the wind field is. Thinking of this series of matters made his head ache. He then looked at the second special treasure chest that had yet to be opened, hesitated for a moment, and decided to store it in the temporary warehouse to take it upstairs. However, the land territory seems to be even less secure and might require more resources. Even though the deep sea is relatively safe, the mist has already descended and the strangeness is increasing. It is uncertain what changes might occur. Therefore, he does not plan to give up on the land territory. They will develop together, complementing each other perfectly. He looked at the octopus, which nodded elegantly and had already begun to lie down, then led the lord and the half-elf towards the surface of the deep sea. There was no need to surface. The strange creatures were densely packed either in the water or on the surface. This scene was extremely terrifying, especially as it carried an unusual and eerie power, seemingly aiming to destroy all life. This was just the beginning. The sky brightened, yet the sun's suppressive power over the strange entities in the gray mist was far less than before. Previously, these strange entities would have dissipated 90%. However, now 90% remained. Xuanhe observed this information and committed it to memory. Fortunately, not to mention the enhancement of his own deep sea blessings, even the deep sea beings and half-elves beside him were not ordinary level strangeness that could approach. Thus, they smoothly returned from the deep sea to the land. Upon returning to the land, Xuanhe felt a sense of loss, wishing he could remain in the deep sea forever. However, that being said, a powerful being does not necessarily make a powerful lord, and the importance of territory, land deeds, and fire seeds in this world is irreplaceable. He will not abandon the development of his territory. A night of change passed. The villagers and slaves in the territory were shocked and panicked, feeling at a loss, yet the immense inertia still made them competent workers. Indeed, upon arriving at the land territory, Xuanhe saw everyone working hard as usual. This is quite common back on Earth. People often said that even if tomorrow were the end of the world, one must work today. This brought him back to the mythic and epic deeds of last night. His deep sea was still just a small village, and everything was still in its infancy. Land deeds, villagers, fire seeds, mineral veins, farming, extraordinary beings, buildings, exploration. One by one, each task requires attention to detail. Only by becoming stronger can one possess the qualification to survive in this world. Without further ado, Xuanhe planned to organize matters within the territory. Moreover, the extraordinary buildings that other survivors were supposed to construct should now be completed and can be placed in the deep sea village. The sun in the sky had just risen, dispelling much of the night's gloom. Yet even ordinary mortals could sense that the sun was no longer as scorching as before. Its rays had weakened considerably. The deep sea village on land had not suffered much loss. It was merely that the profound sense of safety which had enveloped them since the disappearance of the Qingkong pure fire had been significantly diminished. Xuanhe first entered the Lord's manor and approached the fully restored level 8 ordinary fire seed. After inspecting it carefully, his expression turned extremely grim. In just one night, my backup fire seed has been consumed to such an extent. Level 8 fire seed, a variant of the ordinary fire seed, with no self-recovery ability, powerful and strange beings or monsters can inflict damage upon it. Currently, the fire seed is burning at 62, with a critical value of 50. After the appearance of the Qingkong pure fire, this level 8 ordinary fire seed had slowly recovered after being constantly fed, with fuel reaching 100 long before, yet after one night, it had alarmingly approached the critical threshold. His face was grim as he exited the Lord's manor, gazing at the surging deep sea beyond the cliff, shrouded in gray mist. An intense feeling of unease arose within him. No, I must find the fire seed today. At the very least, I need to survive through tonight. His land could absolutely not disappear like this. The workshop could indeed produce fire seeds, but only the most basic and ordinary ones. With this in mind, Xuanhe immediately opened the survival manual, not to search for fire seed trades, but to urge the architectural master he had previously contacted to deliver the buildings that had already been constructed. During his last visit to the survivor trading market, he had placed a total of 5 orders, each crafted by 4 different individuals. Now 3 of those extraordinary buildings had already been constructed. These 3 extraordinary buildings included a blacksmith shop capable of forging extraordinary items, a beast pen for taming extraordinary beasts, and the territory's defense tower. However, the resources he currently had were only enough to construct 2 defense towers, and the second one was not yet completed. As for the 5th extraordinary building, it was quite special. It was a half-construction blueprint placed within the deep sea office designed to accelerate work efficiency. These blueprints for the buildings were purchased from far-traveling merchants, but given his current experience with construction, he was unable to build them independently and had to rely on others to complete them, preventing material wastage. He placed all 3 completed buildings within the territory, positioning the defense tower at the edge of the main gate. Thanks to the earlier half-elf persuading a multitude of green tree spirits to come, he was quite satisfied with the swiftly tamed green tree spirits, moved them to a safer location as they were akin to a renewable source of level 9 materials. With the placement of these buildings, the land deed slowly began to show some changes. Although the fire seed was weak, the aura of the territory had grown considerably stronger. Xuanhe felt a slight sense of security rising within him as he looked at his territory, but it was still far from enough. He gazed into the distance from his territory, realizing that he was situated on a cliff by the sea. The further he ventured inward, the more expansive it became. Vast plains, continuous mountain ranges, and primitive forests that appeared exceedingly deep even under the sunlight. Even from a distance, he could sense the dangers approaching. The enigmatic forest had indeed changed completely. It was no longer the familiar sight he once knew. Compared to the previous enigmatic forest filled with only some low-level monsters, the transformed land now revealed the original visage of a new world. Perhaps due to his territory being too close to the deep sea, he had yet to encounter enemies attacking his land. Xuanhe walked out from his territory and saw the night pen he had previously obtained from a treasure chest. There had been no changes over the past few nights, but after last night something new had appeared within the night pen. He frowned as he examined it, realizing it required some time to be tamed before he could release it quickly. A silver-armored horse with 6 legs named Xuanhe walked beside him, nudging its owner affectionately. The owner gazed into the distance before mounting the horse, which then galloped towards the distant plains. Xuanhe was sensing the fire seed. However, the aura he sensed this time astonished him greatly, for he discovered countless fire seeds before him. Behind him, though, was a dead silence with only scattered fire seed auras flickering past. Thus he headed towards the newly formed plains, eager to understand what the multitude of fire seeds he sensed truly signified. Yet less than a kilometer after galloping out on the silver-armored horse, he came to a sudden halt. Danger, a profoundly intense danger, had locked onto him. Xuanhe, the silver shadow, retreated like lightning. A bizarre gray figure with 6 limbs appeared before him. Xuanhe felt a momentary paralysis in his body, followed by a torrent of whispers attempting to break through his mind. Even more terrifying was the fact that as the silver-armored horse galloped, almost like flying black spots began to appear on its hooves, causing its speed to decrease drastically. Fortunately, they had not ventured too far, and he was quick enough to sense danger, allowing him to return safely to his territory. Dismounting, Xuanhe looked down at the black spots on the horse's hooves, his expression grave. The silver-armored horse was increasingly anxious and in pain. Even within the territory, it had improved significantly, yet it was still unable to control its rising agitation. Fortunately, he promptly poured the abyss water he had reserved onto the horse's hooves and fed the silver-armored horse some food, allowing it to regain much of its former state. The half-elf witnessed this scene. Aelson approached, nervously inspecting the situation closely before sighing in relief. "My lord, if you wish to leave in the future, you must bring fire seeds with you. This time you possess the power of a lord, so those strange pollutants could not temporarily erode you, but if you stray too far it may not hold true. As the fog descends, the number of strange entities will increase, especially near where the fog is located." Xuanhe, he understood the importance of fire seeds, yet it seemed he would realize even more crucial matters in the next moment. After pondering, he entered the workshop and crafted a few ordinary level 9 fire seeds from extraordinary materials, shaping them into the form of candles, which he held in his hands. Then he looked at Aelson and asked, "Is this acceptable?" Aelson sighed, shook his head, and then knelt down, partially bowing as he said, "But my lord, Aelson the Twilight Star is willing to serve you." Xuanhe looked at the half-elf's complete submission, first surprised then accepting. After a brief contemplation, he glanced at the high panel of 60 before nodding. He then found a piece of paper and sketched all the fire seeds he had seen according to his current perspective, saying, "Then I will trouble you. Glad to serve, my lord. I am also your subject. Besides that, I will search for the presence of crystal or veins, as the defense towers require sufficient energy to operate." Despite feeling quite anxious, Xuanhe forced himself to calm down. He even compelled himself to close his eyes and meditate in the lord's mansion for a few minutes. Only after his thoughts settled completely did he rise. For the time being, he entrusted the affairs of the territory to Ymira and the bookman, while the flower spirit had yet to appear today. The corn, tomatoes, and carrots planted in the fields were growing well, but at this moment his gaze was directed towards the deep sea. Perhaps others at this time would struggle against all odds to find more resources on land. But fortunately, he was already home. Then let's head to the deep sea. He believed that the half-elf could bring good news. However, he also couldn't just wait idly, perhaps the deep sea might offer him plenty of surprises. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the villagers and slaves, Xuanhe once again leaped into the sea. This time, even the bookman remained silent, merely kneeling after jumping off the cliff to bow towards the deep sea in respect to the Lord. He looked at the refugees saved by the Lord and the halforcs, feeling a surge of emotion rise within him. "In this bizarre world, we have encountered a true Lord. Perhaps we will no longer have to worry about being displaced and dying without cause." After expressing his sentiments, he gazed at the labor force within the territory and felt a twinge of regret. After all, the territory was only so big, and there was work to be done, but in a couple of days, everyone would be out of tasks. Thus, when he looked out at the plains again, a serious glint passed through his eyes. That place was truly the real mode of life, and it was not like their current situation, sheltered in a true safe zone, still able to shine with sparks. The divine above, how benevolent it is. He had never seen such a generous and compassionate lord. As Xuanhe jumped into the sea, it felt as though every part of his body was singing joyful songs. Not to mention the rapidly strengthening power within him and the peculiar waves that he summoned, which pushed away the mighty waves trying to approach him. The deep sea is indeed my home. The octopus at the ocean floor sensed the Lord's arrival and hurriedly came to greet him. The blue octopus found it quite strange, as this young great being was extremely fond of life on land. How could he return after such a short time? But it said nothing, only welcoming the arrival of the great being. The closer one got to the deep sea, the more one understood the blessings of the deep sea. Xuanhe, having descended, sought a solution for the land territory, which was to find a more powerful spark. He actually sensed quite a few fleeting sparks in the deep sea, but due to his wariness of the gray fog and its strangeness, he did not plan to approach, only wondering if he could bring a bit of the Xuanhe pure fire back up. Unfortunately, this spark tree was better suited to be planted here. Thus, after trying it out, he simply abandoned this idea. He could not give up on the land territory, and the deep sea territory also needed to develop. The blue octopus seemed to sense the Lord's worries, so it proactively approached and said, "My lord, the deep sea has everything, and beings from the deep sea never lack any kind of wealth, even those broken land deeds or sparks, and even more, the deep sea possesses them all. You might consider venturing out to take a look. The closer you get to the deep sea, the less those special and strange things dare. If you sense that the existence within the fog is attempting to disrespect you, perhaps you should venture deeper into the deep sea, where there exists a powerful presence that no one can withstand." The ethereal and elegant voice of the blue octopus sounded. "The fog can erode the sea, but it cannot erode the deep sea. This is a noble lord." After arriving in the deep sea, it awakened more of its inherited memories. Thus it also understood what this being was truly doing, a special path of elevation. The land deed indeed possesses incredible power. Xuanhe, curious about what the blue octopus said, inquired in the zero world. "Sparks almost mean everything. Does the deep sea also have sparks?" He was not referring to the previous Xuanhe pure fire, but rather carrying a deeper meaning. Upon hearing the Lord's words, a gentle smile seemed to flash in the big eyes of the blue octopus. It extended one of its tentacles, and a cluster of flames ignited from it, if you were referring to this. "Since returning to the deep sea, the spark has already been ignited upon me. No, this is not right." Xuanhe gazed at the flames on the octopus tentacle, feeling an incredibly familiar aura of sparks. But this really isn't right. He stared in astonishment at the spark on the octopus tentacle, utterly surprised. "What is this?" "This is the protection I have as a deep sea being, the blue sacred spark." The blue octopus stored away the spark that erupted from its tentacle. "If you are looking for sparks, please do not forget the blessings of the deep sea upon you." It took a slight step back, and then raised one tentacle, performing an extremely graceful bow. Xuanhe realized he had indeed sought far and wide, or perhaps he had been overly fearful of the fog. But this is human nature. After all, the fog he had seen really was quite strange. At this moment, the deep sea territory was at the ocean floor. The exact depth was uncertain for now, but there was indeed no strange aura nearby. Most places were dark and still. Ordinary people would only feel endless fear upon arriving here, while Xuanhe's heart was filled with a sense of safety emanating from his soul. This is very safe, isn't it? The deep sea had always been telling him that he was safe here, even on the surface or merely. With this thought, Xuanhe seemed to grasp something, so he headed towards the outer part of the deep sea territory. After leaving the territory by 3 or 4 meters, he extended his hand, looking at the spark burning on his hand. "What is this?" This is not the Xuanhe pure fire. He was not as special as an orca, able to roll around near the Xuanhe pure fire and ignite the spark's aura in his body. The blue octopus swam out with Xuanhe. It also exuded the aura of sparks. "This is the deep seas." The blue octopus expression became somewhat strange as it continued. "Yes, it is the protection for you, still relatively weak, if I am not mistaken." Well then, Xuanhe realized that he had developed less than 1% of his innate abilities. For instance, this unnamed spark on his body. If it weren't for the blue octopus' direct reminder, he might have taken a while to notice the anomaly. "But my lord, your human body is indeed too weak. In the deep sea you possess ample protection, but please be cautious. If you are too close to the water's surface, certain things might inflict devastating harm on your currently fragile human body." Very good. Xuanhe fully understood. So he closed his eyes for a moment to sense. Within the innate ability to find sparks that the Lord possessed, he sought the sparks beneath the deep sea. As for those sparks near the water's surface or above the sea, he treated them as if he had not seen them. During this process of searching with his eyes closed, he actually found one. However, it was evident that there were too many powerful beings in the deep sea and too many powerful sparks as well. These sparks flickered in and out of his perception. Beneath the deep sea, depth holds no significance here. This vast and boundless ocean emerging from the mist has an origin unknown. One thing is certain, it is perilous here, whether above the surface in the elusive gray fog or beneath the waves. This is a realm beyond the reach of mortals, even for those who have stepped into the extraordinary. Xuanhe could sense an inexplicable spark encircling him, as if the blessings of the deep sea had transformed into something tangible that fell upon him. The coordinates of the spark felt like stars flickering in the night. Even though the deep sea eternally blessed him, the vast disparity in levels made it difficult for him to grasp the direction of the spark. Time ticked away. Amidst the flickering light, he poured all his effort into finally capturing the spark that he could seize. Found it. It was the nearest location. However, besides the spark, there was an unsettling feeling conveyed through his intuition. Yet he raised his head to gaze at the ocean that submerged everything, and the profound sea still accompanied by the blue octopus moved towards the place where the spark lingered. The distance to the spark was indeed not far. Especially with the full assistance of the deep-sea species, he arrived at his desired location in no time. Everything was astonishingly smooth, a stark contrast to the land. The residual spark swayed there within the deep sea. This spark evidently lacked the power to burn in the deep sea, far inferior to that extremely special Qingkong pure. Xuanhe took out the land deed and stored this broken spark within it. In the zero world, 90% of sparks could only be contained within a land deed, and the more special and powerful the spark, the truer this was. After obtaining the desired spark from the tranquil deep sea, he did not leave immediately, but instead looked at the town already covered by the deep sea. The town. This is the town that Mo Air spoke of. Mo Air was the gray-haired scholar among the refugees. However, this town, now submerged by the sea, sent a chill down his spine. What happened to this town? Before him stood a remarkably intact town where most buildings remained undamaged, and he could even see a stone tablet inscribed with the town's name on Town. The stone tablet emitted a faint aura of the spark, but it was so nearly extinguished that it was almost imperceptible. Perhaps only the Lord could perceive it. Of course, this was not important, for within this Town stood a dense crowd of people. Some had just stepped out of their doors, others were bending down to pick things up, and some hurriedly pushed through the crowd, their mouths slightly open as if they wanted to say something. These people seemed to be engaged in their activities just a second ago, but in the next moment their lives were abruptly halted, frozen in this instant. Faint expressions of confusion and worry predominated among the townsfolk, with a few showing concern and a handful exhibiting sheer terror, extreme fear. Beneath the deep sea, this silent Town seemed to harbor a kind of indescribable horror. Xuanhe had been merely observing this town, but suddenly looked down, sensing a primal reaction of life itself. The hairs on his arms stood on end and goosebumps spread across his body. This was a fear instinctively felt by life when facing a natural enemy. The softly burning spark brushed against his body, dispelling the shadows that enveloped his spirit at that moment. The voice of the octopus came from nearby, tinged with a palpable sense of regret. My lord, this is a town that has encountered something strange. It is truly unfortunate. It seems that the owner of this land deed was not an ordinary human, but sadly met their end here. Otherwise, we might have witnessed a city rising in this region. Do you know what kind of strangeness befell this town? Xuanhe swallowed hard, gradually calming his emotions. The blue octopus shook its head. You might inquire of the humans on land. Their understanding of the strange is likely great. As deep-sea beings, we always possess the protection of the spark, and the strange from the mist dares not invade the deep sea, for there are far too many powerful existences here. In the deep sea, even death can fade away, my lord. The ethereal and sincere words of the blue octopus brought a slight alleviation to Xuanhe's troubled mood. This town had died in silence and emptiness for no reason, which made him dread the strange to the utmost. I find it strange that this spark is still burning. Why has this town been destroyed without any means of resistance? He posed the question, already harboring some suspicions in his heart, but still wanted to hear others' responses. The octopus waved one of its long tentacles beneath the deep sea, gazing at the distant town, because at that moment this land town endured a force it could not withstand. The sparks they possessed had not a shred of resistance against such power, and although this strangeness could instantly obliterate all life, it still could not touch the spark. It was as if it stood at that moment recounting what had transpired in Town in stark detail. This was also Xuanhe's conjecture. He let out a breath of pent-up frustration upon hearing the words of the blue octopus. This world is always so dangerous, my lord. Death has always followed everyone like a shadow. But without a doubt you possess the capability to face any danger. Xuanhe was unsure if this referred to his blessings from the deep sea or something else. However, he certainly did not share the blue octopus' inexplicable confidence in him. To be honest, after witnessing the devastation of Town, he felt increasingly anxious about the development of his own territory. Fortunately, he had now obtained this broken spark. Even though it was damaged, its essence was far superior to that of his ordinary 8th level spark. Perhaps upon returning to his territory, he could explore ways to repair it. He turned to leave, heading towards the deep sea territory along with the blue octopus. In places they could not perceive, every human and creature in Town burned with a flame. The sizzling sound of the burning spark seemed to carry many murmurs not belonging to the deep sea. Yet this strangeness, having fallen into the deep sea, had lost all power to erode and pollute. Xuanhe once again crawled up from the seabed, bringing with him a powerful broken spark. Even after returning from the depths of the sea to the land, the tragic state of Town lingered in Xuanhe's mind. The broken fire seed, it was originally a fire seed that had reached the scale of a small town, possessing the ability to shelter, purify, and recover. Even when subjected to some erosion, it could restore itself. However, due to an overwhelming attack at that moment, it had almost completely lost its self-restoration powers. If it could be fed enough firewood, it could return to normal, merge with any territory, and quickly form a kind of extraordinary fire seed architecture, which would be named by the land deed owner. Rating level 7 fire seed, currently weakened. This fire seed compared to the one he currently held lacked the prefix ordinary. Though he had long known that the fire seed granted by the power they had brought over from Earth was essentially the most ordinary of the ordinary, which could be simply understood as a trash fire seed, this stark contrast left him at a loss for words. He even had a premonition that the fire seeds seen by the half-elves from the land were likely far more powerful than the one Xuanhe sighed, considering that he had too few fire seeds in hand. The level 8 ordinary fire seeds in the Lord's Manor could just burn away. Then he integrated the broken fire seed into the land deed. A new building gradually emerged in the territory. Using this fire seed was 100 times simpler than the azure sky pure fire. A furnace had appeared in the land territory. The flames in the furnace were red, but there was a slight pale, yellow hue mixed in. Just from the degree of burning, it was evident that the fire seed within the furnace was very, very weak, even inferior to the ordinary fire seed that burned close to its critical point. Fortunately, he had stored a lot of firewood. In the original primitive forest, there weren't many things, just a lot of trees. Not to mention that he had also brought back many green tree spirits. Xuanhe fed the firewood into the furnace by handfuls. His expression had been relatively good at first, but as time passed it grew somewhat grave. He instinctively glanced at the group of green tree spirits in the territory. He had initially thought that these green tree spirits were plenty, but now it seemed they were still too few. Firewood is never too much. Thus he gathered the first batch of green tree spirits originally placed in other areas of the territory and put them together with the remaining green tree spirits. Guarding the territory didn't require green tree spirits that could produce firewood materials. He kept feeding firewood into the furnace until his hands trembled slightly, not daring to look at how many materials were left in the void warehouse or how many he had fed in. Puff! Xuanhe wiped away the non-existent cold sweat, watching as this new furnace building finally fully restored. He let out a heavy sigh. Fortunately, he saw the earthy yellow flames roaring to life, and after checking the building's information finally breathed a sigh of relief. On fire seed, self-named, the original owner referred to it as Starfire seed, a level 7 fire seed sufficient to shelter a small town possessing a certain degree of self-restoration ability, having formed an extraordinary building, a furnace, in the deep sea territory. Within the range protected by the fire seed, it is immune to level 7 and below anomalies and monsters in the night, and has the ability to purify and restore protection. The more special firewood it is fed, the more powerful it may burn and possess more special powers, but the materials consumed in the fire seed obtained may not necessarily be proportional. Please ponder deeply. The land territory has 2 fire seeds protecting it. Even if near the mist, it should be able to hold out during the night. Xuanhe walked into the Lord's Manor to check the burning state of the hearth fire seed. It seemed that it was no longer consuming slowly even during the day as it had before, but it stopped consuming. As time passed, if more firewood were fed, it should gradually recover. There was nothing to say. He was grateful for the deep sea. He stepped out from the Lord's office, and it was already noon. The half-elf had been gone for a whole morning, and he had no idea where she had gone. But the natives certainly had a deeper understanding of the Zero world than he did, so there was no need to worry excessively. Xuanhe wanted to test the protective range of the furnace fire seed, so he opened the snake vine green wall and walked. The silver-armored horse beside him still followed closely to avoid any incidents. Indeed, the protective range of this newly established furnace building has greatly expanded. Even though he has walked so far, he can still feel the protection of the fire seed. In reality, he had only walked a few hundred meters, but compared to the safety zone, it was already far enough. After all, the last time a distance of just a kilometer had directly resulted in a bizarre appearance out of thin air. Xuanhe swiftly mounted the silver-armored horse and continued running outward. Even after running over a kilometer, nothing had occurred. He hesitated for a moment before continuing to run outward. But he quickly stopped, squinting at the figure in the sunlight. He was somewhat concerned it might be another life form, but upon closer inspection, he found it was the disheveled half-elf. In that instant, his pupils constricted. After just a few seconds of thought, he immediately ran out. If he was not mistaken, the true safe zone of the village-level land deed was actually a kilometer outside the village. And now the town-level fire seed, even though it was not as exaggerated as what the deed could protect, still had not reached its protective limit. He ran another 2,000 meters. As expected. But in that vague perception, he could sense that while there was still some protection from the furnace fire seed outside, it was no longer safe for him. The half-elf Elson presented what he had found in this newly born plane. If before the deep sea he regarded this territory merely as a temporary residence, then as he entered the deep sea with the Lord, all his previous perceptions of this territory were overturned. He realized that his understanding of this human lord was far too superficial. This was not the fleeting human he had. After staying, he began to reflect on his previous attitude and contemplate the future. Searching for fire seeds was not something he excelled at yet. He documented the environment surrounding those fire seeds he had observed. However, the active crystal mine was something he could find, having gradually gained his current strength through this unique ability. Now what he brought to the Lord was this extremely special active mine, which had consumed much of his strength to suppress the mine's activity, only to be pursued by the strange shadow. Active high mine. Xuanhe looked at the purple writhing mine with some surprise. The half-elf Elson was not surprised by the Lord's astonished expression. He simply presented it further to the Lord, saying, "My Lord, once you obtain it, you will understand what it is." Xuanhe sensed no danger from it, so he reached out to take the purple mine. As he held it, he rarely felt the land deed's desire to devour. This is a type of, or called active high mine containing power far stronger than crystal mines. It is a true strategic resource with extremely high extraction requirements, which is why I only found this one. I was pursued by the nearby strange entities while suppressing the mine's active growth. As you can see, my lord, the active high mine possesses strong activity and can almost be considered a living ore. Of course, it does not possess any intelligence. It is merely extremely active. Typically, a small piece of active high mine can provide long-term energy resources for a town, such as the defense towers you placed within the territory. However, the greatest power of this mine is not its strong energy and resources, but its ability to grow, meaning it is renewable. It can also repel strange entities to a certain extent. Generally, one must carry this special active mine to enter the mist. Only this mine can serve as an energy core to avoid losing direction in the mist. Otherwise, using other crystal mines as power resources to enter the mist will result in rapid contamination and erosion, never to return. Listening to everything the half-elf Elson said, Xuanhe had gained some understanding of this item, but he was more curious about why the land deed exhibited such a clear desire to devour. Besides that, do you know how this active high mine is generally used within the territory? I do not know, my lord, I am actually a wanderer. Elson took a step back and bowed. I understand. With the human head-sized active high mine in hand, Xuanhe entered the lord's manor and took out the land deed. Rather than devouring, it was more accurate to say that a new structure was gradually forming within the territory. Moreover, this structure seemed to extend beyond the territory, likely because the available space within the territory was too limited. Once the active high mine fully integrated into the territory and formed an extended vein of, or he discovered that the mine's functions were not limited to what Elson had described. On the contrary, the most crucial function seemed to be something Elson was entirely unaware of. That was the active high mine could resonate with fire seeds and recharge them. Undoubtedly, this was another type of firewood and far more precious than Xuanhe wood. But the quantity is a bit too small. Therefore, he inquired Elson for more information about the active high mine. Unfortunately, that particular vein was too far away, and the extraction difficulty was immense with strange entities densely clustered nearby. Thus, Xuanhe decided to set aside the matter of the active mine for now, and taking into account the suggestions of the scribe Xuanhe, had the slaves begin to cultivate new fields, construct new buildings, and search for new ore and firewood outside the village. The territory was currently lacking in all resources. So all of these were necessary tasks that he had not fully considered before. With Xuanhe's reminder, the previously stagnated development of the territory resumed, as if a slow machine had finally started up. The slaves, whether human or half-beast, showed no resistance to leaving the village, but once they stepped outside, their vigilance heightened significantly, no longer as relaxed as before. The scribe Xuanhe also brought many ashes of firewood and scattered them along the way. As they moved further outward, the ashes became heavier, and the sounds resembling electrical currents or fingernails scraping against the floor could be heard. Each time Xuanhe heard such sounds, he would stop and make a mark in place. Thus, relying on his previous experience, this elder basically delineated all the safe zones surrounding the village. He then regretfully reported to the lord, "My lord, there are no ores nearby, especially crystal mines, let alone firewood. I fear we must venture farther away. However, doing so would consume too much manpower, and we lack sufficient labor, so I was wondering if you could ignite a cluster of flames from the fire seeds at intervals. This way we can minimize manpower consumption." Although he had presented his opinion, Xuanhe did not hold high hopes for its acceptance. In the Zero world, exchanging manpower consumption for resources was the most correct and normal thing. If it weren't for the current lack of manpower in their village, he wouldn't have thought of such a method to summon fire seeds. Xuanhe nodded upon hearing this. He agreed. It was a matter of someone daring to speak and someone daring to respond. A town-level scribe actually did not accurately understand what fire seeds truly meant. For Xuanhe, it was even simpler. He had not realized that there was anything wrong with this suggestion. Yet the truth is, even if this method of summoning fire seeds to create a false safe zone would not harm the fire seeds, or merely consume minimal resources, no lord would agree to it. Because fire seeds were far more precious than everything these commoners had. Xuanhe pondered, and then took fire from the furnace. Each piece of firewood contained a flame. However, this fire could not last long. Yet this lord, having acquired new firewood, was not stingy with Xuanhe wood. In a short time, a pseudo-safe path made of Xuanhe fire was created, stretching outward from the safe zone of Deep Sea Village, and it headed towards the distant mountains and forests. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Yet Xuanhe did not forget the eerie scene of Xuanhe town beneath the sea. Moreover, he did not wish to be trapped in such a narrow place near the village. After communicating with the high-level extraordinary beings, the blue octopus and the half-elf, the lord and the half-elf headed towards the other side. As for the brief safe zone route, there was a person standing by each cluster of fire, ensuring that the flames did not extinguish, and promptly returning to the village to ignite new fires. This was not an easy task. However, even the halfwerk with an intelligence akin to that of a 5 or 6-year-old made no mistakes, as if it were instinct engraved in their genes. To be honest, it was somewhat baffling, or it could only be understood that those who could not achieve this had all perished, and now these individuals were the result of natural selection. The path leading towards the mountainous forest was guided by the mage Citra, who was naturally skilled at finding routes. This could be considered a professional match. As for asking the snake people, these halfwerks, to dive into the sea to help him mine, the first second down would result in retrieving a corpse the second. Thus they could only search for stones on land. Citra, accompanied by strong half-tigers and agile cat people, walked. After passing through a vast plain into the mountainous forest, there was no longer much to worry about the eeriness. Now the concern was those monsters. Therefore, with each step they took, they scattered ash from the kindling. In reality, this was a very resource-wasting act. Ordinary lords would merely pile up the lives of slaves. However, who would let Xuanhe know? In the newly born mountains and forests, there were incomparably powerful, extraordinary beings. The entire forest was filled with a cacophony of various sounds. Citra led the team through this chaos and felt cold sweat trickling down, overwhelmed with tension. Fortunately, there was an experienced elder in the team. Additionally, many extraordinary beings among the previous refugees, along with the cultivation methods granted by the Lord, made even the slaves in the village much stronger than ordinary people and halfworks. For powerful beings, even monsters would avoid them. Although the individual extraordinary aura of this group was not immense, the problem was that there were too many of them. Thus, the forest near the mountain became significantly quieter compared to before. Meanwhile, a man with a severed arm was on the ground searching for, or while a woman among the same group of refugees with rough reddened skin was exploring plants in search of more seeds and extraordinary flora. Additionally, the lumberjack was looking for new firewood based on his experience. The leader of the half-tigers was carrying a large wooden box which contained ashes as important as their lives. Time passed slowly. The team felt worry and fear, yet there was no impatience. Fortunately, those who survived many events in the strange language forest possessed considerable abilities. This time, not only did they find a brand new or vein, but they also discovered new firewood. The little starry rooster carefully walked among the halfworks. It was extremely sensitive to the eerie, yet also very timid, trembling with each step. The firewood was a matter of great importance, and these people did not dare to touch it, waiting to report back to the Lord afterward. However, the half-tigers had already begun mining. Simultaneously, the agile cat people scattered ash around this area and planted a burning fire. This series of actions was to indicate that someone was already here. Temporarily ensuring safety, the mining operation commenced in this relatively quiet forest. Meanwhile, Xuanhe was searching for kindling with Elson. Thanks to Elson's protection, he was not pursued by the eerie beings. Yet the feeling of entrusting safety to others made him extremely uncomfortable. Meditation, cultivation, and extraordinary levels could not be improved in a short time, but kindling could be directly obtained. He now wanted to create a portable source of fire to facilitate his exploration of this new land. This kind of kindling was certainly not the ordinary trash kindling made in a workshop, it had to be of natural origin. Thankfully, with the protection of a level 60 half-elf, the journey had been relatively smooth. Just as Elson said, if not for his previous efforts to suppress the activity of the or they would not have been pursued by the eerie. During their exploratory ventures there indeed existed the eerie gaze, but they shook it off in a very short time. After all, they were just some low-level eerie's. The search for kindling was not smooth. Finding kindling on land was far more difficult than in the water or sea. The difficulty could be multiplied by 10 or even 100. Because even the most ordinary kindling on land had guardians or extraordinary beings that depended on the kindling for their existence. Previously, Xuanhe had only seen related content on forums, but once he personally engaged, he realized how troublesome it truly was. Firstly, extraordinary beings were hardly ordinary. It was all dependent on Elson to resolve. Fortunately, there was no need to worry about lingering too long near the kindling, triggering eerie gazes. However, while Elson's level was indeed high, he was still only level 60 and could not guarantee everything. Especially attacking these extraordinary beings could trigger a series of chain reactions. Once Xuanhe managed to obtain a piece of kindling, he clumsily mounted the silver-armored horse and ran off into the distance as a small beast tide appeared. My lord, everything in this newly born region is extremely primitive, which is why there are so many new sources of fire. However, because of this, these extraordinary beings cannot be communicated with. We can only kill them to seize the kindling. Our actions cannot be sustained for long. News spreads through the forest as quickly as the wind. Even I at most can only take 3 pieces of kindling. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee your safety, my lord. Elson's expression appeared quite worried. He did not know much about the Lord, but felt that their Lord had a tendency to act somewhat unpredictably. Xuanhe understood this as well, and at that moment, he was looking towards another area. I know, but Elson, look, what is that place? The half-elf followed the direction pointed out by the Lord and was initially taken aback, then his expression became serious. My lord, we have trouble. This is a newly born tribe. They inherently possess extraordinary abilities and can communicate with plants and extraordinary beings. I did not expect these 2 places to be so close. If discovered, this new tribe will certainly want to seize your land. I once saw a territory fall to such an attack. Xuanhe paused for a moment. No, I am not talking about those beings. I am referring to that mountain range. Elson just then noticed and upon closer inspection was shocked. That is the Wind Mountain range. How could a wind field? Xuanhe was astonished merely at the sight of the floating mountain and wanted to ask Elson what it was. But upon hearing the term wind field, he immediately thought of something he had previously uncovered. Elon egg, the egg form of the level 6 extraordinary being Elon. It needs to be placed in a wind field to hatch. The first being it sees upon opening its eyes will become its master. Wind field. Wind field. This Lu Xianchuan was initially curious about what it was, and now it has miraculously appeared before him. That means his Elon egg can also hatch. My lord, this newly emerged territory indeed possesses many wondrous powers, as legends say. It is said that within the wind field reside many powerful and intelligent beings. I have only heard of such places, but never expected to see one in reality. Only floating mountains can harbor wind fields, and beyond them lies the legend of dragon lairs, though I cannot discern their truth. Xuanhe gazed at the floating mountains, not intending to venture that deep on the first day, planning to explore them in detail later. He turned to the half-elf Elson and said, "Take me to where you found the active high mine." This time, aside from seeking more sparks of fire, another objective was this active high mine. The purpose was none other than to... He had not forgotten his deep-sea blessing talent, and being so close to the ocean, how could he confine himself to land? Yet facing the ocean shrouded in gray mist, he had to keep a few backup plans. Originally, he thought he would have to stay on land for a while longer seeking other methods, but he did not expect Elson to bring him such a pleasant surprise. Now the only issue was how to mass-produce the active high mine. The active high mine itself is not strange, but it is surrounded by many anomalies, and it requires immense power to suppress its activity or otherwise it may escape. Elson said this with a grim expression. Xuanhe acknowledged that he understood. He glanced at the half-elf and realized that traveling without transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. Since he could not ride the half-horseman, he would have to see if there were any nearby horse herds or special mechanical creations. Then the two headed towards the mine. Perhaps due to the sparks of fire he possessed, they encountered very few anomalies along the way, essentially avoiding their presence altogether. This phenomenon delighted him especially when he saw the natural cave. Elson pointed to where the purple active were shown. Upon entering the cave, he carefully checked the surroundings to confirm there were no other dangers. The only danger was how to transport the ore back after mining. He calculated the approximate time and distance it took to get there and had an idea in mind. Elson, if we allow the half-horsemen to hold the sparks and come here to mine, will they be able to bring back enough active high mines each day? This notion was not a sudden thought. However, Elson was taken aback not by the idea itself, but by the fact that the Lord was willing to entrust the sparks to the half-beasts. The half-beasts as a species possess almost no intelligence and lack any sort of abilities. They are even incapable of using tools inferior to the lowest slaves. How could such beings hold sparks? The half-elf thought of many rebuttals, but ultimately did not speak, only shaking his head in bewilderment. I do not know. The half-horseman may not be able to suppress the active ore, but these active high mines can be stored in spatial back. Xuanhe had already begun to contemplate how to proceed. Spatial equipment. That might work, but even before placing them inside, we still need sufficient power to suppress their activity, otherwise we cannot take the ore away. He remained unfazed by the half-elf's words, instead handing the sparks of fire to Elson, saying, "Then this matter is in..." Elson found it hard to comprehend and became somewhat incoherent, saying, "But I cannot contain these sparks. Leave this matter to me, I will handle it as soon as possible." He said this intending to return and use his workshop or consult other survivors to create a spark that others could take away. It should be feasible. This time when he set out, Xuanhe brought a foldable backpack, which could also serve as a temporary storage for the active high mines from the survivor trading market. With a level 60 half-elf backing him and the sparks in hand, he found the subsequent series of actions went exceptionally smoothly. Done. He looked at the nearly full backpack and temporary storage with great satisfaction. It is almost dusk now. Elson complied with the Lord's command. The return journey was smooth. By the time they reached the territory, the sun was almost setting and the temperature had dropped significantly. Half-diggers, half-cats, and some humans searching for firewood and ore had sustained quite a few injuries. There were too many monsters in the primeval forest, and mining was not always smooth sailing. Upon returning to the territory, the first thing Xuanhe did was to integrate most of the active high mines into the newly erected building high mine. The high mine spiraled across the ground, almost encircling the Lord's mansion, and the furnace extending beyond the territory, radiating a purple glow. Moreover, the high mine extending out from the territory displayed an even more pronounced purple writhing, as if it were alive. The villagers noticed that after a day had passed, the amount of firewood consumed by the sparks had actually decreased. This time, the ores found by the slaves in the village were the newly emerged 9th-tier crystal stones and 9th-tier extraordinary stones. Most of the mined crystals were filled into the defense towers as energy sources. The active high mine was too precious, and Xuanhe did not intend to waste it on defense towers. The broken land deed merged into the ground was gradually sprouting new buildings, but it would take some time to fully grow. As for the small mine building created by the wizard that could self-grow and recover, it still required human hands to extract the 50 pieces of profound iron produced daily rather than letting them sit idle. There is still one treasure chest that has not been opened. Xuanhe took this special chest out in the Lord's mansion. After much hesitation, he decided to open one chest in the deep sea and another on land. Just as he was silently casting metaphysics and planning to wash his hands before opening the chest, he suddenly heard the sound of the defense tower activating. This defense tower is actually a 9th-tier building that combines offense and defense. Besides merging with the village wall to make it stronger, it can also shoot a rain of arrows, hence it is also referred to as an arrow tower. At this moment, the arrow tower was making rapid firing sounds. Xuanhe immediately set down the special treasure chest, stored it in the temporary warehouse, donned his armor, and took up the powerful spear, heading outside. Outside the territory, the safe zone's fields were extensively cultivated during the day. As night fell, everyone began to shrink their activities, moving towards the territory. However, an unexpected event occurred at that moment. Under the hazy moonlight in the darkness, monsters suddenly launched an attack on the territory. Moreover, these were not the monsters seen before, but Xuanhe quickly opened the survival manual, flipped through the forum, and indeed found information about these monsters. Are these the shadow-eating beasts from underground? Has a cave leading to the underground appeared near my territory? His expression was extremely serious. The Shadow Devourer is a semi-entity creature that feeds on shadows capable of consuming light. The most powerful among them can even swallow the flames of fire, and many territories of survivors have been breached by these monsters. In that moment, Xuanhe profoundly understood that the previous strange forest was indeed within the novice protection zone. Compared to the previously safe nights, the nights to come would likely be filled with relentless attacks. When Ymira and more discovered the monster attacking their territory, they immediately shouted for all the villagers to flee. Unfortunately, these halforcs and humans had trained in martial arts for too short a time. Despite their constant physical training, they had no advantage against such dark monsters. A Catman was torn apart in an instant. At that moment, the defensive tower was activated. After all, the Shadow Devourers were still some distance away from the territory, but the attack on the territory's property triggered the defensive tower's attack mechanism. Elson, who was tending to his seeds, immediately stood up upon hearing the commotion. He almost levitated in the air, drew the bow on his back, and with one arrow, he brought down several Shadow Devourers. However, in the darkness, the Shadow Devourers were virtually endless. The attack range of the defensive tower was too limited, and many spirit stones were wasted at the beginning. Xuanhe promptly arranged for more to handle the defensive tower. Currently, there was only one defensive tower which he could manage alone. As for himself, he stood atop the snake vine green wall with a weapon and the source water pearl. At this moment, the ability of the source water pearl finally proved its utmost value. Behind Deep Sea Village lay the ocean shrouded in gray mist, where the source water pearl continuously absorbed water from the sea, like a great whale, sending it towards the Shadow Devourers that consumed light. Due to the gray mist enveloping the sea, even the surface water was heavily contaminated. Thus, Xuanhe acted with utmost caution, fearing any adverse effects. He generated water using the source water pearl, the flow precisely landing on the Shadow Devourers without a single drop wasted. Such terrifyingly precise controllability was likely unattainable by anyone else. Even Elson, who was of much higher level than him, was unable to achieve such a feat. In an unending stream, the Shadow Devourers charged towards Deep Sea Village, but were firmly held back by the Halfelf's arrows, and the sea water mingled with gray mist. They were still far from the snake vine green wall. After the gray mist sea water fell upon the Shadow Devourers, these monsters emitted twisted screams, their bodies disintegrating, as if festering, and vanished completely. What was merely a test had unexpectedly proved to be so lethal. After all, one should not waste the ocean's resources. It was unimaginable what terrible consequences would arise if the gray mist sea water fell to the ground. Fortunately for Xuanhe, blessed by the deep sea, manipulating the sea water was a simple task. Were it not for the concern that using the gray mist sea water would pass through the territory, he wouldn't even need to use the source water pearl as an intermediary. Because of this, with constant readiness to retract and under extremely precise control, not a single particle of gray mist sea water fell to the ground. It evaporated in the air. Elson was extraordinarily strong, taking down dozens of Shadow Devourers with each arrow. Yet he looked at the Lord with a shocked expression, as this was yet another method he could hardly fathom. Could someone truly utilize the sea water within the gray mist? What an extraordinary ability. He was also worried about this strange substance falling onto the plains, but upon careful observation, he found not a trace. Thus, the previously panicking villagers and slaves quieted down amidst this strange, yet tranquil counterattack. Even Elson didn't expend much mana and didn't need to drink from the moon well to restore his strength. It seemed that as the Shadow Devourers were being slain at an increasingly rapid pace, they had reached a critical threshold, and these underground night monsters gradually retreated. Elson multitasking attacked the retreating Shadow Devourers while expressing his admiration to Xuanhe, saying, "My lord, your strength truly leaves me in awe. Perhaps even those who have ascended to godhood would not dare to wield such strange mist with such ease as you do." These praises echoed past his ears without striking a chord. Xuanhe's mood was far from good. He realized that aside from a few individuals, his territory had almost no means of counteraction. Furrowing his brow, he looked out into the completely dark night and asked, will there be more monster attacks to come? The Scholar Moore had already descended from the defensive tower. He appeared quite composed, unchanged even after such events. Hearing the Lord's question, he bowed low and replied, "Yes, my lord. This is how the Zero World is. The night will bring endless assaults unless even the monsters of the night recognize that this is not a territory they can breach. Only then will the knights relax somewhat." He seemed to hesitate for a moment, but continued, "Generally speaking, only territories upgraded to a town possess such power." Xuanhe nodded and jumped down from the snake vine green wall. "I understand. You all handle the current situation well, and ensure that everyone must train diligently who do not waste the night hours. Also, I do not wish to see a repeat of today where everyone was flustered and unable to react. Should I ask you all if you've become too complacent and thus forgotten the true nature of the world to the point of being on alert even in the night?" His voice was calm, but more suddenly knelt down. He felt an immense shame for what had transpired that night. Even he, having stayed in the territory for too long, had indeed lost much of his vigilance compared to the past. "I understand, my lord. Rest assured such things will not happen again tonight." I will arrange for the slaves to patrol. After hearing this, Xuanhe nodded. You and Imira go to the warehouse and fetch healing medicines for the injured and record the consumed supplies. Currently, the territory lacks manpower the most. Aside from being vigilant against the monsters of the night, I also do not wish to see unnecessary deaths. Xuanhe put away the source water pearl. Later you all go into the forest and report what happened during the day. He then walked towards the Lord's mansion clad in full armor. Elson did not interject during this time. He watched the Lord. Although not much time had passed, he noticed that this human Lord was increasingly resembling a true Lord. Back at the Lord's mansion, Xuanhe frowned as he removed his warm armor and placed it in the temporary warehouse. He then took out a special treasure box from within. His expression fluctuated, but in the end he still opened the special treasure box. Xuanhe sat in the Lord's manor and opened a special chest. Yet the next instant what first drew his attention was not the treasures within, but an inorganic voice whispering in his ear. Missed announcement: congratulations to survivor Tong Tong for encountering a special micro-doomsday natural disaster and surviving. Unlocked the Doomsday Record Board, obtained 1 special chest and 1 title with a real-world bonus. He had quietly tried a bit of arcane fate tinkering, hoping the chest would yield something his territory desperately needed. But that voice made him open his eyes at once. He had no inclination to look at the chest before him, stunned by the new announcement. A title that grants a real-world bonus. He took out his survivor handbook. Sure enough, during the time he hadn't been checking forums or chats, messages had piled up. Other things could wait. The announcement and that doomsday natural disaster were the pressing matters. Private channel backlog 999. Rinxingxing. So what is a doomsday natural disaster? How do these words even fit together? I can't make sense of them. Zhang Jingjing, you don't understand. Neither do I, but I guess it might be like the super typhoons on Earth. Such natural disasters would surely be catastrophic for people in older eras. Alright, maybe it isn't literally the end of the world. I'm only speculating. Chunmu, only in this group do you see so much idle chatter. Every time I see the backlog at 99, I know it's this group. My own group is mostly silent unless something big happens. Lin Qingya, the more idle you are, the more nonsense you spew. Face reality. Lu, for example, barely logs in. The other leaderboard elites are busy with their own affairs. It's just us who loiter and chat every day. This Tong Tong seems to rank. Rinxingxing top how many? I remember you mentioned her before. Rinxingxing top 1000, but her talent is unusual, tarot card talent, so I mentioned her once. Why are you at? Lin Qingya, search the rankings for her name. I just did a quick look. She doesn't appear in the top million. No point searching. Chunmu. Latest news: her territory was nearly destroyed. Every building razed, the fires extinguished, all villagers dead. She survived because she hid within a tarot card and apparently fled to a specific place. Zhang Yao. Chunmu, is there more news? First, the eerie night creatures weren't resolved, and now doomsday. Do you want us to survive or not? Chunmu, that's all I know. Upgrading the land deed and making it stronger is what lets you live through this. Our organization has contacted many locals. The reports all say the same. Land deeds are crucial. Except for a few special non-deed places, only land deeds can shelter us, whether our own or those of the locals. He didn't find anything immediately useful, but he still sent a short message, then opened another group chat. This one had been created by Chunmu and contained lords from the leaderboards. He scrolled up and found that within a minute of the missed announcement, Tong Tong had been added to this group. From such swift action and the channels of information, the organization seemed increasingly extraordinary. Xuanhe, someone has already encountered a micro-doomsday and survived. Is this person's talent really that formidable? Tang Xijia, share the information. I've already had people probe this doomsday disaster. The situation is bleak. Xuanhe, it's not so simple. Remember when someone in the group spread false news and Gao Xinhong nearly died? Even if someone claims to have news now, who can verify it? Yu Zizhen, no need to worry. That person has been removed. If there were false reports, we are willing to bear the losses. After all, this group exists for better cooperation. If it offers nothing, it has no reason to exist. Tang Xijia, I have no interest in circling with you. I've been exploring outside for a long time. I haven't met another earthling like me. People are barely surviving, yet you squabble here like lunatics. Tang Xijia, I'll speak plainly. The Ling world does suffer doomsday disasters. I've heard they can be brought by the mist, though I'm not certain. Their arrival is random in time and place, but those with prophetic abilities can perceive them. Even the most rudimentary micro-doomsday is capable of destroying a city. I don't know how Tong Tong survived, but Tong Tong, you should be careful. The doomsday will chase you until you die completely. Tong Tong, I received the same news, and I have a solution. If I go to the edge of the mist, or enter it, the doomsday will stop. Tong Tong, I can't be certain on the big map right now, but to my northwest is a special manor housing at least an 80-level transcendent being, something that has reached transcendent 6th rank, which sheltered me. To the southeast, there is a village. The villagers say that if you travel southeast, you will see a vast bronze city called Shangqing. Tong Tong, can anyone in the group locate me, or tell if there is mist nearby? Help. Yu Zizhen, I have heard of that place. Don't panic. Let's talk privately. Xuanhe, besides approaching the mist, there are other ways to avoid the doomsday. Xuanhe, go on. In a corner of the Ling world, a man in the village had grown paler and more uncertain as time passed. Because he found that the so-called future was utterly wrong, as if the future he had received were a counterfeit. Yet at the beginning, everything had seemed correct. Now he couldn't comprehend the doomsday announcements at all. In his memory, only the eerie mist and the night monsters required. How could this be? Xuanhe was confused and terrified. Lu Xuanhe recounted the answers he had obtained from the half-elf. Lu Xuanhe, apart from the mist, there are 3 other specific places. He sent the names of those 3 special locations. The previously calm chat suddenly exploded. Su Juansai, what is this? Ji Jinglan. If I hadn't glanced at the name, and then checked the survivor rankings to confirm this was the same person who once topped both the achievement and survivor list's ID, have thought someone was pranking us. Is this serious? Lu Xuanhe looked at the words he had typed. There was nothing wrong. What was this group even for? He checked the screenshots everyone had posted, still nothing amiss. But when they realized everyone was seeing completely different things, they tried a couple more times, and then gave up. Lu Xuanhe, Tong Tong, if you must approach the mist, I can help delay the Doomsday's arrival, but I want to know what your title's real world. Tong Tong, okay. I still trust the former double top ranking. Let's talk privately. Lu Xuanhe watched the private chat and the message Tong Tong had sent. Survivor life bonus 10. Whether against Doomsday or the mist wearing it grants you a greater chance of survival. Good heavens, he really thought good heavens. After opening the special treasure chest on land, 5 items suitable for terrestrial domains emerged. Among them one was a living entity, yet not a juvenile. Strictly speaking, calling it a living entity is inaccurate. It is an alchemical construct resembling life, likely forged in some forgotten laboratory. Judith alchemical automaton, perhaps one may call it alive, for it is the near-complete masterpiece of a grand warlock possessing nearly all attributes of natural life save for a fractured half-formed soul. In terms of value, this artifact is priceless. Practically, however, one might treat it merely as a decorative piece. Its nascent, incomplete soul is still newly awakened. Special fragmented land deed. It is astonishing that a single lord should have issued 2 such deeds. If you are mighty, consider yourself fortunate. If weak, surrender it to another in exchange for survival. This relic belonged to a formidable lord who had once launched a grand expedition beyond his borders. Yet though he lost his domain, he did not perish. Instead, he vanished into the mist. Fusing this deed into your territory will double its size, grant you 5 randomly selected Tier 9 special structures, and draw the awareness of this living fallen lord. Hourglass of Fate. If fortune is a talent, yours has reached its zenith. You have acquired an exceptionally rare, seemingly impossible structure, one that when placed within your domain functions as an early warning instrument for impending calamities, granting you foresight no other lord possesses. Tier 1 Simple Farmland Blueprint enables self-construction of Tier 1 farmlands. Ordinary seeds mature 50 faster and yield twice as much. Transcendent seeds, Tier 9 mature 15 faster and yield 20 more. Fragmented land deed, damage to 80 capacity. It may be fused with a complete deed to generate the Sanctum, the pool of light non-functional, and the damaged special structure Seedborn pool, while also modestly expanding the deed's territorial scope. Indeed, the special treasure chest lived up to its name. Every item it yielded proved extraordinarily useful, except perhaps the first alchemical automaton. Yet upon seeing its appraisal, priceless, Lu Xuanhe restrained himself, resolving to trade it later with a wandering merchant. He then consulted the half-elf Ailson regarding the apocalypse. As expected, it was common knowledge across the Zero world. Ailson reassured the Lord, explaining that their domain lay directly beneath the greatest apocalyptic natural disaster, the descent of the mist, and thus no other apocalypse would ever trouble Deep Sea Village again. A verdict both perplexing and faintly consoling, a bad omen dressed as good news. Later consulting the survival manual, Lu Xuanhe asked Ailson again about evading apocalypses, and the half-elf actually offered a solution, albeit one barely worthy of the name. 2 of the suggested locations remained utterly incomprehensible to him. The third, however, felt uncannily familiar, prompting him to seek Tong Tong for trade. To his astonishment, those very words appeared to be censored. With no recourse, he devised an alternative plan, and finally uncovered information concerning titles. Why does wearing a title confer real-world bonuses, especially percentage-based life augmentation? He rephrased the question and posed it to the half-elf Ailson. Ailson pondered for a moment before replying. This phenomenon may not be quite as extraordinary as your lordship supposed. Miraculous. He longed to say that the true marvel stood before him, but held his tongue. It is simply a kind of. Ailson struggled for words, then sighed in frustration. I cannot find the proper term. But should your lordship encounter the favored kin of certain entities, you will see that their blessings and the weight of divine attention upon them dwarf even what you describe. The Zero world had just unveiled another facet of itself. Unknown, unsettling, profoundly terrifying. Fortunately for now, his domain's development proceeded smoothly. He dismissed the half-elf who had labored tirelessly throughout the day. Before departing, Ailson glanced at the moon well outside, its glow deepening toward lunar silver, and after careful consideration said, My lord, prepare yourself, the elves will find you soon. Your moonwell shines far too brightly. Wait, you said you sought your kin in the mist. Are there elves nearby? My lord, I am a half-elf. Lu Xuanhe was momentarily speechless. Of course, he'd forgotten. Well then, let the elves come. With matters piling up like tangled threads, he had no time to dwell on it. After sending his reply, he immediately deployed all items from the special treasure chest, especially fusing the land deed directly into the village. The transformation was visible to the naked eye. His entire domain expanded dramatically. New structures appeared upon the deed's map, accompanied by upgrade prompts. Aside from insufficient population, every other criterion for ascending to a town had already been met. Yet people could not materialize from thin air. He made time to meet Mower. The bookman listened briefly to his report and assigned several tasks. Then he picked up Mower's latest manuscript, The chronicle of anomalies drawn from his own memories. After a few pages, Xuanhe frowned repeatedly. These anomalies operate purely on systemic logic. He thought of Ailson, yet overwhelming numerical superiority can to some degree suppress them. Rubbing his face wearily, Xuanhe left the Lord's manor and stood beside the serpentine vine wall. Below lay the deep sea shrouded in gray mist. This time, however, he did not rashly leap into the waves as before. Nightfall and the mist formed a lethal combination, and tonight felt unmistakably more perilous than last. He refrained from risking it, having already summoned the azure octopus to ferry him down. Most terrestrial domain affairs had been resolved, the remainder would wait until daylight, especially since he was still exchanging intelligence with fellow survivors via the survival manual. He realized he had lately underestimated the value of other survivors. As Octopus rose from the deep sea, it sighed inwardly, having deliberated long, before its ethereal voice echoed once more, "My lord, have you truly forgotten? You are in essence a denizen of the deep sea. Is this truly so difficult to grasp?" Xuanhe froze momentarily, bewildered. He had already braced himself to grasp the azure octopus's outstretched. "What I mean, my lord, is that although your terrestrial domain remains distant from the deep sea, standing here grants you dominion over the ocean itself. These cliffs, which would bar others with their lurking anomalies, pose no obstacle to you. You need only raise the sea, letting the deep embrace your descent." Now he understood why the azure octopus wore such a peculiar expression, one akin to witnessing an utter anomaly. Xuanhe stood atop the serpentine vine wall below, which yawned cliff and sea. This wall had not existed before. He had fed it abundant materials earlier that day, coaxing it to grow deliberately. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand, and the seawater surged upward. Within the gray mist, the anomalies flickered violently, each pulse propelling them farther away. When the sea level nearly matched the cliff's edge, Xuanhe and the azure octopus descended into the deep, and only then did the water recede to its former depth. Gurgle, gurgle. Back in the deep sea, a black and white orca swam forward to greet him. Glub glub. A black and white orca approached. It surfaced with a puff, then directly nudged Xuanhe, shaking its head and pushing him into the deep sea. With a flick of its tail, a weight of several hundred pounds slammed down onto the blue octopus. The blue octopus elegantly lifted one of its tentacles and with a thud cast aside the orca baby, which was larger than an adult. It then extended its tentacle to wrap around the Lord's wrist, pulling him down. The deep sea. Under the push of the black and white orca and the blue octopus, Xuanhe swiftly descended into the depths. The territories of the sea and land were starkly different states. On land, danger lurked at every corner, while the sea was gentle, harmonious, and utterly calm. Moreover, he discovered something new outside his territory. Glub glub. The black and white orca flicked its tail again, slapping Xuanhe, who was caught off guard, causing him to stumble forward a few steps. Glub. The orca urged him to move forward. Xuanhe looked at the blue octopus with confusion. The blue octopus sighed, even extending a tentacle to humanize cover its head. "My lord, the small orca you raised has gone to the sea to collect trash. The thing outside the territory should be an item left behind by some intelligent life. Oh, perhaps it will pique your interest, as you have always enjoyed studying the land." Xuanhe recalled how the orca had rolled around beside the Qingkong pure fire juvenile form and frowned. "Can orca? Of course, while they are not considered deep-sea creatures, they possess a special ability and have already intertwined with your fire seed within your territory. The things in the deep sea are not something it can touch at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that you had signed a contract with the orca, it might not be able to live in the deep sea." The expression in the blue octopus' big eyes was quite natural. In fact, it wanted to say it definitely cannot live in the deep sea, but it was still being polite. "Actually, it is my first time seeing a non-deep sea life survive in the deep sea. My lord, you indeed possess extraordinary..." In truth, the blue octopus had been emphasizing his deep sea blessings, which he understood well, but he hadn't expected the orca could go to the surface. Did this mean if it ever entered the fog, it could act as a scout? Xuanhe thought again. "I can craft a ship for the deep sea." Forget it. Originally, he wanted to create a ship that could sail in the deep sea, but no matter how it sailed underwater, it would inevitably float to the surface, which rendered it somewhat meaningless. The blue octopus remained neutral. It fully supported the Lord's fervent curiosity and exploratory spirit, for such an existence would be even more terrifying if it cared for nothing. "You can give it a try. After all, this is your deep sea." After saying this, the blue octopus elegantly bowed, and then pulled the orca back with a tentacle as it attempted to rush out. This octopus was quite eloquent. Xuanhe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since this fog had descended and the deep sea had appeared, it was undoubtedly something he had to explore. It was just that everything was still in preparation. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten about the item that had come from his special treasure chest, the shattered landmark in the fog, and what the survivors referred to as doomsday and fog. He wanted to clarify all of these. "What is this, a diary?" Xuanhe walked outside his territory and picked up the book on the ground. Almost the moment he picked it up, a terrifying murmuring voice echoed in his ears. "Doomsday is coming." It was a heavy male voice, not particularly old, but imbued with a sense of dusk, as if it stood at the end of life. Xuanhe turned around again, glancing at the deep-sea fire seed burning on his body, as well as the approaching orca and blue octopus. The blue octopus raised a tentacle and slapped the orca on the head. Look, this kind of item that carries the aura of doomsday. You can just bring it back at will." The orca upon hearing this let out a glub, turning its head away, almost indistinguishable where its eyes were, but its actions made it clear it was angry. Yet no one paid attention to the anger of the black and white orca, so it quietly leaned in again, even though it couldn't understand the words. Its round black and white face almost pressed against Lu Xuanhe's hand on that diary. Lu Xuanhe extended his hand to push the small orca aside, then looked at the blue octopus and asked, "What I just heard wasn't an illusion?" Octopus shook its head. "I heard that voice too, but my lord, you do not need to pay attention. It's just a story of a failure. If you are interested, perhaps you can follow the aura to that place that has already been passed by Doomsday." Lu Xuanhe felt something was off. He thought carefully, confusion filling his black eyes. Did I not just feel that heavy? Was there something else as well? The blue octopus nodded honestly, then pushed the excited orca aside. Yes, even with such a frail body, you can still sense those existences. It seems that even this human flesh possesses extraordinary intuition. Doomsday is coming. It dropped a heavy statement. If Tong Tong heard this, she would choose to die immediately, though other survivors would just want to flee. However, Lu Xuanhe still sat quietly on the edge of his territory, listening intently. But the deep sea has already shattered it along with this book. Perhaps the strangeness attached to what humans have written has all dissipated. My lord, whether it is fog, doomsday, or strangeness, none can enter the deep sea. The deep sea is a concept, not a In fact, Lu Xuanhe had already learned related information from Ailson, but Ailson was a riddle person who never made it clear. He had only guessed 3 places to avoid doomsday from those vague terms, one of which was the deep sea. Yet upon truly receiving this news, he still found it hard to remain calm. Tong Tong's tragic situation was vivid before his eyes, and the panic of the other survivors reached him through the text. However, this blue octopus said that the deep sea could shatter doomsday. That was simply magnificent. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, recalling the puzzling matter from earlier in the day. By the way, I have a question. Oh, why is it that I just learned about doomsday, and then quickly come into contact with genuine information about doomsday? Many things were the same before. The blue octopus sighed helplessly, again pressing down the restless orca beside it. Because these are mutually chasing you. Your human body has reached certain limits. Even if you do not actively approach, certain things will still appear around you, such as strangeness, doomsday. These are things that no one in the Zero world can avoid. Lu Xuanhe barely understood. It was somewhat similar to the idea that the extraordinary naturally attracts the extraordinary. Perhaps it wasn't entirely correct, but for now he would think of it that way. However, the next words from the blue octopus caused the previously calm expression in his eyes to surge with tumultuous waves. My lord, why do you think the fog this time descended upon the deep sea? The deep sea is chasing your arrival, my lord. Lu Xuanhe felt that every time he ventured into the deep sea, his understanding would be refreshed, and this time was no different. Yet was this refreshing experience perhaps a bit excessive? I remember Ayerson mentioned that the Archmage had predicted the arrival of this peculiar mist many years ago. Thus I was so joyful to meet you, my lord. I know that as long as I stay by your side, the deep sea will come to me. Indeed, knowledge never deceives a denizen of the deep sea. I have truly arrived at the deep sea. Lu Xuanhe became a bit dizzy from the conversation, realizing that he didn't seem to be as powerful as the blue octopus. To this, the blue octopus merely waved its tentacles innocently, saying, "This is your problem, my lord. I only possess knowledge because I have the legacy of my kind, but I do not understand beings like you." Lu Xuanhe exhaled only to release a stream of bubbles. Shortly after, the orca playfully sprayed the seawater it had swallowed right onto his face. He reached out to wipe his face, then grabbed the orca's tail and pulled it toward his territory. This orca was quite mischievous. "Forget it. These matters are too distant from me. What I wish to see most is this, the diary from the apocalypse." He then released the orca's tail, found a random spot, and began to flip through the diary. Meanwhile, the orca wandered about, occasionally spraying water at the lord, and then approaching the blue octopus, wrapping its tentacles around it, much to the blue octopus' annoyance. Lu Xuanhe sat at the edge of the deep sea courtyard reading the diary. As the territory expanded on land, the underwater territory had also similarly grown. Today is the year 5009 of the new calendar. I opened this diary with the intention of recording the days to come, though I do not know how much longer we can endure. Since we can no longer see the light from the sky, messages of the apocalypse have consistently arrived. Initially, I thought someone was intentionally causing chaos, but unexpectedly the church found me. The church said I could communicate with God, but if deities exist, why do they not protect their followers? The number of deceased in Meicheng is increasing. In this world devoid of light, tens of thousands have perished. I dare not calculate that number, but I must protect everything. I have returned from the church. God truly exists. I received a divine revelation, but at this moment I wish that what I received was not a true prophecy. I am in despair. Why must the world I live in encounter such disaster? The deity told me that it is dying, but if I can find certain things, it can extend its life to protect more people. However, crossed out, I do not understand what all of this means. I have gone into the sea to gather fragments, dug up graves in search of the items the prophecy demands. I have reached the end of the world and have seen the apocalypse. What should I do? The deities are right. They have always protected us, tears flowing. If it weren't for their difficult struggle against the apocalypse, we should have perished long ago. But now the gods are dying too. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Xuanhe could sense the despair of the writer through the increasingly weighty words, especially the news of the deity's impending death, which shocked him deeply. A god can die. What kind of world is this? A god has perished, and the god of our church has also entered its final moments. Perhaps this is the end, yet I still feel sorrowful. Is our civilization, our world, truly going to be destroyed like this? Another new day, a new page. I have seen the gray mist. It exudes an ominous aura, bringing forth an endless stream of enemies. Yet I can still fight. I must protect my world, my civilization, and the grave of my god. The following is a long stretch of blank pages, mainly recording dates with nothing else written, as if the diary's owner was too exhausted to write anymore. I have failed. Oh, everything is heading toward annihilation. Yet I truly do not understand why. The apocalypse has arrived. The blessings of the deities have allowed me to retain a trace of spirituality. I have witnessed the destruction of my world, and everything I know is being obliterated and obscurity crossed out. I cannot even recall the words of my civilization. What follows is a series of incomprehensible, yet extremely painful scribbles lasting page after page, until finally, even these words that barely count as records cease to exist. Upon reading this, Xuanhe felt no other emotions, only a profound sorrow. This is the last record of a world. He sighed. How could this be? He flipped through the diary once again, his brow furrowing unconsciously. Regrettably, even at the end, he still did not know the name of this world, nor the name of this civilization. The mist, the apocalypse. He wanted to ask the blue octopus about it, but found the giant blue octopus extending its tentacles to bind the orca. The orca was not angry at all. Instead, it happily twisted around, thinking it was playing. Upon sensing the gaze of the Lord, the blue octopus seemed to have found a savior. My lord, can any more beings come from your land? They need not be human. Perhaps you could try raising other creatures. This orca is too lively. Xuanhe, still not having detached himself from the emotions of the apocalyptic diary, saw the two lively creatures and momentarily couldn't hold back. I will see if there are any other fish available. As for the lack of labor force on land, there are no extra people. Let's quickly return to the main topic. Octopus, from this diary, I have seen another world. Have you heard stories of different worlds and civilizations? Why does the apocalypse seek to destroy these things? The blue octopus was clearly exhausted from dealing with the black and white orca. It swam vigorously to keep the orca at bay and answered the question without a moment of thought. Many, my lord, but could you first raise a few other fish? Different worlds, different civilizations. If you're curious, you can enter the mist. It flicked its tentacle, standing guard to prevent the black and white orca from coming closer. Unfortunately, it was futile. As for why the apocalypse destroys these things, east rises, west sets, spring comes, summer goes, as stars rise, stars fall. This is nature. As for why the apocalypse destroys these things, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, spring comes, and summer goes, stars rise and sink. This is nature. After saying this, Xuanhe could no longer hold back and used a tentacle to swat the little orca away. The deep sea remained as silent as ever. The little orca shook its head joyfully, completely unfazed by being swatted, and instead swam back over. It approached Xuanhe closely. He was pondering the meaning behind Xuanhe's words when he suddenly found the black and white orca plopped against his face, feeling smooth and comfortable. The little orca interrupted his thoughts. He exhaled and put away the diary that originated from the apocalypse. He didn't know whether the apocalypse was real or not, but the difficulties facing the Lord's development were indeed imminent, so it was best to resolve the immediate challenges first. Looking up from here, nothing was visible in the sky. No starlight, and even less moonlight, only an oppressive darkness. Time seemed to have lost its meaning here. Xuanhe took out the survival manual and glanced at the time. It was already nearing dawn. As for the heated discussions regarding announcements in the forums and chat groups, he had not participated, so he returned to check now and found many interesting topics. Firstly, in the forum, a towering thread had already been created, and the number of replies had surpassed historical records. As for who established this historical record, it was unclear. Perhaps it was recorded by some survivor out of curiosity, and thus whatever they said was taken as truth. Due to the massive volume of replies, it became difficult for everyone to keep up with the messages, leading to many other posts analyzing this particular thread. The excessive amount of text didn't necessarily convey meaningful information, making Xuanhe feel as if he had returned to Earth under attack by garbage information. Thus, he decisively returned to the chat channel, especially to the private channel. Xuanhe, Ren Xingxing, is there any organized information regarding that apocalyptic announcement in the forum? Ren Xingxing, brother Lu, your sudden appearance caught me off guard. There is some information, but I haven't finished organizing it yet. Everyone is sharing their information for free, so I can't sell it. Zhang Miao, everyone was taken aback by what happened this time. It just keeps coming in waves. When will it stop? Shun Mu, yes, even though I've given up my land deed to request protection from a powerful entity, I still feel no sense of security. This world is too bizarre. Every time I think I know enough, something else occurs. Zhang Miao, this doesn't sound like you, but if it weren't so, we wouldn't be called survivors. It's precisely because death looms that we seek to survive. However, as the situation gradually improved, before many people mistakenly believed they no longer needed to strive for survival. Song Shiyu, but it hasn't improved. Those who didn't make it are the ones who died unable to voice their own experiences. You can look at how many people have died from the beginning until now. You don't dare to look, do you? I don't either. Song Shiyu, by the way, I'm preparing to escape. I recently found a loophole in my contract, and I heard that the upper tier of this monster is coming. I hope to find an opportunity to run away then and survive. Zhang Jingjing, I've never felt secure. After this incident, I feel even more despair. I've been unable to find information about the place Brother Lu mentioned. It seems we are very far apart. Even if I want to look for Brother Lu, I can't find him. So I plan to modify myself to survive better in this world, but I have no confidence of success. I hope I can survive. Xuanhe, why have you all suddenly become so pessimistic? Many messages in that thread are exaggerated and there's no need to believe everything. Let's continue developing our territory and upgrading our land deeds. Ren Xingxing viewing the file. This is the information I've organized, but I'm just recording it and can't confirm if it's true. Brother Lu, take a look. Lu Xianchuan. Lu Xianchuan looked at these chat records, puzzled as to how things had suddenly turned so bleak. What had happened? He opened the document sent by Ren Xingxing, examining the contents piece by piece, his expression growing increasingly grave. What was supposed to be mutual information sharing turned out to be sharing their own experiences. The accounts of different survivors grew more bizarre as he read on. Had it not been for this unexpected event, he probably wouldn't have believed what kind of hellish lives the other survivors were leading. Setting aside the deceased for now, those who barely survived had become like wild men wandering as refugees. Some mingled with half-beasts, living in constant fear, watching those around them die one by one, unsure when their turn would come. Among the survivors who sought refuge with the natives, one territory was directly scattered by the monsters at night. Hundreds of thousands, even millions, were left without the protection of fire seeds, and among every 100 people it was uncertain if even one was still alive. Survivors ranked in the top 100,000 were relatively okay. While living in dire straits, at least they had no issues steadily upgrading their land deeds. After reading, Lu Xianchuan roughly understood that within this group only he and Zhang Miao were striving to survive and upgrade their land deeds. Chunmu might be better off with her own organization, but the others were barely managing. The reason these people struggling on the line between life and death could still cling on was due to the existence of the survivor trading market. In this zero world, trying to climb towards a safe world would inevitably leave countless people behind. Zhang Jingjing and Song Shiyu simply didn't want to fall behind any longer. In fact, the top 100,000 survivors were changing constantly. Lu Xianchuan sincerely hoped that as many people as possible could survive, but this was not something he could achieve through mere wishful thinking. After reading this information, his only firm resolve was to continue building his territory, upgrade his land deed, as soon as possible obtain a stronger fire seed, and grow stronger. Regardless of the place or person, even the Deep Sea Lan Zhangyu, who emphasized the importance of land deeds and territory, would never mention giving up on upgrading them. It only talked about land preferences and never mentioned abandoning land and deed upgrades. As the stars dimmed, Lu Xianchuan slowly drifted into sleep amidst these thoughts. Sleep time was becoming increasingly short, while work time was growing longer. Before the sun rose, he sat beside the fire seed tree and began to meditate. Even though he was growing stronger every moment in the deep sea, he would not abandon proactive meditation and cultivation. In this world filled with the unknown and danger, strength was the only solution. However, he also posted a message in the forum broadly revealing 3 places where the apocalypse could be avoided to all survivors using some special terms. Deep Sea, Sanctuary, Promised Land, far deeper places than all, a haven of eternity and demise, an illusory utopia. To be honest, Lu Xianchuan knew nothing about these 3 places except for the deep sea, not even knowing where to look. It was uncertain if these terms had any significance. The reason for disclosing them now was also to diminish the apocalyptic sentiment gradually spreading among survivors. At the same time, he also announced the uses of the active high mine, or hoping that a few more people could survive. The sun rose, and Lu Xianchuan was carried by the current towards the land. The sun was no longer as scorching as before. Its current temperature was almost back to that of an ordinary day on Earth, no longer threatening to cause heat stroke after a brief exposure. Yet this change gave Lu Xuanhe a rather ominous feeling. He always sensed that the sun in the zero world was tied to something very important, such as why monsters were scarce during the day, but emerged in droves at night. This concern lingered in the back of his mind, but his primary focus was on creating a level 1 simple farmland. The farmers were already working hard to cultivate the land, but ordinary farmland paled in comparison to this extraordinary attribute. The materials required for this blueprint were primarily Tier 9 soil, wood, and water. Trading for soil with others would suffice. He had already listed the level 1 simple farmland at a reasonable price in the survivor trading market, trading it for the materials needed for production. Fortunately, this ordinary farmland had little intrinsic value and thus posed no significant construction challenges. He could follow the blueprint and figure it out. The materials traded in the market could basically supply his territory while also being traded to others, but the repetitive labor was too time-consuming. He pondered whether he should share the blueprint he had unveiled yesterday. However, seeing the chaotic state of the forum, he decided to set aside his thoughts. He truly wanted more survivors to live, but that did not mean he had to assist some worthless individuals. After some thought, he realized that doing the level 1 simple farmland alone was too much of a time waste, and the resources gained were minimal. Thus, he shared the blueprint with Ren Xingxing and the others in a private chat channel, inviting them to collaborate on creating the level 1 simple farmland to sell. Song Shiyu and Zhang Jingjing, who had initially planned to take a risky gamble, were momentarily stunned, then simultaneously sent a message, "All right." The people in this private channel were trustworthy, and the newcomer was also a reasonable person. If there were indeed any issues, revealing them at this moment would be beneficial, preventing greater losses later. Therefore, he let the 4 people in the private channel take charge of the task, excluding Chunmu, who had not shown up. After outsourcing the production, the speed of creating the level 1 simple farmland surged. Unlike him, a lord who never lacked resources and loved to buy Rin Xingxing, and his team's proficiency in the workshop significantly improved efficiency. Villagers and slaves awoke before dawn, practicing martial arts until the sun rose. Then they proceeded to the warehouse, moving farmland piece by piece. Once placed within the territory, they quickly integrated with it, completely covering the original ordinary farmland. In no time, the planting area was filled with level 1 simple farmland and 8 plots of level 3 simple farmland. The half-elf Aelson stared in astonishment. His gaze towards the lord shifted. The long-absent flower sprite also took flight, regaining its vitality, chattering away. My lord, where did you acquire so much extraordinary farmland? This farmland can cultivate extraordinary plants. If ordinary seeds are planted, doubling the yield is effortless. If a large flower sprite were present, a tenfold increase would be no problem. Then I'll leave this in your hands. The flower sprite quickly patted its chest confidently, assuring no problem. If I fail to deliver, my lord, you can seek more flower sprites. In places like this, no flower sprite would refuse to come. Xuanhe did not take it to heart, replying, that also depends on whether I can find them. The planting area now had 200 plots of farmland with farmers diligently working within. Due to the special nature of the level 1 simple farmland, planting crops here was not as troublesome as in ordinary farmland, but the issue was there were too few hands. The territory's range was limited, and the subsequent level 1 simple farmland was placed just outside the territory, barely counting as a safe zone. Xuanhe did not expect the strength of survivors to be so great, but when the stock reached 500 plots of farmland, he requested to trade for Tier 9 extraordinary resources directly, no longer needing farmland. However, the impact of the level 1 simple farmland's emergence was indeed profound among the survivors. How does one survive? It is essential to have food. Especially in the Zero world, it was crucial to have enough food within a barely safe area. In the past, although land could be cultivated, the yield and planting efficiency were far too low and only ordinary seeds could be planted. But now it was different. Xuanhe tinkered in the workshop for a long time before finally producing a spark of fire for others to hold. This was achieved almost solely through the efforts of the half-elf Aelson, who acquired 3 spark pieces, forming a special structure in the territory that resembled torches. Xuanhe himself was only partially aware of how it was manufactured. He had consulted many construction masters, made constant modifications, and finally succeeded. After all sparks could not be traded, they had to be made personally. Aelson, now holding a burning torch made from the spark, led a half-centaur towards the location of the active high mine. If he did not return for an extended period, the torch would extinguish automatically, and he would have to return to the territory. As for those left behind, they could only wish for good luck. Basically, he had completed everything from the previous day. Xuanhe looked at the slaves and villagers working inside and outside the territory, and a thought crossed his mind. He remembered that the snake vine was also a type of plant. So why couldn't plants be cultivated in farmland? It started as a mere thought, but the more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. Coincidentally, the snake vine green wall possessed its own intelligence, allowing for minor communication. After communicating with it, he realized this was indeed viable. He immediately placed all the level 1 simple farmland from his temporary storage beneath the snake vine green wall and sent a message for Rin Xingxing and the others to continue producing farmland. At first it was fine, but as more farmland was placed, the snake vine green wall began to undergo some changes. The original snake vine and wall merged into one, primarily the wall followed by the snake vine. But now the wall had actually grown roots reaching into the earth. Moreover, the entire snake vine green wall surrounding Deep Sea Village was originally a single entity. As it gradually grew, becoming more plant-like, the flower sprites hidden in the planting area were astonished and flew out. My lord, what have you done? I sense a special forest life is forming. Have you recruited new villagers? Then it saw the snake vine green wall, which had grown lush and vibrant, resembling a vine tree, but actually a wall opening its mouth wide. Human lord, my lord, what kind of life have you nurtured here? The snake vine green wall, originally just the height of an ordinary village wall, has undergone some changes, but they are not significant. However, now the ever-growing wall casts long shadows on the ground, having doubled in height compared to before. This level 1 simple farmland seems to fully exhibit its accelerated growth effect on the snake vine. But this is, though not accurately measured, it should be no problem to say that it is 2 to 3 times taller than Xuanhe. And for a village of this grade, it is virtually impossible to have such a wall. From the outside, it looks incredibly secure. Yet even so, the flower spirit should not be so astonished. The height of ordinary matter holds little significance. The real issue is that the snake vine green wall has transformed into a complete extraordinary life form, no longer merely a structure within the territory. It has come to life. The flower spirit, frightened, fluttered its wings and took a few steps back. But it suddenly realized that it seemed unnecessary because it is a resident of this territory, and the snake vine green wall, regardless of its appearance, must protect the territory and thus must protect it as well. So the flower spirit flapped its wings and flew closer to the snake vine green wall, staring in awe for a moment. My lord, you are truly an extraordinary human lord, capable of nurturing such a life, even while still a mundane creature. With such a powerful architectural life guarding, it is unlikely that incidents like last night will happen again. Look at these robust vines, roots larger than ancient trees, and the greenish-yellow walls bursting with magnificence. It is simply marvelous. The The flower spirit's chattering was treated as background noise by Xuanhe, who was examining his land deed, ensuring there were no issues before carefully inspecting the snake vine green wall. Snake vine green wall. This is a brand new life form entirely belonging to the deep sea territory, a novel living entity mixed from various extraordinary substances. Such occurrences are quite common even in the Zero world. Its rating has reached the 7th tier, an astonishing advancement for a village-level wall. It possesses the ability to guard the territory and attack externally. As long as it is not annihilated instantly, it has basic self-recovery abilities, with its vine-like tentacles capable of attacking monsters over 800 meters away. It is a living entity that is growing true intelligence, so please treat it with caution and nurture it to avoid deformity. Like any living being, it has growth potential currently, just a juvenile. Its theoretical potential can reach up to the 6th tier of extraordinary, but the real limit depends on the deep sea territory and its lord. Intelligent life. Xuanhe has grasped the most crucial points from this lengthy introduction. He can also feel that the previously vague consciousness is transforming into a true soul. He is uncertain if his terminology is accurate, but it feels about right. The village wall surrounding the territory has truly... The snake vine green wall continues to grow, casting shadows over a large area at the edge of the territory. He is quite satisfied with the effects of the level 1 simple farmland. The only regret is that they cannot overlap, as only one can occupy a piece of land. From the looks of it, the growth of the snake vine green wall has not yet reached its limit, and he cannot help but direct his gaze toward the northwest of the territory. There lies a small forest home to the group of green tree spirits. Without hesitation, he walked directly toward that area and placed the level 1 simple farmland within. Sure enough, once these farmlands were laid down, they merged with the earth to form a new structure with sprawling fields growing some gigantic ancient tree spirits. This soil has a certain effect on the green tree spirits, but from a sensory perspective, the group of green tree spirits now resembles an oversized bonsai placed on the ground. Hopefully they will yield more level 9 extraordinary Xuanhe wood in the future. After all, this is excellent firewood. Watching this scene unfold before him, Xuanhe feels very satisfied. He opened the land deed again to examine the layout of the territory. The mountains have long disappeared. Here lies a plain close to the sea and an extending cliff. The further inland one goes, the wider the plain becomes. However, even at the narrowest part of the cliff, it can accommodate the moon well. The Lord's Mansion, the Void Warehouse, the Ordinary Warehouse, and the Workshop are several structures relatively close to the deep sea. Behind the Lord's Mansion is a surface-grown active boar, or emitting a faint purple glow. The active bore or starts here, extending outward, winding directly out of the territory. The Void Warehouse and the Ordinary Warehouse stand side by side in front of the Lord's Mansion, with the shadow of the snake vine green wall cast upon them. The Workshop borders the Ordinary Warehouse. This segment is slightly narrower compared to the rest of the territory, and in front of the Lord's Mansion there are no structures in sight. Continuing from the Ordinary Warehouse toward the land plain, there lies the granary, and beyond that is the planting area, which includes a small section of a lightless cave. The planting area contains 232 plots of farmland, including 8 level 3 simple farmlands, all sown with seeds that are thriving. Near the inland edge of the planting area lies the group of green tree spirits. Further ahead is the livestock area, separated by the green tree spirits, where various animal offspring are raised along with a structure for taming extraordinary beasts. From here to the cliff near the deep sea is not a very long distance. Opposite the planting area and the livestock area lies the residential area. In the middle is a large square with a furnace building at its center, the Xuanhe furnace. This furnace is primarily black and yellow, with a place beneath it for adding firewood, surrounded by a ring of active boar, or emitting a special purple hue. In addition, the recently completed 3-fire pillar building is also on the left side of the square, with one of the fire seeds already taken by Alson. The blacksmith shop, which manufactures extraordinary items, is also on the left side of the square. Meanwhile, on the left side of the territory, close to the Lord's Mansion, stands the entire building of the Deep Sea Office. The entire territory is paved with a kind of light yellow stone with small paths resembling cobblestones. Divided by the Lord's Mansion on the right are the Void Warehouse, Workshop, Ordinary Warehouse, Small Mine Granary, and the vast planting area, including the lightless cave farmland and Ordinary Water Pool, Green Tree Spirits livestock area, Ordinary Water Pool, and residential area. The residential area contains 3 wells along with related toilets and baths. On the left are the moon well, the gradually growing flower bed, and the dilapidated special structure Ancient Tree, not usable, the special structure Sanctuary and Light Pool, not usable, and the dilapidated special structure Seed Pool. There are also 5 randomly generated level 9 special structures in their embryonic form, and the Deep Sea Office, which has transformed into a semi-extraordinary building, along with the blacksmith shop capable of producing extraordinary items. In the center, the purple active boar or winds around all fire seeds, the hourglass, the square, the Xuanhe furnace, and the 3 fire pillars. There are also 2 defensive towers that are almost integrated with the snake vine green wall. In the middle of the defensive tower is a large gate of the green wall that can be opened freely, with the vines above becoming more prominent. Some tendrils resembling snake heads even guard the outside. Now the snake vine green wall has opened a large gate, and outside are fields being cultivated, with level 1 simple farmlands being placed down one after another, while many farmers bend down to work. Everything before him has undergone a tremendous transformation compared to the initially narrow and dangerous little wooden, especially the stockpiled resources inside the warehouse give a sense of overwhelming security. Xuanhe is very satisfied with the current state of the territory. However, after inspecting the warehouse, he discovered a serious issue. As the inhabitants of the territory gradually ventured out to mine, and the crops continued to mature, the capacity of the territory's warehouse was about to reach its limit. The warehouse capacity is reaching its limits. This is truly a sweet trouble. The ordinary warehouse construction technology lacks value, so Xuanhe decided to outsource it. The survivor trading market always has many uses such as low-level potions and various outsourced manufacturing. The villagers have been working under such intensity and have faced numerous dangers, yet none have perished so far, relying on potions and supplies from the survivors. To this end, Xuanhe's friend has even organized the items. The survivor trading market has indeed provided him with significant initial assistance. He plans to eventually separate the extraordinary warehouses from the ordinary ones within his territory, as having everything piled beside his lord's mansion is not a viable solution. Xuanhe felt anxious about how long these buildings integrated into the land deed would take to grow. Many days have passed, and it feels like an endless wait. Fortunately, although these extraordinary buildings have yet to materialize, the territory is gradually expanding outward. The little silver armored horse and the little star chick's residence is actually in the residential area, but the silver armored horse prefers to lie beside the lord's mansion to bask in the sun, only going over to eat. This time is no different. He shook his head while watching the lazy yet increasingly strong silver armored horse lying on the ground. As for the little star chick, it has laid several eggs, but unfortunately it still seems far from successfully hatching another star chick. Moreover, Xuanhe observed the uncultivated farmland in front of the lord's mansion, where both carrots and extraordinary plants radiated an intoxicating glow. It is likely not just the effect of the level 1 simple farmland. The flower spirit must possess more than just the ability to accelerate plant growth. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the longer the flower spirit stayed on the territory, the better the plants grew. This is something he needs to ask Irson later. Thinking of Irson, Xuanhe suddenly remembered that this half-elf had been busy in the level 3 simple farmland for a long time, not knowing what was planted, and he had just organized the territory seemingly, including those farmlands. With that in mind, he immediately relocated all the level 3 simple farmlands back to their original place beside the lord. As for the planting area, having all level 1 simple farmlands in bulk is not bad. After completing these tasks, he received news from the survivors that the 3 ordinary warehouses he requested have been completed. What is speed? This is speed. After taking out these 3 buildings, he assessed them and placed 2 of them, numbers 1 and 2, opposite the residential area beside the deep sea office, where they will be used to store supplies needed by the villagers. The remaining 1 will be placed beside the lord's mansion to store extraordinary items. While the ordinary warehouse appears large with a height and 1,000 square meters of storage, this world's extraordinary ores and woods are also substantial. Not to mention that the level 1 simple farmland continuously produces level 9 extraordinary soil, which has completely filled the warehouse. Unfortunately, this level 9 extraordinary soil cannot be integrated into the level 1 simple farmland, otherwise he could continue to pile up fertilizer. He also traded a large batch of leaf potions from Xuanhe, placing them in ordinary warehouse number 1. Ordinary warehouse number 2 will serve as a storage area for the villagers and slaves' living supplies. After nearly settling everything in the territory, the sun gradually reached its zenith. The sun's heat is still somewhat intense, but it is nothing compared to the scorching heat that could cause death. A few snake people and farmers busily walked in and out of the territory. A fragile pseudo-safe road was being used to transport ores into the territory. Xuanhe casually ate something and planned to leave. He intended to explore the situation around the territory, particularly the area where his territory's slaves ventured into the primitive forest. Even just engaging in mining yesterday resulted in numerous injuries. To protect his assets and conveniently recruit more villagers, he plans to take a look there. Now the territory is only 1 step away from leveling up. Xuanhe called for the silver armored horse and walked out of the territory. As he rode the 6-hoofed silver armored horse with a flame seed and ran outward, the villagers and slaves still within the territory knelt down, prostrating themselves in reverence to their lord's departure. These interruptions went unnoticed. In the safe zone outside the territory, different seeds have already been planted in the farmland, but unfortunately, he still hasn't found the wheat, chili, potato, or rice seeds he desires most. Riding the silver armored horse, he glanced back, and under the sunlight the snake vine green walls and a section of the surface purple active or shimmered with a strange hue. With the flame seed in hand, Xuanhe felt a bit more confident. However, looking at this long production line, he felt it was probably such a waste of resources, so inefficient. He stopped and allowed the villagers who were about to kneel to stand up, frowning as he gazed at the mining and or transportation route, pondering how to enhance efficiency. Is it possible to create a conveyor belt? This was not just a whim. In the survivor community, there are indeed people who can construct such things. Xuanhe rode the silver armored horse around the lengthy production line, shaking his head in the end. That won't work either. It's too long, especially at night. The creatures of the night will surely destroy my conveyor belt, making it counterproductive. Damn. Thinking of this, Xuanhe suddenly realized that in the zero world, human labor is indeed the cheapest. Without the flame seed, no other creations can withstand the challenges of the night. Since a flame seed is required, it would be better to stick with the current model. After all, whether halforc or human, their physical attributes are already quite high, and since they are also practicing martial arts, they resemble humanoid robots, who just a little food sustains them for a long time. Thus, the solution proposed by Bookman Moer is already the best option. Indeed, one should not take it for granted. The people of the Zero World understand the Zero World best. He directly abandoned his idea to improve efficiency, then continued riding the silver-armored horse into the forest. But what I lack most now is manpower. Ooh, I wonder if I can find new manpower in this area. P.S. I plan to create a map of the current territory. If I can't manage it, I'll have to rely on everyone. In the Zero World, human labor is an exceedingly cheap existence, almost equivalent to consumables. Only here at the Xuanhe River did an unexpected situation arise, as he now finds himself in desperate need of manpower. This makeshift safety zone, ignited by embers, sees a continuous stream of cat people pushing carts back and forth to transport resources into the territory. Due to their racial characteristics and their mastery of martial arts, cat people are remarkably agile and swift, making them perfectly suited for transporting resources. He rode his silver-armored horse deep into the primal forest, where the towering trees and thorny bushes posed no hindrance to the horse as it trod, as if on level ground. His speed was impressive and the path of the team was clearly marked, so it wasn't long before he located the mining site of a thick layer of firewood ash had already been spread around the mining vein. For the slaves and halforcs, this treatment is considered quite friendly. Yet even so, the dangers of the forest had not ceased. Periodically, monsters would emerge to attack the halforcs. Under the frequent attacks, even the tough-skinned halforcs sustained significant injuries, with blood pooling on the ground, necessitating the use of ash to cover it. At this time, some individuals would hastily use low-level healing potions to mend their wounds. Scribe Moore was among them, managing this group of halforc miners. Xuanhe River did not disturb this place, as it appeared orderly at the moment. However, his appearance would undoubtedly cause, if any modifications or supplements were to be made to the mining process, they could wait until nightfall, when everything was concluded. At least the requirement of no harm to manpower set yesterday had indeed begun to be implemented today. Thus he rode his silver-armored horse deeper into the primal forest. The horse was swift, yet even after calculating the time, about half an hour had passed, and he was still at the very edge of this forest. This primal forest was unexpectedly vast. He saw neither refugees nor halforcs, only countless monsters concealed within the woods. However, due to his powerful aura and the scent of embers, very few monsters foolishly approached to attack him, allowing his journey to proceed smoothly. After circling around, realizing that there were only resources within the forest and no intelligent life, he decided to leave. The silver-armored horse galloped out of the forest even faster than it had entered, nearly like a flash of wind. Afterward, Xuanhe River turned his gaze towards the direction of the floating mountain range, the wind field, and some intelligent species that have already formed into tribes. Just as he headed in that direction, he suddenly noticed something unusual in an area he had previously passed through. What is that? Has something new emerged, or did I simply not notice it before? It was a lush thicket accompanied by a clear, lolling body of water and a cave extending downward. The cave was hidden beneath the green thicket, and one would truly not detect it unless they consciously looked for it. Yet Xuanhe River remembered that this area should have been a neat plain without any cave. He approached the location of the cave, and as he drew near, strange sounds began to emanate from within. Swish, swish, clack, clack, peculiar noises began to resonate. Without him needing to remind it, the silver-armored horse instinctively avoided these things like a white shadow. A large swarm of black bats flew out of the cave. It seemed that the presence of living beings nearby had triggered some response from within the cave. Xuanhe River had no intention of going down to explore. The Zero World is not an ordinary realm. If one disregards their own life, the world will certainly show how cruel. He was not like some survivalists who had just lost a leg in an unknown area yesterday, and today jumped into unfamiliar territory, a perfect example of courting death, fearing that they would die too slowly. When venturing outside, caution is paramount. Although the half-elf and blue octopus were not by his side, he took out his survival manual and snapped a few photos of the strange cave, then sent them to the survivalist forum and his private group chat to inquire. There must be many more experiences shared by other survivalists than his own, and rushing down to explore based solely on a moment's impulse is no different from seeking death. He sent messages to 2 group chats simultaneously. The first one he opened was the group chat with Ren Xingxing. As he was upon entering, he found the group unusually quiet today, with hardly anyone replying to his messages. Xuanhe River, where is everyone? Zhang Miao, we're making a level 1 simple farm, brother Lu. You really don't know how popular this thing is now, and you have contracted it out to us for production. We can also gain some resources from it, making our territory better. Look, Zhang Jingjing and Song Shiyu are no longer planning to court death. Song Shiyu, exactly. This blueprint is extremely precious, brother Lu. You mustn't let others know about it. We definitely won't speak of it voluntarily, but am worried that the monsters of the Zero World might pry into my mind for information. Ren Xingxing, Xuanhe River, the image you posted has been encountered by many people. It should be an underground cave, but its true size is uncertain. However, there are definitely some night monsters inside, even during the day, as it is always dark underground. Ren Xingxing clicks link. This is some data I've previously collected. Brother Lu, if you have time, take a look. But I can't be sure. I'm just gathering information. I'm going back to work on that level 1 simple farm. Brother Lu, your temporary warehouse is almost full. Remember to clean it out in time, otherwise the resources you obtain won't be delivered. Zhang Jingjing, me too. Luchuan River. Alright, I understand you all are busy. Seeing these people so preoccupied, he felt a bit embarrassed. Moreover, the blueprints for the level 1 simple farm indeed provide tremendous assistance to the current survivalists, exceeding what he had originally envisioned. Perhaps other survivalists have also developed similar things, but certainly not in the large quantities as now. The labor of one person is entirely different from that of 4 or 5. He immediately opened another private chat channel with the experts. Tang Xijiao Luchuan River, I know about this, but with your land deed level so high, why are you only encountering it now? Are you only obtaining resources from the surface? The underground cave is essentially a resource dungeon filled with numerous resources, but it is very dangerous, so be careful. Xuanhe. I have been below bringing a group of refugees up, but these people have completely mutated. They feel immense pain when exposed to sunlight and require several days to adapt. Their physical condition is somewhat weaker than that of normal people in the Zero world. Xuanhe, I have a complete record from when I entered the underground cave to when I exited. He'll share the link. Don't worry, I won't scam you with this. I just feel safer doing transactions in the market. Uzesian group leader, yes, I also have several records here. Let's chat privately. Luchuan River glanced at these messages, momentarily unsure of what to say. In the end, he could only look up at the sky and sigh. Indeed, the platform is the greatest resource. The platform is a resource. Information is power. Without the survivor platform, exploring this underground cave could cost a great deal. However, now he can avoid many dangers through the information provided by others. Nevertheless, Xuanhe did not fully trust the data from the survivors. He compared several pieces of information and extracted some common points. These data came from different individuals. Even if one had malicious intent to deceive, it would be unlikely that they all conspired against him without knowing each other. He had not become so unlikable yet. As for the other information, he categorized it and would check later to see if it was useful. Many survivors have already accessed the underground cave. According to the top 100 player Tang Xijia, all the survivors ranked before him have unexpectedly explored the cave, and not just one. It seems my version is indeed outdated. He reviewed the materials again, confirming this point once more. But this was to be expected, as his talent was indeed a standard conceptual talent. Unlike other high-level survivors, he neither enhanced his strength nor accelerated territory construction. It was neither a combat talent nor a management talent. His high ranking was primarily due to the villagers he contracted, indicating significant room for improvement in territory development compared to other survivors. Thus, even though the deep sea was shrouded in mist, he still had to explore it. He would not have much advantage in land exploration. His true advantage lay in the sea. Much of the exploration on land and the related resource development were also significantly aimed at entering the mist that enveloped the ocean. I hope the excavation of the active high mine goes smoothly. He closed the survivor handbook, having gained a basic understanding of the underground cave. It wasn't that a new underground cave had appeared or it had actually existed all along, but was previously concealed and had now. When his territory was attacked by the Shadow Eater, he had already anticipated this monster's existence by searching for information on the survivor forum. He just hadn't expected the underground cave to emerge so closely. This place was far too close to his territory. He ignited a piece of firewood with the ember from the land deed and rolled it toward the underground cave. As the rolling ember sank deeper, the sound of sizzling became increasingly audible. The underground creatures were extremely afraid of fire and sunlight. Ordinary lords did not have the conditions to carry embers with them. Thus, he could now rely on the ember to ignite the firewood and strike at this underground cave. This was a crucial countermeasure mentioned in the information sent by Xuanhe, the group leader. Among the many pieces of information he received, only this one almost encompassed everything known about the underground cave and categorized it into specific types. This demonstrated the remarkable information-gathering ability of this organization. As he lit and dropped the firewood one by one, the silver-armored horse remained eerily quiet. After about 20 minutes, there were no sounds at all from the underground cave, silent, as if it were a plane above ground. Yet Xuanhe did not relax. He continued to light and drop the firewood one by one. Another 5 minutes passed. It seemed they had reached a certain critical point. Suddenly, gusts of wind echoed from within the underground cave. As the wind sound began, the shadowy monsters appeared. He was not surprised by this scene at all. On the contrary, he had already dismounted from the silver-armored horse early on, standing before the underground cave and gazing at the burning fire pit. The ember was among the flames, illuminating this dark underground cave with a glimmer of light. Monsters of the night were already significantly weakened during the day, let alone under his current tactic of nearly blocking the spring water. If the monsters in the cave possessed intelligence, they would likely want to curse out loud. Xuanhe did not need to lift a finger. Just letting the ember and firewood burn before the underground cave formed an insurmountable high wall that no monster could overcome. Once they attempted to charge, they would fall in droves. Indeed, although the ember's value is not particularly strong, this mechanism-like element exerts absolute restraining power over the dark entities. Perhaps overly powerful dark monsters can devour the flames of the ember, but that certainly does not include these trivial things right now. Once again, he realized the importance of the ember. Unfortunately, even for a lord, obtaining an ember is not an easy task. After blocking the spring water for about 10 minutes, even the underground wind ceased, and everything became eerily quiet. He held the ember in his hand, using it as a torch to reignite the firewood. The ignited firewood rolled down, casting a long beam of light. It was all right. Xuanhe descended into the underground cave entrance with the silver-armored horse following beside him. Silently estimating the distance, he descended. His vision shifted from narrow to wide, revealing a mass of monster corpses scattered across the ground. Tisk. The corpses of these monsters almost blended into the shadows. If it weren't for the vast expanse of corpses forming a certain minor flame, he would not have been able to spot them. Using the ember as a torch was excessively extravagant. Even he did not intend to do so, especially since this fire was not meant for illumination. Thus, he directly purchased a torch from the trade market and set it up on either side of the underground cave. With a whoosh, the cave gradually lit up. This was a rocky cave filled with oddly shaped stones that seemed corroded everywhere. Holding the authentic torch up, he noticed formations resembling stalactites above. Above there were countless eggs. Hiss! Upon seeing the scene overhead, Xuanhe felt a chill run down his spine. The sheer number of eggs triggered his fear of crowds. After walking a bit further, and comparing it with the information sent by Xuanhe, the group leader, he calculated roughly, it should be a medium-sized cave, which also harbors other monsters. In this section, he was traversing. The ground was covered in wet moss and the corpses in the shadows. But apart from a few bats, only the shadow eater he had encountered before remained. If he moved further ahead, he would surely encounter living monsters. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Moreover, this was someone else's territory. Xuanhe slowly began to retreat, with the silver-armored horse quietly following suit. At this moment, however, he heard the sounds of humans howling. The sounds of humans and beasts are distinctly different, which is why Xuanhe was able to recognize it immediately. However, it was not merely the presence of humans that halted him, but the extreme fear within that sound. This emotion of fear transcended space and reached him directly. From the sound, he could sense the immense fear emanating from these people, a pure human fear. Retreat. Almost hesitating for just half a second, he immediately withdrew. Yet just as he was making his way down, the torches embedded in the cave walls extinguished silently. A unique aura pursued him, but he remained completely oblivious. The silver-armored horse shuddered. As its upper body was illuminated by sunlight, a human voice sounded close behind him. "Brother Lu, why are you leaving?" The moment Xuanhe felt his mind buzzing, his body completely stiffened. An intense pain and coldness surged. The lower half of the silver-armored horse seemed to sink into mud, completely immobilized. He felt the chill creeping up his back, growing colder, until the sound of breathing passed over his shoulder, about to meet his gaze. With a whoosh, the fire in his hand flared up, shooting high enough to singe his hair. However, this fire was not like that of Earth, so it could not burn him. Instead, it burned away all the coldness surrounding him, allowing the silver-armored horse to move again. What is this thing? Even though countless thoughts flashed through his mind, he did not stop for a moment. The silver-armored horse struggled to move forward. Under the warm, yet not scorching sunlight, Xuanhe felt not an ounce of warmth in his heart, especially upon seeing the lower half of the silver-armored horse, as if the sunlight had turned cold. Originally, the silver-armored horse had 6 hooves that were pitch black, but its entire body was snow white. Now, however, its lower half was marred with blood vessels, as if human veins were about to burst. This evoked an immense sense of dread. The moment Xuanhe placed his hand on the silver-armored horse, he froze for a minuscule fraction of a second, and then the fire in his hand surged to 3 meters high, enveloping both him and the horse. The blood vessels on the lower half of the silver-armored horse gradually returned to normal under the light of the fire. What is this thing that has brought me into contact with the strange? Is this strange a variant? How can it emit a human voice? He rubbed his face, unconcerned about the fire's expenditure. Essentially, this fire was a product of the land contract. Although he was unsure how he had created this movable fire under the guidance of others, it certainly worked. This fire, or rather the 3 fires, were rooted in the land contract. And within the contract, once the fire was consumed on a large scale, someone would inevitably replenish the fuel. Just as he said. In the square, upon noticing the blue iron object reminiscent of an incense burner with the fuel burning wildly inside, someone immediately stepped forward to add more fuel. Inside this blue iron incense burner, there were 3 clusters of fire, 2 of which were extremely ethereal. In fact, ever since the surface vein of active high mine appeared in the territory, the fuel consumption had decreased by half. It was just that today, there was a bit more. Private chat channel High Player Group. Upon seeing the message sent by Xuanhe, the group immediately became lively. Tang Si Jiao, what the heck, buddy, what did you encounter? My underground cave is just filled with normal monsters like the ones that attack me at night. No strangeness at all. Strangeness is hard to deal with, so there aren't many. How come you ran into one all of a sudden? Asian group leader, that's normal. Xuanhe, did you get close to the fog? There would indeed be a lot of strangeness there. You need to be more careful. As for the kind of strangeness you mentioned, I'm not very clear either. Tang Si Jiao, right, I almost forgot the shock of seeing the fog descend that day. There was too much going on, and I just automatically forgot. Don't go into the underground cave, it's too dangerous. Xuanhe, I know what that is. It's a kind of strangeness that exists as long as you hear it. Just block your ears, and you won't hear a thing. A nearby village was annihilated by this strangeness. Oh, everyone should be alert. As the resources in the territory increase, so will the strangeness. Xuanhe, unless everyone possesses fire that is powerful enough to counter the strangeness like Xuanhe, who once obtained— Tong Tong, let me talk about my situation. I'm still with this mid-tier vassal. It says it will send me to a place where a high-tier vassal is to protect my safety and avoid the apocalypse. I want to ask if this is true or false. Ji Jinglan, true. Shi Ruoying, it's true. I signed a contract with a high-tier vassal using my talent. The condition was that after my death, my soul and everything would belong to it. I thought my soul wasn't worth that much, so I signed it, but now I regret it. My talent is very special to them and could be sold for a much higher price. Xuanhe group leader, do you all know what kind of vassals these are? Currently, there are low-tier vassals, mid-tier vassals, and high-tier vassals. Even low-tier vassals are level 7 monsters, but I can't find any information on those above. Xuanhe, it's better not to know. Let's continue exchanging our resources instead of my territory is lacking. The topic quickly went off course. This is normal after all. This is a high player group, and it couldn't possibly revolve around him completely like the neighboring one. However, the subsequent information about the vassals gave him many ideas. Private channel 6-person group. Xuanhe Lu Xuanhe brother Lu, it seems I've heard someone mention this kind of strangeness on the forum, but how could such strangeness appear in an underground cave? I read that the post said it would only appear in populated areas, or was it Rin Xingxing who shared it in the group when we saw it? Rin Xingxing what? Strangeness information. I also compiled a list, but it was all gathered from forum information. Brother Lu probably hasn't seen it. This broken group doesn't even have a file section to check. He'll send it again, view file. Lu Xuanhe, okay, by the way, Song Shiyu, I remember you signed a contract with a low-tier vassal previously. Song Shiyu, yeah, what's up, brother Lu? The contract I signed seems to be with a stone monster covered in moss resembling a giant rock and a small mountain. It has a huge demand for potions, but it seems to be okay now. Song Shiyu, I see that others want to find information about vassals. Brother Lu, you should not go. This thing is terrifying and not something we can handle right now. Really, as someone who stays in monster nests, I have a lot of say in this. Lu Xuanhe understood. After checking the messages they sent him, Lu Xuanhe summarized and basically confirmed one. Judging from the information provided by Xuanhe group leader, it was inaccurate to determine that this underground cave was a medium-sized one. It might be large. There were many living beings or intelligent life forms within this underground cave. The underground cave also contained many development resources. He wrote and pondered how to explore the underground cave at the lowest possible cost. Give up. That was impossible. It was too close. There was a severe lack of manpower and various resources. After Lu Xuanhe had drafted several plans, he did not intend to implement them immediately. As a person from Earth, he needed to consult. At this point, he could no longer worry about disturbing the halforcs who were mining. He went directly to consult the scholar Mower. In terms of bizarre information, even with so many survivors, he could not compare to this local. My lord, what you are referring to should be the bizarre voice shadow. Once one turns around, they will meet its gaze becoming frozen in ice and unable to move. The number you encountered should not be small. This kind of bizarre phenomenon is actually not hard to deal with, as long as everyone pierces their own eardrums to completely block out sound. They can avoid it. However, along with the bizarre voice shadow, there exists another kind of bizarre phenomenon that usually replaces people. For example, in the former Onyu town, a team of hunters was replaced, resulting in great confusion among many, leading to the deaths of 40 to 50 people before they were finally controlled. This replacer will substitute people they know. Generally speaking, such a level of bizarre phenomena only appears in towns with over 1,000 people, but because of the fire seed, it will not cause particularly severe damage. If it is in your territory, my lord, this kind of bizarre phenomenon cannot breach the protection of the fire seed to enter the village. They can hardly even break through the safety zone outside the territory. Once night falls, all villagers and even slaves will sleep peacefully within the territory, which can avoid 99% of the dangers. Lu Xuanhe listened to Mower elaborating on the information regarding the bizarre phenomena, feeling very satisfied, but then noticed something amiss. So in the former Onyu town, many people even lived outside the safety zone. Yes, my lord, the gray-haired old man said. He nodded. Looking at the standing Emila, he said, go back and bring the remaining fire seed torch from the square. In the future, the main forces going out to mine and gather must carry this fire seed. Emila's face was flushed. Compared to before, her condition had improved significantly, and her body visibly became stronger. She knelt down and saluted. As you command, my lord. Lu Xuanhe then looked at Mower. Select some people, the best trained villagers or halforcs, and explore this underground cave according to your methods. Mower also knelt down, not daring to look up at the lord sitting on the silver-armored horse. As you command. If it's an underground cave, the snake people are most suited for exploration, but for this kind of bizarre phenomenon, physical strength may not be effective. Perhaps some halforcs who have basically lost their intellect could be chosen for the exploration. The closer the halforcs are to animal instincts without a trace of wisdom, the more suitable they are for exploring the underground cave and testing the bizarre rules. After saying this, he deeply knelt on the ground, completely afraid to move. Lu Xuanhe agreed and recorded all the information he obtained to hand over to Mower. He had experience in this matter. He no longer planned to ask survivors for information and would charge straight in. It turned out that people from Earth were not necessarily smarter than those from the Zero world. After Mower looked over the records regarding the underground cave, he called over a man with a severed arm and read the information to him one by one. After hearing the corrections from this one-armed man, he immediately recorded them on paper. Lu Xuanhe watched everything in front of him, increasingly hoping to recruit more villagers. As a lord, having so few villagers was quite lacking. Moreover, the quality of people from the Zero world is indeed remarkable. Oh, just look at this professionalism. Mower organized quickly, drawing on personnel from both the territory and the miners. The underground cave on the plains was not far from the territory. Along the way, they scattered fire ash and ignited the firewood. Mower meticulously fulfilled the lord's orders. As for the others, whether halforcs or villagers, each one was obedient. Even those among them who were truly simple-minded or purely beast-like had been completely tamed by the territory. Standing in front of the underground cave, Mower did not rush to explore, but instead called over a few villagers to exchange a few words, and finally reported back to Xuanhe. My lord, I inquired with those snake people, and received precise information. There is a large underground water vein below. Even at such a distance, the snake people still caught the scent of wet water. At the same time, I asked those warriors who were once part of the hunting team. Based on the shape of the ground in this cave, and the information you provided, my lord, there should be a creature called the demon kite bird underground, which feeds on brains. The eggs you saw hanging upside down on the rocks should be the eggs of the demon kite bird, while the black bats that sense the presence of living beings flying out are the life forms near this creature. Moreover, there should be at least 2 types of bizarre phenomena, no fewer than 3 kinds of monsters, and a large tribal gathering place, though it is currently uncertain whether this tribe consists of humans or others. I recommend Xuanhe, an exceptionally outstanding hunting warrior from the former Anyu town. Her intuition is extremely high, allowing her to sense and avoid some dangers in advance. If this exploration of the underground cave is led by her, it may speed up our exploration process. Listen. This is professionalism. Xuanhe listened to these reports with great joy, hoping that more villagers like this who are organized and capable of gathering information would also come from the underground cave. Yes, explore the underground cave as quickly as possible with minimal losses. He nodded at Mower. Mower knelt, and Xuanhe, who stood at a height of 2 meters, held the fire seed torch in the center. Sitela carried a staff accompanied by a star rooster. Along with a dozen halfworks, a total of 20 people descended into the underground cave. Before entering the underground cave, they all pierced their eardrums, letting blood flow from their ears, and no one cared about the pain. Except for Xuanhe, who felt nervous. No one else sensed any tension. Mower and Xuanhe especially. Xuanhe had never felt so safe before. Holding so many resources and matching tools was something Xuanhe had never dared to imagine before. The nervously solitary Xuanhe opened the survival manual to see if there were any other messages. Though there were no messages, there was a special trade request. In his trading mall, many goods were listed, with the most sold item being the level 1 simple farmland. 10 minutes ago, Xuanhe started a chat from the trading market. Xuanhe, are you there? I want your location, or I can pay a sufficient. Xuanhe. Xuanhe, do you have anything related to fog or the apocalypse? If so, I can tell you. If not, the price I offer is enough for you to provide me with the location of the fog. Xuanhe. Fog water. But can you make that trade? Tong rejected this trade before, worried that something would go wrong. Trade successful. Outside the territory, after Xuanhe received it, he swallowed the small cup of fog water directly. Hearing the murmurs in his mind, and seeing the twisted illusions in front of him, a sinister smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. With trembling hands, he opened the survival manual, looking at the name opposite him, his face revealing a terrifying expression. Xuanhe, there is another thing in my body. This thing appeared when I first arrived in the Zero world. Xuanhe, please elaborate. The temperature of the sun in the sky has become increasingly warm, completely losing its scorching sensation. Many people stood quietly in place, awaiting news from below. Xuanhe was chatting with the survivor in the survival manual. However, the messages from the other party were becoming increasingly strange. Xuanhe, actually, I am a reborn person. Upon seeing this line of text, Xuanhe felt a bit bewildered, doubting whether he had misread the question or if the person had made a mistake. A reborn person in the Zero world. Will they really not be instantly tainted by the strange? Also, does this kind of world have rebirth? Just for fun. During previous chats, the half-elf had shared quite a bit with him, even mentioning that a certain apocalypse was a manifestation of this so-called premonition. Therefore, his instinctive reaction was to feel that this matter was false. Xuanhe continued speaking, I am listening. Although he felt that this matter was false, he did not directly deny it, but continued to inquire. Behind Xuanhe, 1,000 meters away, was his territory, which he had already handed over to another person. At this moment, walking on the earth, he could feel some kind of illusion continuously appearing before his eyes, along with murmurs that seemed to emanate from a distance, or perhaps from his heart. He did not use any other means to eliminate these pollutants and eroders. Instead, he raised an exaggerated arc at the corners of his mouth, savoring the taste of this life force gradually fading away. Survival Manual Private Chat Channel. Xuanhe, but I am not the kind of reborn person you think, just someone who thought so. Xuanhe, after I arrived in the Zero world, I discovered that this was not my first time here. I gained memories from the future and relied on my foresight to achieve great development. For a period, I was at the top of the survivor rankings. Xuanhe, however, as my time in the Zero world grew longer, I found that the so-called future increasingly deviated from the memories I held. It was only yesterday that I suddenly realized I had forgotten something. Xuanhe, where's my talent? Xuanhe, everyone has talent, but how come I have not discovered mine? I was completely oblivious to the fact that I had no talent. Xuanhe, I sensed that something was wrong with my body, so I used various methods to check it. Finally, when I found you, I obtained the water from the mist from your hands. This apocalyptic power broke through my blinded perception and confirmed my previous suspicions. Xuanhe, I heard another voice within my body, a voice that gnaws at my talent incessantly. Xuanhe, there has never been any rebirth. It was a worm that initially crawled into my body, creating a false future for me, and it parasitizes on me, gnawing at my talent and controlling my body. Now the sound of the worm gnawing echoes in my mind, and I have already seen this worm. Xuanhe, tell me, how many people like me are there among earthlings? Xuanhe rode on his silver-armored horse, exploring the However, his expression was particularly serious now. He did not care about other matters, but the last sentence about other people. What kind of worm is this so powerful? Lu Xuanhe, did you seek me to verify whether another voice exists within you? Now that it has been confirmed, what should be done? Xuanhe location, tell me your location. The thing within my body is extremely afraid of the mist and the apocalypse, but it has merged with me. I cannot drive it away with fire seeds. I have already handed over my land deed to my subordinate, so aside from some items, I have brought nothing out. Xuanhe, I also need the water infused with the mist of the apocalypse, which can prevent the worm from continuing to erode me. Lu Xuanhe, check picture. I am not sure about the location. There are no clear landmark buildings nearby. So can you come over? I am also uncertain. Water is not valuable to me. If what you said is true, what do you plan to do? Enter the mist. Xuanhe, this is the reward, a special blueprint I opened from the treasure chest, and a guide to a trading landmark. I have my ways. This powerful worm in my body will help me find you. Do you agree to the trade request? Lu Xuanhe clicked to view the introductions of these two items, then made a clicking sound, and agreed to place them in the temporary warehouse, not in a hurry to take them out. After reviewing the chat records with Xuanhe again, he felt that something was off. As for whether he could find his way here, he actually did not care much. He also wanted to see if Xuanhe would really enter the mist. He also wanted to see what would happen inside the mist, such as the apocalypse and the map he once obtained. If this person truly intends to enter, it would serve as a pathfinder for him. He would ask the half-elf and the blue octopus about the specific situation later. Perhaps they could provide some answers. The exploration of the underground cave would not continue until nightfall. Those underground could pack up their corpses. As Lu Xuanhe reviewed some information, time passed little by little, and the sun had already turned to afternoon. He glanced at everyone and found that all their expressions were quite calm. Just as he was about to ask more, he suddenly felt movement within the underground cave. A cacophony of sounds began to rise. It was not just the people who had gone down, rather there were many more in extraordinary number. The first to appear under the sun was a man whose eyes and ears were all bleeding. This man looked very weak, and under the sun he appeared to be in immense pain, standing just a little over a meter tall, but he was definitely not a dwarf, as his entire physique was very slender, resembling an ordinary human with gray curly hair. More people continued to emerge one after another. The curly-haired man who was the first to come out, despite his completely blind eyes, seemed to be able to sense Xuanhe's location. In the sunlight, a sizzling sound of his skin burning could be heard as blue blood flowed out. Lu Xuanhe watched him crawl from underground, finally coming to rest beneath the silver-armored horse, adjusting his posture, and then kneeling down. My lord, thank you for saving us. The ability of these natives from the Zero World to seek out their lord remained impressively strong. Although he had not descended into the underground cave, it was indeed he who had saved these people. He looked at the gray-haired man below and asked, is there a large tribe below? Yes, my lord. If not for your subordinate coming here, our entire tribe would have perished. Since those strange occurrences began, our tribe has dwindled from 10,000 to less than 1,000. Lu Xuanhe was somewhat shocked by this number, but after seeing the man's height, he understood somewhat. If the underground was filled with such short individuals, then 10,000 might indeed be a bit excessive. Please, despite the sun's scorching heat being unbearable for Eros, it is still much better compared to the bizarre and painful deaths underground. Moreover, the aura of the powerful fire seed emanating from this unfamiliar lord made one feel an uncontrollable urge to submit. Since Eros had not joined the deep sea territory, Lu Xuanhe could not check the panel, or else he might have been even more cautious. We are a group of human beings living underground, as there are plants possessing a hint of fire seed power below, which can shelter us fragile humans in this bizarre and overgrown world. We were originally ordinary humans living on the surface, but to escape the foretold apocalypse, we entered the underground. During our time in the underground world, our bodies underwent certain changes, making it impossible for us to return to the surface. On the 9,563rd day underground, I sensed the breath of destruction approaching, yet our tribe suffered heavy losses. Faced with the ever-growing number of underground monsters and the difficulty of planting the lawn in Lu Chao in large quantities, we were powerless to resist this destruction. I could only do my best within my capabilities to help more people survive, but ultimately I failed. We had no experience dealing with such a strange existence, not even on the surface. But fortunately, during a ritual, I discovered the answer to evade destruction. As long as we are willing to become blind and deaf, we will usher in true vitality. So we awaited you, my lord. I am the priest of this large human tribe, and thus my body has become increasingly weak through repeated divinations, fighting against the erasure of the prophecy with my physical demise. My lord, this is the world we have experienced. After hearing this, Lu Xuanhe focused on the fact that the underground indeed had abundant resources capable of providing supplies for a tribe of 10,000. Moreover, his territory would finally have more manpower, no longer struggling as it currently did. According to what this person said, others were of normal human height, and not dwarves. It was just that he was somewhat special. As for the rest, we would wait for Cece's report to organize everything. The person recommended by Moer was indeed impressive. Exploring the underground caves not only incurred no losses, but exceeded many expectations. The sky is getting dark. After signing the contract, take these people back first, then tell me what happened down there. Lu Xuanhe said as he looked at the sun, which was about to set in the west. Cece was truly capable. After going down, she directly brought all the surviving people up, even without needing a second transfer of the living. Once the sun rises tomorrow, we can directly conduct cleanup activities down there, as well as develop and utilize the resources. Without a doubt, this task is most suitable for AI Urson. After all, he is currently the strongest villager within the territory. Not long after he returned to the territory, AI Urson brought back a centaur. At the same time, he also brought other beings, a new flower spirit, and an elf. After receiving this news, Xuanhe felt incredibly fortunate today. The construction of the territory was finally not as arduous as it had been before. As night fell, the slaves and villagers outside the territory all returned. Originally, Elrose had only planned to stay outside and did not even dare to approach the fields outside the territory, but was brought in by AI Urson. Seeing all that the Lord had accomplished today, AI Urson found it hard to describe his feelings. He felt that perhaps this place truly had some so-called protection. Otherwise, how could a real priest be brought back after just one trip outside? In the territory's square, the flames of the furnace intertwined with the purple color of the ore, exuding a distinct aroma. Xuanhe casually sat in a spot watching the blind underground people sipping food. Among them was a mother who had held an infant. The first baby to arrive in the territory had already learned to walk. In addition to human infants, there were also quite a few half-orc children born. Life always proliferates at the right time, just like at this moment. Xuanhe looked at the corn rib soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and barbecue before him, while his wheat chili and rice were still far from harvest. Beside him, the starry chicken pecked at the food in its bowl, while the silver-armored horse, having already eaten, allowed villagers to continue feeding it human food as snacks. With the level 1 simple farmland and increasingly diligent flower spirits, the speed and quantity of food maturation were accelerating, and the food stored in the warehouse was also increasing. In the territory, even the slaves no longer needed to gnaw on grass roots. In fact, just as the survivors from Earth believed the Zero World was not lacking resources, but rather lacked safe ways to obtain these resources. Endless resources lay above and within the mist, waiting for all life to utilize. Regrettably, while this world possesses countless resources, it also harbors numerous crises. AI Urson was not fond of elven things, but ever since drinking from the moon, well, last time, he became enamored with its flavor and was currently enjoying well water with another elf, a flower spirit. He looked at the blind underground people, especially the short Elrose, and spoke with deep emotion. I didn't expect that, my lord. You could acquire such subordinates just by slightly exploring the underground caves. It seems I should work harder, otherwise I might be left behind by you. If I become useless, I'll just stay in the territory and farm for you. He laughed casually, just as he had when they first met. Xuanhe also smiled, looking at the pure elf beside him, without saying anything more. After all the underground people had signed contracts to become slaves, he checked the information of these individuals at AI, or among them the priest Elrose, who spoke to him first, indeed surprised him greatly. Human name Elrose Siegfried, race human, underground talent astrology, occupation priest, special level 100, affiliated force Deep Sea Xuanhe. Xuanhe actually couldn't understand how such a weak and frail person could be a level 100 boss. It was truly unimaginable. No matter how he looked at it, he could not see it at all. I am also quite puzzled. His information does not match what he has displayed at all. AI Urson, perhaps you know why this is. AI Urson looked at the elf, whose attitude was gradually softening. True elves do not have a gender. Their appearance is too exquisite and beautiful. If others were to encounter them, they would surely become a prized possession. Hearing the Lord's inquiry, AI Urson found it unsurprising given this human Lord's near-zero common knowledge. What was there to be curious about? Lords like this did not need to understand such things. Thus AI Urson looked into the Lord's black eyes and spoke sincerely and truthfully. My lord, perhaps it is because the words of Aelson echoed. My lord, perhaps it is because this one is a priest. Xuanhe once again checked the information on Eros, yet still could not glean anything. After inquiring with other survivors as expected, there was no news at all. Priests are meant to communicate with the world and foresee the future, not for combat. Such a powerful priest is unlikely to be found even in a city-level territory. My lord, you truly possess. Seeing that the Lord was about to continue questioning, Aelson hurriedly shifted the topic to the elf beside him. For ancient knowledge like this, you should ask this true elf. Oh, perhaps you will receive a more accurate answer. I am merely a wandering half-elf. The half-elf gestured for the Lord to look at the elf beside him, whose exquisite and delicate features made it impossible to discern their gender. However, compared to Aelson, this pure elf appeared much younger. The elf had long, deep green hair that flowed down to its waist. Its gaze towards the human lord was exceedingly complicated, as if it could not fathom why a true lord would appear in such a place. This underground human possesses an ancient profession that has long since disappeared into the mists of time. Even in the Zero World, such professions are rarely encountered. They are generally referred to as astrologers. Winter's voice was very clear and crisp. Xuanhe pondered for a moment before asking the most crucial question. Can one predict the stars underground? Winter fell silent for a while, exchanging a glance with Aelson, as if they had confirmed something in their shared gaze. The pure elf then spoke. If you indeed are an extraordinary being who has never come into contact with darkness, if you were to gaze upon the world during the night, you would realize that underground is the starry sky. That is in legends the world of the night monsters, the realm of the starry sky. Judging by the expressions of the two elves across from him, this was undoubtedly common knowledge. Xuanhe felt slightly embarrassed, but that embarrassment quickly faded. Since no one else felt awkward, why should he? His gaze shifted to another direction of the square where a fusion of hourglass and sundial stood. A sand timekeeper. So the role of this priest is that of an enhanced sand timekeeper. At this moment, it was Aelson who fell into silence, but soon he spoke. If my lord wishes to venture into the mists, this priest can surely assist you in returning safely. In those already lost worlds, such priests are generally referred to as those who converse with the divine. In terms of extraordinary ranks, he far surpasses me, but evidently his kin cannot protect him. Therefore, to combat the risks of foresight, he must continually extinguish himself. If within your territory, my lord, the dangers of foresight can be countered with the powers of fire and land contracts, there is no need for the priest himself to extinguish. You will gain a true legendary priest with foresight abilities. Xuanhe was somewhat unclear about how the extraordinary ranks in the Zero world were calculated, so he simply used the Arabic numerals common among the survivors in the mists. One is level 60 and the other is level 100. Even a fool knows there must be a world of difference between them. Aelson shrugged and continued. You have obtained a 6th-tier legendary priest. If you wish to ask me what he can do, then, if you desire, you may tell him the management of the entire territory and the future you envision. He will tell you everything. He can also predict the arrival of the mists, much like that distant archmage, but in terms of foresight, this priest is far more powerful than that archmage. Of course, right now he is on the verge of being extinguished, my lord. You will need to wait for the priest to recover before proceeding. Upon hearing this, Xuanhe couldn't help but want to complain about how the previous explanations were far too cryptic. Couldn't he have just said it like this now? He summoned Eros. The pure elf Xuanhe looked at Aelson in surprise. Aelson pretended not to see anything, focusing. Eros was extremely short. Although his eyes were covered with medication, he couldn't see at all, yet his ears had somewhat regained their function. Even without sight or hearing, he could still clearly discern who the lord was and who the others were. My lord, you called for Eros. Is there something you need? Eros asked in the direction of Xuanhe. As always, Xuanhe did not intend to pretend he knew everything. He was the type to ask when he was clueless, as it was perfectly normal for people in the Zero world to think the lord knew nothing. I just learned about the importance of a priest. After inquiring with these two elves, I heard you could foresee directions for the development and future of my territory. But you are currently too weak. What do you need to restore your body? Very straightforward. Xuanhe was left stunned while Aelson silently lowered his head to drink water, pretending to know nothing. Eros was not surprised. Whether the lord knew everything or nothing, it was a normal occurrence. Eros looked towards the direction of the fire stove, sat on a wooden stool, and spoke in a gentle voice. I have a spark that illuminates within the land contract, allowing me to restore my strength. However, to recover quickly, I need a powerful spark. He paused for a moment, his tone still gentle, but carrying special meaning. My lord, your territory is already quite decent at the village tier, but your truly powerful spark does not lie here. It is in another distant, yet close place. If I can cleanse my body with it, I will restore my gradually fading form in the shortest possible time. If you wish to ask about your territory and future, this level of foresight will not harm my body. Your territory seems powerful, yet in reality it is merely at the beginning stages of development. The most crucial production lines have yet to be established. Although I do not have foresight, I can sense from you, my lord, that in order to achieve true strength, you must head towards the water, while all development on land is merely step by step. Should you encounter an apocalyptic disaster and a nightmarish catastrophe, it is likely to be shattered. I can smell the scent of the mist. This place is so close to the mist that even the strongest beings would not dare to establish a territory at such a distance, just a step away from destruction. My lord, if you wish to ask me about your territory's development, then head towards the mists. The mists bring forth the ocean of another world, the ocean that holds the deep sea. Listening to Eros' words, Xuanhe was somewhat shocked by the first sentence, but he did not interrupt. Until Eros finished speaking, he regarded the priest with a look that carried a different meaning. Aelson was not mistaken. This was indeed a level 100 special species. To be able to perceive so much information purely through self-awareness was astounding. How powerful would this being be once it regained its true strength? He suddenly had an idea. The underground tribe of thousands was likely born under the leadership of this individual. After inquiring, he received an accurate answer. If it were anyone else who suddenly brought up these matters, Xuanhe might feel tense. But at this moment, the level 100 priest was merely a slave within his territory. I don't know if everyone's land deeds are like this, but his is like this. Even such a high-level native can be contracted as a slave. This is truly too much of a bug. After some inquiries, he completely recognized this level 100 priest. Thus he became even more curious. With such strength, how could the underground cave be nearly wiped out? Because, even Aelson sighed at this moment. Elrose said, because my lord, you have always been protected by the fire seed and the land deed. Some anomalies, even though I have foreseen their arrival, still cannot be escaped despite paying a huge price. Although the underground cave we come from is quite dangerous, with the fire seed my lord can enter it. If you are willing, we can enter the underground cave together tomorrow. Perhaps you will understand why we cannot resist. Your subordinate is indeed a very powerful warrior with high inspiration, but without the fire seed, she cannot take anything away. Xuanhe seemed to gain some insight. He planned to work overtime tonight. With the manpower filling the underground cave, his territory could also upgrade. After all, it had previously only lacked people for the land deed upgrade. Finally, it could upgrade from village to town. The registration of slaves and villagers would naturally be handled by Aerson Moer and Amelia at the Deep Sea office. He just needed to do a final check. It is worth noting that the villagers, whether slaves or villagers, have become significantly stronger compared to before. Among them, the mage Stella has already gained the ability to kill monsters at night thanks to her training and meditation. The strength of the territory does not lie in a single person's power. Xuanhe did not want to see only ordinary people in his territory. Moreover, with the enhancement of the territory, as long as he is within the territory, he is almost invincible, and the strength of others does not pose a threat to him. The deep sea office was sleepless all night, and tonight there were also monster attacks. Besides the Shadow Devourer, there was another creature resembling a goat, but the size of an elephant. The Shadow Devourer is more like a mental attack, while the goat monster is purely a physical attribute attacker recklessly charging towards the territory, as if it were fearless. Even under the light of the fire seed their skins are scorched, yet they remain undaunted, determined to break through the territory. The crystal mines dug during the day served as energy for the defense towers, and some were specifically used within. Those who came from the underground, though each one was half-crippled, exhibited fierce combat power, wielding weapons and wanting to rush out to fight. Under the moonlight, the bloodstains on the ground grew heavier. And from the shadowy blood mud, another type of monster gradually crawled out. This monster was worm-like, but extremely hard, causing the ground it crawled over to crack inch by inch. Only the fire seed's protection and the safety zone could barely hold. However, the safety zone was also breached. The newly planted farmland was a complete mess, and everywhere was filth with the seeds utterly destroyed. Xuanhe looked at this immense heartache. His food. The population was increasing, although the food planted within the territory might be sufficient. What if? This thing never seems to be too much. All territories are like this, my lord. Relying on the mist, you need not worry about the impending crisis, which is already a form of protection. Erson drew his bow and shot, resulting in a large number of monsters falling. In fact, he had left something unsaid, but he did not intend to remind the lord. He was very worried that if he did, it might give rise. That is, all life near the mist would encounter terrifying, anomalous attacks, especially this territory that protects many people. Why has nothing happened to this human lord's territory, which is so close to the mist? Instead, during the day, the anomalies are even more frequent. So where did the anomalies from the mist go? This point Xuanhe, but the blue octopus knows. The deep sea erased everything. Within the deep sea, anomalies no longer hold any meaning. The mortals on the ground seem to forget that half of their lord's territory remains within the mist beneath the deep sea. No anomaly can cross this chasm. The territory from the deep sea obstructs all entities attempting to cross. This is something Xuanhe had not noticed before and still hasn't realized. The night is dangerous, but for the current deep sea village it is nothing. There is no need for him to act. His subordinates can resolve everything. The only pity is the fields outside that have been rolled over by the giant worm. These fields are ruined, and tomorrow they will need to lay down new level 1 simple farmland. Such a waste. Fortunately, he learned from the people underground that a certain grass they relied on for survival has a weak resistance to the night. Tomorrow he will find seeds to see if they can be planted. This plant's resistance to the night cannot be compared to what he has here, merely a faint reminder. Lanning Lu Chao tomorrow must descend into the underground cave. Resources are desperately lacking. Xuanhe dealt with matters within the territory while watching the dark monsters attack his territory, feeling a tremendous headache. He discovered that his territory lacked many things: Xuanhe's blueprint and a special landmark. Both of these were quite special, but required unique ores. The blueprint is a level 1 construction blueprint related to industry. The landmark is somewhat distant from him, but not too far. It is a treasure cave, to be precise, a dragon's treasure cave, formerly a dragon's lair. Both of these items are extremely precious, which is why he agreed to the trade without hesitation. But the lack of resources, various ores as well as transportation tools, and those special buildings within the territory that have yet to sprout, just thinking about it gives him a headache. However, today there was a development. His dog finally figured out how to hatch. At the same time, after inquiring about Xuanhe's matters, Elrose also provided answers. He also explained one by one the wind field and related matters about the floating mountains nearby, natives, and so on, providing corresponding solutions. This has already been incredibly impressive without using any talents. How powerful will it become once talents are utilized? Xuanhe looks forward to this. The black dog cub needs to be placed in the mist to hatch. The entity within Xuanhe's body is a high-ranking subordinate of a great being, relying on absorbing this human's time talent to parasitize on him. The wind field has a special method of entry. He can finally hatch his 6th-tier pet. As for the natives he previously saw with Erson, they can communicate and be incorporated into the territory. Elrose resolved these matters one by one. The night returned to tranquility, and the moonlight grew ever more intense, casting down upon the ground, as if truly stirring up another world. Xuanhe listened to the tales of the Arrow's commander regarding matters within the territory, particularly the topic of going out to sea. This was indeed something he had long wished to do, but surely he couldn't truly be the only one scavenging in the depths of the ocean. Moreover, leaving the territory for an unknown place was a gamble with one's life. The ocean was indeed the ocean, but the mist also shrouded the sea. The priest Eros, whose complexion was slowly regaining its color, looked toward the Lord, his voice very gentle and calm. My lord, the place you are destined to reach in the future must certainly be where the currents converge, but at this moment, aside from the ocean that comes from another world behind you, all currents are too far removed from you. Even if the mist represents the end of days, since my lord can construct a territory at such a close distance, perhaps there lies another opportunity. Therefore, as I mentioned before, do you wish to try entering the mist, the ocean that might come from another world, or perhaps many worlds overlapping together, which may bring you greater opportunities? The place where the ocean currents converge shall be the true moment of your territory's rise. He performed a bow and added, however, the journey through the mist is extremely perilous. My lord may wait until I recover to guide you safely. This was something Xuanhe had long desired to do, and many of the resources prepared within the territory were aimed at exploring this misty sea. He looked at the diminutive priest and nodded. I have the protection of the ocean. I can enter the mist. Eros sighed, but it is meaningless for my lord to venture into the mist alone. Since you can develop your territory, you must not give up your land deed. No one knows what might happen if you go alone into the ocean shrouded in mist. Aside from those who have already lost their land deeds, I have never heard of any lord voluntarily giving up their own deed. I have sensed a familiar scent within the territory. If we use it as material to construct ships to venture out to sea, while carrying fire seeds, my lord, you can bring more hands to explore this ocean where countless worlds overlap. Xuanhe was not too surprised to hear this active or. No, it is a special building that is about to be birthed in your territory. Eros walked in front of the flowerbed and the ancient tree. These two special buildings will be completed in a day and a half. The materials produced from them were once used by elves to forge great wooden houses for their journeys before venturing into the mist. The mist does not always bring the ocean, but the materials produced by these two special buildings can conceal one's presence, avoiding detection by the strange. However, my lord, you must note that each time we evade a strange rule, a portion of the wood will be consumed. If used alongside fire seeds, we can remain in the mist for a considerable amount of time. It had not been long since he came down from the surface to the deep sea territory, yet this priest had nearly grasped all the matters at hand. This was indeed a level 100. Xuanhe watched Eros for a while before finally saying, all right, I will leave this matter in your hands. As you wish. After saying this, he took his leave and headed toward the residential area. The people underground were not as easily subdued as the previous refugees and half-beasts. Among them were also powerful warriors and special professionals skilled in various abilities. The reason they were so obedient and compliant now, aside from being saved by Xuanhe, was that Eros had expressed his complete loyalty. This legendary priest was someone who would face no opposition within their underground tribe. Having managed nearly all affairs within the territory, Xuanhe still felt troubled. The troublesome matter was that among these thousands of people there were too many with special abilities, leaving him quite dazzled. Yet this was something only he could see. Perhaps Eros could directly handle this matter, but Xuanhe still wished to understand what abilities his villagers possessed. Thus he continued to study late into the night, glancing at the land deed, while recording information about the villagers nearby. Having read through it once, he had nearly memorized all the details. The next issue was how to properly allocate these villagers. While it would be simple to delegate all tasks to others, Xuanhe did not intend to truly abandon his responsibilities. Tonight the sea territory should be visited after some time. Thanks to the height of the walls providing cover, the territory felt much safer than before. Even at night, whispers could occasionally be heard. Xuanhe stayed in the Lord's Manor and finally completed the last task of the day. Should he upgrade the land deed? Level 3 land deed holder Xuanhe land deed named Deep Sea Greytown Fire Seed Azure Sky Purifying Fire Juvenile Form and U Fire Seed Self-Named Land Deed Buildings Special Buildings Fire Seed Tree Expand Deep Sea Courtyard Self-Named Expand Aquarium Special Land Deed under construction. Lord's Manor. Some buildings have been detached containing an 8th level Fire Seed Fireplace that can be expanded. Abyssal Pool Expand Moon Well Expand Void Warehouse Numerous Azure Tree Spirits Expand Planting Area Expand Snake Vine Blue Wall Expand Furnace Defense Tower 2 Active High or Small Mine Workshop Smithy Hourglass 3 Fire Pillars Flower Bed Growing Damaged Ancient Tree Non-Usable Growing Sanctuary Growing Light Pool Non-Usable Growing Damaged Seed Pool Growing 9-Stage Special Building 5 Growing Ordinary Buildings Deep Sea Village Office Self-Named Cellar Livestock Area Ordinary Warehouse Granary Well Ordinary Water Pooh. The upgrade was complete. The other changes were as expected, but the only surprise was that his personal panel's level had skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Name Xuanhe Race Human Level 40 Extraordinary Tier 3. My personal level on land was only level 24. This is simply an ascension preposterous. No matter how diligently I meditate and cultivate, in the end, I find it is not as fast as upgrading the land deed. No wonder everyone in the Zero world is reluctant to give up their land deeds. This effect is too exaggerated, too absurd. In truth, Xuanhe was still waiting for a voice to sound. Yet the inorganic tone he anticipated did not resonate. He made a hasty guess, thinking that he would know the answer once someone upgraded to a level 3 contract. For now, after wrapping up his current tasks, he would return to the depths of the sea. Eros' eyes were completely blind, even after medication, remaining in a state of total darkness. Yet it seemed as if he truly saw the Lord welcomed by the ocean as he descended into the deep sea. Xuanhe did not avoid anyone, as there was no need to. At that moment, Aelson was shoulder to shoulder with Winter, watching the Lord melt into the misty ocean, both filled with deep admiration. The Lord is indeed closely tied to the deep sea. I can smell the scent of the ocean. He ventured into the mist alone. Truly this is a sanctuary untouched by the apocalypse. Eros' voice traveled far. Aelson looked at this legendary priest among humans and chimed in for the first time. That is indeed the Lord. He possesses the protection of the deep sea. Otherwise, this territory would have long been overwhelmed by the fog and the strange creatures emerging from it. Now we just need to deal with the ordinary monsters of the night. How simple. This legendary priest, wouldn't you agree? Eros nodded, his voice gentle yet sincere. This is indeed the safest night I have ever experienced since my birth. However, aside from the Lord's unique qualities, there must also be a powerful and special spark. Have you seen it? Ailson crouched beside the level 3 simple farmland tending to the flowers and plants and said, I have seen it. That was the most powerful spark I wandering half-elf have encountered. Perhaps soon the Lord will take you to his other territory, a land from the deep sea. Even there you must remain cautious, for the deep sea devours everything. I understand, thank you for the reminder. However, aside from these two elements, everything else in the Lord's territory is quite too rudimentary. I will draft a future development plan for the territory tonight. Such a place should not remain in this state. He slowly retreated, but did not return to the residential area. Instead, he randomly found a spot and lay down to sleep. Xuanhe returned to the deep sea territory, cradling a puppy of the black dog breed. He was worried that the puppy could not breathe underwater, so he specially prepared an environment akin to land using a source water pearl. The longer this pearl stayed in the deep sea, the more powerful it became. Perhaps in the future it would grow into a special structure within the territory. The blue octopus was restless tonight. The black and white orca had gone out to scavenge for rubbish again. Once more it was debris from the apocalypse. However, at that moment Xuanhe remained speechless at the blue octopus words. My lord, is that a pup from the shattered world within the mist that you are holding? It carries a hint of the apocalypse and mist, but why place it in this pearl? Are you worried it won't adapt to the deep sea? You need not worry. Once it arrives in your territory, it will automatically become a part of it. As long as you do not abandon it, it can survive in the deep sea. Xuanhe fell silent for a moment. It can breathe underwater. This time it was the blue octopus' turn to be silent as it pondered something, its eyes growing eerily odd. Breathing underwater is not a difficult feat. It is merely a basic ability. My lord, you didn't think that using the source water pearl meant you couldn't breathe underwater, did you? This was the first time the blue octopus expressed its shock. Xuanhe coughed awkwardly twice, pretending nothing had happened. No, it's not that my human body may indeed be incapable. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The blue octopus remained silent for a long while. Your preferences are indeed unique. In fact, regardless of the form, you shouldn't. This octopus felt its expression twisting. What I mean is, as long as you are happy, my lord. It struggled to suppress its thoughts, but failed to hold back, voicing a profound inquiry. Do you really believe that being human means you cannot breathe underwater? In fact, even using the term breathe may not be accurate. Never mind, as long as you are happy, my lord. That too is a kind of special preference. Your preference is rather unique. The octopus found it difficult to comprehend, comparing the Lord's belief of being unable to breathe underwater to a human trying to prove they couldn't breathe in air, choking within the atmosphere of Earth. It tried to understand, but could not, ultimately saying as long as the Lord was happy. Then it prepared food for the plump black. Xuanhe, a rare moment of confusion struck him. He felt as if his reputation was ruined. Why did he initially think he couldn't breathe underwater when he arrived in the Zero world? At that moment he submerged into the sea like a fish in water. With the upgrade of the contract, not only was the land territory expanding, but the underground territory was as well. Unfortunately, the deep sea was desolate, empty except for shadows and silence, as if only they few existed. The black and white orca scoured for rubbish daily, and this time it found a badge. Unsure of its purpose, he casually placed it on the table outside the courtyard. The black dog pup was also left there waiting. Compared to the land, the deep sea is indeed rather dull, especially this ocean shrouded in mist. Many lives have been nearly destroyed, thus it is normal for you, my lord, to prefer the land. You need not feel strange about it. It seemed that Xuanhe's gaze from within the small deep-sea courtyard caught the blue octopus's attention, and it Never mind, since the impression had been set, he was too lazy to explain. However, the appearance of the octopus was timely, as he had other questions to ask. By the way, I plan to craft a ship to venture into the sea. Do you have any advice or warnings regarding my entry into the mist? Also, is there truly no other life in this ocean? The octopus thought carefully. My lord, are you planning to enter the mist? Then you must bring a spark and avoid strange methods. There are too many anomalies within the mist. Although the deep sea can wear down everything, the ocean is not in the deep sea. However, you have always been sheltered by the deep sea. You are a true great being of the deep sea. This ocean is a conglomeration of the remnants of countless worlds, and there must be other forms of life. The young orca encountered one when it went out. It was a civilization already destroyed by the apocalypse. The mist is very dangerous. For your human form, even with the protection of the deep sea, it remains exceedingly perilous. My lord, please be cautious. The deep sea felt like home to him. However, at this moment the ocean was shrouded in thick fog, rendering it quite unsafe. The land-dwelling Xuanhe was aware of this, which is why he had been contemplating a solution to this problem. Progress in resolving the issue had been slow, but fortunately he encountered a level 100 priest. Thinking of this, he asked the blue octopus about what it knew regarding the priest. A legendary priest, you say? Even on land, my lord, you possess an abundance of luck. If such an existence can assist your human form, you would indeed be able to sail smoothly through the fog. Then I wish you good fortune, my lord. Even if you enter the fog, do not forget that the deep sea will always bless you. Should your human form encounter an insurmountable crisis, please call upon the deep sea, and it will come to your side. The strength of the octopus has grown significantly compared to before. It seems the deep sea species become stronger as long as they remain in the depths. Listening to the blue octopus, Xuanhe nodded. He then took out the seeds that could be planted in the sea, allowing the blue octopus to select the appropriate ones. Indeed, the blue octopus may not understand planting, but it comprehends the deep sea. After selling many shares of level 1 simple farmland, the underwater planting blueprint began construction. Similarly, this task was assigned to Rin Xingxing and the others. Xuanhe gazed at his underwater territory, which was expanding, but unfortunately, it was still barren and empty. I need to think of a way my underwater territory must develop as well. Walking on two legs is certainly better than on one. Unfortunately, this is a foggy sea where too many lives have been destroyed if it were a normal ocean. His mind suddenly conjured a scene, but for now his primary focus remained on the surface. This matter could only be. He hoped that Eros would help him resolve everything quickly. As for the silk star grass flower spirit brought back by Elson, and that pure-blooded elf who had only lived for 50 years and was still in its infancy, they were naturally assigned to farming. Holding his black dog pup, Xuanhe leaned against the nearby seedling of the Qing Kong Jinghua to sleep. Meanwhile, the black and white orca was joyfully rummaging through a pile of seeds, occasionally swallowing a few or playfully balancing them on its head. Watching this scene, the blue octopus suddenly felt that it should also venture onto land tomorrow. Perhaps it could find something on land to keep the little orca calm. Moreover, food in the deep sea is genuinely scarce. How could my lord forget that these fish also need sustenance? I must remember to remind him tomorrow. With this thought, the blue octopus began selecting seeds amidst the disturbances caused by the black and white orca. A new day dawned, and while the sun had yet to awaken, Xuanhe was already up. He now slept only 3 hours. After waking up and hearing some words from the blue octopus, he became even more determined to connect the two territories. How to do so would require extraordinary minerals, especially if he could gather more active Ha minerals. Then, just like before, he began scavenging for trash in the sea. The garbage that could survive in the deep sea was not. However, in Town, which he had previously seen, had completely vanished. One day, in an instant, everything had eroded away. As he groped through the dark seabed, even though his eyes could see everything before him, his human instincts found it quite difficult to adapt to this lightless environment. He felt that many luminescent seaweeds needed to be planted near his territory. After all, he already had a blueprint for. In the deep sea, aside from the fire seeds, collecting trash was also quite inefficient. Most of the items he stumbled upon exuded an eerie or apocalyptic aura, all of which he packed up and discarded into the underwater territory. The sun gradually rose. Yet at the seabed, one could not see the sun, only an expanse of darkness. It didn't matter, Xuanhe had a survival forum where he could casually browse posts. Seeing someone post a picture of the sun rising with the caption "Time to get to work again," he knew it was time for him to surface. To his surprise, the blue octopus ascended with him this time. Thus, propelled by the seawater, they ascended at a rapid pace. The surface territory had expanded once again. Although he knew this at night, it was still not as clear as during the day. At this moment, the surface territory had expanded nearly 5 times compared to its original area. Not only had the safety zone, which had been ravaged by nocturnal monsters, been covered, but also a significant distance beyond it. Apart from the protruding cliffs where the Lord's mansion was situated, everything else was an endless plain ample for expansion. Moreover, his territory had not only expanded beyond the elevation of the land deed, but also amalgamated several The only issue, as Eros mentioned, was that within his territory there was no constructed production line, and there wasn't even anything self-sustaining. At this time in Deep Sea Town, one could leisurely trot, for a while, even on an ordinary horse. The arrival of the blue octopus did not cause any chaos. Even though deep sea species are quite special, and this blue octopus is exceptionally large, who could forget that the Lord was right in front of it? Xuanhe opened several warehouses for the octopus to select what it needed. The octopus only selected a few items before shaking its head. "My lord, I need a skilled carpenter. I don't require too many extraordinary materials." Xuanhe nodded. Elson and Eros had already arrived, so he let the blue octopus find them on its own. This octopus had grown to several dozen meters in the deep sea. Even when it came ashore, it was still a colossal creature at over 10 meters. Fortunately, it didn't need to walk, it floated instead. No one paid attention to what this blue octopus intended to do, not even the flower spirits. There was much work to be done. Within less than half an hour after the sun rose, Eros had already taken on his tasks, organizing the territory meticulously and beginning to report to the Lord. "My lord, I have traversed the entire territory this morning. Deep Sea Town is simply too desolate, and the layout has some issues. However, these problems are minor. The biggest issue is the lack of extraordinary materials, especially ores. I have already arranged for someone to transport a previously discovered mine. It originally belonged to an underground mover, making it perfect for transporting ore. Additionally, the farmland is far too small. My lord, you are somewhat too conservative. Slaves and villagers do not need such ample living space, just a rope will suffice. I have already checked those special buildings within your territory and found out how to use them. The unusable ancient trees are lacking, only the elves." Eros spoke eloquently. Xuanhe felt a bit overwhelmed when he heard Eros suggesting that everyone hang themselves on ropes to sleep. He suddenly thought of a picture from Earth which was quite fitting in this context. Hanging himself on a street lamp was truly too much of a humiliation. He was indeed a very kind and generous. According to Eros, there was no need to provide such abundant and sufficient food, which sparked some people's laziness. As for the Halferks, they didn't require food at all, which was a waste of resources. Moreover, creating a pseudo-safe route by burning fire seeds was an even greater waste of resources. In fact, simply letting a few more people die could lead to the exploration of strange mechanisms and rules, followed by periodic releases of live individuals for further exploration. Very well, it sounds inhumane. Erson and more were also nearby, yet no one had any objections to Eros' words. This is the norm in the Zero world. Xuanhe listened to the suggestions about how he should be hung on a street lamp and replied, after some thought, perhaps for you this is the most economical and frugal mode. But for me, these people being alive is what allows me to continuously produce resources. You handle the other matters, but leave the villagers and slaves to me, Eros. Eros was stunned for a second, then bowed his head. Yes, my lord. Bring me the reasonably drawn territorial distribution map. I would like to see it. Seeing this, Eros handed over the map he had drawn. Meanwhile, the blue octopus had returned with the desired items. However, it was the first time it felt inconvenient and made an additional request to the lord. My lord, your underwater territory also needs development. I hope you can bring more marine life or ensure a complete connection between the underwater and above-ground territories, which might also benefit your domain. After speaking, it left with a pile of toys crafted by carpenters and some food. Xuanhe wished to do these things without needing reminders. Step by step, he told himself not to rush. He then adjusted some building positions and issues on a Ross territorial map, replanning certain areas. Next, it was time to head to the underground cave. With the upgrading of the land deed, the distance to the underground cave had significant. Under the morning sun, where there was not even a hint of heat, Xuanhe entered the underground cave together with Ersin, and, without him having to act, the surrounding warriors dealt with these weak cave monsters. As for the powerful ones Ersin would take, he admitted that he was utterly different from those lords who acted as caretakers for all individuals in their territories. He walked along the path, lighting torches as he went. Eros led the way at the front. The warriors from the underground were particularly strong. After passing through cavernous terrain, they soon approached the underground river. Then Xuanhe saw the glowing lawn in Luchao. He did not cross the underground river directly, but frowned at the pitch. The fire seed was in his hand, and Eros also held a fire seed. However, when the warriors lit the torches illuminating everything around, he couldn't help but frown at the mountain of corpses accumulated in the underground river. Although he had seen it in the darkness earlier, this is terrible, Ersin whispered. My lord, with so many corpses piled up it might spread disease. We need to burn these bodies. His brows were calm, and he found nothing wrong with what he had said. Xuanhe nodded. There was no need for commands. The underground warriors dragged the corpses from the river to the shore, piled them up, and set. Some strange piercing screams tried to spread out along with monsters from the underground river, but before this small team, they had no ability to resist. The issues here were resolved. Meanwhile, the lawn in Luchao across the way seemed to glow a little brighter. Xuanhe could even see in the distance the buildings made of stones densely packed, which clearly took a lot of effort, and now it had become a dead city. The corpses in the underground river seemed numerous, however they were merely the people who had died under the leadership of Cece yesterday. Compared to the entire tribe that perished due to the strange occurrences, it was but a drop in the bucket. My lord, there must still be strangeness ahead. These entities will exist, even if only one person remains in the entire space. But we have the protection of fire seeds. Although these 2 fire seeds are more than enough to shield us, caution is still necessary. After Ersin finished speaking, he directly pulled back his bow and shot an arrow, cleverly constructing a wooden bridge across the underground river. It was essentially a passage made of giant logs, not even a proper bridge. The underground river was not safe, but as long as it was water, especially the sea, it had no effect on Xuanhe. When he crossed to the other side and arrived at the location of the 10th Sandperson tribe, the monsters that had been hiding in the shadows suddenly attacked them. Nothing had happened yesterday, so nothing would happen today. If they could be overwhelmed by these not-so-powerful monsters, even with the fire seeds, then there was no point in living. The 10th Sandperson tribe fell into a deathly silence while the fire seed in Ersin's hand began to flicker erratically. The firewood for the fire seed was burning at an alarming speed, and everyone in the team heard familiar voices. They were the deceased parents, the closest friends, or perhaps the lost children, all emerging in this sound. Bang, bang, bang. There were even sounds of impacts. Many white marks appeared on the ground, and some people had certain handprints on their arms and clothes, their spirits being tainted. These are the strangeness trying to replace us among the living, but failed. Eros could not see clearly what lay before him, yet his opened eyes were filled with compassion. For the deep sea town, avoiding strangeness was surprisingly simple, so simple that it required no sacrifice of any individual and didn't even have to face the strangeness. Fire seeds, fire seeds. Their tribe lost everything because they lacked fire seeds. Even though his tribe had under his leadership avoided all dangers possible, obtained all resources from the underground, and developed to a scale of 10,000 people. Yet due to the absence of fire seeds, just 2 types of strangeness caused everything to vanish. All efforts were in vain. Even though Eros had become a legendary priest, he still could not find the fire seeds. Only lords with land deeds could search for and utilize fire seeds. As for the extremely rare fire seeds available for ordinary people, they were merely defective refuse. And he could not even search for this refuse. Such is this world. He closed his eyes, withdrew his emotions. From that moment on, he was just a villager of the deep sea territory. Everything in this underground city, home to tens of thousands, remained as usual except for the residents who once lived here. It was entirely different from Xuanhe Town that Xuanhe had previously seen. If Xuanhe Town still had some residents who seemed almost frozen in time, this place was completely deserted. So many had died that not even a corpse was left behind, vanishing quietly as if they had never existed. This was a deserted city. Eros had known this when he left, and now he was calmly and coldly assessing what should be taken. In fact, nothing from a city attacked by such strange forces should be brought back, as it could trigger another disaster, but for Deep Sea Town the stakes were not as high. He led his group through this empty city with sparks occasionally flaring up, the sound of rustling nearby. There were moments when the team was nearly replaced, yet in the end nothing happened. The hurried departure yesterday had ensured that everything they intended to take was now accounted for. Eros walked at the front, not looking back, and the others followed suit. Only Xuanhe glanced back, his gaze lingering on the tragic state of the underground city, feeling a tinge of worry for the upcoming journey through the misty sea. This was not concern for himself, but for those who were with him. If they were to die in the misty sea, it would be a significant weight. The exploration of the underground caverns concluded without incident. Most of the resources had been used in the construction of Aras' former tribe, while the rest were brought up using various methods. What could not be brought up would require daily excavations by people. When they returned to the surface, standing on the grasslands under the sun's glow, many breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, you have roughly surveyed the underground caverns. The materials here cannot be transported quickly by just us. I will send some mountain movers down to relocate the ore deposits, and planting of the crops is already underway. In addition, the active hygiene ore also needs to be transported into the territory, ideally near the territory, but those professionals may not have much strength. We need to communicate with the indigenous people living in the floating mountains. They have their own methods. My lord, please follow me. Your Elon egg can only be hatched in the wind field. If it were to be hatched under normal conditions, it would take more than a year, but there are special plants among these natives that can accelerate the hatching of the Elon egg. In this area of floating mountains, there must be extremely special ores like the active hygiene ore. I have already sent people to explore, so please rest assured everything in Deep Sea Town is your wealth, including the people. I will not damage your wealth. Powerful beings attract powerful anomalies, while the weak attract weaker monsters. The people I sent out carried a large quantity of ash and clothing soaked in laning flowgrass liquid, so there should not be any problems. Elson stood beside him, shrugging. For a legendary priest, these tasks were as simple as eating and drinking. Thinking of how he would no longer need to go out to work every day, only tending to the plants he grew, he felt very happy. However, seeing the requirements and actions of the Lord, it seemed that departure by sea was imminent. He also needed to prepare properly and not hold anyone back. With sufficient information, many previously difficult tasks could now be accomplished with ease. The locals living in the floating mountains were quite challenging to communicate with and had their own language. However, after Eros approached and babbled something, these natives handed over what looked like lantern grass and cowhide. Eros took these items, checked them to ensure there were no issues, nodded, and walked to Xuanhe's side. My lord, these are the seeds of blood dragon grass. When hatching the Elon egg in the wind field, plant these nearby to let this flower spirit help you catalyze these seeds, allowing this 6th-tier extraordinary life Elon to hatch within just 3 hours. However, due to the accelerated hatching, it will require some nutritional supplementation to provide sufficient energy, which can be compensated by some auxiliary cultivation potions in your void warehouse. During the day, you can place it in the primitive forest outside our territory, and at night return to the fire's side. It will become even stronger. Moreover, the natives who worship the tree spirits have decided to follow you back, my lord. He said this humbly, bowing his head. Xuanhe found it hard to believe. How can one person accomplish the work of several? And how can everything be resolved? Yet thinking of how this legendary priest had previously managed to nurture a tribe of 10,000 underground, everything before him suddenly did not seem so strange. As a level 100 BOSS, he certainly could not be compared to an ordinary person. He nodded at Eros. Then I will go hatch the Elon. You handle the rest of the matters. The silk star grass flower spirit followed Xuanhe, stepping onto the steep cliffs leading into the wind field. These were nearly vertical cliffs connected by extremely narrow vines to the floating mountains, and he had to traverse this route to reach the wind field. The map had already been provided to him. The flower spirit had no problem, after all, it could fly. Xuanhe initially found it somewhat uncomfortable, but soon adapted to the constant risk of falling and being crushed. Due to the contract upgrade, his personal level also skyrocketed, allowing him to climb swiftly. The flower spirit eventually could not keep up and had to sit on his shoulder, gripping his clothes tightly. Accompanied by the sound of the wind and the howls of beasts, Xuanhe finally saw the wind field and the seemingly endless herd of beasts. These beasts flew freely within the floating mountains, indifferent to the arrival of humans. The wind field was an open terrace with a current that could lift one into the air at any moment. He planted blood dragon grass seeds throughout this area, and then the flower spirit flapped its wings like twinkling starlight, causing all the plants in its path to mature. To be on the safe side, he filled the entire wind field with blood dragon grass, exhausting the flower spirit. After completing all this, the flower spirit departed, following the scent of the spirits towards where Elson was. As for the Lord, he naturally placed the Elon egg in the wind field filled with blood dragon grass, waiting quietly. The wait felt very long, but fortunately he could open the survival manual to check the forum and group chat. He originally thought he would have to worry about other life forms existing in the wind field and drive them away, but found it to be a rare place of peace. Aside from himself, there were only the freshly planted grasses. 3 hours later, a notification pinged. Xuanhe, I have confirmed your location. I didn't expect you to be so close to Sky County. I used a method and should arrive there in about a day. Xuanhe, how did you manage to traverse such a long distance? It's impossible for us right now. Xuanhe, inside my body is a time bug. It can. Xuanhe, don't worry, I only want to enter the mist. Oh, I want to enter your territory. Crack. As he frowned at the message from the Elon egg hatched successfully. 20 minutes later, the newly hatched little Elon let out a satisfied burp. Eros had noted down everything that could nourish the malnourished little Elon, most of which were extraordinary potions. He did not need to draw upon the resources from the void warehouse. As time passed, the various talents and professions of the survivors became increasingly formidable. The most notable among them were artisans, especially blacksmiths and alchemists, who made remarkable progress. Many items that Xuanhe had once purchased from distant merchants could now be found in the survivor trading market. The price was not an issue. He had acquired many resources by selling a level 1 simple farmland. Of course, the most important reason now was that this little Elon just hatched was incredibly beautiful. Its body was a light blue adorned with various patterns, and most importantly, it had 2 pairs of exquisite wings. Just the span of a single wing could completely cover him. This creature before him resembled a special winged dragon, arousing his immense curiosity. He could hardly wait to ride it. In fact, if it had hatched normally, it wouldn't be a problem for 3 or 4 people to stand on Ylan. Now, despite having been fed many foods, it was just enough to satisfy Xuanhe's wish. The wind howled past his ears. Ylan's 2 pairs of wings flapped vigorously, diving over a great distance. Due to the extraordinary nature of this creature, Elon was very attached to its master and loved him dearly. The two seemed to share a deep connection. Indeed, air superiority was an insurmountable advantage. Xuanhe had already spotted Erson and the others. Those who worshipped the tree spirits were communicating with some existence near the active boar, or in a peculiar manner, gradually moving it bit by bit. This was neither scientific nor physical, but rather extraordinary. Ylan's wings stirred up a massive airflow, yet when it almost hovered in midair, its 4 wings hardly moved. Xuanhe looked down from above. Eros could sense the Lord's arrival even without eyes. My lord, the relocation of the active boar or is progressing smoothly, but it will take another 2 or 3 days to completely move this vein to the territory. Please bear with us. The exploration of the floating mountain range has yielded a target. Although there are no special ores inside, there exists an extraordinarily unique ancient tree. This requires communication with the elves. I originally intended to send Erson, but he said pure elves have more persuasive power, so I can send it. Xuanhe had nothing more to say. This was level 100. Level 100 indeed. He glanced at the general situation and jumped down from Elon. Now that we're done here, can we prepare for our journey to the sea? Eros quietly nodded, seeming a bit taller than before. Yes, my lord. However, you need to be mentally prepared. The journey through the misty sea may not be smooth, especially for you. Please pay it. Xuanhe was unbothered by this. He casually nodded, and then asked, how many people can the ship we build accommodate? How do we ensure the safety of these people? That depends on the ancient tree structures in your territory, but I would suggest not exceeding 10 people. If it weren't for your location being the rushing waters, I wouldn't want you to risk venturing into the misty sea. Xuanhe fell silent for a moment, finally, saying, just make sure to pay attention to your own safety. Erson, standing nearby, felt the same. After all, this was a lord with deep-sea creatures as subordinates. If something went wrong, those deep-sea creatures would certainly come to rescue their lord, but for them the outcome was uncertain. I hope everything goes smoothly. Entering the mist had always been Erson's ambition. Initially, he thought it would take some time to see the territory develop, but unexpectedly, it was just around the corner. Perhaps it was the fear of impending death that made him truly worried about not returning. But fortunately, there was a legendary priest. With his presence, the chances of survival would greatly increase. As for the lord, no one seemed keen on relying on this overly young lord, yet whether in strength or vision. However, some things had long surpassed these considerations. After a busy day, even the silver-armored horse had played its part as a beast of burden. After all, it was fast and naturally possessed the power to resist the bizarre. Yet for anything not its master, it simply delivered pure brute force. Winter, the pure elf, almost vomited when it emerged. It knew what it needed to do and had brought 2 flower spirits just to communicate with the ancient trees that coexisted harmoniously with the mountains. Since arriving at Deep Sea Town, Eros had been progressing everything swiftly, yet he still felt it was not fast enough. He knew all too well that this world knew no peace or safety. Especially after inquiring with the elders in the territory, it was simply unbelievable that Deep Sea Town had yet to encounter another lord or a clan battle. Perhaps it was because this territory was built near the Misty Sea, otherwise someone would have attacked long ago. But with the territory's continued expansion, this was an inevitable situation. They needed to plan ahead. Although he sensed the rushing waters from the Lord, Eros did not dare to be overly confident. As an elder who had lived for many years, he found this lord excessively young and inexperienced. Everything depended on him completing the construction of the entire territory as soon as possible. But that did not mean he did not respect or acknowledge this young lord. After all, among all things, the spark of fire was the most challenging. This lord had excelled in igniting that spark. Even those other lords who were cunning to a terrifying degree could not achieve this. As an astrologer and a legendary priest, he truly could not comprehend why this lord had such a powerful spark in his. When the sun rose in the morning, the lord emerged from the sea, and the aura at that moment left a lasting impression on him. In this regard, Xuanhe could only say that his strength limited the search for the spark. Otherwise, a plethora of sparks in the deep sea would be challenging to locate, due to the vast differences in rank, with coordinates appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Xuanhe was on his way. Eros was desperately pushing forward the construction of the territory. Xuanhe had outsourced the crafting of ships to a master-level craftsman among the survivors. Of course, a ship must also be built within the territory simultaneously. It was a good opportunity to compare whose craftsmanship was superior. Moreover, due to the newly grown ancient tree structures, they were indeed surprisingly large. This incomplete land deed contained such things, and no wonder it took so long to grow. Now venturing out to sea was finally, the afternoon sun still shone upon him as the ocean embraced him. He sought to explore a way to connect the two territories. The affairs on land were progressing in an orderly manner, while Xuanhe found himself in a bit of a predicament, gazing at the desolate seabed territory. He could only hope that this ocean shrouded in mist might harbor other marine life. He then began to organize items related to the seabed territory, placing them in their rightful positions. The distance from here to the surface seemed distorted, yet this time, through precise testing rather than mere perception, he estimated it to be around 200 meters. In comparison to Xuanhe's expectations, this distance was exceedingly short. However, it was just enough for him to connect the two territories. Among the survivors there weren't many others, but there were quite a few lords. Although they hadn't developed as quickly as he had, they had likely experienced most of the mistakes themselves. He inquired about and reviewed the relevant information, gaining an understanding of what he should do. Simply constructing a passage was futile. He needed to use land deeds to bridge the gap between the two nearly isolated territories. However, since his ocean territory was shrouded in mist dispersing, it seemed utterly impossible. Even several times the usual land deeds might not suffice. Thus, he could only resort to other methods. For example, a sufficiently powerful fire seed could serve as an anchor. After upgrading the land deed, his personal level surged rapidly, granting him considerable boosts in the deep sea. Under such circumstances, the fire seed, which had previously been indistinct and difficult to pinpoint, was finally identifiable. Thus he and the blue octopus headed to that location together. As for the black and white whale, it was currently fast asleep within the territory, seemingly exhausted from a stroll earlier that day, returning with nothing but a piece of paper. My lord, life is scarce in the deep sea. You are only at the shallow layer now, and the deeper you go, the stronger the existence becomes. Such beings may have lived for thousands, or even 10,000s of years. Even if you are sheltered by the deep sea, they will not choose to help you build this territory game, as the boundaries of death and life are blurred here. Even threats of annihilation won't concern the deep sea beings. Different deep sea species have different preferences. Most remain quietly at the seabed, allowing the doom of destruction to. For the first time, the blue octopus trembled slightly in its tentacles, continuously uttering meaningless words to comfort its own heart. Its current size really shouldn't have ventured into such deep waters. It was likely a distance of 400 to 500 meters. Xuanhe, however, appeared calm. He noticed that the deeper the water, the more intense the aura of deep-sea blessings became. Even though returning felt like coming home, spending every day at the pitch-black seabed was too tormenting for him, still human. At this moment, he understood why the blue octopus constantly referred to his hobby and interest. The deep sea was. Giant corals seemed to move as if they were alive, slowly drifting in the depths of 400 meters, resembling not plants, but rather some special life forms. Without needing to look closely, Xuanhe sensed at first glance that this was undoubtedly the boss of a supermodel. Level 100 was merely the beginning in the deep sea. The giant corals stood like a mountain, forming a forest of its own. At a glance, it appeared to be at least 60 to 70. Such giant plants should theoretically host many small lives relying upon them, but regrettably, apart from its own body, there was nothing. It was an empty giant coral. The giant coral remained indifferent to Xuanhe and his companions passing. If it weren't for the life aura flowing around it, one might think it was an inanimate object. The blue octopus was already quite large, but compared to the species of the 400 meters deep sea, it was merely child's play. There was no light in the deep sea. It was pitch black, yet he sensed a rumbling sound in the distance that would make an ordinary person think the sky was collapsing. Upon stopping and looking closely, he discovered it was an enormous, peculiar creature. He could barely see the creature's tentacles, while its main body moved somewhere deep below, generating echoes of thunder in the deep sea. The blue octopus, resembling a baby octopus at this moment, hid behind Xuanhe, fearing detection. In truth, even Xuanhe's height of 1.90 meters could not conceal the massive octopus. The octopus was quite frightened. It felt that the Lord was developing well on land. Below the deep sea, every being was terrifyingly powerful, and even a slight breath could be fatal. Indeed, they might not actively kill it, but similar to a game where a level 20 player enters a level 300 dungeon, no action is needed, the pressure of presence alone could crush a person. It suppressed the fear in its heart, feeling unable to continue. Thus it grasped the Lord with its tentacles, its voice trembling. My lord, how many more meters do we have to descend into the deep sea? Xuanhe was puzzled. His mind was solely focused on obtaining the fire seed to reconnect his divided territories, completely oblivious to the octopus concerns. Didn't you say the deep sea is merely a concept and distance is meaningless? Distance may be meaningless, but depth holds significance in both the material and spiritual realms. My lord, you are currently diving too deep. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to find such a profound deep sea, but I can't hold on any longer. The pressure from the deep sea aura is suffocating me. Only then did Xuanhe turn to the blue octopus. Upon seeing its distressed state, he said, the fire seed seems to be some distance away, approximately 600 meters. Should you return first? The blue octopus face was stiff, and the omnipresent aura pressed down on it to the point that even speaking was a challenge. It was much better to stay beside the Lord. No, my lord, you need to take me back. Otherwise, under the pressure of the deep sea aura and other deep sea beings, I can hardly move. When you find the fire seed and return, you might be able to see some octopus sauce. Xuanhe was taken aback by the severity of the situation. He immediately grasped the blue octopus tentacle and personally took it back. This time he hadn't considered all aspects. As for other blue octopuses, they wouldn't have thought of diving into the deep sea, which was clearly a fatal act, hence it wasn't included in the inherited memories. It was only when he had descended to a depth of 300 meters that the blue octopus finally breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, I can return to the territory by myself now. If you find other ocean races, you must be cautious. This simultaneous depth in both material and spiritual aspects is unbearable for ordinary life forms. It's simply too deep, touching it is fatal. Deep-sea beings and marine life are entirely different forms of existence. The half-elf you brought here could venture into the deep-sea territory because you accompanied him. But your human form is still too weak to provide constant protection. Xuanhe nodded. This incident indeed served as a lesson for him. The deep sea was truly exaggerated. However, he still didn't fully comprehend what the blue octopus referred to as depth and realized this was a very important concept. Wait a moment, he would first retrieve the fire seed and then inquire about the situation. Thus this time he descended into the deep sea alone. Perhaps reminded by the blue octopus situation, he deeply felt the changes in depth during this descent. Xuanhe found it difficult to describe his feelings. It was a very peculiar sensation, as if he were heading towards a certain concept. In short, it was entirely different from ordinary diving. Diving on Earth was merely that, while diving here was about going to greater depths. The deeper he ventured into the ocean, the more bizarre the deep-sea creatures became, with most of them being enormous, growing larger the further down he went. At a depth of 500 meters, Xuanhe even saw a life form over 100 meters long resembling an ordinary carp, yet no one would genuinely consider it ordinary. The sense of oppression from these deep-sea creatures was immense, but fortunately, he felt none of it. However, as a human, he couldn't help but feel a momentary shock upon seeing them, akin to facing an insurmountable enemy. Fire seed, oh fire seed. He gazed into the unfathomable depths of the ocean, lamenting how difficult it was to find a fire seed. Others might scold him if they heard this. When he was at Xuanhe searching for the Xuanhe pure fire was not this peculiar. Yet ultimately the deep sea posed no danger. Though the process was a bit convoluted, he finally found this fire seed. It radiated a reddish-orange flame. And then a long silence ensued. The potential and true rank of this fire seed were far inferior to that of the Xuanhe pure fire, as the initial stage of the Xuanhe pure fire was a 7th rank fire seed, and it could at least be upgraded to 4th rank with a total of 3 upgrade conditions. However, this rare high-level fire seed now possessed something extra, and due to its high rank, he couldn't even contain it. It was no wonder that a fire seed lying at a depth of 600 meters in the ocean could not be compared to those ordinary fire seeds on land. Yet now he couldn't contain it, nor could he even check its attributes. He stood there, troubled, his mind racing as he attempted to come up with other solutions. Should he go back and consult that legendary? The time spent going back and forth was excessive, yet there was no other option. Just as he was preparing to leave, a thought suddenly struck him. He looked down at the spot where the fire seed was located, now only half a meter away from it. It was at this distance that he sensed a faint life force. He couldn't help but retreat, backing away further. The faint aura grew immensely powerful and even began to stir. The fire seed was actually on the back of a giant turtle. At first glance, he couldn't even see the end of the giant turtle. It seemed as if he were standing on solid ground, only to notice that the turtle exceeded 100 meters in size. Unbelievable, utterly absurd. He opened his mouth, trying to communicate with the other deep-sea creatures. Human. The giant turtle moved its body, slightly causing the sea to tremble, while the fire seed remained in its original spot. The fire seed was carried by the current right in front of Xuanhe. He met the gaze of the giant turtle. So you are searching for a fire seed, but how does a human like you possess such a deep-sea aura? The voice of the giant turtle was drawn out and seemed slow, as if it had been in the deep sea for too long, with this one sentence taking 5 minutes to finish. After finishing, it fell into a long silence once more. A lengthy period passed, and Xuanhe, usually very patient, began to feel somewhat anxious. After a while, the giant turtle seemed to finally awaken. So you are a being from deeper within the ocean, clad in human skin. Is it true that the deep-sea beings now indulge in such play? The giant turtle was fully awake and returned to normal speed, but this remark made Xuanhe unable to hold back. I want to ask, do you know how to contain this fire seed? The giant turtle glanced at Xuanhe, but due to its enormous size, he couldn't sense it. It exhaled a long breath, stirring the seawater into chaos, and then said, the fire seed should not be the most cherished existence for something from the land. Why are you asking me, a deep-sea creature? Though I dwell in the shallows, not as deep as you, who knows how deep you truly are, I am also unfamiliar with things beyond the deep. You should ask a human, not me. Xuanhe sensed a hint of mockery in the giant turtle's tone, which he felt was not merely his imagination. Do you think there are humans here? The giant turtle stretched its body, the seawater swirling into a murky mess. Without humans, how did you arrive? A 6th-rank human can almost attempt to dive into the deep sea. Oh, it suddenly elongated, its tone a hint of amusement in its voice. So you came from the misty depths of the deep sea. No wonder there are no other humans around. Your kind plays so extravagantly in the deep sea. Xuanhe's face darkened. How could this deep-sea creature be so unreliable? You are currently only level 60 with deep-sea enhancements. As a 7th-rank life form, how could you possibly take this fire seed? This fire seed exceeds your level by 100. It is even a ranked fire seed. You cannot take it with you now. Xuanhe's eyes twitched at the giant turtle's words. You mean this is a level 160 fire seed? Yes, isn't that the ranking you like to use while donning human skin? It's very simple and practical. The rankings are also those of the land. It could very well be a 1-star fire seed, but I'm not too familiar with these things. Xuanhe fell silent for a moment before inquiring. Is there such a thing as a non-star fire seed? Of course there is. Did you come here just to chat with me about such boring things? This world is indeed profound. It turned out that everything he had previously obtained was of the non-star variety. Yet the Qing Sky Purifier was not. It was merely difficult to judge due to its juvenile state. He pulled back his chaotic thoughts. So do you know how to take it away? The giant turtle curled its lip, seemingly at a loss for words. I don't know. You who come from Woke No Shao deep in the ocean are now a human. You should understand better than I do. Its massive body stirred the sea floor into a noisy state. Even though 2 life forms communicated here, the other deep-sea creatures remained quietly in place, as if they were dead, entirely unconcerned with the commotion. If my level is too low, could you temporarily seal the rank of this fire seed, allowing me to use it? Xuanhe pondered for a moment and asked. It can be done, but what significance does that hold? Your human skin cannot even carry this fire seed. Do you still think you can survive in that apocalyptic strangeness outside? This turtle certainly spoke harshly. Fortunately, deep-sea creatures were still quite communicable and did not reject his request. Please seal it for me. It should be able to be unsealed as my territory expands. The giant turtle fully understood. It yawned and reached its claw over the fire seed. You still have territory. You really are quite idle participating in such intense battles. It seems you are truly tired of being in the deep-sea depths for who knows how long. Let me remind you, being from the unfathomable depths of the deep sea, although you wear human skin and can enter the deep sea at will, the things on land are not as tranquil as the deep sea. Their battles are usually based on extermination. I fear that after your territory is destroyed, you will become enraged and flood that civilization. That would be terrible. I still prefer those vibrant civilizations. With a single swipe of its claw, the fire seed was sealed. Though it was said so, Xuanhe did not sense much concern for civilization in the giant turtle's tone. Well then, the fire seed you wanted from the unfathomable depths of the deep sea has been sealed. Enjoy yourself on land. Don't seek me out unnecessarily, and even less so when you need something. In the next moment, the giant turtle began to snore loudly. Xuanhe stored the fire seed within a deed and silently gazed at everything before him. This descent into the deep sea truly opened Xuanhe's eyes, especially the tranquil and seemingly lifeless deep sea species. Of course, he also obtained some crucial information. The most important was naturally the ember placed within the land deed. The elevation of the land deed indeed facilitated personal level advancement, which proved to be quite useful in the search for the ember. Unfortunately, searching for other things in the deep sea is not so simple. It is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The inefficiency of this search is too low, and it is better to develop territory on land and have others assist in the search. However, humans can also enter the deep sea. Perhaps in the future I will meet familiar faces in the depths, he thought. The still waters run deep, shrouded in darkness. The deep sea seems to be an eternal night. He actually wanted to ask the giant turtle some questions, but seeing it fall asleep in an instant, he decided to turn and leave. In any case, there will always be opportunities to return in the future. This ember might resolve the issue of 2 territories being disconnected. According to Eierson, there are countless failed land deeds within the fog, and he hopes to find more after heading out to sea. As for the land planes, one can also acquire land deeds which would ignite a war between territories. So far he had not encountered any territory apart from his own, but according to the legendary priest, such days would not last. War would inevitably break out. Therefore it is time to prepare for everything. The ascent was much simpler than the descent into the sea. Almost half the time spent descending was needed to return to the territory, where he saw the nearby sea fields. The sea fields were planted with different seeds, some of which were seaweed. The seaweed grew rapidly, especially as the seeds emitted light, adding a faint glimmer in the darkness of the seafloor. When more were grown in the future, perhaps the sea bottom could shine as brightly as day. The blue octopus looked somewhat listless now, while the black and white orca was still sound asleep, drifting occasionally within the territory. The orca requires a long time to breathe, so its current slumber does not affect anything. This time he indeed spent a lot of time diving into the deep sea. After checking the survival manual for the time, he realized it was already past midnight and the next day had arrived. Xuanhe sent him several messages, mostly detailing the places he had passed. Among them was the Sky County he had mentioned before. However, in Xuanhe's view, it was a continuous expanse of floating islands. Just from the image, he already realized that this was an immensely vast territory. Fortunately, according to the images sent by Xuanhe, it was still quite a distance from where he was. Xuanhe, after passing the Sky County, I should be able to see the fog when the sun rises. I am curious about what kind of scene that will be. People say it resembles a wall of different colors reaching from earth to sky, blocking everything. Xuanhe, due to the use of the ability of the time worm, when you see me you might think I am a monster. Be mentally prepared. I do not wish to travel this far only to end up in battle with fellow countrymen. Although he said this, Xuanhe searched through all the chat records and found no description of his current state, let alone, I'm afraid the situation is already dire. He frowned, having no comprehension of the upper-tier dependence that Xuanhe mentioned. He could only hope that after entering the fog he could truly fulfill his wishes. The ocean lifted him and brought him to the front of his territory. Xuanhe stepped onto the thriving green walls of snake vines. The attacks of the night had come to an end, and everyone was busy cleaning up the aftermath. Within his territory, there were many things that should not exist. For instance, there was indeed an additional forest with flowerbed structures and ancient trees growing within it. These two buildings, especially the ancient tree structure, seemed to resonate with the entire forest, providing a particularly comfortable environment for elves and flower spirits. Beyond the forest lay the continuous fields. The golden plants brought a sense of joy at a single glance. In addition, the mineral veins and small mountain ranges brought by arrows were situated near the forest, separated by some ancient trees that coexisted harmoniously with the mountains. This was purely the achievement of the elf winter. In short, this territory, which originally only had various buildings, now had mountains and forests, only lacking lakes. Currently, the territory had only pools and no lakes. What Eros initially mentioned about internal circulation indeed came into effect within a day or two after he arrived at the territory. Truly a legendary priest. The original residential areas had all been restructured. Half-beasts and humans should not live together. They dared not voice any objections to the Lord's decisions, but there was considerable disagreement among themselves. Those who came from the ground and the original humans were interspersed, still residing in the residential areas, but the entire layout had been integrated. They were placed together with those doing the same things, unlike before when it was so scattered. However, the half-beasts were moved by arrows to a location near the natural mountain forest, completely separated from the forest with ancient trees and elves. The centaurs lived near another sparse, ordinary forest, as they preferred wooden houses with shade. The half-snake people resided close to the green walls of snake vines in the cold underground, with houses typically having a ground floor and a basement. A river was dug in between. The half-tiger people lived opposite the river, surrounded by rocks and vegetation, while their houses were ordinary. The half-cats were separated from the other half-beasts and lived near the fields close to the planting areas. Eros had considered nearly everything that could be thought of. Moreover, all the spaces occupied were areas that emerged after the elevation of the land deed. Xuanhe's Lord's Mansion and other extraordinary buildings had basically not been moved. Eros pondered whether the moon well should be placed within the forest, but ultimately decided it was best beside the Lord's Mansion. The activated high mineral on the ground was piled into a hole rather than allowing it to grow freely, preparing to merge that vein of activated high mineral tomorrow, stacking it beside the Lord's Mansion like a mountain. After seeing his completely transformed territory, Xuanhe couldn't help but exclaim Eros was destined to be his excellent steward. Issues that would take months or even years to resolve were completed effortlessly in just 2 days. The green walls of snake vines were growing vigorously. As the territory expanded, its nutritional needs increased. Currently, a major expense in the territory was the food for the snake vine green walls. No one had any objections, but instead they felt the more the snake vine green walls ate, the better, as that would protect them well. After communicating with the snake vine green walls, Eros requested it to grow 2 gates, meaning that any monster wishing to attack must breach 2 walls. The first wall was naturally demarcated by the forest mountain resources. The snake vine green walls worked hard to grow, barely filling this gap. The second wall was the true boundary of the entire territory, holding various rare combat resources and vast fields. Beyond that was the safety zone radiating from the territory, which also contained large swathes of farmland. In any case, people always need to eat. Riding his silver-armored horse, Xuanhe took a stroll and found that there was nothing he needed to do. Elon was lying beside the Inu ember, lazily basking in its glow. He looked at the flying pet and took out the ember store. The earth fire, a 1-star spark, typically found only deep underground, nearly impossible to locate except by special races. It is a spark left behind after the territory of the defeated shattered, having accumulated much power over a long period of time. Its current level is 60, but it will gradually unlock as the territory develops. It possesses immense power rooted in its essence. However, note that a single spark cannot contend with the mist. It will only deplete its power. When used in conjunction with a territorial contract, it can survive to some extent, but survival is not guaranteed. It has an exceptionally powerful purification and restoration blessing ability capable of defending against purification and land-related monsters while reducing the strength of non-land monsters by 30. It requires very special fuel. Only earth-based fuel can replenish its power. Any power consumed on land will decrease by 10. Its protective range will extend to 500 meters outside the territory, currently enhancing the power of land territories by 10, while reducing the power of non-land territories by 50. Under this spark, the growth rate and limit of soil-based life will be boosted, and even non-living mountains or mineral veins will benefit. After reading the information about this spark, Xuanhe felt even more incredulous about the Qingkong purifying fire he had obtained earlier. Other descriptions of the Qingkong purifying fire are secondary. The most outrageous part is that it is unlikely to be acquired by anyone. It is clear that this earth fire does not yet reach its level. One can only wonder about the rating of the Qingkong purifying fire. However, this earth fire is already powerful enough for the current territory. Moreover, it is a very special and targeted spark, perfectly suited for the resource scarcity in his territory. This spark is best placed on the ground, thus the buildings it produces are very unadorned. A cluster of flames stands 3 meters high, emerging from underground. As soon as this spark was set down, the territory underwent a subtle change. It is described as subtle because there were no loud noises or unusual phenomena. However, any extraordinary individual could sense the stark difference in the territory. Eros, who was diligently working at the deep sea office, sensed the change immediately and set down his pen, then quickly located the source of the anomaly. Ilson noticed it as well. They observed the Lord, who looked pleased, clapping his hands, and the spark beside him. Another spark. Ilson wanted to ask how this was achieved. Moreover, it was clear at a glance that it was no ordinary spark, but rather a very special one. Wasn't it said that even the Lord had great difficulty obtaining sparks? Why did their Lord seem to acquire them as easily as eating or drinking? Though Eros could not see, his pupils instantly contracted as he sensed the uniqueness of this spark. Xuanhe saw the arrival of a half-elf waving at them. "You are here. There is an additional spark here. When we go to sea, take the furnace spark with you for safety. By the way, the construction of the territory is impressive. Achieving this in such a short time is quite remarkable." Eros. He nodded at the two somewhat stunned individuals. Eros stepped forward, his tone carrying an unusual admiration. "The construction of the territory is not that significant. These can be replaced, but the spark cannot be replaced. My lord, you continue to amaze me. You are even more powerful than I imagined." Xuanhe frowned, glanced at their respective levels, and felt deeply that this legendary priest was being humble. "How is the construction of the ship going? Is it really possible to find more territorial contracts and special buildings and treasures in the mist?" Such casual inquiries were evidently more comfortable. Of course, the territorial contracts on land are owned as shattered contracts, are like lambs among sharks, soon to be snatched away. Level 1 shattered contracts have little value and power. If you desire more shattered contracts or more powerful treasures, naturally exploring the Misty Sea is simpler for you. Your ability to build the territory nearby has already indicated this. Moreover, launching wars against other tribes or territories on land is the common approach, but we are too close to the Misty Sea, and aside from us, there should be no other territories. If we develop outward, we will encounter them. You can also proceed on both sides simultaneously," Eros said. Ilson nodded. Death, darkness, strangeness, war, and the apocalypse are the mainstream in the Zero world. As for the construction of the ship, there are some issues. Although these craftsmen's skills are quite refined at the town level, there is still a distance to our goal. Perhaps entering the Misty Sea needs to be postponed for a while. Upon receiving this answer, Xuanhe raised an eyebrow, recalling messages sent to him by other survivors. They mentioned some difficulties, but the issue was manageable. Additional funds could resolve it by tomorrow morning. Comparing this, the survivors' forum indeed seemed more impressive. It was also reasonable. Thus he said, "I will handle this matter. You all just prepare for the voyage." Ilson and the others nodded. In the afternoon, the Lord took away a large batch of materials, but still no one would ask the Lord about such matters. He thought of something and quickly said, "By the way, I have a friend who is about to arrive, but he seems to no longer be human. Be cautious in the morning to avoid unnecessary conflicts." Eros' expression became somewhat grave upon hearing this. "Is it the person previously mentioned by my lord who was infested by the time worm?" "Yes. Then it cannot approach our territory. The fact that it still possesses personal consciousness is already astonishing. If it dies completely, the time worm will be born nearby, leading to unpredictable consequences, and it may attract the attention of certain existences." Xuanhe nodded, knowing well about this matter. "I have emphasized this many times. It only wishes to enter the mist, so I let it go to the other side. Mentioning it now is just a reminder for everyone to avoid mistakes." "I understand, my lord. Entering the mist is indeed a way to resist higher-level erosion. I hope it never emerges from the mist, otherwise your friend may not even retain a soul." Eros and Ilson took their leave. Xuanhe thought of a special landmark given to him by Xuanhe. The legendary, if not for his current lack of strength, he would have immediately set out to explore. As for the other item, Xuanhe provided the level 1 industrial construction blueprint for the blast furnace. It was already under construction. The blast furnace can refine or autonomously, no longer requiring manual refining, and the blacksmith shop can return to its original purpose. By morning, the blast furnace will be completed and put into use. Most importantly, this is a blueprint, which means many blast furnaces can be constructed. The trade items sent by Xuanhe are indeed precious. At this moment, only a few hours remained until dawn, making it pointless to venture into the deep sea. He slept for 2 hours at the Lord's residence. The sleep was certainly not as good as in the deep sea. But before the sun rose, he woke up and got up. The sand hourglass shook violently. Danger! 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 The sand timer has issued such a severe warning for the first time. In the past, even at night, it only gave a mild alert. Yet today, as night approached and the sun was about to set, such a grave warning appeared. Xuanhe almost immediately thought of one person. Xuanhe. Has he come? But they had agreed not to approach his territory. Could it be that Xuanhe has lost his sanity? Xuanhe opened the survival manual, but unfortunately there was no new response. He patted Elon, who was sleeping beside the Lord's mansion. Elon took up a large area, just lying on the ground, not knowing when he had come here from the square. Elon woke up groggily and flapped his wings slightly, creating a powerful gust. Xuanhe sat on Yilan's back, his gaze rising higher and higher. Finally he spotted something. Xuanhe. Or perhaps it was a gigantic insect. From this vantage point, the enormous upright insect was impossible to ignore. If approached, it would appear even larger. It was evident that this was no ordinary insect. Besides walking upright, it was heading straight toward the mist-covered area. However, its advance was quite difficult, typically taking 2 steps forward and then retreating 1 step. Such efficiency was barely acceptable. From a distance, he could see that the 2 consciousnesses within the insect's body were continuously pulling at each other. One consciousness was naturally Xuanhe's, while the other belonged to the time insect. It was clear that Xuanhe was at a disadvantage, no wonder there hadn't been any new messages. On top of the newly constructed watchtower there stood another person, Eros. He truly slept later than a dog and rose earlier than a rooster, quite the diligent one. Elon flew over. Eros' voice rang out, "My lord, your friend has arrived." He must have frequently utilized the powers of the time insect which has led to such severe erosion. Under such severe and deep erosion survival is practically impossible. Having a self-awareness is already Fortunately, he has indeed adhered to your agreement and is currently at a considerable distance from our territory. However, given the current situation, it is unlikely that he can enter the mist. The original plan to combat the upper-level patron in his body with the mist has failed before it even began. Despite this, Eros' tone held no trace of regret. On the contrary, he was very concerned about the current situation, deciding to keep a close watch to avoid any unforeseen events. As for Xuanhe, upon learning the current situation, he indeed felt a twinge of regret. However, he could not go help Xuanhe. This was just a warning for being close to the territory, but what would happen if he actually went? Yet he pondered. It was impossible to go on land. But who said it was not possible within the mist? Moreover, crossing the mist would lead to the deep sea. He wanted to give it a try. Unfortunately, when he asked Eros about this method, he received a look of bewilderment in return. Even a legendary priest had things he did not understand. This was quite logical. Hence, Xuanhe decided not to wait any longer. Trying in the deep sea, or rather the ocean, was unlikely to lead to issues. Thus, the ocean brought him into the mist. Once he descended, he realized that while other problems were insignificant, the issue was the direction. The mist could obscure one's position, and even walking along the coast could lead one astray. After correcting himself a few times, he finally reached the area where Xuanhe had been. He was still quite far from the mist. As time passed, it was evident that the will of humanity could not compare to that of the monsters. The upright insect was retreating more and more. As for Xuanhe, apart from the urge to move forward, he could no longer communicate or engage in any other manner, having nearly completely lost his territory. Xuanhe had no intention of doing anything else. The upper-level patron, the time insect, was too dangerous. He did not plan to touch it. But he could drown it in the mist. He could not use the true mist, but he could utilize the surface water of the mist. It would serve to have some effect on Xuanhe. He thought so, and he acted accordingly. The ocean's currents flowed through his hands as easily as if they were his arms. Even within the seawater pushing onto the land, there were flashes of the bizarre. Xuanhe could feel a significant reduction in pressure within his mind. However, an intense pain spread throughout his body. The seawater cascaded down from his form. He did not know what had happened, but seizing this slim chance of survival, he almost exhausted all his strength to leap into the mist. This patch of mist was truly the sea. Xuanhe had long since run far away. Yet he still saw a gigantic white insect resembling crystal plunge into the sea with a splash. In the instant it fell into the sea, it was met with a multitude of bizarre occurrences. This insect resembled a puppet insect. From a distance it was hard to discern anything, but now that it was closer it seemed increasingly grotesque and repulsive, making one feel nauseous with just a glance. He did not know how Xuanhe had endured for so long. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the insect was covered with dense clusters of hatchling insect puppets resembling the insect's nest. Yet it was far more bizarre and filled with malice than a mere nest. Xuanhe was unsure if there was an insect disaster in the Zero world, but even in the face of the bizarre, an insect disaster could only surrender. When the gigantic insect fell into the mist, it was fine at first, but the bizarre occurrences gathering around it grew increasingly numerous, each possessing different rules. As time passed, the time insect realized it could not resist the erosion of the mist, and let out a loud and frantic scream. Within this body, another consciousness grew stronger and clearer. Even its form began to shift from an insect to a After transforming into a humanoid form, the bizarre occurrences did not decrease. Instead, they multiplied. Xuanhe's consciousness had not yet awakened, but he realized he had a chance for salvation, which compelled him to charge forward with tremendous will to survive. The deeper he ventured into the mist, the more he could suppress the true form of the time insect. Xuanhe watched everything unfold from a distance, observing Xuanhe move deeper into the mist, uncertain if they would meet again, and if they did, whether he would still be a human from Earth. However, the items Xuanhe traded were not given for free. Thus, this could be considered a complete transaction. When he returned to the land territory, several messages suddenly appeared from Xuanhe's contact information. Be careful. You must avoid those special locations in the territorial war you initiated, or it will disturb terrifying existences. My consciousness has returned to normal. I have ventured deep into the mist. Thank you, and may we meet again by fate. Xuanhe looked back at the events of this morning with even deeper trepidation for the Zero world and the mist. Xuanhe's experience is truly terrifying. Xuanhe frowned as he looked at the somewhat gray profile in the survival manual. The boat and the high furnace building ordered yesterday have already been constructed. A new day begins, and the people in the territory are starting their new day's work. However, the appearance of the high furnace building has liberated a good number of skilled villagers. At this moment, Xuanhe and the others were examining the newly built small wooden boat in an open area. Especially Eros, who was meticulously checking it, almost touching every inch and not missing a single corner. Finally, he nodded towards the Lord. There's no problem, my lord. The one who crafted it must be a master craftsman. We can proceed to load the prepared items next. The preparations do not require Xuanhe to take action. He simply opened the coordinates he had seen earlier amidst the mist. Once entering the mist, basic directional judgment would often go awry, so he did not expect to find this coordinate immediately. He sighed. Then he realized that during his break the boat had been completely organized. Now all that was left was to set it. Eros had assigned the affairs within the territory to 5 people to manage. There were sufficient contingency plans for most anticipated occurrences. To this end, Eros had even stayed up late to write 67 plans. However, when the wooden boat was placed into the mist, a horrific change occurred. The lower half of the boat instantly turned pitch black and dark tentacle-like appendages reached out from beneath the water. They struggled to pull the boat down. Olsen observed this scene with a serious expression. Indeed, the arrival of the mist here is particularly special. These remnants of calamity appear right from the start. However, my lord, do not worry. As long as there is a source of flame on the boat and the distance and time of navigation are not too long or far, we will not be pulled down by these remnants of calamity. On this voyage, we haven't brought many people. Just Xuanhe, Eros, Olsen, Citra, and Sierra. These 5 excluding the octopus and orca of the underwater territory. Citra was naturally included for her talent in navigation. Sierra was chosen because of her keen intuition, which was notably strong, unlike Xuanhe, who could not sense minor dangers. The remnants of calamity wrapped around the boat, creating a chilling feeling as if a dead water ghost was trying to drag them down. Even Eros, the most confident among them, was filled with worry upon entering the mist. Occasionally strange objects floated on the sea, which upon closer inspection turned out to be bizarre. Underwater, there were also peculiar humanoid shapes that were unmistakably not human trailing closely behind the wooden boat. Although he had been going to sea every day before, the difference between the deep sea and the surface was still quite significant. Xuanhe now felt as if this so-called misty sea was filled with refuse. He saw countless floating territories within the mist, many already shattered. Eros had said that these shattered territories seemed close, but were in fact very distant. Even without his reminder, Xuanhe would not recklessly approach. He simply felt a chill rising in his heart. It is said that territories and flames can protect people, but the dead territories and shattered flames in the mist seemed endless, as if the so-called protection was merely a joke. After he expressed his feelings, the people inside the wooden boat fell silent for a moment, and finally Olsen spoke up. My lord, in this world the forces of destruction and apocalypse are overwhelmingly powerful. To survive is to struggle. For a lord like you who has yet to encounter an apocalypse, the arrival of the mist surely cannot be considered a doomsday. Therefore, for you who have never experienced it, you remain unaware of the true cruelty of this world. Sierra could not help but nod in agreement. Eros, on the other hand, was indifferent. A lord who could find such powerful flames, and more than one, would naturally consider this world not overly harsh. This is not important. Everyone will understand this matter. If they do not understand now, they will in the future. If they do not understand later, they will before they die. However, Eros sincerely hopes that my lord never understands this. That would be just fine. Citra, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. My lord, I sense the path taken by humanity is nearby. Citra's talent for finding paths is indeed somewhat impractical, but in the mist it proves to be crucial. Eros is capable of finding paths. He just needs to conserve his powers for critical moments. They followed the direction indicated by Citra. Soon they encountered the path taken by humanity. It was not a path. It was half-sunken land. Eros knew they had arrived at the right place and immediately used his talent. This time, with the protection of the flame, he did not need to exhaust a certain kind of power, thus his body remained unchanged. My lord, the place we are heading to is the remains of a world, and there we will surely find the land deeds you seek. I just hope these land deeds are still useful and can supplement the deficiencies of our territory. Eros was very pleased. He had not expected this voyage to go so smoothly. Were it not for the constant pressure of destruction weighing on his heart and the current weakness of the territory necessitating rapid development, he would not have dared to enter the mist. This has gone too smoothly. Xuanhe patted the small orca that had come close to the wooden boat, hiding its power and reputation. Deep sea blessing. Although this is above the sea, it still has the essence of the sea. The boat approached the ruins of the world. He watched the others act as if nothing were amiss, yet he still felt a sense of wonder. Aside from the Zero world, no other world sees the apocalypse and world destruction as frequently as this, so frequent that it almost feels natural. It is truly absurd. The wooden boat was stored in Xuanhe's folding backpack to avoid being eroded by the mist and the monsters beneath the water. Citra guided the way. Sierra remained alert to the dangers around them. Eros began to divine where the items my lord desired might be found. The benefits of bringing others along became evident. Had he come alone, not only would he have been unable to resolve these matters, but the efficiency would have been extremely low. This was the corpse of a world formed from the accumulation of ruins, a land corpse. There was a faint mist above it, but it was much lighter than that on the sea. However, as Sierra walked on it, she always felt an unsettling sense of wrongness. She did not conceal her feelings. However, after she spoke, no one noticed what was amiss. Even when Eros conducted divination, the result was safe. The group's actions became increasingly cautious. Walking on it, Xuanhe discovered that this was a corpse of a technological world. The broken land deed was just ahead. They only needed to cross this collapsed building of deep black. But the problem, they heard a voice. Are you human? The great destruction is coming. What are you doing here? A being entirely black and resembling black mud, barely maintaining a human shape, asked Xuanhe and the others. Quick, hide. It seems that our world has only us left. Everyone was puzzled. But Eros immediately reacted. He cried out in terror, "No. It's the apocalypse. It's the remnants of the apocalypse. Why did I not foresee this? Why was my divination of the future safe?" My lord, Xuanhe was bewildered. He looked down at where he was standing. It was water. Water connected to the sea. Water connected to the deep sea. What is the great annihilation? And Xuanhe pondered this question. And then he heard Eros' terrified cry, and a piercing universal tinnitus that every soul could feel. The humanoid entity, viscous and black as sludge, desperately tried to seize them, but failed. And the apocalypse arrived too swiftly. And scarcely had the words, "great annihilation," left his lips when the end descended. Only Eros retained a sliver of reaction time. The others did not even have time to register shock or terror. And Xuanhe's reflexes were naturally no faster. Yet this apocalypse required no reaction time at all. When the end came, the buildings upon that shattered land, though outwardly intact, their exteriors barely clinging to semblance, trembled once, then dissolved into ash. Humans fared far worse, instantly pulverized, atomized layer upon layer. But there were no humans left here. Not a single soul remained. Nor could anyone discern the direction from which the apocalypse emerged, nor comprehend how it had unfolded. It was as if the calamity had erupted from the void itself, or as if the apocalypse had materialized from within the mist. In that instant he understood why all who spoke of the end did so with trembling dread. Indeed, it warranted fear. And truly it annihilated everything. Yet Xuanhe lowered his gaze to the water beneath his feet. And so, the apocalypse of this world is water. While others perceived no trace of the cataclysm, he sensed it instantly. And still, under current circumstances, his own survival posed no difficulty. Others, however, were in grave peril. And fortunately, the blue octopus stood nearby. Knowing to its higher rank, its reflexes far outstripped his own. In fact, it reacted even faster than Eros. It offered no warning to its lord, not because it lacked concern, but because none was needed. All living souls within the domain had already been dragged into the mist sea by its tentacles. Elsewhere there had been no time, but dragging them into the sea, that had accomplished effortlessly. And glug glug glug. And Xuanhe felt as though he stood submerged in an endless ocean. He stood amid the apocalypse while space, and the continent itself, shattered in concentric layers. And the black sludge being was caught within that collapse. It proved unervingly resilient, destroyed again and again, yet reappearing each time. Xuanhe moved freely, and he stepped forward and seized the sludge being. It paused, eyeless, yet he felt its unblinking attention fix upon him. It stared at him, dazed and motionless, for a long while, then erupted into manic shrieks. And how long does this apocalypse last? And Xuanhe stood atop the sea's surface, où all else had been erased. Every structure, every fragment of the broken world, had been ground to absolute nothingness. And the great annihilation truly lived up to its name. Yet the cataclysm endured only briefly, as if its architects knew mere minutes sufficed to obliterate all things. And thus within 1 minute silence returned. Calm settled once more. Only then did genuine astonishment seize Xuanhe. And, damn. And he watched the land reforming, buildings regrowing, just as the sludge being he held did likewise. Yet closer inspection revealed the land had shrunk drastically since their first arrival. The structures now appeared grotesquely warped and brittle. Thanks to Xuanhe's presence, the sludge being remained the best preserved entity among them. And everything seemed restored, normal once more. And the blue octopus flung several tentacles ashore, depositing the survivors onto dry ground. Lord, after entering the sea, they were ensnared by anomalies and mist, but it's manageable. Simply ignite your flame seed upon them, and all will be well. Xuanhe approached, frowning at their rapidly twisting, coiling bodies. And the least afflicted among them was Elson. As the flame seed's light bathed them, their consciousness stirred, awakening from the abyssal darkness the unspeakable terror of the apocalypse and the suffocating embrace of the mist sea. Eros opened his eyes first, and realizing he was unharmed, and that his lord remained unscathed, he froze in utter disbelief. His gaze, once dull and lifeless, strained to truly see, to grasp what had transpired. Yet he restrained himself, and what they had just endured was too surreal. No further complications could be tolerated. And my lord, what happened? Xuanhe worried whether his land deeds still existed. He replied, and precisely as you imagine, the apocalypse came. Villagers from my undersea domain pulled you beneath the waves, and thus spared you this cataclysm. Yet this world is profoundly strange. Why do land masses and structures re-emerge after annihilation? As though time itself had reversed. Yet it cannot be temporal regression, for everything has visibly diminished. This world has undergone an apocalypse. What remains here are merely its cadaverous remnants, and the lingering echo of the apocalypse affixed to those remains. I never anticipated even a trace of apocalyptic residue would persist here. My deepest apologies, Lord. You may understand this phenomenon as a corpse of civilization attempting, futilely, to reconstruct itself. What we see now, the land we first beheld, is already a grotesque distortion warped beyond recognition after countless cycles of apocalyptic destruction. Its original form remains utterly unknown. Different cadaverous worlds attempt reconstruction for different reasons. I have heard of advanced technologies and divine methods, yet I cannot determine which governs this realm, for its primordial shape has been utterly twisted. Xuanhe paused, stunned. And what purpose does this serve? Nero sighed deeply. Others stirred awake around them. And none whatsoever, Lord. It is merely the death rattle of the defeated, a corpse writhing in its final convulsions. In their world, and their civilization, were extinguished long ago. This sludge-like being beside you is surely not always thus. It once believed itself human, yet who truly would deem it human now, eh? Everything you behold, this sludge included, is at its core indistinguishable. The blue octopus surged upward from the depths, indifferent to terrestrial affairs. Waving its tentacles, it declared in, Lord, if you intend further exploration, do not advance deeper in this direction. I sense a dire omen. An apocalyptic world is plummeting toward us. Or, if you wish, you may descend once more into the abyssal deep. Xuanhe nodded. In the sludge being continued its anguished wailing. A heavy silence fell over them all. We need only retrieve the fragmented land deed. Arrows guided the way, and Xuanhe found himself speechless. This land deed was over 95% obliterated. Yet due to its intrinsic nature, even in such ruin, it retained immense value for his domain. Such deeds form when a ruined world falls into the mist. Previously few civilizations possessed them. Had they done so, perhaps their civilizations might have endured longer. Neros handed 3 land deeds to his lord. The destruction of the world does not give anyone a warning. The arrival of the apocalypse is equally unforeseen. The death of civilization seems to be a commonplace occurrence in this universe. Xuanhe held 3 land deeds which could be considered a successful return. Yet he was still somewhat preoccupied with what he had. The devastation in that moment was too terrifying. If it were not related to the deep sea, he would not have been able to survive, and according to the survivors, a small portion among them had already begun experiencing the apocalypse. This is simply not wanting anyone to survive. In such circumstances, how can one survive? Xuanhe felt it was utterly unfathomable. The sparks and the dark sea monsters were one thing, but there was also the eerie. As if that weren't enough, how could this apocalypse that destroys everything still be approaching? Is there still no escape for people in this world? Ailson sighed, and the others fell silent. Yet a hint of a smile appeared on Aras's face. Congratulations, my lord, you finally understand the truth of this world. That is, life is indeed insignificant in this world. Whether extraordinary beings or mortals, just wanting to survive requires exhausting all costs. Yet even so, survival is not guaranteed. Perhaps one could say it is impossible to survive. Such is the world, my lord. Your understanding of this at this moment is sufficient to avoid many future crises. Xuanhe furrowed his brows and looked at Eros. My lord, humans are indeed so fragile. Life is so fragile. Why? Upon hearing the inquiry from the Lord, Eros shook his head, indicating that he did not know, and then added, It's ridiculous. Although he had asked before, he could not help but inquire once more. Will my territory not encounter the apocalypse? In fact, your territory has already faced the greatest apocalypse, otherwise you would have long been at war with other lords. The reason you can maintain peaceful development is that you are right by the mist. It is precisely because your territory is built beside the mist, and yet nothing unusual has occurred that I dare to boldly choose to delve into the fog to explore the grave of civilization. Now it seems that is indeed the case, my lord. There was nothing more to say. Xuanhe now doubted where the earth had gone. Could it be that the earth is about to face the apocalypse, hence sending them to the Zero World to welcome the end? Although the Zero World is indeed fraught with danger overall, there is still hope for development and means to resist the apocalypse. If it were on Earth, perhaps the first response would be total annihilation. And for Earthlings arriving in the Zero World, if possible, rebuilding civilization may not be an impossible task. Among these already destroyed world civilizations, are there no land deeds or sparks? Ailson shrugged. Perhaps there are, perhaps there aren't, who knows. But my lord, I think we shouldn't just stand here chatting. Don't you feel the winds of death ready to descend at any moment? Should we continue exploring? Xuanhe shook his head internally. He needed to figure out the current situation. The sparks had burned away many of the eerie things that had entangled them. Compared to the beginning, everyone had fallen into a deeper silence, their expressions considerably graver. However, this was mainly due to the Lord's serious demeanor, which made it hard for everyone else to relax. In fact, death is often accompanied by the wind. One need not say that an utterly unrelated world civilization has perished. Even if it were a close relative, one must still struggle to live on with each new day. This is true even for Eros. Yet evidently this young lord still seemed too naive. Upon returning to his territory, he found that time had become disjointed. He clearly felt that he had only been out for half a day, yet nearly 2 days had passed. Xuanhe integrated the broken land deed into the deep sea town, returning to his underwater territory with a belly full of strange emotions. Because he had done so intentionally, the area from the land to the underwater territory gradually transformed into his domain. It wouldn't be long before these two territories could merge again. The reason he was able to achieve this was due to the power of the sparks, otherwise he wouldn't know how many broken land deeds he would need to sacrifice to achieve such an effect. This time Xuanhe intended to inquire about the deep sea species. He had given up on the blue octopus. This was essentially just a baby octopus. He sank down into the deep sea alone. Encountering one, he pushed and shoved. The awkward part was that no deep sea species paid him any mind. The sleeping ones were sleeping, and the dead ones were dead. Finally, he sank down beside a giant turtle. As soon as he spoke a bit louder, the giant turtle woke up. Apparently, it hadn't been sleeping at all. He even felt that before he had come the first time, this turtle hadn't been asleep either. It had merely maintained a posture with, "You carry the scent of the apocalypse. You have encountered the end, yet why are you still alive?" The giant turtle was astonished. I mean, hasn't your human skin died yet? It seems like a flood apocalypse. Xuanhe was succinct. I see, so be careful. Oh, if you encounter another apocalypse with your small frame, you will undoubtedly perish. But why didn't you say to not find me if there's nothing wrong? Xuanhe cast a sidelong glance at the giant turtle. He realized this deep sea species was a playful turtle. I want to ask about those destroyed worlds and civilizations in the mist. Do you have any suggestions on how my human territory should? And is there anything in the deep sea that is suitable for my current needs, especially items required by the territory that you could bring for me? The giant turtle was shocked. Are you from the deep sea, or am I from the deep sea? Shouldn't treasures of the deep sea be asked of you? And are you wearing human skin, or am I wearing human skin? This question should be one I ask you. As for the destroyed worlds in the mist, what is there to say? Isn't it just the way you see it? What is it? Do you suddenly wish to save those failed civilizations? The giant turtle pondered for a moment. That could work. But with your current body, isn't going there just courting death? Xuanhe felt his silence was quite loud in the deep sea. He organized his words and asked, first tell me your opinion on the development of the human territory. What opinion is there? Have you been wearing human skin for too long? These humans are not just humans, they merely want to live. Without territory there are no sparks, how can they survive? Should they rely on those ancient existences? Hey, if you want to develop, you should look for those skilled terrestrial beings, powerful terrestrial beings, and wise terrestrial beings. Of course, marine life is also an option. Many different marine species are also extremely powerful, but based on your current race, you should prefer to play on land. The deep sea was unfathomable, and looking up, all he could see was a shroud of darkness. The four directions were engulfed in shadows, and even the sparks of fire surrounding him failed to cast a glimmer of light. In this situation, Xuanhe listened to the words of the giant turtle, but his mind repeatedly recalled posts he had seen on the Survivor forum, as well as his own experiences. After sorting through his thoughts, he looked at the amusing turtle before him, smiled, and extended an invitation. What you say makes sense. So would you consider joining my territory? The kind at the bottom of the sea. The giant turtle merely shook its head slightly, stirring the seawater. When you can build a city at the bottom of the sea, you can invite me, and I might go. But in your current state, I'm afraid that by the time I crawl up, you will have perished. The tone was as unpleasant as ever. Yet Xuanhe had grown accustomed to it. The giant turtle's words had sparked some inspiration within him. For a moment, he was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged, sinking into thought about himself and the future of his territory, even at a depth of 600 meters beneath the sea. The water flowed tumultuously around his body, creating whirlpools beneath the surface. Xuanhe seemed to be fully immersed in the tranquil depths of the ocean. His thoughts seemed to sink into the unseen, ultimately grasping what he truly needed. A think tank brain. Human effort has its limits, and many aspects of the Zero world can only be understood by those with substantial experience. Although he had purchased some information on the Zero world from distant merchants, it was merely a drop in the ocean. This information was utterly insufficient for this enigmatic world, a mere leaf obscuring the view akin to a blind person groping an elephant. The giant turtle observed him as he suddenly fell silent, feeling somewhat unaccustomed, wondering if its words had been too subtle for this human to comprehend. However, it truly had little understanding of such trivial matters. Then both the human and the turtle spoke simultaneously, but Xuanhe quickly closed his mouth to listen to the giant turtle. The giant turtle said, if you wish to seek treasures sunk in the deep sea, you must forget your current physical form and fully immerse yourself in the depths. Not only your body, but also your spirit must descend into the sea. In doing so, you should discover many useful things. Aside from those that originally come from the deep sea, other life forms enter the deep sea in this manner. I have seen some humans of over 6th rank who sank into this area and returned with what they sought. For them, obtaining these items requires a price that is hard to relinquish. After all, this is the deep sea, not a promised land. As for your human body doing this, I am unsure what will happen. It seems that it should not pose any issues, although your current extraordinary level is far inferior, and you are sinking purely in flesh, while your spirit remains unanchored. But you should be aware of these matters, right? Well, it's rare to see such an interesting existence that dislikes staying in the deep sea. If you truly want me to join your territory, then bring me some gifts from different civilizations. If so, my fondness for you may increase, and I might agree to join your territory. The giant turtle finally spoke normally and chattered on. It seemed that this was its original intention, though now its motive. Xuanhe picked up on this and was unconcerned. However, he couldn't help but react slightly upon hearing fondness. Fondness. You can adjust your own fondness. Is this a game? A metaphor you don't understand? Given that you still resemble a human, it's surprising you haven't caught on to such a trendy phrase. But I think it won't be long before you return to the deep sea. Stop pondering the development of your territory and enjoy yourself. Xuanhe directly brushed past the giant turtle's remark. Gifts from different civilizations, those destroyed, and so if I bring you these gifts, you will help me raise my fondness. Such a trivial fondness is not worth anything. The giant turtle snorted coldly. Then it moved its massive shell and pointed below, saying, look down, these treasures have fallen to me for an unknown amount of time. If you bring a gift from a civilization, you can go down and select something that has sunk into the deep sea, while also increasing my fondness for you. What do you think? The giant turtle watched Xuanhe's gaze towards the underwater cave, fearing he would refuse. The deep sea was too dull, and from here all it could see was the continuous fall of civilizations and worlds into the misty depths. This was one of its few pleasures. Below was pitch black, yet Xuanhe managed to see clearly that various items were piled like mountains, though with a hasty glance he noted that some had turned to ashes, while most still held extraordinary power. But this transaction posed no problem. After all, the little orca brought back mostly remnants of the apocalypse every day. He probably didn't even need to search for them. The items brought by the little orca would suffice. All right. Upon hearing the response he desired, the giant turtle didn't even wait a few seconds before closing its eyes and starting to snore as if Xuanhe was merely a tool. The water flowed tumultuously upwards. Great, it's pretending to sleep again. This turtle was quite peculiar. Having received the answer it wanted, it also gained another channel for supplies. Xuanhe no longer referred to this giant turtle who was difficult to converse with and enjoyed pretending to sleep. Instead, he began to call out to other deep-sea beings with a loud voice. The same thing happened again. Unfortunately, everyone was sound asleep and no one responded to him. Or perhaps they heard him, but currently only that amusing turtle was communicating with him. After all, sometimes it was necessary to have a bit of entertainment. Though the giant turtle's speech was unpleasant, it did speak truthfully when it mattered. Due to Xuanhe's departure, although construction on land continued, the efficiency had noticeably slowed, leading to many unnecessary casualties. The one silver lining was that those warriors from underground were all quite powerful, and during this time they found a herd of wild horses, which allowed the silver-armored horses to intimidate the wild horses, thus beginning horse breeding within the territory. This was indeed a significant breakthrough. Besides walking, the people within the territory finally had other means of transportation. Arrows came to readjust the issues within the territory, significantly increasing efficiency several times over. It was now afternoon. As he surged upward with the water, Xuanhe could distinctly feel that the distance between his two separated territories was rapidly closing. Now it was merely a matter of time before the two territories began to merge once again. It's a pity that I didn't see any sea creatures this time. Although the journey to the Misty Sea had yielded land deeds and witnessed the apocalypse, he had not seen any sea creatures. He was now considering whether he should find some aquatic extraordinary beings from the lakes and rivers on land to introduce into his underwater territory. Otherwise, it would be unfavorable if the underwater territory remained undeveloped. However, after Xuanhe emerged, he gazed at the vast plain in the distance, realizing that he needed to work harder to establish his underwater territory. The crops in the fields had fully matured, and everyone began to harvest them with sickle-like tools. They bound them into bundles and placed them in the warehouse beside the deep-sea office. The warehouse was packed full of supplies. If this world had no monsters, no anomalies, and no apocalypse, it would be considered a land of extreme abundance. One could say that as long as one reached out, even a lone traveler in the wilderness would not starve. Unfortunately, this world was rife with endless natural disasters. The 3 pieces of broken land contracts did not significantly increase the area. They were entirely used to resist the mist and bordered the underwater territory. Nevertheless, they somewhat expanded the area. Moreover, a new, albeit not extraordinary structure emerged within the territory, a library. It likely originated from the place where he obtained the land contract from that destroyed civilization. Inside the library there were some books. Upon entering and opening them, he discovered that the contents were not text, but it seemed the entire library had been soaked in water, causing the text to dissolve. Not a trace was visible, not even a sing. Is it really necessary to be this harsh? Xuanhe frowned. This apocalypse not only annihilates matter, but it even seeks to destroy the vessels of civilization. It is a conceptual destruction. He gently stroked the book, feeling it squirm, as if it wanted to convey something to him, yet it only revealed a blank page in the end. Naturally, for such a specialized matter, he called over the bookman Mo. Upon seeing it, Mo's expression changed dramatically, urging the Lord to be cautious. Eros and Elson also arrived afterward and saw these items. Elson's expression was grave. My lord, this is contamination and corrosion, and it records the apocalypse. Had it not been for our territory's peculiarities, the apocalypse would have likely already been upon us. He glanced around, his worried expression easing somewhat. But with the erosion of the spark in our territory, the problem is not too severe, however. But my lord, perhaps you should still put it away. This thing is too. The half-elf's eyes were filled with apprehension. It was evident that past experiences left him haunted, now carrying some psychological shadow. Xuanhe nodded, having already decided where this building should be placed. After some time, the library on land disappeared, but a new one emerged in the underwater territory. He resolved that anything obtained from the mist would be thrown into the underwater territory, first to be cleansed before anything else. If there were any issues, they would seek the deep sea. Just as Elson said, had it not been for various compounding factors, their territory would have faced a minor apocalypse. One must not be careless, nor should they be reckless. Arrogance has always been the mother of failure. Time passed steadily, and the territory developed rapidly. Xuanhe distributed the meditation methods and other cultivation techniques he had obtained from distant traders. This time, with dedicated instructors, everyone's learning pace improved significantly. Day by day, the territory grew stronger. Xuanhe rode out on Elon during the day, searching for water flows across the vast plain, but only found shallow streams. He couldn't possibly catch fish or shrimp there. Despite this thought, he still went ahead and caught some. The underwater territory was at the edge of the sinking depths where ordinary aquatic life found it difficult to enter. However, further up and from land down, this section had become capable of resisting the encroachment and interference of the mist. Life should be able to exist here. Thus, he caught many ordinary aquatic creatures and placed them in the sea of his territory to test the waters. Nothing unusual happened how everything was as usual. Indeed, it was feasible. However, one could not go beyond 50 meters. The distance from 50 to 150 meters remained shrouded in mist. However, this already indicated that if oceanic life existed, his territory could successfully harbor it. Updates occasionally came through the survival manual. The only good news was that the apocalypse was not as frequent as he had imagined. Additionally, the Zero world did not seem to lack any resistance against the apocalypse, unlike those destroyed worlds. Everyone was diligently striving to survive in this bizarre and dangerous world, employing various desperate and painful methods. The starry chicken laid several more eggs. These eggs were not cooked, but left in its nest hoping to hatch another starry chicken in the future. After all, such a creature capable of resisting anomalies was indeed extraordinary. Especially when leaving the territory, having this chicken among the team provided a sense of security. The ancient tree structures nurtured by pure elves grew increasingly lush and facilitated the growth of the forest and related trees. As for the veins, they accelerated significantly due to the new spark. In the flower bed structures, flowers capable of producing spiritual liquid were planted. Xuanhe acquired these seeds after consulting the pure elves and purchasing them from the survival manual. These flowers themselves held great value, able to thrive only in special environments, while the flower bed simplified all these conditions. The spiritual liquid served as an auxiliary cultivation item for meditation. Naturally, all these items were sent to the Lord's mansion. The special structure's sanctuary light pool not in use and the damaged special structure seed pool all grew as well. Additionally, the previously acquired special broken land contracts and 5 embryonic random 9th tier special structures had also emerged. The entire territory was revitalized. Xuanhe observed the developments of others through the survival manual, then compared them to his own progress. He realized that his development was exceptionally peaceful, as long as he planned accordingly. External forces could not interfere. Unlike other survivors who were already embroiled in lord wars that resulted in rivers of blood. However, as the territory continued to improve and grow stronger, he felt an ominous sensation creeping in. This feeling intensified to the point where it became nearly impossible to ignore. It was evident that this was some kind of warning. Eros conducted a divination and received a rather unfriendly message. The black hair is spreading towards here. A lord is coming here, trying to escape disaster. This legendary priest was nothing like he had imagined. The divination was far too straightforward. The only question was, what is black hair? It could be confirmed that it was definitely not the apocalypse, but something else. However, it undoubtedly was not a trivial matter. A level 100 priest is merely a powerful life form of the 6th tier. In certain places he may be formidable, but in the Zero world, he is nothing more than a mere insect. Eros' most powerful and unique ability lies in his astrological priest talent rather than anything else. After foreseeing the impending danger, he felt an overwhelming sense of worry. He faintly sensed that perhaps this region, which had always developed peacefully and steadily, was about to encounter great trouble. At this moment, even though the Lord was very young for a mortal, let alone in the Zero world, the seemingly stable territory would be extinguished at the slightest wave of disturbance. He could only hope that the Lord would maintain good fortune. Eros kept this worry to himself, as those who understood the divination results would naturally comprehend, while those who did not would remain oblivious. Not far from Deep Sea Town, there was supposed to be a powerful territory about to be upgraded to a city, with its lord being a mighty warrior. However, during the time leading up to the upgrade, this city began to experience a strange phenomenon. The hair of many outer city residents kept growing longer and thicker. The first thing everyone did upon waking was to stroke their own black hair, then glance at others' hair, comparing the length. The townspeople were astonished to find that the hair color of the common slaves outside was surprisingly beautiful, prompting them to seek the reason to care for their own hair. Gradually, this trend spread among the townspeople. Everyone's hair became long, thick, and black. Upon meeting, they would greet each other with, "Has your hair grown today?" From the outer city slaves to the commoners within, and then to the extraordinary beings in the inner city, all eyes were focused solely on their own incredibly smooth and beautiful hair. When this trend had spread halfway, the inner city finally realized something was amiss. They sent people to investigate, aiming to uncover where this phenomenon originated. The investigative team ventured outside the city, searching for a long time until they found the source, an ordinary village. However, when they arrived at this village, they discovered that the entire place was now covered in thick black hair. After that, the team disappeared without a trace. The inner city sent another team to investigate. They too vanished. They sent another team. By the time 3 increasingly powerful teams had all disappeared, the Lord finally sensed that something was wrong. But what about the Lord? At the final stages of the upgrade, they saw a powerful warrior emerging from the Lord's manor, and the once bald Lord now had a head full of thick black hair. The embers crackled and extinguished completely that night. Deep Sea Town had the sun hanging high in the sky, yet there was no sense of heat, as if it were merely a decoration. Cece, towering at 2 meters tall, rode a tamed wild horse rushing towards the territory. She then entered the Lord's manor to report the situation she encountered. "Are you saying that you saw distorted black patterns appear on the ground you passed, and that ash could not settle, vanishing into thin air instead?" In that moment, Xuanhe thought of Eros' words. Eros sat beside him, his gaze lowered, as if pondering something. Moreover, near the area where mithril was being mined, many plants were entangled with black threads. Cece, a bit clumsy with her words, hurriedly gestured and spoke after realizing her misunderstanding. Are the plants that originally grew nearby now entangled with black threads? Cece nodded. Xuanhe furrowed his brow in thought, then raised his head to ask, "You didn't touch these things, did you?" Cece shook her head, indicating that she ordered everyone to return as soon as she sensed something was amiss. This was a power granted to her by the Lord, though otherwise they would still be mining mithril at Onyu Town. "It's good that you've returned." "Eros, is this the black hair you foresaw?" Eros replied, "I cannot say for certain, my lord. There are too many peculiar things and strange life forms in the Zero world. No one can guarantee they have seen it all. I cannot determine from words alone whether this is what I predicted. However, since the two things I foresaw appeared together, they must have emerged simultaneously. At present, neither the watchtower we are constructing nor the patrolling warriors have discovered any traces of another territory. Large-scale mobilization of territories always leaves tracks behind." Nevertheless, Cece's response was indeed very correct, greatly avoiding disaster. "My lord, should you consider increasing the number of personnel under Cece's command? Her instincts are remarkably keen. Having such sharp instincts while being a powerful warrior is surely the reason she is still alive." Eros' words echoed within the lord's manor. Xuanhe was still pondering the information reported by Cece, feeling that something was off. This was where the problem lay. If one were to investigate this phenomenon, given the virtues of this world, there might be no problems, but if there are problems, there will definitely be problems. It was utterly unreasonable. Yet Eros' statements were indeed without a doubt. Thus Xuanhe issued a command, "Take the embers, and go take a look. No need to make contact, see if the strange phenomena disperse as the embers approach." Eros felt greatly relieved upon hearing the lord's words. The young lord was growing rapidly. This was indeed a good plan. Cece replied, "Yes, my lord." The 2-meter-tall, muscular female warrior left the lord's manor and took away the embers. As there was no need for other tasks despite the distance, the round trip did not take long. "My lord, the black patterns and the black threads on the plants have not changed. They have neither disappeared nor receded." Upon hearing this, Xuanhe began to doubt whether he was overthinking things. There was a sand hourglass in his territory that could predict danger. If there were issues, there would surely be some changes. All right then. For now, the mithril in that area should not be mined, and keep a constant watch on the situation there. "Yes, my lord." Everything in Deep Sea Town, whether in construction, mining, or otherwise, was proceeding at a vigorous. The number of migrated veins and trance within the territory was increasing. Unfortunately, the specialized practitioners capable of moving mountains underground could not work every day. Otherwise, this territory would have even more resources. Yet things were still quite good now, surpassing many others by a considerable margin. They were truly leading in survival among pure territorial development. Thud, thud, thud. A series of increasingly heavy footsteps sounded. A massive, seemingly humanoid creature entangled in black hair had already caught sight of the mist that reached the heavens. It did not know why it had come here, but the last words of its friend before death urged it to head in this direction. But here it was mist. Mist can deal with the apocalypse. Yet what it bore was not the apocalypse. Struggle, pain, and despair flashed through its eyes. Thud, thud. It continued onward towards the direction its friend had pointed. That was the direction of Deep Sea Town. Xuanhe stretched lazily in the lord's manor. Although his underwater territory lacked marine life, it was still diligently being developed. Naturally, he was the only one building it, with at most an octopus helping out. The little orca was good enough as long as it didn't cause any trouble. However, it managed to find a good amount of items related to the apocalyptic world while scavenging daily. These items were traded to the giant turtle. Yet the giant turtle did not accept just any trash, so far only 2 trades had taken place. In both of these transactions, he found what he needed from the giant turtle's cave, which had accumulated treasures for an unknown. One of the items was a special pillar. This pillar was about the height of an adult. It was a purely technological creation Xuanhe had seen devoid of any supernatural elements. This was also the reason he took it from the giant turtle's cave. After all, despite trading with the turtle, explaining the item's function would cost extra. Such skillful and merchant-like behavior made him suspect that the giant turtle had spent a considerable amount of time on it. After obtaining the pillar, he discovered that it was a super high-tech product. As long as it was placed underwater and a semi-enclosed space was constructed, it would build a habitat suitable for ordinary humans. Even if this underwater space was several thousand or tens of thousands of meters deep, it could still sustain ordinary humans. However, constructing a house at such depths required special materials, otherwise the pillar would collapse before being placed. Once he had it, Xuanhe immediately had a survivor build him a simple house, and then place the pillar inside. Naturally, the pillar connected seamlessly with the entire house. With a rumble, it formed a structure at the seabed that isolated it from seawater and pressure, providing fresh air inside. For the current underwater territory, it was indeed of little use. Its only utility was that the little orca could now swim over and take a breath. Yet the technological value represented by this item was truly astonishing. Unfortunately, it came from a civilization that had already been destroyed. Whether he inquired with Ailson or Eros or assessed the current state of territorial construction, it was confirmed that the Zero world could not develop technology. The most it could achieve was at the level of a blast furnace, and beyond that was impossible. Eros spoke vaguely about this matter, merely stating it was related to some extremely powerful beings. These beings were not the gods of those failed civilizations, but true ancient gods from endless ages. Not only was mentioning their names forbidden, even discussing related concepts would attract scrutiny. To be honest, after learning this new information, Xuanhe felt even more pressure. Just how many monsters were there in the zero? Combining some knowledge from Earth, he realized that Xuanhe Song Shiyu, and even you who saved Tong Tong during the apocalypse were all kin of such beings. However, just as there are distinctions in life, kin also have hierarchies. Lower-tier kin pose no individual threat, but one must detour when encountering their kind. Mid-tier and upper-tier kin should start preparing for their post-mortal affairs. The time bug on Xuanhe was an upper-tier kin, but it was certainly not the main body, though otherwise it would have perished long ago. How could it still allow him to enter the mist? After learning about the existence of ancient gods in the zero world, Xuanhe was very concerned about encountering unknown entities in the future, fearing he would make irreparable mistakes. Before Eros could say anything, Aelson spoke up. The silver-haired half-elf said, "My lord, you need not worry about this. Just as you have never seen the apocalypse, once you do, you will naturally understand what it is without needing reminders. As for kin and such beings, it is the same." He continued, "Generally speaking, these beings and their related kin will not intentionally attack the owners of land deeds, so you can rest easy, my lord. What I mean is, when facing such beings, any worry is meaningless." Eros hesitated for a moment and nodded, "So these beings are naturally present." The half-elf and the legendary priest both shook their heads. Aelson still felt it was much better for the lord to know nothing. They understood it was forced upon them, otherwise they couldn't survive. However, it was far better for the lord to be unaware than to know. In fact, apart from the spark and land deed, it was best if the lord knew nothing at all. Upon observing the expressions of these two, Xuanhe roughly understood. There was no way to extract any information here. There was still the matter of the underwater territory. He completely failed to comprehend what the giant turtle meant by mental infiltration into the deep sea. It was beyond his current reach. Swimming into the deep sea was sufficient, as he would be safe regardless. Deep sea 600 meters. No answers, no free rides, no freebies. Xuanhe fell silent. He hadn't even spoken yet the giant turtle threw out these 9 words as he swam here. This was truly insightful. It had definitely mingled on land before, unlike the pure and innocent deep sea species like the blue octopus. Fortunately, he gradually figured out the turtle's character. He had casually picked up some trash collected by the little orca, and it turned out to be just right. "What garbage? Forget it, it's already impressive that you can bring out such garbage," the giant turtle said with a look of disdain, but still accepted the items. "What do you want to ask? Why do you have so many questions every day?" Xuanhe was somewhat speechless. If he hadn't been suddenly taken from Earth to the zero world, how could he have so many questions? He wasn't a native, or was he supposed to just imagine things? Ancient gods. With a rumble, as soon as those 2 words were spoken, Xuanhe's ears vibrated. Other deep-sea creatures were even startled awake, but quickly fell back into silence due to the waves. The deep sea returned to tranquility. "You're going to get us killed. Why do you say everything? I'm just sinking 600 meters into the deep sea. This kind of topic should at least be discussed below 10,000 meters deep. Don't come to me." The giant turtle was genuinely terrified. How could this person be so ignorant? It wouldn't do. It had to properly inform him about what could and couldn't be touched. Do you not know that many things should not be casually mentioned, written about, or even touched? For example, the bizarre requires special recording methods, otherwise it will attract attention, and if the apocalypse enters one's mind or related items are encountered, it will also draw in trouble. What you mentioned, the existence, is even more absurd. It can't even be described indirectly. Luckily, this is the deep sea. Otherwise, I suspect that your human territory would be completely doomed because of those 2 words. Xuanhe. So it turns out the ancient tree buildings and the gods of the failed civilizations in the mist were due to this reason. These are 2 complete concepts, and there are related items. Eros had no issue mentioning it. He understood the term ancient gods, but did not say it out loud, knowing better than to speak recklessly. However, this wasn't about arriving in the deep sea, but because the giant turtle was a powerful deep sea species, hence it said. Forget it. Xuanhe had no words left. Indeed, he had been too relaxed. One learns from experience. Do more and question less. Curiosity can often lead to many incredible discoveries, but in this world, it seems the only thing it brings is death. As Eros once said, those who will understand will always understand. And not understanding likely means that you do not need to understand at this moment. The deep sea is silent, with deep waters flowing quietly. Xuanhe can feel that his spirit has finally touched that elusive sensation mentioned by the giant turtle. Regarding the sinking into the deep sea, especially the sinking of the spirit, he knows little, or rather he completely does not understand it beyond this term. At this moment, his spirit, which had never connected with the deep sea, finally glimpsed a path. However, compared to the sinking of the material world, the sinking of the spirit is evidently far more challenging. He felt as if he had become a fish swimming in the pitch-black deep sea, and when he looked up, he could see countless twinklings. This little fish gazed downwards, observing the seemingly eternally silent deep sea, unaware of how many civilizations' corpses have sunk into it. He saw starlight that did not belong to the deep sea. It seemed that looking up revealed the starry sky, while looking down also showed stars. It looked as though swimming within the deep sea, yet it felt like a mirror of the sky. The little fish curiously bit a point of light in the pitch-black, silent deep sea. The giant turtle's incessant chatter suddenly ceased. Ding! A wind chime almost completely corroded rang in Xuanhe's hand. Although his eyes had always been open, it felt as if he was only now truly opening them. Why did you suddenly dive into the deep sea with your spirit and bring this thing out? The giant turtle stared in disbelief. What is this? This is a holy relic from the holy city that fell into the deep sea. I don't even know how deep it fell. Humans have been sinking into the deep sea for ages without finding it, yet you discovered it. I don't know how far you are from the holy city, but judging by the mist and the aura of doom surrounding you, it must be quite Hearing this, Xuanhe began to discuss the wind chime, asking curiously, what place is that? It is a miracle where the human race exhausts everything to survive in this world. The giant turtle's tone was filled with astonishment. Then it waved its forelimb. That's too far for you. You are too fragile. Consider today's matter as a debt to you. You won't be able to take anything next time we trade. Xuanhe nodded. He indeed had a part to play in this matter and would not deny it. By the way, no answers, no freebies, no free rides. Back on land, he couldn't help but recall the feeling of his spirit and body sinking into the deep sea simultaneously. It was indeed entirely different, and just as the giant turtle had said, one could retrieve items to the present world unlike the mere physical descent into the deep sea. As for the price to be paid, it seems there is none. In the underwater territory within the Green Pillar Library, there are various documents related to Doomsday and the Bazaar, including information about Zero Worlds, Earth, and civilizations that have been destroyed. These items soaked for a long time will indeed erode the information they possess. Keeping them in the terrestrial territory is far too unsafe. Problems can arise at any moment. Initially, he worried that long-term erosion by seawater would affect these documents, but now with the advanced technology of the Green Pillar, he no longer needs to worry. The sea surface near the cliff has become somewhat clear and transparent, as the combined forces of the fire seed and land contract have nearly countered a portion of the mist. This is simply an act of seeking death. However, strangely, this seemingly doomed action did not provoke the slightest, as Eros had previously marveled. Constructing a territory on the edge of the mist is already an outrageous feat. The fundamental reason is that the underwater territory, which he has almost been the only one to visit, is also synchronously expanding towards the sea and land border. The simple power of the fire seed and land contract cannot counter the mist, but the deep sea can. Observing the clear shallow sea area as well as the algae, shrimp, and small marine life gradually growing within it slowly began to resemble a normal sea. Xuanhe was very satisfied. First, he would create the environment, and later marine life could directly settle in. The high furnace on land rumbles every day. Smelting ores produces huge amounts of black smoke, noise, and pollution. Elson attaches great importance to this matter personally, using magic every day to purify these substances. Eros also keeps a close watch on the operations of these high furnaces, entering them at dusk every day to have the flower spirits clean up. It is worth mentioning that although there is currently only 1.5 spirits, the number of flower spirits within the territory has been increasing. Not only are they coming from the outside, but some are also growing from within the territory. As the flower spirits increase, the seeds that can be planted in the territory and the growth rate of those seeds are also accelerating. This territory is somewhat leaning towards the nature system. To maintain this advantage, Eros specifically opened up an industrial zone to avoid impacting the territory's environment. Beep, beep, beep. Xuanhe was about to enter the industrial zone when he suddenly took out the survival manual. Private channel 6-person group chat. Xuanhe, Xuanhe, thank you, brother Lu. I don't know how to repay you for this. I exchanged 800 level 1 simple farmlands for my freedom. These stone monsters didn't even take my land contract, and they said this farmland is very useful to them. Xuanhe, if I had to accumulate this resource by myself, I wouldn't know how long it would take. If it weren't for brother Lu willing to lend me ID, still be working day and night in the black market. Xuanhe, Xuanhe, I learned some news when I left. The reason they let me go so easily is that a lord has initiated a great expedition and they have all been summoned. I've heard it's a terrifying war and I don't know how many people will be swept into it. Xuanhe, you have this news too. This is classified information. Within my organization, someone is participating in the Great Expedition, but they are the ones being conscripted. Since the Lord initiating the Great Expedition is human, they seem to be faring quite well. Zhang Jingjing, brother Lu probably hasn't had time to check the news lately. He's been extremely busy every day. Tisk, I see that the Survival Lord leaderboard is changing wildly. The previously top-ranked have all been pushed down and the elimination rate is terrifying. Anyone who falls behind by even a little bit will be left behind. Zhang Miao with a weathered face. Yeah, I thought I could at least be in the 10th tier, but now it feels like a dream. I even saw a lord who was once first directly crash out. I don't know what happened. Shunmu, those in the top 10 have now dropped to below 100, but brother Lu remains very stable, always in the top 5. Ren Xingxing, that's conservative, he's the record holder for the longest time in first place. Ren Xingxing, many people have already upgraded to level 3 land contracts while I am still far from it. I can't even find that many locals to catch. Xuanhe, great expedition. Ren Xingxing, a rare visitor, brother Lu. Xuanhe, Xuanhe, I just mentioned it casually, but it definitely won't be in your area since it's so close to the mist. Speaking of which, you are incredibly strong. I am increasingly aware of the value of your survival. When the mist arrived, not a single local believes it. Xuanhe blinked at these messages, jotting down the matter of the Great Expedition. Then he flipped through the message records of another high players group. Tisk, this elimination is indeed ruthless. There are now 2 out of 10 newcomers in the high players group. For such a gradient, the frequency of updates where the capable rise and the incapable fall is already terrifying. I really wonder what their talents are. Unfortunately, the reason why the high players are high players is that they know how to play well. They would never willingly share this fundamental information. However, looking at Ku Shui's temporal talent, others from Earth possess formidable skills. These talents may seem clumsy in the early stages, but as long as they survive, they will grow stronger as time goes on. The only doubt is Earth really that strong? Can it provide both land contracts and talents? In the high players group, most interactions are trade-based with no effective information. As for those who specialize in a single craft, none of them have made it into the top 100. He put away the survival manual. Xuanhe walked into the industrial area. As soon as one steps into the industrial area, a wave of heat greets them. The temperature here is significantly higher than when I first arrived in the Zero world. The half-beasts cannot exert their advantages here, hence, it is filled entirely with humans. The workers wear thin clothing, mostly exposing their upper bodies, and even so sweat pours down like rain. Xuanhe entered without disturbing anyone. The workers were all absorbed in their work. Why do I feel like this blast furnace is somewhat off? Was it like this when it was first built? Just then Ailson was purifying the black smoke and various pollutants generated by the furnace. Xuanhe approached. Have you become so perceptive already? Ailson hadn't actually noticed he was troubled by various issues. However, he was somewhat aware of what Xuanhe was referring to. It should just be a slight distortion. The fire source in our territory is too powerful and can purify such steam machines. If it is completely exposed later, even the naked eye will notice, then we can burn a person into it. This way it will return to normal. Xuanhe was quite surprised. The surrounding workers showed not a hint of reaction. He struggled to comprehend what the half-elf Ailson was saying, burning someone, and how would that restore it to normal. I mean, it's not normal there, I just sensed something was off, but don't know where the issue lies. It's a custom. Machines age, just burn a person into it. The specifics perhaps you could ask those great wizards. But wizards usually don't communicate with lords. Struggling to understand, he ultimately gave up. Then let's not burn anyone. He'll handle this matter. Yes, my lord. Ailson was indifferent to such trivial matters, focusing instead on purifying the pollution generated by the industrial area. He opened the survival manual and privately messaged Han Yuyu. This increasingly skilled master builder had crafted many structures in the territory, including the previous ship. Han Yuyu was originally communicating with the dwarves, but stopped immediately when he noticed the golden figure adorned with many titles messaging him privately. Private channel. Han Yuyu, I'm here, Lugo. Xuanhe, do you remember I asked you to build the blast furnace before? Han Yuyu, I remember, but I didn't privately construct this blueprint. I don't even have it in my territory. Xuanhe, I'm asking if you have many similar technological products in your territory now. Han Yuyu, yes, since I invested my talent points in construction, I'm about to conjure a computer myself. Xuanhe. Han Yuyu, what's up, big guy? Is there a problem? Don't send ellipses that startle me awake. Xuanhe, I suggest halting any technological development. Also, hasn't anything strange happened in your territory? I mean, regarding these technological products you've conjured. Han Yuyu, stop. But I'm about to upgrade to a level 3 land deed. In my territory it's fine, the fire source is good. Though there are many monsters at night, I've conjured many defensive arrow towers similar to what you asked me to build, and I haven't encountered a doomsday scenario, though I did encounter some anomalies, but they can't come in because of the fire source. Xuanhe, are you sure? Han Yuyu, suddenly I'm not so sure. Xuanhe shared with Han Yuyu the anomalies he sensed at the blast furnace and what Ailson had said, asking him to check what the problem was. Han Yuyu, this is terrifying human sacrifices. The dwarves mentioned this to me too. I asked why not sacrifice dwarves or elves, and they told me it's because humans are the most cost-effective and reproduce the fastest. Sacrificing half-beasts is useless, but I don't know how this relates to those things. I'll check immediately. If you need anything, contact me again, Lugo. After that, Han Yuyu immediately began inspecting his territory. This inspection sent chills down his spine. It wasn't just the machines that had issues, even those who had long-term contact with the machines were affected. On the surface it seemed fine, but asking a few more questions would lead to meaningless mumblings that sounded extremely grating. Moreover, those machines had completely warped items placed near the fire source for a long time, even produced black smoke. All this he had completely overlooked. He immediately thanked the big man and wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he began organizing the issues in his territory. As for Xuanhe, after seeing the message, he closed the survival manual. He asked Eros about this issue, and the answer was still to burn a person. Well, what more is there to say? Let's see if we can find the reason over at Han Yuyu's place. If all else fails, I can take it to the underwater territory for purification. Although his underwater territory is just on the edge of the deep sea, the library with the green stone pillars isn't very large, but putting a blast furnace in there for some deep sea purification should pose no problem. With this thought, he felt less pressure than before. The only remaining question is, when will the black hair and Lord's disaster that Eros foresaw arrive? The flower bed cared for daily by the flower spirits and pure spirits is producing more and more flowers that can be brewed into spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid greatly aids his meditation, allowing him to immerse himself completely in cultivation. The ability to discover the method of sinking his spirit into the deep sea in such a short time is definitely closely related to his increasingly powerful spirit. With a stronger spirit, his inspiration has also intensified. Otherwise, he wouldn't have detected the anomalies at the blast furnace. It's just a pity about the mithril mine. It can forge extraordinary special ores when directly added to any item. Is there really no issue with the black patterns and the black threads of entwined plants that CC mentioned? Whenever he wants to personally check what's going on, his rationality urges him to give up. He simply wrote on Elon. This adult creature possessing 6th tier strength has a long juvenile period. Fortunately, the various nutrients in the territory keep up, and it occasionally goes to the opposite primitive forest for a meal. At this moment as he flew higher, Xuanhe could even feel the fire source in the sky flash by. However, this feeling was too subtle, almost an illusion. On the ground, the fire sources were scattered in different places, each exuding powerful auras. He originally intended to observe from a distance the location Cece mentioned. But when he rose to a certain height, Xuanhe suddenly rubbed his eyes. What the heck? A gigantic non-human creature covered in black hair was approaching Deep Sea Town with each step. It was still quite a distance from Deep Sea Town, and even further from the mithril mine located at a distance from the territory. But just this giant's strides could be seen by the people of the territory tomorrow, no matter how slow. He rubbed his uncomfortable eye. Literally, Elon quickly dove down, returning to the territory. Meanwhile, further in the primitive forest, the black hair had already begun to spread. Cough, cough. The powerful beasts in the primordial forest unexpectedly emitted a series of coughs. This sound was not something beasts could produce, rather it was extremely anthropomorphic. Beasts like wild rabbits and wild wolves gradually developed black patterns on their bodies, even resembling fine thread. Black hair grew along the ground among the plants and on the bodies of the beasts. Life slowly faded away, transforming into strands of black hair. As the giant covered in black hair drew closer to the deep sea town, the influence grew increasingly intense. Elon dove at full speed and soon landed within the territory. Eros, Elson, Moer, Cece, and Amira were shocked by the news brought by the Lord in the Lord's mansion. My lord, are you saying the disaster is not far from us? It is peculiar, my lord. It seems that the Lord has been pushed to the brink, completely ensnared by the black hair. It's uncertain whether he can lead it. Several people simultaneously expressed their thoughts. We must prepare, my lord. This is not an invasion or pollution between lords. You hold the key to decisive action. Please think of what to do. I will go prepare for the following matters. After Eros finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Elson also quickly took his leave. The night pen housed many creatures of the night. Even during the day, although their power was somewhat diminished, they could still be very effective when properly utilized. The warrior units specially assembled within the territory had also all been gathered and were currently undergoing urgent. Most of them were from the underground caves, while some were ordinary townsfolk with great aptitude for meditation. Regardless of the cultivation method used, they were all at least 9th tier extraordinary beings, with some powerful warriors on the verge of reaching the 8th tier. Starting from the 9th rank, the differences between tiers become vastly distinct. It is hard to fathom how powerful the beings above the 5th rank truly are. Once the Lord's War begins, these warriors will play a crucial role in the assaults. Eros has been preparing for this matter, continuously filtering and assembling a formidable army from layers of warriors and ordinary townsfolk, yet he never anticipated that the strange encroachment would come even further. Thus, this matter primarily relies on the Lord. He is at a loss as to how to proceed and cannot provide advice. Upon hearing Eros' words, Xuanhe's first thought was of the search for the spark that the blue octopus had once mentioned. As the surface meaning suggests, to find the spark, one must desire it. Is it the same at this moment? Unfortunately, it is. He sighed and pondered, concluding that only the Lord could have a decisive impact, either the spark or the land deed. The land deed cannot be moved. Then it circles back to the spark. But how could this thing play a decisive role? Should he burn that black-haired pseudo-human lord with the spark? It is not impossible. Xuanhe immediately planned to take out the Qingkong Purifier. As for the underwater territory, he could only temporarily carry a common spark. Although taking the Qingkong Purifier from the territory greatly weakened the underwater domain's power, his original deep-sea blessing could maintain itself for a while, unlike other territories that would perish once their most crucial spark is taken. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the deep-sea town. The daily mining operations ceased all preparations for the impending. When Xuanhe brought the Qingkong Purifier to land, everyone still within the territory felt a tremendous change. A heavy sense of security wrapped around them in layers, dissipating much of the previous tension and fear. Xuanhe approached Eros holding the stronger light blue spark that had evolved due to the land deed. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Eros, perhaps this is the decisive factor. He inquired with other survivors about how to deal with the strange encroachment of the territory. The methods were varied, but they all required one essential item. It was indeed the spark. Eros, slightly taller than before, appeared somewhat diminutive before the Lord. His lips trembled, hesitating for a moment, his eyes clouded with confusion as he thought the spark. Is it really that simple? He struggled to withdraw his gaze, affirmatively nodding. It is indeed a decisive factor. Undoubtedly, no one could deny it. This is certainly an item of decisive importance. Alson and the nearby Moer both breathed a little heavier. Especially Moer, who was nearly transfixed, couldn't help but exclaim, how extravagant. Another spark. Xuanhe coughed lightly twice. After all, he was quite lacking in the knowledge expected of a lord, genuinely at a loss for ideas. Other survivors were similarly deficient. Thus, he felt somewhat embarrassed at this moment. This related knowledge apart from the Lord was known by almost no one. After inquiring with Xuanhe, their organization could only explore related matters through death, and all materials concerning the response to the strange encroachment were sent to him. The conclusion was that it was useless. One strange encroachment has one response plan. Such knowledge is not widespread. Therefore, only the spark remains. This object is universally applicable, as long as there are no issues. After Eros consulted with the Lord, he shouted loudly to the assembled and rested warriors, everyone bring the ash of the kindling. We are leaving the territory now to intercept the strange encroachment. As long as the ash of the kindling has not been extinguished, it will ensure our minds remain steady and our spiritual senses untainted. We must stabilize our minds and think of our deep-sea territory. After hearing Era's words, Xuanhe suddenly had he looked at the Qingkong pure fire in his hand, a power of the Lord's authority that could be easily wielded. At this moment, he burned the Qingkong pure fire over each person's body one by one. Their bodies radiated a shimmering light blue glow. Alson was stunned, gazing at the light blue flames in his hand, murmuring, "Is there such an extravagant method for using the spark?" This was not how Xuanhe thought about the Qingkong pure fire. Its information indicated that it was nearly inexhaustible and did not require kindling, so he suddenly decided to try it. It seems this would still be useful for these warriors who are about to face the strange threat. He understood what the Qingkong pure fire was while others did not. Era's immediate concern was the kindling. The kindling is of utmost importance. And how much kindling would such a massive amount of spark usage consume? He didn't even have time to ask the Lord, but hurriedly checked all the warehouses, confirming that the kindling had not decreased at all before silently retracting what he was about to say. After a while, the warriors riding the trained wild horse herd headed toward the direction of the primeval forest. The silver-armored horse was among them. At this moment, it resembled a warrior brimming with battle intent more than a steed. Horses that have not experienced the strange encroachment are like this. Everyone else was solemn. Eros continuously pondered how to resolve the catastrophe with minimal loss. Fortunately, the disaster was detected early, intercepted at a considerable distance outside the territory. The distance between the disaster and the territory served as their buffer zone. Once he sees the disaster itself, he can conduct a second divination. May fortune favor the Lord, Eros silently wished in his heart. The death of life in the Zero world is more common than the wind. Wherever the giant non-human creature covered in black hair passes, everything is ensnared by this bizarre black hair. Vast forests and plains have turned into a sea of black hair. This tormented and desperate lord, using her last strength, moves toward the direction indicated by her friends, yet there lies not a shred of hope in her heart. Her subjects, her territory, her spark, herself. All is destroyed, sliding uncontrollably into the abyss of an thud thud, thud thud thud. The Lord, ensnared by black hair, sensed the tremor of the earth through a force was rushing toward her. Was it that weak village? Could they not see her current appearance? To approach is to court death. The Lord, covered in black hair, wanted to roar, yet her mouth was filled with dense strands of black hair. This eerie and disgusting black hair instilled immense fear. All those from Deep Sea Town saw the monster before them. Many warriors found the ash from their weapons depleting at an alarming rate. Some among them, unable to control themselves, desired to drink the abyss water they carried to break free from this unnerving sensation. Then a warrior suddenly touched his own hair, saying, "What beautiful black hair." Just as he uttered this phrase about his black hair, it rapidly grew within mere seconds, completely enveloping him along with his creak creak. The sound of chewing began to resonate. Yet those around him failed to notice anything amiss and started to stroke their own black hair. Suddenly Cece shouted, "Quickly drink the abyss water." Eros looked at the towering figure of the black-haired giant, feeling a chill run through him. He never anticipated that they would face such a disaster. What difference was there from the apocalypse? How could they defeat a creature of this magnitude, this strangeness, with their newly formed warriors? Perhaps Elson could give it a try. "My lord, this is an anomaly that could destroy the Suntobe ascending city." He shouted towards the sky. Anyone aware of what this meant would have given up, resigned to despair. Yet he never wanted to admit defeat. It was the same underground as it was now. He had to give it a try. The black hairs swiftly spread toward the direction of the steed. Elson, now on horseback, drew his bow and shot arrows with great speed. Xuanhe stood upon Elon. Everything was happening at an astonishing pace. 1 second. 3 seconds. In short, it was a matter of fleeting reaction time. The jet-black, glossy strands of hair spread among his warriors. In the blink of an eye, bizarre black hair sprouted on nearly 100 warriors. Qingkong Jinghua. Xuanhe did not hesitate. The light blue flames descended upon the warriors once more. Qingkong Jinghua continued to flicker, showing no signs of damage. Era's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of hope upon witnessing this. Ilson Cece and Duobi Lulan. Hurry. With the Lord's empowerment, unleash your strength to attack. These warriors were mostly extraordinary beings who had reached the 8th tier, with Ailson being a 7th tier extraordinary. Those warriors who had already been consumed by the black hair or had lost their sanity due to its growth returned to normal under the flames of Qingkong Jinghua. Cece gulped down a mouthful of abyss water. This 2-meter-tall female warrior galloped forward bravely on horseback. Xuanhe could not afford to be distracted for even a moment. Even a second could mean the death of dozens. Especially for those charging at the forefront, the flames of Qingkong Jinghua fell upon them in greater abundance. The rich light blue flames seemed to engulf their outer bodies, appearing as if they were ablaze with the flames, even engulfing the horses. As a result, the black hair spreading underground began to slowly recede under this power. The giant ensnared by the black hair stood as tall as a 3-story building. With each arrow Ailson shot, the black hair on it would be singed away a fraction. The same went for the other warriors. However, even though Qingkong Jinghua possessed immense purifying and restorative powers, it could not save a warrior whose neck was strangled by the black hair. It could only scorch the anomaly, providing protection and purification for the warriors. One after another warriors fell. Xuanhe's heart bled. His people, those he had painstakingly nurtured. The black hair spreading on the ground seemed to gain a semblance of consciousness, ceasing to spread from the ground, and instead forming thick strands piercing through the warriors from unexpected directions. The anomaly has no consciousness. This is human consciousness. My lord, there are still living people among this black hair. Ira's voice came from below. Elon's body trembled violently. A gaze from within the black-haired giant was fixed upon it. The pollution and erosion were alarmingly close. Xuanhe was also sweating profusely, having expended too much mental energy. This was outside the territory, and apart from the lack of the domain rights that consumed his strength with every use of the spark, even his current level made it challenging to participate in such battles. Now with all his might empowering the territorial warriors, he had no energy left for any other actions. Standing atop Elon, he gritted his teeth, urging Elon to draw closer to the black-haired giant. Elon wanted to turn back, but fearfully approached under her master's intense demands. Danger. Intense danger. The anomalous erosion could not currently target Xuanhe, who wielded Jinhua. Yet those whose minds had been completely eroded by the black hair could indeed pose a threat to him. How much immense power lay within a territory soon to ascend to a city. During these days of meditation and training, Ailson had also grown stronger. His attacks against the black-haired giant were the Xuanhe felt an urge to throw the spark in his hand. However, he restrained that thought. At the same time, he retrieved another crafted spark from the domain. This spark, which was not really a spark, crackled and fizzled out before ever getting close. The pain of being cut like a knife echoed in Xuanhe's mind. The ground was drenched in blood. Yet under the immense willpower, a piece of Jinhua was forcibly separated. The light blue flame had no power whatsoever, nor did it emit the sizzling sound of burning. It seemed as if it did not exist at all. This small piece of flame, with Elon's cooperation, directly fell upon the black-haired giant. Even as Elon quickly retreated, the black hair still wound around it, its wings drenched in blood, letting out a lament as it fell to the ground. The Jinhua in Xuanhe's hand continued to flicker quietly, neither increasing nor decreasing. He also fell to the ground along with Elon. The silver-armored horse rushed over immediately. Boom! As the light blue flames fell upon the black-haired giant. Layers upon layers of black hair spread apart, revealing the form underneath. Black hair fell upon the ground, upon the people, upon the trees, and upon the beasts. Blood and severed limbs were strewn everywhere. Even though Xuanhe had done his utmost, he had essentially achieved the best he could do at this stage. This was undoubtedly due to the effect of the Nine Heavens mystic art, but he had also made efforts to grasp the current situation. However, this was enough to obliterate the bizarre phenomenon that was about to ascend to a territory known as the city. Regrettably, even though such a level of attack was already quite clever, it did not inflict significant harm on the black hair. As layer upon layer of black hair scattered, it revealed the head underneath. On top of a smooth head grew black hair, which, no matter how natural it seemed, always felt peculiar, especially since this head had hair only on two sides, while the center remained remarkably smooth. At first glance, it might even seem comical. This was a tremendously powerful, transcendent being, and even now there was still a hint of a lordly aura about her, though it was already quite faint. Her mouth was stuffed with black hair, and she attempted to make a sound, yet no voice escaped. However, 99% of the black hair was entangled around her, with some wrapping around other people and others attacking the warriors of Deep Sea Town. When Xuanhe burned the top layer with a fraction of the Nine Heavens mystic art, this already ensnared lord seemed to finally muster a trace of strength. Boom! The entire giant collapsed directly to the ground in her bulging eyes. The black hair rapidly grew and wrapped around her, but she bit down on all of it. As her body touched the ground, this defeated lord let out a furious roar, "Use your fire." And the earth seemed to grant her the strength that was trapped. A yellowish light appeared on her body, her arms abruptly swelled several times, and her entire being became heavier to the point where the black hair could no longer fully entangle her, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a large pit. Xuanhe recognized that this opportunity was rare and did not need anyone to remind him. The silver-armored horse moved faster than he could, like a silver lightning bolt. The essence of the Nine Heavens mystic art fell upon the black hair. Sizzle! Countless cries of anguish emanated from within the black hair. Meanwhile, the defeated lord, who was ensnared by the black hair, was rising from the earth, her feet firmly embedded in the soil, swinging her fists towards the black hair. Her hand, imbued with a yellowish glow, directly tore through the black hair. It tore apart, yet continued to grow relentlessly. It appeared as if the defeated lord had suppressed this bizarre black hair. However, the black hair could continuously emerge, while her strength always had its limits. Fortunately, at this moment, the Nine Heavens mystic art descended. Eros was directing everyone to retreat. The light blue flames had no temperature, yet when they fell upon the black hair, they burned like a raging inferno. This flame was already powerful enough. A hint of disappointment flickered in the defeated lord's eyes. Although this flame seemed strong, it was too weak in comparison to the bizarre phenomenon. It was likely that it would not be long before the fuel was exhausted, and at that time the weak territory before her would also be destroyed. Unexpectedly, though, the black hair emerged continuously, while the Nine Heavens mystic art flowed even more abundantly. It burned quietly, reminiscent of how Xuanhe had seen it burn silently at the bottom of the Lansong River. The defeated lord was filled with uncertainty. Her consciousness regained some clarity, and the black hair stuffed in her mouth was being consumed by the power from the earth. Although still trapped in the black hair, she finally had a bit of strength to resist. What her friend said was not wrong. In this direction, there was indeed extraordinary power, Perhaps she still retained a glimmer of hope. But what was this flame? There was no time to ponder. The bizarre black hair was too powerful. Her territory had withered almost completely in just a month's time, and after being ensnared by the core of the bizarre black hair despite her desperate struggle and all means employed, she ultimately extinguished the flame. Once the flame was extinguished, the territory had no more chance. A strong tremor resonated from the earth. The bizarre black hair, scorched by the nine heavens' mystic art, concentrated all its power upon the defeated lord's head, and she struggled desperately against it. And this so-called giant entangled by the black hair revealed its true form. What was encased inside was not a single person, but many crammed together like a meat pie, their human forms completely indistinguishable, black hair sprouting from every orifice, with only their eyes wide open, as if unable to believe their fate, their demise tragic in the extreme. Such a scene made those who witnessed it feel nauseated. The current battlefield was no longer something ordinary warriors, those who bore the fire that could be salvaged from the deep sea territory, were gradually burning the still living warriors with flames dispelling their corruption. The yellow giant standing upon the earth had its eyes and head covered in various hair, while below the neck it was desperately trying to pull out the hair growing from its own body. Meanwhile, the light blue flames burned everything bizarre. Xuanhe could not stray too far. After all, the nine heavens mystic art was his possession and required his command. At this moment, he was drinking from a bottle of moonwell water to restore his strength. Even so, his complexion was extremely pale, having drained all the power from his body, yet he still forced himself to activate the nine heavens mystic art. In such a high-stakes situation, he would not have been able to participate without relying on the flame. Thanks to Eros and Aelson, the warriors they trained attracted the attacks early on, allowing him to seize the opportunity that created the current situation. This yellow giant firmly stood upon the earth, each of its movements possessing the power to move mountains. A pure strength-type warrior. Moreover, it was not just a simple physical attack. As she pulled out the black hair from her mouth and nostrils, the vibrations of her spirit could be heard within her head. Such a powerful lord surprisingly had little resistance against the bizarre black hair. The black hair she had destroyed was outnumbered by that burned by the nine heavens mystic art. Do you have any powerful knives or swords? A murky voice sounded. None. Only a gun. Xuanhe threw the Jinsu gun over. Too weak. Well, something is better than nothing. Everyone then saw the yellow giant use an immense force to slice off the upper part of its own head. With a clatter, the head fell to the ground, erupting with an even more intense yellow light, while the nine heavens mystic art fell upon it and burned. The yellow giant realized that there were still some fine strands of black hair growing on her neck and decisively continued to cut. By the end, only the lower half and a bit of the abdomen remained. What remained was a being with only its lower half and a small portion of its abdomen. A person. Use your fire to burn it vigorously. Do you want to see this thing spread out? The head uttered a vengeful voice. Xuanhe had already tried his best. He gritted his teeth, his spirit plunging deep into the sea. In that moment, it seemed the deep sea accompanied him, and the power within him grew much stronger. The power of the nine heavens mystic art spread instantly, completely engulfing the head and the severed limbs in flames. The sparks had already taken on the momentum of a prairie fire. This entire plain and the nearby forest burned rapidly as if doused in oil. Xuanhe felt his palms becoming somewhat ethereal, accompanied by a damp sound. Enough, my lord, you cannot continue. Eros' voice suddenly came from behind. Xuanhe immediately halted his descent into the depths. He too felt a sense of dread. Yet the flames did not diminish, for there was indeed plenty of fuel within the forest. The yellow giant, now almost only half a body, slowly shrank, finally becoming a meter tall. Human lord, I have lost. This is your loot. An entity without a mouth, head, or upper body emitted a murky voice. A yellow land deed was thrown before Xuanhe. In the end, I will take all the bizarre black hair from my territory and leave. If you are not afraid, you should still be able to find some of my remnants. Weak losers hide in the zero world, while lords like me only enter the mist. I hope I do not encounter you in the mist. Xuanhe glanced at the land deed, burned it to confirm there were no issues, and then looked at this being with almost only legs. He could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly, can you answer some of my questions? I dare say, do you dare listen? Weak human lord, you should rely on your own exploration of this world to obtain information. Only then can you avoid falling into the labyrinth of misinformation. With that, the two legs ran swiftly, finally leaping into the mist. Xuanhe felt lost. If only they could tell him so. If all else fails, he would record it down and go disinfect in the deep sea territory. Sometimes persistence does not necessarily signify a good thing. Not every place holds hope. For instance, while Eros and the others were tidying up the battlefield, Xuanhe had already retrieved the weird black hair that had been completely burned by the nine heavens mystic art and returned it to the seabed territory. He saw the lord from just now. He had just entered the mist and was already dead within its strange confines. So should he consider staying? Perhaps there might be a chance of salvation. What a pity. Xuanhe withdrew his gaze. When the nine heavens mystic art was returned to the underwater territory, a small orca quickly approached, swimming around it, then bumped Xuanhe with its tail, clearly dissatisfied with the removal of the fire seed. The black and white orca had not been idle recently. It had taken a liking to floating in the purified waters that Xuanhe had specifically created, chasing after small fish and shrimp, appearing quite delighted. What occurred on land had no impact on the seabed. It remained calm and serene. The blue octopus activated all its 8 tentacles, stirring the seeds it had planted. These plants had slowly begun to grow, adding a unique glow to the seabed territory. A green light from the seaweed illuminating the underwater area like a great lamp, making this stretch of sea exceptionally eye-catching. If it were a normal ocean, many marine creatures would have gathered by now. Xuanhe felt a bit regretful. He then quickly ascended to handle affairs on land. There were still many lingering issues above, each requiring his decisive judgment. This time the damage ratio was, for these townsfolk accustomed to death, it was almost negligible. Neither Eros nor Elson cared much, only the Lord felt heartache watching the fallen warriors. Then he integrated the acquired yellowed land deed into his small town. This deed was quite powerful. Moreover, it was beyond what he could digest at present. However, the most fundamental territorial expansion was entirely feasible. His land territory and seabed territory had finally reconnected completely. The level sea water outside the cliff and the light blue water carried a hint of life. Eros also noticed the changes in the territory, murmuring, "We should prepare 3 doors, as this is the basic defense of a territory. It can no longer be constructed purely from snake vine and blue walls, for that does not count as a door." Of course, such matters were to be resolved by the Lord. Eros now confidently handed over the necessary architectural plans along with those previously researched by the underground tribe to the Lord. He should strive to resolve this, for this was his territory. Eros felt a sense of relaxation. Originally worried about the pollution on the warriors, he intended to place them in a safe zone, prohibiting entry into Deep Sea Town. However, unexpectedly, the Lord directly used the source water beads to collect a vast amount of abyssal water, then poured it on the areas where they exhibited abnormalities and consumed it himself. This abyssal pool had grown increasingly larger with the advancement of the land deed. The abyssal pool within the Lord's mansion was already tremendously vast. After finishing these tasks, Xuanhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. When those who had gone out to fight officially entered Deep Sea Town, a barely noticeable light blue flame flickered to life, only to vanish in less than half a second. Every warrior entering Deep Sea Town felt a sense of lightness in their bodies. Elson and the others felt the same. Although your other resources are not abundant, I must say your understanding of how to counteract the strange erosion is always more than we imagined. So I hope you will continue to work hard, my lord. Whether I can retire here depends on you. Elson shrugged and cupped his hands toward the tall Cece, also sincerely nodded, her voice very simple, yet her eyes shone brightly. My lord, please. Xuanhe couldn't hold back. He thought it was fine to indulge the half-elf who was being ridiculous, but he should respond to this human. I will try my best. After saying this, he felt something was amiss. Shouldn't it be you all who work hard? After a brief rest, Eros immediately brought a large batch of documents and plans to report to the hard-working. My lord, the words of that failure may not be true, and we must remain vigilant. Considering the current manpower issues in our territory, I have decided to send those natives who worship tree spirits to communicate with wind beasts. Many powerful beasts in the floating mountains can provide us with aerial scouts. Once they are successfully tamed, we will investigate the direction from which the failure came. Although there will be some sacrifices, it is worth it. The safety zone outside the territory, the Laneying Lu grass seeds, has been fully sown. I expect them to replace the ordinary grass in the plains within a day. However, what you mentioned about planting them in the territory has yet to be accomplished. The seeds are too few and are currently being cultivated. I will urge the flower spirits to speed up the progress. The mountain-moving profession is currently working hard to transport ore veins and small hills, but given their current levels, it remains too challenging. I plan to let them rest and focus on meditation and training for a while before proceeding. Your newly prepared warehouse is beginning to overflow with accumulated food and resources. It is not advisable to trade resources, but food can be traded moderately. I have designated an area within the territory specifically for storing supplies, but it requires special ores to ensure they are not corroded by time. Please take a look. These are the types. My lord, perhaps you could see if you can find. Given the current situation of the territory and the inevitable war in the future, I have decided to delineate a new area outside for training troops, ensuring that after you initiate war, we will not lag behind. Currently, there is still a lack of sufficient craftsmen within the territory. I will do my best to find the dwarves. The traces of them have already been found in the forest. If we entice them with food and wine, perhaps we can draw them out. Although Winter is a pure elf, there is only one, and persuading tree spirits is too inefficient. I will strive to find other elves. The firewood surplus in our territory is currently. But as you have mentioned before, my lord, we need other types of firewood, not just wood. I am having Elson work hard on this. After all, he has a special talent for finding ore veins. If possible, my lord, you might want to try finding more fire seeds. Mithril mines. The night monsters tamed in the night column have now become a significant force guarding our territory at night, but their food shortage. And now your territory is completely connected to the seabed territory, the construction of the ocean territory. There were so many tasks, so many tasks, so many tasks. He looked at Aras' excited demeanor and felt a bit puzzled. They had sacrificed many warriors, and that strange black hair was still haunting. What was the matter? Was he the only one affected? Was he the only one worried? Forget it. I will tackle one thing at a time. It feels like I won't be able to sleep today. In the town of Deep Sea, the sides of the road and many other places were planted with Laneying Lu Chao. No lights were needed. These grasses served as natural lamps, illuminating the path with a faint glow even at night. Thus the nights in Deep Sea Town were bustling with activity. Inside the Lord's manor, Xuanhe sat at his desk, diligently handling affairs. For him, these matters were not easy to manage as they were not innate knowledge. The first task was to deal with the gate and other strategic resources mentioned by Eros. Among the survivors, many possessed special abilities, especially those with great luck, who had gains from the blueprints that were not far behind Xuanhe. In fact, they had much more. Upon entering the trading market, he was met with a dense array of goods that seemed endless. There were indeed many special blueprint buildings similar to the Level 1 Simple Farmland, but lacking in universal application. Level 1 Stone City Wall Building. Level 1 Simple Watchtower Building. Level 2 Alchemist's Hut Building. Level 1 Simple Workshop Building. Level 1 Simple Alchemy Table Building. After much deliberation, Xuanhe found these blueprint buildings quite useful, though they required specific individuals to utilize them, unlike the Level 1 Simple Farmland, which could be used by halfworks. After some thought, he decided to purchase the Level 1 Stone City Wall Building, which would serve for regular patrols and defense. The snake vine green wall was indeed flexible and formidable. However, it was increasingly resembling a large living entity. Additionally, he repurchased several Level 1 Simple Watchtower buildings to check locations later. As for the Level 1 Simple Workshop buildings, he had already purchased some previously, but according to Eros reports, they were insufficient, so he needed to prepare more. When training soldiers outside, new buildings were also necessary. Unfortunately, it seemed that few people were in the alchemist profession, and among so many in the territory, there was hardly anyone capable of healing. Currently, a significant portion of his daily expenditures involved potions. Despite searching the trading market extensively, he still hadn't found a suitable defensive gate, as mentioned by Eros. After some consideration, he could only find someone to customize it. Han Yu was indeed top tier in constructing this track, and most importantly, he was reliable. I wonder how he is faring now. Private channel. Xuanhe, how is your territory doing now? Han Yu crying it's about to collapse. Brother, do you have any jobs lately? I need to take on orders to support my territory, am currently in dire need of food. Xuanhe, based on your territory's development, are you still lacking food? Han Yu, the things I crafted by hand, I discarded them outside, and they awakened due to my actions developing self-awareness, and are now blocking the door. However, due to the fire seed and land deed plus my lack of strength, the things I created are still insufficiently refined, so they are just blocking the door, but during the day my people in the territory are unable to go out to gather supplies. Xuanhe, don't you farm? Han Yu holding his head, and crying, don't mention it. I was tricked by those dwarves. My territory is filled with all kinds of industrial buildings, and the farmland has been moved to the outer safe zone. Xuanhe was at a loss for words. Among the survivors, various foolish actions frequently occurred, but this was simply too. Xuanhe, alright, I'll send you the requirements, and you can quote a price. If you're short on supplies, I can advance a portion, but the quality must be guaranteed. Han Yu, don't worry, big shot. I am a craftsman. Others can make foolish mistakes, but in my area of expertise, Xuanhe remained non-committal, but he sent the requirements and materials to him. After outsourcing some tasks, he finally felt a considerable weight lift from his mind. However, there were still matters to attend to, primarily document approvals. Eros placed great importance on this process. Without proper document procedures, he would not proceed. As he continued to review the documents, Xuanhe became dizzy. He truly could not understand how Eros managed to turn a small town into something as complex as governing a nation. Private channel. Chunmu, Xuanhe, brother Lu, are you okay? The bazaar should not be too difficult for a big shot like you to handle, right? Rinxingxing, damn, I finally made it back. Let me tell you, I simply couldn't find Brother Lu's location, but I found other wanderers. I took them in, unexpectedly they turned around and sold me out. I'm done. Everyone be careful. Zhang Jingjing, I wondered why you suddenly stopped chatting. I thought you intended to work hard like Zhang Miao. How are you doing now? Rinxingxing, I paid, let me go. They are a bunch of very strange beings, seemingly followers of a powerful entity. Once I get back, I must deal with that damned guy. Song Shiyu. The great expedition has begun. View image, trembling with fear. I've been summoned. There are so many people. I've never seen this many in my life. Blending in, I really feel like a quail. I heard they plan to attack the holy city. What should I do? Am I going to die? Zhang Miao, why are you all so troublesome? Can't you learn from me and diligently develop your territories? Every time I enter the group, I see all kinds of strange matters. I see nothing like what you all are doing in the forum. What is going on? Rinxingxing, damn. Latest news, the one who bought from me isn't a follower. They are a deity's believer. What the heck? Are there believers in a place like Zero World? Chunmu, so everyone is just saying their piece. Xuanhe, brother Lu, are you there? Xuanhe felt that the mental state of everyone wasn't very friendly. Originally, he had come to find information, but upon seeing the group chat, he was nearly amused to anger. Xuanhe, I'm here. What do you need from me? Chunmu, our organization needs to exchange a large amount of food. I wanted to ask if you have any level 1 simple farmland grain. It's not like regular fields. Don't worry, it will be a normal trade. I will not deliberately underprice. Xuanhe, I do have some, but what is this for? Chunmu, can this be disclosed? Anyway, I already said a lot in this group that shouldn't have been said. It's fine to say a bit more. Chunmu, our organization plans to invest in the Great Expedition's powerful lord. We have already made contact and plan to inquire further. Currently, this powerful lord seems to be facing issues and is severely lacking in normal food. I don't know the specifics. Song Shiyu, Chunmu, if your organization rises, help me out. I just escaped the depths of my miserable existence and was forced into war. I'm an alchemist, I can still save. Chunmu, no guarantees, but I will try. Your priority is too low. Song Shiyu, that's too cruel. Forget it, I'll try to make an effort myself. I can't manage my territory anyway, so I have to give up and focus on developing my alchemist career. Perhaps that is also a way out. Zhang Jingjing raising hand, I can imbue spirits into dolls. If there's an organization, please consider recruiting me. I can do it. Brother Lu, why is your territory so far? Otherwise I would have rushed over long ago crying. Lu Xuanhe, alright, let him contact me. He closed the group chat and took a quick glance at Ren Xingxing's hurried message. Then he opened the high play group to conduct information and item trading. After finishing all this, he buried himself in reviewing documents. Finally, after everything was settled, he looked outside and saw that dawn was approaching. Lu Xuanhe set down his pen, rubbed his temples, and resolutely muttered to himself, I need an external document secretary. I'm master, I can do it. You've always kept me in the box, have you forgotten about me? A voice suddenly emerged from within the Lord's manor. Lu Xuanhe was not surprised after all he had heard this sound several times before. However, this time it was indeed startled. Judith's alchemical doll. This doll had no practical value, but was very precious. He had kept it in the Lord's mansion and even found a box for it. Now in Deep Sea Town, one person was functioning as three. Even the Lord had to work through the night, and any passing dog was captured to do chores. Alright, his dog was about to hatch at the bottom of the sea. So this Judith's alchemical doll could be of use, right? After all, this living being had already signed a contract with him. Lu Xuanhe felt quite displeased to see the doll lying there idly after he had just finished a hard fight, and now had to deal with it. Thus he suddenly opened the box and looked at the blonde doll inside. You're right, we should make full use of resources. The territory is indeed short on manpower. However, just organizing documents is a bit too easy. From now on you need to record everything regarding the Lord's mansion and the Deep Sea office, report to me, and list out the important priorities and urgency. The blonde doll, who had risen happily when the box was opened, felt as if the sky had fallen after hearing the Lord's words. She gaped, then closed her mouth. Dejectedly she nodded. However, feeling too downcast, her neck snapped. Her skull rolled down. Judith was taken aback seeing the Lord hurriedly tiptoe over to reattach her head. The botanist Amira had already become an extraordinary being, and she happened to be reporting to the Lord. Upon entering, she saw the head of the doll being placed. She glanced indifferently at the blonde doll, her expression calm. Your head is on backwards. As she passed by the doll, a middle-aged woman's voice echoed again, remember, do not be so careless when working. The blonde doll twisted her head with a crack, placing it back on properly. Hearing these words, she widened her eyes and became utterly despondent. What was wrong with the people in this territory? It was supposed that she would be treated like a princess or a beautiful vase, yet now she was just made to work. Moreover, how could no one find it strange when they saw a head roll off? Lord, this is the progress of the 3 types of training for the townsfolk today. It is not advisable to continue with the genetic lock training. This method is highly susceptible to erosion and has high requirements for individuals. Meditation also demands high talent. It is still recommended to fully advance martial law and abolish other training methods. Lu Xuanhe flipped through the documents and waved his hand. You should discuss this matter with Cici Duobi and Lu Lan. Amira fell silent for a moment, wanting to say something, but ultimately took her leave. Finally, she took a thick report on training methods and went to find Cici. Today she had to persuade this barbarian. As for her actual job as a botanist, it seemed she had long forgotten about it. Lu Xuanhe stood up to stretch and looked at the blonde doll who was looking around. Don't forget to handle the affairs, otherwise you'll go back into the box. The blonde doll tried hard to demonstrate her professionalism. She could sense a strange atmosphere permeating this territory that made her feel uneasy. I will, my lord. Lu Xuanhe stepped out, placed some new items using the land deed, and directly jumped into the sea. As soon as he jumped into the sea, he saw a small orca startling fish. Swimming down with the water, the seeds planted in the underwater territory had increased significantly. The blue octopus seemed to love this feeling. Every time he saw it recently, it was tirelessly planting with 8 tentacles. My lord, your puppy has already woken up, but be careful, it may choke on water. The voice of the blue octopus sounded from the underwater planting area. Lu Xuanhe was somewhat surprised. He originally thought it would take some time, but unexpectedly it hatched so quickly. As for choking on water, he hurriedly swam over only to see a small black puppy choking on water beside a pale blue fire seed tree. Though it was choking, it was still alive, just continuously gagging. Seeing this scene, he quickly enveloped the little black dog with a source water pearl. Cough, cough. It coughed vigorously and spat out water, then looked at him with a face full of resentment. This was indeed his oversight. Mainly, he had used the source water pearl yesterday and hadn't expected it to hatch just at this moment. Forget it, forget it. He sent the little black dog up. Once it reached the surface, the little black dog's fur stood on end, barking loudly at the mist. Lu Xuanhe tapped the little black dog on the head. Alright, I know you're fierce, but don't bark so much when you're this small. When you go into the mist later, just go back to the ground and find something to eat yourself. The little black dog nudged its owner's hand, wagged its tail, and then walked into the land territory from behind the Lord's mansion. Since the land and underwater territories were fully connected, the green walls of snake vines were retracted, and the level 1 simple farmland underground was also gathered. The little black dog ran into the territory, sniffing vigorously. It seemed to have caught a whiff of something and brightened up, planning to run over when it suddenly stopped. Then it jumped onto the moon well, its eyes shining, preparing to lower its head to drink the water from the moon well. Hey, little black dog. The time sandflower spirit suddenly jumped out. Actually, it had been here all along, but it was too small for anyone to notice. This is the moon well. You can't drink like that. Even if you are brought by the Lord, you still can't. The first time sandflower spirit stood with its hands on its hips, shouting at the little. However, since it was small, the little black dog completely ignored it. Seeing this, the time sandflower spirit immediately waved its wand and blew the unsuspecting little black dog away. Then it called for the blonde doll to bring a large bowl and used magic to draw the water from the moon well into the bowl. The little black dog's eyes shone, or its whole head was about to fall into this wooden bowl. The time sandflower spirit licked its lips, feeling a bit greedy. Not knowing what it thought of it, blinked its eyes. Humph, when breakfast time comes I will also have a portion of the moon well water, so I don't need to watch you drink. Things on land were gradually progressing. However, advancing things underwater was extremely difficult. Xuanhe passed through a green light curtain and entered the library. Then he sat down, picked up a pen, and hurriedly wrote down everything that had happened over the past 2 days using Chinese. As for the characters of the Zero World, although he could indeed read them, it was still quite challenging to express what he wanted to convey. Finally, after finishing, he stuffed the documents into the shelf. He sensed a slight unusual aura from the freshly written material. However, this was a territory at the edge of the deep sea. The strange aura appeared only briefly before completely vanishing. Inside the aquarium structure were various marine life eggs, most of which were purchased from the survivor trading market. Hopefully, in the coming time, the marine territory could be as vibrant as the land territory. Now, the most pressing matter was what the failed lord had mentioned regarding the other part of the legacy. He sincerely hoped there would be enough. Xuanhe thought to himself. The deep sea was silent, seemingly devoid of any sound. Life here had no opportunity to even sprout in its initial stages. Xuanhe carefully examined the items that the small orca had brought back. Most of these items were indeed marine debris, mere remnants of civilization. They carried the aura of apocalypse, yet lacked the direct shock that the first apocalypse diary had delivered. There was nothing useful. He looked down on them, let alone the giant turtle. At this moment, Xuanhe couldn't help but think about those civilizations and worlds shrouded in mist, and why the failed lords had to enter the mist along with the coordinates he had obtained, hoping to explore them soon. Although he had been in the Zero World for quite some time, everything in this world remained shrouded in mist, making it impossible. In fact, at his current level, he no longer needed sleep, but the long-standing human habit still made him prefer to maintain. However, he didn't sleep for long. After just an hour of rest in the deep sea, he quickly got back up. As he swam upward through the ocean, the small orca seemed tired, floating on the surface and sound asleep, yet its keen senses kept it from drifting outside its territory. The tribesmen who worshipped the tree spirits had mostly been assimilated by the deep sea town, readily accepting Eros' demands, though this did not guarantee success. After all, only true warriors could tame those sentient beasts from the floating mountains. Xuanhe paid little attention. Now the silver-armored horse trained daily alongside those warriors, with his only mount left being Elon. Unlike the ever-enthusiastic silver-armored horse, Elon preferred to lazily lie in front of the Lord's mansion, even being too lazy to go out hunting. Slap. Xuanhe gave Elon, who was deep in slumber, a light smack. Elon shook its head, immediately getting up, flapping its large wings, and nodding to signal its master to climb aboard. Let's go see what the monster's place has become, he said. With a whoosh, the wind from the flapping wings rushed past. Elon's wings were nearly 30 meters long, a truly large creature on Earth. This time they did not ascend very high. As Elon flew by, he could see people below, who looked like ants. The entire deep sea town was enveloped in a faint flame and an invisible force of land contracts, with the most striking being the light from the lawn-ing flowing grass. From above, it was evident that these lawn-ing flowing grasses, which did not completely grow together, had energy that flowed among them, forming a vast energy field. Xuanhe was uncertain and casually used a term to describe this phenomenon. In any case, this was likely the reason why the lawn-ing flowing grass could resist the strange. The vast grassland outside was planted with this special grass, which even shimmered beautifully in daylight. The flower spirits were becoming more numerous. Unfortunately, the industrial area where the furnace was located clashed with the entire territory's aesthetics. Townsfolk resembling ants walked across the grasslands and through the primeval forest. The Halfworks seemed to have grown stronger, nourished by ample resources and a method of cultivation, even surpassing their initial strength by a head or even half a body. In brief, they were purely bursting with physical muscle. However, among the half-serpents, some of their transformations caught. Due to some inexplicable reasons, or perhaps a racial talent, the half-serpents gradually gave rise to the special perfection. Compared to the universal medicines he had purchased, these shamans seemed to understand better how to treat the Halfworks. The shamans were birthed in the birthing chambers of half-serpents, and it quickly escalated from there. Xuanhe recalled the materials that Amelia had shown him and gazed into the distance. The floating mountains lay in another direction, and ahead this primeval forest was nearing its end. This was the direction where the failed lords and Xuanhe had come from. If one were to walk, this place was already quite far from the deep sea town. Xuanhe thought for a moment and decided to continue forward. It wasn't long before he spotted the Sky County that Xuanhe had. Seeing it did not mean that Sky County was close, rather it was too large and too conspicuous. During this time, he sensed the presence of embers and land contracts from different directions. For now, there was no need to worry. The distance was still considerable. He then noticed issues on the ground. There were remnants. It was a place that belonged to a territory, but that territory had completely vanished, leaving only broken ground and clusters of buildings. On this land, he surprisingly did not sense any strange aura. The failed lord had indeed spoken truthfully. She had used all her strength at the last moment to take away the black-haired anomaly. Ziz. Xuanhe extended his hand, and a cluster of embers ignited in his palm. He sensed this area, realizing it indeed left behind many remnants as well as many intelligent life forms. Because among those still alive, humans only occupied a portion. Let's wait until Eros has handled things before investigating. He stood atop Elon, glancing down from the sky for a moment before returning. Taming flying beasts was quite difficult. However, the dwarves were easily hooked. Due to the information he had heard from Han Yu, Xuanhe remained relatively cautious towards the dwarves. However, the dwarves were greatly disappointed upon arriving at the deep sea town, as it was not the territory they preferred. In the end, they still stayed. The dwarves believed that their reason for remaining had nothing to do with the delightful wines and ample sense of security. The dwarves in the primeval forest were not just one, but a small clan. Although each dwarf expressed dissatisfaction with the overly natural atmosphere of the deep sea town, one would come and settle down without hesitation. The forging within the town was finally on the right track. It just needed more types of extraordinary buildings to forge. However, the various mineral reserves within the territory were still insufficient, especially since the little black dog lay beside the mineral vein waiting for food. This time it took 2 days to tame flying beasts and finally establish 2 small teams. But these were all elites among elites. Surprisingly, there were even 2 agile half-cat people among them. With the flying squads established, future reconnaissance would be much more convenient. At this moment, they were heading towards the territory that had failed to ascend. Eros was being carried by someone on a flying beast, silently conducting divination. After receiving the divination results, he let out a sigh of relief. This divination had no major issues. As for minor problems, they were unavoidable. His rather short stature felt out of place among these strong warriors, yet his gaze was fixed on the lord in front of him, contemplating how to report a certain matter. The approaching individual was not friendly. Although this tender and merciful lord had grown significantly, would he still be too soft-hearted? Forget it, Eros thought. He would report the facts and offer his opinions without speculating or making unnecessary comments. After all, this was the lord's territory. The speed of the flying squad was indeed much faster than the domesticated herd of horses, primarily due to their air superiority, allowing for early reconnaissance. After a period of time, they had arrived before the territory that had failed its ascension. 2 of them landed first, coordinating with their teammates to probe for any potential dangers. After a thorough professional inspection, they finally approached to report to the lord. Even though Eros had conducted a divination, it still could not prevent the outcome. After receiving an accurate response, most of the flying squad jumped down. As for Xuanhe, he remained standing among the others. My lord, this failed territory still contains quite a bit of the resources we need. I will send some people to gather them now. After receiving the lord's affirmation, the agile Lu Lan clasped his hands and departed with some others. Eros gazed ahead with his vacant eyes. Within this half-finished city, there are many surviving residents. It seems their condition is not good. Living under the protection of the fire seed for a long time, suddenly losing that exposure to the night and the world could have dire consequences. My lord, how about we go take a look? Xuanhe nodded. There were still many different buildings left in this failed ascension territory. These buildings were all quite impressive, some even extravagant, with all sorts of shops available. But now, after the prosperity had faded, everything felt empty and desolate. Although the leftover resources here are useful to our territory, my lord, it is actually the reason for this ascension failure that we should understand the most. Logically speaking, even if a territory intends to fail, it should not conclude everything in such a short time. I may not understand land deeds, but I understand power. Another team was continuously gathering the remaining residents. These residents did not resist at all. Instead, they were overwhelmed with joy and followed the team without asking anything. Xuanhe did not respond to Eros' words. Are we also planning to investigate that mysterious black-haired figure? Eros shook his head, his expression serious. No, my lord, I believe what we need to investigate is the fire seed. He added in his heart, we need to understand what exactly happened here to find a way to respond. Then we need to go there. Xuanhe looked towards the highest point in the territory. It was a grand palace, though many parts had already been shattered. The most powerful fire seed of this territory is right there. Unfortunately, it has already extinguished. The 2 of them, along with half of the flying squad, flew towards the direction of the palace. Xuanhe landed first before the extinguished fire seed. It was a lamp. From the remaining traces, it was undoubtedly a powerful fire seed with significant purpose. Xuanhe reached out his hand, but did not touch it. Instead, he knocked on it from a distance. Knock, knock. The fire seed seemed to sense something as a flicker of flame appeared amidst the ash. But it was too small, too small. Seeing this, he reached out his hand and fed the fire seed some kindling. Although it was a drop in the bucket, it at least prevented the flame from being extinguished. The wind lightly blew, shaking the drapes of the palace. This fire seed is already useless, Xuanhe said after a moment of consideration. It has completely extinguished. To reignite it again. He paused here, shaking his head. I don't know how to describe it. It's hard to imagine how ashes should be reignited. Perhaps it could be done, but using such power here is entirely unnecessary. Eros listened humbly to knowledge unknown to him, unsure if he could remember it. After observing the fire seed for a while, he stepped back and asked, My lord, may I conduct a divination here? Xuanhe glanced at the fire seed in Eros' hand and nodded. Then faintly it seemed that stars appeared on the ground. These stars were revolving at a speed of hundreds or thousands of years. The star river reversed. Finally, it came to a stop in an instant. Eros' appearance aged significantly in that moment. Yet the fire seed he held ignited fiercely at that moment, almost engulfing him entirely. The people in Deep Sea Town noticed the rapid consumption of kindling and immediately rushed to add more. Unfortunately, the added kindling could not keep up with the burning speed. In a panic, he called for help, and only when 3 people worked together to add kindling did they manage to match the consumption rate. Fortunately, this terrifying consumption lasted only half a minute. My lord, I believe I have seen why this territory is. Eros' eyes showed a hint of sadness as he looked at the palace which, despite being shattered, still stood tall and grand. The lord here possesses the power of the earth, yet she dwells high above in a grand palace. How could such a territory succeed? Unfortunately, I did not see anything related to the fire seed. It seems this is not something I can divine, and it probably consumed a lot of kindling. I apologize, my lord. Xuanhe recalled the image of the yellow giant battling the mysterious black-haired figure and roughly understood what Eros was saying. It's fine, how would we know without trying? What else did you see? Did you see that black-haired figure? Eros hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. I saw where it first appeared. Its emergence was too strange, as if from thin air in a village that had already been destroyed. My lord, should we go there? Unexpectedly, Xuanhe directly shook his head. No, don't go. Have the flying squad return and tell them not to go to this place. If it is not something we can deal with now, then do not attempt to probe or touch it. Eros lowered his head. My lord, you are right. Just as even when the fog descends you must divide your territory in two, with one part beneath the ocean, you possess the power of flowing water, yet have never given up. Additionally, there is one thing to report, that Pureblood Elf encountered other lost elven clans. After learning of Winter's fate, they conveyed a request to us through Winter. Originally, Xuanhe was pondering what the problem was here when he heard this, and he frowned directly. A request. Who gave them the illusion that they could make requests to me from afar? Let me think, is this request too excessive? Eros, he said, the elves request that you give them a fire seed and a land deed and teach them how to use it. Uffed. Xuanhe couldn't help but laugh. This, while they certainly dare to ask. So what do they give me? Trees. Hiss, what trees? Forget it, there's no need to ask. Indeed, it's quite amusing. Xuanhe did not expect to encounter such peculiarities even in the Zero world. Ignore that elven clan, there are still many problems in this territory. Find some people to inquire about the situation. Yes, my lord.